After his company went bankrupt and his girlfriend broke up with him, 30-year-old Lin Qi, unemployed, decided to do one crazy thing before he died. A solo live stream of his adventures in the Death Valley of the Kunlun Mountains, known as the ancestor of 10,000 mountains. What he initially thought was a simple survival live stream turned into a nightmare when a blizzard struck. Lin Qi's drone unexpectedly captured footage above the clouds of a colossal kun, a mythical fish-like creature, over 3,000 miles long, seemingly breathing in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The livestream exploded. Special effects? Is this even special effects? Holy crap, is there a celestial palace on the kun's back? Just as the entire internet was questioning him, Lin Qi awakened the mountain and sea dimension system. He discovered that the real Kunlun Mountains were folded into another dimension. Here, there were iron-eating beasts that not only ate iron but also nuclear waste, winged tigers, the Qi, and even the legendary Jade Pool of the Queen Mother of the West. Lin Qi. Family, this Zhulong seems hungry. I plan to trade a ton of beef jerky for some dragon saliva to do experiments. When a piece of divine beast bone that Lin Qi casually tossed out was confirmed to contain superconducting material exceeding Earth's levels by 500 years. Military bigwigs, the president of the Academy of Sciences, and a mysterious department urgently parachuted into the live stream. Mr. Lin, please keep that dragon calm. The National Scientific Expedition team will arrive in 30 seconds. Comrade Lin Qi, as long as you're willing to lead the team, we'll transport the aircraft carrier you want into the Kunlun Mountains. From then on, Lin Qi, with his left hand wielding a live stream of mythology and his right hand wielding a major powers-heavy industry, ushered in a new era where mythology and technology coexist. Chapter 1. Just unemployed, immediately buying a one-way ticket to Kunlun. The fluorescent light from the phone screen was particularly glaring in the gloomy afternoon. On the text message pop-up, the cold, bold black text was like a death sentence. Your savings card account ending in 5034 has a balance of 250.00 yuan. 250. Even the heavens seemed to mock him, calling him an idiot. Lin Qi stood downstairs at the office building, a tattered cardboard box at his feet. That was all the possessions he'd gained after wasting 5 years of his youth in this meat grinder called an internet giant. A deformable neck pillow for lunch breaks, a few unopened folders, and a dried-up cactus. The wind was strong, whipping up dust from the roadside and blowing it down his collar. Lin Qi hunched his shoulders, trying to light a cigarette, but the lighter wouldn't ignite. Ring ring, his phone vibrated. The caller ID read, Jiang Shui. Lin Qi's finger hovered above the screen, hesitated for a second, then swiped to answer. Hey Xiao Shui. Lin Qi, I heard your department got laid off. The voice on the other end of the line was utterly cold, even chiller than the autumn wind. Did you get your N1 masks? No, the company went into bankruptcy liquidation, and there might be lawsuits. Lin Qi's voice was hoarse, as if he'd swallowed a handful of sand. A scornful chuckle came from the receiver. I knew it. Jiang Shui spoke quickly, like someone hastily flicking away a piece of chewing gum stuck to their shoe. Lin Qi, let's break up. Lin Qi's fingers tightened around the phone, his knuckles turning white. Does it have to be now? I just lost my job. It's precisely because of now. Jiang Shui's voice suddenly rose. You're 30 years old. 30. No house, no car, no savings, and now you're even jobless. I've wasted 3 years with you. Wasn't my youth precious? Give me another month, I can find a new job. Find my ass. Deliver food or drive for Didi. Jiang Shui interrupted him mercilessly. Lin Qi, face reality. You're just an ordinary person. Even if you were thrown into a crowd, you wouldn't make a sound. I don't want to live that kind of miserable life with you anymore. Don't send me my things, just throw them away. Beep, beep, beep. The phone hung up. Lin Qi remained holding his phone, stunned for a full half-minute. Around him were hurried office workers, their faces etched with anxiety and exhaustion. No one gave him a second glance. He looked down at the cardboard box at his feet and suddenly felt it was all ridiculous. Really, it was ridiculous. 5 years of working overtime like a dog, serving clients like a grandson, and what did he get in return? A meager balance of 250 yuan, and a single word, get out. He bent down, picked up the cardboard box, and walked to the nearby trash can. Bang! The box was thrown in heavily. The dried-out cactus rolled out, crashed to the ground, and shattered into a puddle of mud. Lin Qi didn't even glance at it, turned, and left. Back in his tiny 10-square-meter rented room in the urban village, the air was thick with the smell of mildew. Lin Qi slumped onto the flimsy single bed, his eyes blankly staring at the water stains on the ceiling. After what seemed like an eternity, he mechanically began packing. There wasn't much to pack, just a few changes of clothes. While rummaging through an old box under the bed, a yellowed leather notebook fell out. It was a keepsake from his grandfather. The old man was an eccentric in his lifetime. He claimed to be a forest ranger in the Kunlun Mountains, yet he always spoke of living things in those mountains. Lin Qi casually flipped through the book. The pages were slightly stuck together due to dampness, covered with all sorts of strange lines. It wasn't a proper geographical map. It looked more like some kind of scribbling. On the last page, there was a drawing of an eye. A huge, upright eye, hovering atop the mountains. Below it was a line of words heavily drawn in red. Remember, do not look directly at it. Do not turn around. Lin Qi had previously dismissed it as the old man's scribblings due to dementia, but now, looking at that eerie eye, he felt a strange calling. His heart pounded violently in his chest. It was a long-lost, living throbbing. It's all the same now anyway. Lin Qi tossed his laptop onto the bed, a sudden, manic smile creeping onto his lips. Living is a joke. Might as well die a glorious death. He grabbed his phone and opened the ticketing app. Destination, Kunlun Pass. No return tickets. Then, he opened his credit card app. It was the craziest thing he'd ever done in his life. Overdraft, cash withdrawal. 20,000 yuan arrived in his account. He rushed out of his rented room, heading straight for the nearest outdoor gear store. A rain jacket? Buy the most expensive one. A satellite phone? Get one. An entrenching tool, compressed biscuits, a first aid kit, a high-powered flashlight. Under the sales assistant's look of utter disbelief, Lin Qi maxed out 3 credit cards and emerged carrying 2 enormous hiking backpacks. Sir, it's blizzard season in the Kunlun Mountains right now. You're going alone. I'm going to my death. Lin Qi grinned at the sales clerk, revealing a set of white teeth. What? You don't sell to dead people. The sales clerk was too scared to reply. 2 days later. On a green train heading northwest, the connecting area between carriages was filled with the smell of smoke and instant noodles. Lin Qi leaned against the window, looking at the increasingly desolate Gobi Desert outside. He took out his newly bought phone and registered a live streaming account. What should his nickname be? He thought for a moment and typed 4 characters, Kunlun Exploration. The description was even simpler. Unemployed and bankrupt, one-way ticket to the forbidden zone. Either become a god or a ghost. As soon as he started the live stream, because it was a new account, the system randomly pushed a few random viewers in. The upper right corner of the screen showed the number of online viewers, 3. A comment slowly floated by. Peace and safety. Hey kid, this title's a bit scary. Are you really going to Kunlun? Lin Qi waved at the camera, a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, his beard unkempt, but his eyes shone with an unnerving intensity. It's true, more real than real gold. I'm on the train to Galmud right now. Immediately after, another user named King of Keyboard Warriors commented. King of Keyboard Warriors. Oh, another one of these kinds of stories? Now they'd risk their lives for fame? It must have been filmed in some movie studio. The Gobi Desert in the background looks pretty good photoshopped. Lin Qi wasn't annoyed. He shoved the camera against the train window, letting the endless yellow sand fill the screen. Dude, if you can find a picture with the same background as mine, I'll eat this phone. King of Keyboard Warriors. Puffed. Stop pretending. If you really dare to go into Death Valley, I'll send you rockets. Okay, get the rocket ready. Lin Qi stubbed out his cigarette, his gaze fixed on the faint outline of the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Don't wet your pants. Kunlun Mountains, the edge of Death Valley. This is a forbidden zone for human civilization, a red line for life. A fierce wind whipped up razor-sharp snowflakes, lashing against Lin Qi's goggles with a crackling sound. The temperature had dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. Lin Qi wrapped his down jacket tighter, his thighs plunging into waist-deep snow with each step. The signal bars were flashing wildly, but his satellite broadcasting equipment remained steadfast. The number of viewers in the live stream had sparsely increased to about 50. Most were just curious. I love eating tomatoes. Holy crap. Is the streamer serious? This wind sound doesn't sound like special effects. King of Keyboard Warriors. It's definitely a wind machine. The snow scene was quite realistic, and the streamer's makeup skills were impressive. His face was even purple from the cold. Lin Qi was panting heavily, his breath instantly freezing into frost, clinging to his eyebrows. He stood before a stone monument covered in ice and snow. The monument faintly bore the inscription in large red characters. Military restricted area, entry strictly prohibited. Beyond this lay the legendary, one-way trip to the heart of Death Valley. Lin Qi removed his goggles, revealing bloodshot eyes. He gave the camera a resolute smile, more painful than tears. Everyone, do you see this monument? He pointed to the vast, white expanse behind him, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. This is my end, and perhaps my beginning. No matter which deity is inside, today, I, Lin Qi, will pay my respects. The sound of the wind and snow grew louder, almost drowning out his voice. Without the slightest hesitation, He lifted his foot and, under the watchful eyes of dozens of people, stepped across the line that represented life and death. The live chat fell silent for a second. Then, the one who had been arguing the whole time, the king of keyboard warriors, commented, "Madman, that you really are a madman." Chapter 2. The launch of Death Valley. An anticipated catastrophe for the host. The camera trembles violently, the image resembling a rag tossed into a spinning washing machine, intermittently punctuated by the shrill crackle of electrical noise. In the live stream, the 50 or so viewers are met only with a blizzard of white static, occasionally glimpsing a corner of a tactical jacket. The heavy sound of labored breathing emerges through the microphone, reminiscent of a broken bellows. Sparse comments drift by, imbued with a sense of detached amusement, longing for peace. Where's the host? Why is there no sound? Keyboard warrior king. Let us disperse, let us disperse. I told you it was scripted. They're probably hiding in some heated room, enjoying hot pot. This wind sounds like synthesized effects. Only I swing the most, waiting for the feast. With this snowfall, if they were really in Kunlun Mountain, they'd be hypothermic in less than half an hour. They're likely frozen by now. A hand, frozen and purple, suddenly reaches into the camera's view, hastily brushing away the ice that obscures the lens. Lin Qi's weathered, bearded face reappears on screen, his eyelashes encrusted with white frost, lips cracked and peeling. The vapor he exhales is instantly shredded by the biting wind. He is not in any so-called heated room, but rather trudging through snow that reaches above his knees. Each step feels as though he is dragging a 100-pound weight. See this? This is the welcoming ceremony of Death Valley. Lin Qi turns the camera to survey his surroundings. The world is shrouded in chaos, a relentless expanse of white. The fierce wind whips snow against his face, stinging like countless tiny needles. Visibility is under 5 meters. He cannot discern front from back or left from right. This extreme desolation is beyond the capabilities of any special effects. The previously boisterous keyboard warrior king falls silent for a few seconds before exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this real? If this background is edited, I'll wash my hair upside down." Lin Qi smirks sarcastically, pulling out a military compass. "Let me show you something interesting." He focuses the camera on the compass. The needle does not point south, it spins wildly, as if under the influence of some narcotic, almost flying out of its casing. This is the magnetic anomaly of Kunlun's Death Valley. Here, all navigation devices are rendered useless. Once lost, there is no escape. Though Lin Qi's voice remains laced with jests, only he understands that his strength is rapidly waning. This cold is not something that layers of clothing can fend off. It penetrates like a malevolent force, seeping into his bones. Suddenly, his vision blurs. Instead of familiar snowy landscapes, he is greeted by lines of pale blue gibberish, akin to the static of an old television set with a poor connection, tinged with an eerie electric sensation. He shakes his head vigorously, squeezing his eyes shut and rubbing his eyelids. Damn it, how long have I been here to go snow-blind already? A chill runs down Lin Qi's spine. In the mountains, snow blindness is more terrifying than encountering a pack of wolves. Once vision is lost, even if a rescue team is merely 100 meters away, one can only wait for death. Upon opening his eyes again, the gibberish has vanished, leaving only the swirling snow. He breathes a sigh of relief, cursing himself for being overly anxious. Just then, his foot catches on something hard. Lin Qi stumbles, falling forward into a snowdrift. Cough, what terrible luck. The live stream chat instantly fills with laughter and well wishes for the host's journey. Lin Qi curses under his breath, pushing himself up, eager to unearth whatever tripped him in a fit of frustration. As his gloved hand scrapes through the snow, it brushes against a cold, hard, and rough object. It is not a stone. He pulls with force, causing the snow to collapse, revealing its true nature. It is a bone, more specifically, a rib, still adorned with dark red frozen flesh. But is this bone not rather large? Lin Qi is momentarily stunned, even forgetting to rise from the snow. This rib is as thick as an adult's thigh, its curved arc resembling a massive scimitar, with jagged breaks that suggest it was brutally bitten off. He thrusts the camera closer. "Brothers, help me identify this. What kind of creature does this belong to?" The previously mocking atmosphere in the live stream abruptly stiffens, and comments surge. "Biology dog, what the hell? This bone is bigger than a yak, right? Keyboard warrior king, has the props team arrived? This must be made of plastic foam, smeared with pig's blood. What an investment. I don't believe in evil. Don't argue. Look at that break. The marrow is frozen into shards. Can plastic achieve this texture?" Lin Qi removes his glove and touches the remaining flesh on the bone. It is as hard as iron. Yet the pungent smell of blood rising from it indicates it belongs to a creature that has recently perished. This is no prop. Lin Qi's expression shifts to one of gravity, He rapidly recalls the animal guide for Kunlun Mountain. A yak's rib is not this thick, nor is a brown bear's skeleton this elongated. What on earth does this resemble? An elephant? But in this frigid wilderness of Kunlun, where could an elephant possibly be found? Moreover, look at these bite marks. Lin Qi points to the terrifying teeth impressions on the bone's break, his voice trembling. What kind of predator must have jaws large enough to sever such a bone? An inexplicable chill surges from his feet to his spine, colder than the wind and snow. In this death valley, besides wolves and bears, there are other creatures, and they are formidable. Host, run. Something is amiss here. Stop the stream. Your life is more important. Finally, some in the chat begin to panic, their palpable fear transmitted through the screen, silencing the jesters. Lin Qi swallows hard, preparing to rise and flee this perilous place. Suddenly, the surrounding light dims. It is not the gradual darkening of clouds obscuring the sun, but rather as if someone has abruptly pulled the power switch, plunging the entire world into a shadowy abyss. The once midday storm has now transformed into a twilight gloom. The wind halts. In that moment, the howling gale seems to be gripped by an invisible hand, and the universe falls into a suffocating silence. Only Lin Qi's rapid heartbeat echoes in his ears, thumping violently. A tremendous pressure descends from above, making it difficult to breathe, as if the air has been suddenly siphoned away. What is happening? A solar eclipse? Lin Qi raises his head in a panic, instinctively seeking a source of light. In the next moment, he freezes, his pupils dilating in terror at the most unfathomable sight of his life. The livestream support falls to the snow with a thud, the camera tilting skyward, faithfully broadcasting the chilling scene across the internet. What looms above is not a storm cloud, nor is it an eclipse. It is an endless expanse of shadow, slowly and silently descending from above the clouds, blotting out all light. The shadow undulates, accompanied by a low hum that resonates beyond human hearing, causing the snow beneath to tremble. Lin Qi shakily raises a finger, pointing at the oppressive darkness above, his voice pitched higher in panic. That is not a cloud. It's alive. It's moving. Chapter 3. A blizzard approaches? No, it is the monster breathing. As that overwhelming darkness descends, the world seems to be rendered into a vacuum. Lin Qi suddenly covers his ears, releasing a piercing scream, not from fear, but from agonizing pain. His eardrums feel as if they have been violently pierced by two red-hot iron needles, a physical consequence of the abrupt change in atmospheric pressure. The multifunctional climbing watch on his wrist emitted a sharp crack, and the glass face of the barometer shattered, scattering fine shards across the ground. Though the live stream was silent, viewers clearly observed the crimson streaks seeping from Lin Qi's nostrils and cochlea. The barrage of mocking comments briefly paused. A lifetime of safety, streamer? Bleeding? This is too extravagant. Emergency Dr. Liu. Something's off. Look at the blood flow rate. This is a typical eardrum perforation. What special effect could cause blood to emerge from someone's ears? Lin Qi had no time to glance at the comments. He knelt in the snow, gasping for air, desperate to fill his lungs. But the surrounding atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, becoming thick and oppressive. What descended was not mere clouds. Through the cracked windscreen, Lin Qi was horrified to discern that the ominous black cloud overhead bore intricate patterns. It was a deep teal, reminiscent of rock yet gleaming with a metallic sheen, akin to the skin of some ancient creature. A muffled sound, like a distant thunderclap, reverberated as if from the depths of the earth, shaking the entire Kunlun Mountain range, causing the millennia-old snow covering the ridge to collapse and trigger a minor avalanche. Another rhythmical thud followed, resonating with a disturbing cadence. Lin Qi's face turned as pale as parchment. He clutched the frozen ground, his nails breaking without him noticing. This was no thunder. It was unmistakably the sound of a heartbeat. The sky above, spanning dozens of kilometers, had a heartbeat. The livestream audience surged from hundreds to tens of thousands in an instant. After all, such a visually oppressive spectacle could not even be replicated by the finest science fiction films. King of Keyboard Warriors. Wow, that sound effect is incredible. Streamer, did you strap a subwoofer to yourself? Special Effects mastered it too. I work in post-production. This lighting and texture detail would take even industrial light magic half a year. Who are you, streamer? If this livestream hasn't received billions in investment, I'll eat my own head. Bystander A. So impressive. The pressure is so intense. I feel like kneeling even from behind the screen. Special effects? You call this special effects? Lin Qi gazed at the comments, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He even wished he could scream at the screen. Have you ever seen special effects that could make someone cough up blood? Just then, the massive shadow above him suddenly contracted. Following that, a terrifying wave of heat cascaded down from the sky. It was not the biting cold wind, but a hot current heavy with a metallic scent. It was as if the valve of a gigantic pressure cooker had been opened, and scalding steam enveloped the entire valley in an instant. It was breathing. Lin Qi barely had time to exclaim this thought before he was swept away like a leaf caught in a tempest, powerless to resist. Bang! His back slammed violently against a protruding rock. Pain surged through him, as if his internal organs had shifted. A coppery taste filled his throat, and he spewed blood onto his windscreen, turning his vision a vivid crimson. The live-streaming phone fell into a nearby snowdrift, its camera perfectly capturing Lin Qi's disheveled figure. What the hell? He is flying. If this is special effects, then this streamer must be a professional stuntman. Is he out of his mind? Call the police. This doesn't look staged. That rock is real. Lin Qi lay sprawled on the ground, his consciousness beginning to wane. Was this the power of mythical creatures? Just a single involuntary breath could send an adult human flying like an ant. On his retina, the previously dormant system progress bar now pulsated as if electrified. 959798. Almost there. Just a little more. Cough, cough. I can't faint. I absolutely must not faint. Lin Qi bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain conscious despite the excruciating pain. He struggled to rise, intent on retrieving his phone. Suddenly, the wind around him ceased. The suffocating metallic scent intensified. Above him, the previously undulating skin of the cloud froze in place. A chilling sensation, as if locked onto by something, penetrated his spine. Lin Qi stiffly lifted his head. In the sky 1,000 meters above, the cloud that resembled a mountain range suddenly split open. Not a mere crack, but an eyelid. As the eyelid slowly opened, a golden light burst forth, illuminating the dark valley as if it were day. It was an eye, a colossal eye, so immense that words failed to capture its grandeur. The pupil alone was larger than the bird's nest stadium. The golden slit pupil was cold, dignified, and aloof, devoid of emotion as it regarded the land below, and the minuscule Lin Qi, as insignificant as a speck of dust. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The barrage of comments in the livestream vanished. Everyone holding a phone, staring at their screens, was rendered breathless by the sight. This gaze, transcending species, sent shivers through the souls of all who beheld it. System loading complete. 100. Mythical creature detected. Primal void Kuan, juvenile. Congratulations, host. You have witnessed a deity. The cold, mechanical voice in his mind jolted Lin Qi back to reality. Paradoxically, extreme fear birthed a frenzied madness within him. Trembling, he retrieved the professional drone he had purchased for 20,000, reputed to withstand winds of up to 8 levels. His fingers shook so violently he could barely hold the remote, yet a maniacal grin spread across his bloodied face. Fear? I'm not afraid of death. Why should I fear you, great orb of an eye? He pressed the start button with determination, the propellers emitting a sharp whine as they struggled against the oppressive force. Shakily lifting into the air, he shouted at the shattered screen of his phone, uttering the words that would set the internet ablaze. Are you all wondering if this is a special effect? Open your eyes and see. I'm going up now to get a close-up of this colossal being. Chapter 4. What the hell? The drone captured the Kuan at a distance of 3,000 miles. Buzzing, the drone's propellers emitted an ear-piercing shriek, reminiscent of a drowning person's final wail. In the turbulence at 12 levels of altitude, the palm-sized black machine swayed violently, trembling as though it would disintegrate at any moment. The red alert light on the remote flashed frantically, with notifications of strong wind warning, motor overload, and weak signal cluttering the screen like pop-up ads. Lin Qi fixated on the screen, his bloodied fingers swiftly adjusting the joystick. Steady now. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his eye where he had just been struck, looking like a gambler desperate for luck. If you dare to crash, I swear I'll haunt the manufacturer. Perhaps Lin Qi's resentment moved the heavens, or perhaps the quality of this domestic drone truly was exceptional, as after a tumultuous roll, the camera miraculously stabilized. The transmission delayed by 2 seconds, then the image appeared clearly in the livestream. By this point, the livestream chat was in complete chaos. Though there were only a few hundred viewers, their comments surged with the force of tens of thousands. Special effects mastered it too. It stabilized. Wow, this anti-shake is incredible. Quickly, raise the camera. I want to see the full view of that enormous eye. King of keyboard warriors, don't be ridiculous. It must be a pre-recorded CGI video. That perspective switch was clearly edited. Edit my foot. Lin Qi cast a fleeting glance at the barrage of comments, swiftly pushing the remote control's lever to its limit. Open your eyes wide and behold. This is a live broadcast. As the drone ascended rapidly, the colossal entity occupying the sky gradually unveiled its terrifying visage. Below lay a vast, gray expanse, pockmarked and crisscrossed with deep ravines, each one unfathomably deep, reminiscent of riverbeds long since dried. Yet, as the camera zoomed in, a collective gasp arose. Those ravines were coursing with a ghostly blue luminescence, akin to the energy surging through veins. This was not rock, it was skin, rough, ancient, and weathered by untold eons. "What's this material?" a keyboard warrior exclaimed. Even ZBrush couldn't sculpt that intricately. "My goodness, look beside it." "What is that?" a bystander gasped. Lin Qi's finger twitched, and the camera shifted right. There, on the elevated skin, was a thick layer of white substance, initially mistaken for clouds. A closer inspection revealed the chilling truth: glaciers, towering, undulating formations of ice, ancient and majestic. Defying the laws of physics, they clung to this creature's back, rising and falling with each breath, occasionally shedding massive ice chunks that plummeted into the abyss of clouds below. Bearing glaciers, resembling a continent. In the North Sea, there is a fish. Its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so immense, its size is incalculable. Lin Qi gazed at the screen, his lips trembling as he instinctively recited the words engraved in the essence of the Chinese people. In his youth, he regarded it as mere hyperbole of the ancients. Yet now, as this legendary creature loomed before him, obscuring the entire sky of Kunlun Mountain, the profound shock resonating from his very soul shattered the worldview of any modern individual. The number of viewers in the livestream began to surge exponentially: 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Within a mere 3 minutes, the online count skyrocketed beyond 100,000. The platform's servers groaned under the strain, yet no one wished to leave. This defies science. It completely contradicts biological principles. At such a size, gravity would have crushed it long ago. "How can it possibly fly?" exclaimed a science enthusiast. "Shut up, you bookworm. You're bringing science into mythology. Have you lost your mind?" retorted another. "My mom asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. This is indeed a Kuan, a living Kuan." The camera continued to ascend, reaching its maximum altitude of 5,000 meters. Yet, even from this height, the entirety of the creature remained elusive, its form stretching into the depths of the cloud sea, seemingly endless. The drone's wide-angle lens could only capture a single fin, which, when unfurled, overshadowed the entire Death Valley where Lin Qi stood, casting a shadow that plunged the earth into darkness. "Did you see that?" Lin Qi's voice was hoarse, tinged with a frenzied excitement. He pointed at the enormous fin gliding slowly through the water, its movements appearing languid, yet each stroke summoned winds fierce enough to shatter aircraft. "Who dares say this is special effects? This is a miracle bestowed upon us by our ancestors." At that moment, the colossal being seemed to sense a fly buzzing nearby. Instead of launching an attack, it merely flicked its tail. A thunderous roar erupted as the previously tranquil cloud sea erupted violently, a visible wave of white energy racing toward the drone. The air turbulence tore through the clouds, distorting space itself. The remote emitted a piercing alarm, the transmission image trembling violently, flashing erratically. "Warning! Severe turbulence detected. The drone is about to lose control." The viewers in the livestream screamed in terror, their barrage of comments flooding the screen. "Run! It's coming for us. We're done for. The drone's going to crash. Streamer, stop looking. Get out of there." Lin Qi's pupils constricted sharply. The speed of the energy wave was astonishing. The palpable sense of impending doom felt even through the screen. He fixated on the display, refusing to lower the altitude. Instead, he pressed the capture button with fervor. "Fear? What is there to fear?" Lin Qi roared, blood smeared across his face, giving him a wild appearance. "It's leaving. This might be humanity's only chance to encounter a myth up close. Capture it." In the final moment before the image froze, a close-up of the massive Kuan's tail revealed a shocking scar, as if inflicted by a far more terrifying weapon, oozing golden liquid. In the next instant, the wave engulfed everything. The screen went black, turning into a snowy static display. In the howling winds of the snow-laden ground, Lin Qi set down the smoking remote. Gasping for breath, his heart racing, he wiped the blood and sweat from his face, turning to the still-functioning phone camera with a triumphant smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, was that special effects? Now who still has doubts?" Chapter 5. The livestream exploded. How much did this special effect cost the streamer? On the screen, a breathtaking moment unfolded. The colossal Kuan's mountainous tail dominated the frame, golden blood seeping like lava from its wound, each droplet harboring apocalyptic energy. Immediately, the raging wave surged forth, the image shaking violently, tearing apart, ultimately freezing on a silent static screen. The signal was lost. The live stream plunged into brief darkness, as if time itself had been severed by the preceding horror. Yet, This darkness lasted only 2 seconds, with a cacophony of electrical noise. The camera illuminated once more, this time from Lin Qi's handheld perspective. In the frame, Lin Qi lay sprawled in the snow, clutching the now smoking remote, gasping heavily. Blood smeared his face, and his jacket bore several gashes, resembling a survivor who had just crawled out of a meat grinder. What a thrill! He coughed, spitting out bloodied saliva, wiping his face haphazardly, and offering the camera a grimace that was more grotesque than a smile. The drone was effectively totaled, 20,000 yuan wasted, and he barely heard a sound. His battered appearance starkly contrasted the monumental mythic scene moments prior. The livestream exploded with activity. The initial 100,000 viewers skyrocketed to 300,000 in mere seconds, continuing to surge by thousands each second. The server of the Douyu platform flashed red, while programmers cursed as they scrambled to expand capacity. The barrage of comments became a blur, too rapid to decipher, merely a haze of reactions. Oh my god! What was that? The visual effects, the fluid simulation, and the texture of that creature's skin. Did the streamers secretly steal from Industrial Light Magic's rendering farm? No less than a few $100 million could produce such a spectacle. This is scripted. It has to be. That black screen for 2 seconds was a camera switch. It must have been a pre-recorded CG video, now switching back to live to feign a desperate scene. Do you think your CG could evoke such a sense of oppression? I almost lost control. A cacophony of doubt and astonishment erupted, with the majority praising the effects. After all, believing in the existence of a Koan was far more challenging than accepting that the streamer was a hidden billionaire who had poured millions into special effects. This is the human instinct to protect oneself confronted with the incomprehensible, resorting to familiar logic to impose understanding. Only that one individual fell into a deathly silence. The account named Scientific Boundary lingered in the live broadcast room. Behind the screen, the esteemed science communicator, adorned with dual doctoral degrees, removed his glasses and trembled as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, that's not right. He fixated on the snow behind Lin Qi, which still quivered slightly, and the peculiar refraction of light lingering in the air. The recent disturbance in airflow perfectly aligned with fluid dynamics models, and that biological pressure. Even the most sophisticated Hollywood motion capture techniques could not replicate the gaze one would have when observing ants. This defies scientific explanation. Yet, it is undeniably real. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Douyu Live, the administrator Lu Fei was anxiously monitoring alarming data from the backend. Supervisor, the live broadcast room Kunlun Exploration is experiencing abnormal data. In just 10 minutes, it gained 300,000 followers, and the complaint inbox is nearly overflowing. A colleague handed her a cup of coffee, filled with reports accusing the host of promoting feudal superstition and illegally using recorded videos. Lu Fei frowned and opened Lin Qi's live stream. On the screen, a bloodied man was roaring at the camera with a backdrop of swirling snow. Recorded footage? How absurd. Lu Fei hovered her finger over the ban button, scoffing. Today's internet celebrities truly have no limits. Broadcasting from Kunlun Mountain in such weather? It must be a green screen composite. And a giant Koan? Is he not afraid of the wind, causing him to trip over his own tongue? According to platform regulations, using recorded footage to impersonate a live broadcast is strictly forbidden. Not to mention this clearly deceptive promotional video. Ban him. Assign an A-class violation. Just as Lu Fei was about to click the mouse, Lin Qi suddenly leaned forward, seemingly reacting to a particularly irksome comment on the screen. You, keyboard warrior king, say my blood is ketchup? Lin Qi grasped a handful of snow from the ground and harshly wiped it over the still fresh bloodstains, instantly staining the snow crimson, which quickly crystallized into ice shards. Come on, can your ketchup freeze into such ice flowers at -20 degrees? Find me one that does. Lu Fei's finger froze midair. Her eyes widened as she stared at the screen. There was no delay. Absolutely no delay. Lin Qi was responding to the comments in real time. This is impossible. A chill crawled down Lu Fei's spine. If this is a real-time broadcast, then what was that giant Koan? Real-time rendering? Don't be ridiculous. Even the most advanced graphics cards today could not render such visuals in real time. Just the millions of hairs on that Koan and the details of the glaciers could cause all the world's servers to crash. Unless it was indeed real. Lu Fei swallowed hard, silently moving her mouse away from the ban button, and instead clicked to promote the stream across the entire platform. Regardless of its authenticity, this host was destined to soar to unprecedented heights. On Kunlun Mountain, Lin Qi remained oblivious to the precarious edge of censorship he was dancing upon. Cold and hungry, the fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave as the adrenaline wore off. All right, enough noise. Lin Qi sat down in the snow, not caring whether the cold seeped through. Believe it or not, you all saw that creature, and I captured it on film. As for whether it's special effects, he gestured toward the still gloomy sky behind him, which seemed to retain the aura of the giant beast, grinning with blood-stained teeth. I nearly lost my life. Do you think I'm putting on a show for you? At that moment, a strange humming suddenly erupted in the depths of his mind. It was not the sound of wind, nor was it tinnitus. It was a cold, mechanical voice imbued with an ancient rhythm, directly impacting his neurons. Beep. Detected host successfully observing a mythical creature, primordial void Kunlun. Observation level, S-class, close-range direct gaze. Shock value collection achieved. Lin Qi's pupils constricted sharply, his body freezing in place. It had arrived. The entity he had staked everything on in his despair had finally come. Mountain Sea Civilization Observation System officially activated. Binding host gene sequence binding successful. Beginner gift package has been dispatched. Would you like to open it now? Lin Qi took a deep breath and, addressing the void, whispered in a voice only he could hear, trembling as he uttered 2 words, open. Chapter 6, System Arrival. I've bugged out in Kunlun with Lin Qi's quivering command. A pale blue halo suddenly burst forth across the retina, which had previously been filled with swirling snow. The halo did not obstruct his view. Rather, it seemed to envelop the world in a high-tech filter. Countless streams of data cascaded like a waterfall, ultimately converging into a semi-transparent, floating panel, firmly stabilizing in front of Lin Qi. The silhouette of the colossal beast, now hidden within the clouds, was redrawn on the panel. Target locked. Name, Primordial Void Kunlun, juvenile form. Attributes, spatial water. Status, extremely hungry, weak, just experienced a predatory conflict. Urgently requires high-energy spiritual nourishment. Danger level, apocalypse class. A mere sneeze when displeased could obliterate a city. Note, it expressed confusion regarding your previous offering, referring to using a drone to scratch its back, and harbors no hostility. Lin Qi's gaze fixated on the 4 crimson words extremely hungry, a slight ache forming in his molars. So, after my near brush with death, it's because they found my offering insufficient? He instinctively touched his neck, feeling a chill. The mechanical voice of the system disregarded his complaints, continuing to report emotionlessly in his mind. Detected host cognitive bias, correcting worldview model. Earth is not the barren land you perceive. After the ancient divine wars, to protect this ember, powerful beings employed supreme magic to fold the Earth's space multiple times. The world you inhabit is merely the outermost layer of this crumpled paper. And within those folded seams, myth has never truly departed. Lin Qi was taken aback. Folding? He had heard of this theory. It was a profound concept in physics. Yet, to the system, it was akin to folding a painting filled with divine beasts into a matchbox that only reveals the blank spaces. And now, he was the one armed with a needle, attempting to puncture this paper. The beginner gift package has been automatically dispatched. Please check. His palms warmed slightly as 2 streams of flowing light entered his body and backpack. Reward 1. Primary mythical creature affinity, passive skill. Description, emits an aura that, while appearing delectable, seems to be of kin. Significantly reduces the aggressive tendencies of mythical creatures and allows for simple telepathic communication. This skill made Lin Qi chuckle and cry at the same time. It sounded like a get-out-of-jail-free card for a caretaker. Reward 2. Infinite Signal Enhancer, modified version. Description, based on the principles of quantum entanglement, it ignores terrain, magnetic fields, and weather interference. Even if you hide deep within the Earth's core, your live stream's quality will surpass that of satellite television. Includes panoramic capture functionality, ensuring no moment of grandeur goes unnoticed. Lin Qi's eyes instantly lit up. Compared to that mystical affinity, this device was his lifeline. Just moments ago, the drone had crashed, and the mobile signal had become sporadic due to geomagnetic storms, leaving the live stream in a pixelated mess, prompting many viewers to angrily exit. System, how do I use this? Automatically taking over the host's existing live broadcast equipment. In the next moment, the shattered screen of the phone Lin Qi held suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. The signal bar, which had only one unstable notch, instantly filled to the brim. Moreover, the signal icon transformed into a golden symbol. In the live stream, the barrage of comments criticizing the host for stuttering like a PowerPoint presentation suddenly experienced a disruption. Immediately afterward, all viewer screens flickered. The originally grainy and dim 720p image was instantaneously transformed into an extraordinarily sharp and vividly colorful 8 HDR ultra-high-definition display. The clarity was such that one could distinctly discern the crystalline structure of each snowflake resting on Lin Qi's eyelashes. The sound of the wind was perfectly noise-cancelled. leaving only a textured howling that seemed to whisper in one's ear. The barrage of comments erupted in an explosion. I love tomatoes. What the heck? Did I accidentally switch to a movie channel? What sorcery is this image quality? Tech enthusiast Chong. This bitrate and resolution are being fully utilized on my newly purchased 85-inch TV. Host, did you connect to extraterrestrial Wi-Fi? This is the Kunlun Mountains no man's land. Keyboard Warrior King. This is definitely a recording. No doubt about it. Which outdoor live stream could achieve such image quality? Even a CCTV broadcast vehicle would falter here. Lin Qi gazed at his own image on the phone screen, so clear that even his pores were visible, and a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Recording? Come on, for those claiming it's a recording. Have you ever seen an 8 film capable of real-time interaction with the comments? Who just said they would wash their hair upside down? I've taken a screenshot. No backing out now. This technological marvel, akin to a bug exploit, was far more persuasive than any explanation. The number of online viewers surged again, surpassing the monumental milestone of 500,000. Donation alert. User Lifelong Peace has sent a Super Rocket 1. Donation alert. User Only I Sway has sent 10 airplanes. Lin Qi had no time to express gratitude for the gifts. While utilizing the infinite signal booster, he noticed a change in his vision. It was as if a veil had been lifted from before his eyes. The wind and snow continued to swirl, but through the flurry of snowflakes, he perceived a world unlike any other. On the formerly barren black rock face, enormous glowing runes began to materialize, reminiscent of some ancient seal. Beyond the snow-capped mountains, an ethereal silhouette of another mountain loomed, lush and filled with towering trees, where massive birds could be seen weaving through the foliage. Is this the folded layer? Is this the true world? Lin Qi extended his hand, attempting to touch the floating golden specks in the air. Those were the overflowing spiritual energies, breathtakingly beautiful in the system's vision. Dear family, the journey ahead may profoundly challenge your worldviews. Lin Qi inhaled deeply, his tone becoming grave and enigmatic. If you see something you ought not to, do not blink. He adjusted the straps of his backpack, now that he had the system to back him up. What was once a perilous journey had transformed into a genuine path to divinity. Just then, a bold and red comment, bearing the official Golden V certification, abruptly crossed the center of the screen. Scientific boundaries. Hello, host. I am science popularizer Zhang Wei. I have reviewed your livestream playback, and I possess an alternative scientific explanation regarding that gigantic creature and the recent meteorological anomalies. I wonder if you dare to connect with me for a face-off? The moment this comment appeared, the livestream room erupted in excitement. Who is Scientific Boundaries? He is a top-tier debunker with millions of fans online. Over the years, many masters, shamans, and psychics have met their downfall at his hands, with those targeted by him generally facing disgraceful ends. The tide of comments shifted dramatically. Onlookers thriving on drama. Wow. The debunker has arrived. Host, you're in trouble. Rational fan. This is awkward. He is a professional, and your special effects are likely to be exposed. Keyboard Warrior King. Huh? Teacher Zhang has arrived. Scammers, flee while you can. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow at the provocatively charged comment. Debunking? Targeting the true divine. If this had been half an hour ago, he might have felt insecure, as he himself had believed he was heading to his doom. But now, glancing at the system panel displaying beginner mythical creature affinity and the lingering essence of the gigantic Kun above him, he grinned at the camera. His smile reminiscent of a fox that had pilfered a hen. Connecting? Certainly. I just happen to have some local specialties that need clarification, and I require an expert like you to lend your discerning eye. With a light tap on the screen, accepting connection request. The screen split into two. On the left was the snow-laden Kunlun restricted area, and on the right was a cozy study adorned with a wall of bookshelves. A middle-aged man donned in gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously groomed, appeared on the screen, exuding an air of superiority that seemed to say, I see through you. Mr. Lin, a pleasure to meet you. The man's voice carried an air of condescension, and let us get straight to the point. Your recent video was well edited. How much did it cost? Chapter 7. Science Popularizer Connects to Debunk? Your face is about to be bruised. The moment the video connected, the livestream's visuals were split. To the left, the howling winds ravaged the desolate Kunlun snow peaks, while to the right, a warm, serene study, with incense wafting in the air. Zhang Wei sat in a genuine leather executive chair, leisurely adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Behind him, a wall of books seemed to form an impenetrable barrier of intelligence, silently proclaiming his authority to the audience. Mr. Lin, a pleasure. A faint smile played on Zhang Wei's lips, reminiscent of a school principal observing a lying student. I must admit, your special effects team is remarkably skilled. The lighting and rendering in that video nearly deceived me, a science communicator of 20 years. The barrage of comments in the live stream instantaneously shifted. Rational fan, see? I told you it was special effects. Teacher Zhang has made the final verdict. Onlookers, let's disperse. While the effects are impressive, deceiving the public is unforgivable. Lin Qi took his time before responding. He rummaged through the tattered pocket of his tactical jacket and retrieved a compressed biscuit, indifferent to whether it was stained with blood, and took a hearty bite. Deceived you? As he chewed on the dry biscuit, he chuckled ambiguously. Zhang the expert, do you think this blood on my face is ketchup? Or do you believe I brought along a Hollywood crew while traversing a no-man's land at an altitude of 5,000 meters? This brings me to my second point. Zhang Wei was evidently prepared. He picked up a printed meteorological cloud map from his desk and shook it in front of the camera. According to real-time data from the National Meteorological Bureau, the wind speed at Kunlun Pass is currently at level 8, with visibility under 10 meters. In such extreme conditions, drones cannot even take flight, let alone capture stable 8 footage. He paused, his tone sharpening. Mr. Lin, your so-called live stream was actually pre-recorded in a studio, right? Utilizing green screen technology, coupled with post-production CG effects. The so-called gigantic Kunlun is merely an optical illusion created by the Tyndall effect and cloud refraction, enhanced with a touch of post-production. The comments erupted in astonishment. His reasoning was sound, with detailed data. It was akin to Thor's hammer, directly burying Lin Qi. Keyboard warrior king, solid proof. I knew it. Such shameless hosts who seek fame deserve to be banned. Scientific boundaries. Mr. Lin, admit it. Fabricating such anti-intellectual myths for traffic is an insult to the public's intelligence. Lin Qi swallowed the last bite of the biscuit, feeling as though he had swallowed a piece of burning coal. He did not refute the seemingly logical meteorological data, nor did he explain the Tyndall effect. To him, armed with the system, Zhang Wei's theories were like attempting to measure the cosmos boundaries with a tape measure, both laughable and pitiable. Zhang the expert, your grasp of physics is commendable. Lin Qi wiped the crumbs from his mouth and suddenly posed a seemingly unrelated question. Since you are so knowledgeable, tell me, at what altitude do cumulonimbus clouds typically form? Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. According to the topography of Kunlun Mountain, stratocumulus clouds typically form at altitudes between 3,000 and 5,000 meters. Excellent. Lin Qi nodded, glancing at the altimeter on his wrist, which, despite its cracked screen, was still functional. I am currently at an elevation of 4,800 meters. He stood up, brushed off the snow from his clothing, and took a couple of steps forward. The camera wobbled with his movements, revealing an expanse of white. An endless void ahead. Based on your theory, I should be standing within the clouds, correct? Theoretically, yes. Zhang Wei frowned, uncertain of what this madman was suggesting, yet questioning what this could possibly indicate. Does this mean your green screen background adheres to common sense? Suddenly, Lin Qi's voice dropped to a low, eerie tone, imbued with an unsettling allure. If that is not cloud, but rather the body of some creature, I should be able to touch it. Absurd. Zhang Wei slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups in his study to rattle. A creature? Are you suggesting that the Kunlun is right in front of you? Utter nonsense. Aerodynamics does not support the existence of such a creature. Neither does biophysics. This is pseudoscience. Shoo. Lin Qi suddenly raised a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Do not disturb. His gaze was fixed not on the camera, but on the seemingly empty void ahead. In the system's view, the colossal entity had not truly departed. Perhaps it was drawn by the mythical creature affinity emanating from Lin Qi, or perhaps it felt a tinge of guilt from nearly being blown away by the recent gust. The ancient void Kunlun was slowly and silently descending. Yet to the naked eye, even on a high-definition camera, only fierce winds and swirling snow were visible. As mythical creatures existed in a non-manifest state within higher-dimensional folded spaces. Just because it is invisible does not mean it does not exist. A warm, moist breeze, tinged with a faint fishy scent, gently brushed against Lin Qi's cheek. It felt as if a massive hand was cautiously reaching out to him. His heart raced like a drum, yet his expression remained eerily calm. Dr. Zhang, do you believe that if I extend my hand now, I could shake hands with this air? Zhang Wei, exasperated to the point of laughter, removed his glasses to wipe them. Lin Qi, have you lost your mind? If you can shake hands with the air, I will eat these glasses on the spot. Very well, Lin Qi smirked mischievously. Everyone heard that. Deceiving for food and drink brings divine retribution. Almost immediately, he slowly raised his right hand and removed the blood-stained glove. His hand, red from the cold, with thick knuckles, appeared rather unremarkable. In front of the gaze of hundreds of thousands, Under Zhang Wei's disdainful stare, he reached toward the empty expanse of wind and snow, much like a madman seeking an embrace from the void. 1 second. 2 seconds. Zhang Wei prepared to mock him. All right, enough with the theatrics. But before he could utter the word enough, it lodged in his throat. On screen, Lin Qi's finger hovered in midair. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The previously empty air, at the moment of his fingertips' contact, rippled outward like a serene lake disturbed by a stone, creating visible, transparent ripples. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of a droplet falling into a deep pool, resonating clearly through the microphone to every listener's ears. That is not wind. That is a tangible entity. Lin Qi's palms seemed to press against an invisible wall, his fingertips turning pale from the exertion, the flesh of his palm contorting under pressure. Soon, the ripples in the air expanded, faintly outlining a massive, rough arc. It was as if something was responding to his touch from behind a veil of dimensional thinness. Lin Qi turned to look at Zhang Wei, who was now agape, his mouth wide enough to fit a light bulb, and said softly, "Dr. Zhang, would you like some cumin? I notice your glasses frame appears quite sturdy." Chapter 8. To prove no special effects, I barehanded the clouds. The air trembled. It was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, with transparent ripples emanating wildly from Lin Qi's fingertip. The scene defied all logic, plunging the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream into a collective silence. This was not a mere optical illusion, nor a holographic projection. It was the physical disturbance caused by the rupture of dimensional barriers. Do you see it clearly? Lin Qi's voice was soft, yet laced with a chilling intensity. His finger did not falter. Instead, it pressed against the unseen resistance, inching forward. A tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped apart, pierced the air. Suddenly, within that previously empty space, a deep azure entity emerged unexpectedly. It was a fragment of a fin. Just this small exposed portion was as large as the front of a truck. Unlike a fish fin, it was not smooth but bore the marks of time's erosion, its rough texture resembling cracked, aged bark, adorned with barnacles the size of basins and ice that had endured for millennia. It forcefully intruded into the realm of reality, carrying a desolate aura from the primordial past, gently brushing against Lin Qi's minuscule fingertip. In that instant, Lin Qi shivered. The sensation was tangible. An extreme cold surged through his fingertips, coursing throughout his body, akin to touching a piece of iron freshly extracted from liquid nitrogen, rough, solid, and oppressively heavy. On the other end of the screen, a sharp sound shattered the silence of the study. Zhang Wei's prized gold-rimmed glasses slid from his nose and crashed onto the rosewood desk. However, he seemed utterly oblivious. His once wise and scrutinizing eyes now wide as saucers, fixated on the incredible scene unfolding on the screen. His lips trembled, uttering meaningless syllables. This is a visual afterimage, right? Is this a tactile feedback technology? Impossible. Current technology cannot achieve this level. This shattered his cognitive barriers entirely. If visual deception was plausible, then the sensation of spatial dimensional rift and the material emergence were realities that no special effects software could replicate. Just then, the manifested fin fragment quivered slightly. A resonant, ethereal sound, distant yet profoundly deep, reverberated through Lin Qi's modified audio equipment, instantly reaching ears worldwide. This sound was not produced by vocal cords. It resembled a blend of a deep-sea whale's song and the rumble of the earth. It carried an unusual frequency that penetrated the network, seeping into every viewer's eardrum. Zhang Wei's high-fidelity audio system faithfully reproduced this infrasonic wave. Suddenly, the delicate porcelain teacup, placed on the corner of the desk, shattered under an unseen resonance. Scalding tea splashed across the table, dribbling down onto Zhang Wei's expensive trousers. Hot. Ouch. Zhang Wei leaped up like a cat with its tail stepped on, desperately patting his pants, the composure of the scholarly expert evaporating entirely. But that was not the end. The fin fragment seemed to be confirming something. It did not retract but instead followed Lin Qi's finger, as if affectionately nuzzling against it. Just this gentle nuzzle sent Lin Qi reeling backward as if struck by a bulldozer, his feet carving deep grooves in the snow as he slid 3 or 4 meters before barely regaining his balance. Cough. This is incredibly exhilarating. Lin Qi shook his numb arm and gazed at the flustered Zhang Wei on the screen, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, esteemed expert Zhang. Have you shattered your cup? This is merely the phenomenon of sonic resonance, a concept well within your grasp, I presume. Zhang Wei, neglecting the water stains on his trousers, hastily adjusted his glasses, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, his trembling finger pointing at the screen. Is this magic? An illusion? What on earth is that thing? Lin Qi brushed off the snow from his body, his gaze returning to the vast emptiness. Within the system's perspective, the enormous juvenile Kunlun was reveling in the recent contact, its previously concealed form becoming increasingly distinct. It was a native of the folded space, a myth spoken of by our ancestors. Lin Qi's voice lowered, imbued with a sense of awe for the unknown. It has always been here, above us. Amidst this storm and snow, your eyes, however, are blinded by convention, rendering it invisible. The so-called boundaries of science are merely the limits of human understanding. When you cross that line, myth becomes another form of science. These words struck like a hammer, resonating profoundly within the hearts of the hundreds of thousands watching the live stream. The barrage of comments momentarily halted, then erupted into an unprecedented fervor. I love tomatoes. It's ignited. Myth is another form of science. That's incredibly profound. Physics graduate student. Although this defies scientific convention, I just measured that resonance frequency. And it indeed does not belong to any known biological spectrum. Peace for a lifetime. Host, it seems like it really likes you? Lin Qi was taken aback. Indeed. The massive fin was not retreating. Rather, its physical presence was expanding. The system's notification chimed incessantly in his mind. Mythical creature affinity activated. The juvenile Taeku Void Kunlun has developed a high level of fondness for the host. It senses your aura and perceives you as family. Family. Lin Qi's eyelid twitched. Please, don't assume such a close relation. Yet the Kunlun seemed to think otherwise. It appeared eager to express more affectionate sentiments, causing the vast shadow overhead to churn violently. The earth began to tremble, and the surrounding snow-capped mountains groaned under the strain. A colossal, more terrifying current of air began to coalesce in the valley. The enormous creature was adjusting its posture, its mountain-like body slowly tilting, as if to expose its belly to Lin Qi, or to roll like a playful puppy. However, what appeared to be a mere playful gesture was, in reality, a potential catastrophe. Witnessing the terrifying shadow descending upon him, akin to an entire Himalayan mountain collapsing, Lin Qi's face drained of color, transforming from bravado to sheer pallor. Should it roll over, the Kunlun Mountain Death Valley would undoubtedly be reduced to rubble. He abandoned any pretense of grandeur and shouted desperately at the sky, "No, big brother, please don't roll over. This place is too small, you'll crush me." Chapter 9. The Great Kunlun Rolls Over, and the Kunlun Mountains Avalanche. Lin Qi's desperate plea came too late. Or perhaps, to a creature of the Taeku Void Kunlun's magnitude, human voices were no more than the faint cries of bacteria in a petri dish, utterly inaudible. It merely wished to express its affection for this tiny carbon-based life form, wanting to roll on the ground like a domestic cat or dog, exposing its belly to its caretaker. Yet the reality was that its body resembled a living mountain range stretching for miles. Boom. The sound of violently compressed air erupted. As the colossal Kunlun slowly tilted, the previously tranquil atmosphere above spiraled into chaos. A visible, translucent shockwave, akin to the shock rings of a nuclear explosion, forcefully bore down upon the earth. Crack. The ice, frozen for millennia beneath Lin Qi's feet, shattered under this terrifying wind pressure, splintering like brittle crackers. Following that was a despairing white tsunami. The once mighty peaks of the flanking snow-capped mountains crumbled under the force of the gale. Millions of tons of snow mixed with boulders transformed into a ravenous white dragon, roaring down towards the Death Valley. Good heavens! Lin Qi gazed at the overwhelming wall of snow descending upon him, his face turning green. In that moment, all thoughts of live streaming, myths, and bravado were cast aside. Survival instincts took over, and he abruptly turned, discarding his 20,000 yuan climbing pack, and began to run for his life. Run. Forget everything else. Just run. Though he knew the viewers behind the screen could offer no assistance, he instinctively shouted as if it would somehow propel him faster. The camera jolted violently, capturing the chaotic flurry of snow and Lin Qi's labored breaths. I love tomatoes. Oh my god. An actual avalanche. The special effects are incredible. Wait, if this is a special effect, where's the host? Peace for a lifetime. Stop talking nonsense. This is real. Host, run to higher ground. Don't run in a straight line. King of keyboard warriors, it's over. It's really over. With this amount of snow, they could bury a person without a trace. Lin Qi had no time to glance at the comments. The roaring sound behind him grew closer, the ground trembling beneath his feet as if he were on a trampoline. The fierce wind whipped the snow against his face, each flake striking like a bullet. System, is there any speed enhancement? I'm going to be buried. Ding. Host detected in extreme danger, adrenaline levels rising. Suggestion, run faster. Curse you. Lin Qi cursed the unreliable system as he sprinted through the rocky terrain, a panicked gazelle leaping and tumbling among the precarious stones. In that moment, the insignificance of humanity before the wrath of nature was starkly evident. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. A boulder the size of a house, whipped up by the currents, hurtled towards him with unimaginable force. It was a dead end, blocked by a colossal stone in front, with an avalanche pursuing from behind. Lin Qi's feet skidded to a halt, despair consuming him as he stared at the rapidly approaching stone. The shadow engulfed him completely, casting a pall over the hearts of hundreds of thousands in the live stream. Damn it, this is it. Lin Qi shut his eyes, his mind racing with a singular thought. If only I had finished that compressed biscuit earlier. Buzz. Just as the boulder was about to crush Lin Qi into oblivion, a sudden, urgent, and deep wail-like cry shattered the air. The sound seemed to carry a hint of panic. Then, a deep blue shadow descended from the heavens. The juvenile Kunlun, still frolicking among the clouds, appeared to have finally realized the chaos its gentle nudge had caused. Its massive tail fin swung violently, intercepting the boulder with a speed that defied logic, placing itself between Lin Qi and the impending doom. Clang! The resounding clash reverberated, causing Lin Qi's eardrums to thrum. The several hundred-ton stone collided with the seemingly rough fin, shattering into a cloud of dust, akin to an egg striking granite. Debris fell like rain, yet not a single piece struck Lin Qi. The immense fin acted as a protective umbrella, sheltering him beneath. Even the raging avalanche was diverted by this natural barrier, flowing harmlessly to either side. Lin Qi opened his eyes, staring blankly at the weathered ceiling just inches above him. It trembled. It was not fear that held it back, but rather a careful control of its immense power, lest it shatter the fragile little creature before it. Big brother? Lin Qi swallowed nervously and tentatively called out. The colossal beast seemed to respond to his summons, gently tapping its enormous fin against the ground, akin to an apology or a farewell. Then, with a sudden tremor, its massive body launched back into the clouds. It appeared to understand that its size was a calamity on the ground, and dared not linger. After circling high above and emitting a few reluctant low cries, it vanished completely into the vast sea of clouds. The wind and snow gradually subsided. Lin Qi's legs weakened, and he collapsed into a snowdrift, overwhelmed by a sense of exhaustion akin to surviving a calamity, rendering him too weary even to move a finger. He lay on his back, inhaling the frigid air deeply, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. The live stream was eerily silent. After a full half-minute, the barrage of comments erupted like a flood. I love eating tomatoes. Are you still alive? Special effects master. Did that Kunlun just shield the host from the boulder? Did I see that correctly? A lifetime of peace. A miracle. Truly a miracle. It has a spirit. It knows it caused trouble. Passerby. The host's luck is incredible. Did Yama's system encounter a bug? Lin Qi glanced at the comments, wanting to laugh, but the movement tugged at the wound on his lip, causing him to grimace in pain. Enough with the flattery. He weakly waved his hand at the camera, thinking back to who had mentioned a feast. Pay up for your share, consider it emotional damages. Struggling to rise, he intended to check his equipment. Despite the perilous encounter, it affirmed one thing. The system's affinity was indeed remarkable, capable of befriending even such cataclysmic beasts. Just as he prepared to tidy up and find a sheltered spot to camp, an unusual sound emanated from a nearby snowdrift. Rustling, as if something were burrowing beneath the snow. Lin Qi instantly became alert, retrieving a spade from his waist. Who goes there? A pack of wolves? Or something else? The snow pile began to writhe more vigorously, until suddenly, a small white, fluffy paw burst through the snow, flailing in the air. Following it was a round little head. The creature was no larger than a palm, entirely snow-white, with two perky ears flopping down, and its body covered in debris from the avalanche. It appeared utterly disheveled, its large, watery eyes expressing both grievance and confusion. It shook off the snow and met Lin Qi's astonished gaze. Their eyes locked. The air froze for a moment. The little creature seemed intimidated by the glimmering spade in Lin Qi's hand, retracting its neck slightly and emitting a sound that would bring tears to a tough man's eyes. Ing. Chapter 10. Did I just find a little white dog? The system claims it's a nine-tailed fox. Lin Qi held the spade cautiously, wary of crushing the little creature that was emitting pitiful sounds. As the layer of snow was brushed aside, a soft, fluffy white entity was fully revealed to the air. It curled into a ball, no bigger than a palm. Its fur matted together from the snow, trembling in the cold wind. Lin Qi inserted the spade beside him and grasped the scruff of the little white creature's neck, lifting it from the snowdrift. What is this? This little being had short limbs, was entirely snow-white, and bore no other color. Realizing it was caught, it struggled to open its large, wet, gem-like black eyes, gazing innocently at Lin Qi, its 4 tiny pink paws flailing helplessly in the air. It looked akin to a weaned Samoyed, or perhaps a lost Bichon Frise puppy. In the live stream, viewers who had just been reeling from the impact of the colossal Kunlun were suddenly overwhelmed by the unexpected cuteness of this creature. The atmosphere shifted from Jurassic Park to a scene from a pet paradise. I love eating tomatoes. I'm dying. What a divine little cutie. Manly men love embroidery. Those big eyes and pink paws are killing my inner child. Quickly, host, cradle it. Don't let it freeze. Passerby, wait. How could there be a Samoyed on Kunlun Mountain? Whose dog is lost here? This is a no man's land at an altitude of 5,000 meters. King of keyboard warriors, who cares what it is? Hurry and save it. Host, if you dare abandon it, I'll crawl through the internet and bite you. Lin Qi stared at the quaking little creature in his hands, equally bewildered. This thing looked undeniably like a dog, perhaps just a slightly more refined wild dog pup. Yet, finding a dog in such a survival scenario was akin to winning the lottery. Could it have fallen from the coin? An absurd thought crossed his mind. And he chuckled to himself. As if a coin would give birth to this, I'd be a pancake by now. He freed one hand, intending to pet the little thing's head, hoping to find a collar or some form of identification. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the soft fur, a blood-red warning box suddenly appeared from the system, accompanied by a blaring air raid siren in his mind. Warning. High-risk mythical creature detected. Target. King Kaio nine-tailed fox, royal bloodline. Juvenile stage. Status. Weak, agitated, extremely hungry, danger level. High. It is advised that the host immediately release it and maintain a safe distance or face potential mental control risks. Lin Qi's hand froze midair, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. He glanced at the system panel displaying the high-risk label, then back at the harmless-looking Samoyed in his grasp, which was now licking its own snot. System, have you been infected with a virus? Lin Qi mentally scoffed. This thing? High risk? What can it do besides melt my heart? Bite my heel? As if to validate the system's assessment, or perhaps sensing Lin Qi's momentary disdain, the fluffy white ball in his hand suddenly changed demeanor. It ceased to tremble, and in its previously innocent large eyes, a remarkably human-like, sinister pink glimmer flashed. Ewu! A fierce roar erupted from its throat. Though it sounded akin to a weaning kitten's hiss, the creature's aura shifted dramatically in an instant. It suddenly opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of small yet glimmering fangs, and lunged at Lin Qi's fingers with ferocity. Lin Qi reacted swiftly, raising it slightly higher. Oh, quite fierce, aren't we? Crack! The little fox bit into thin air, the sound of its teeth clashing ringing out. It seemed thoroughly incensed. Its fur bristled, resembling an angry dandelion. Then, in a moment that left hundreds of thousands in the live stream slack-jawed, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Behind its originally short tail, the air began to warp. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3, a total of 9 ethereal tails, shimmering with a faint pink glow, suddenly fanned out behind it like a peacock displaying its feathers. With the emergence of these 9 tails, the once tranquil wind and snow became ensnared in an invisible pull, swirling around the diminutive creature, forming a miniature cyclone. An indescribable pressure combined with an intoxicating fragrance enveloped the area. The comments in the live stream momentarily fell silent before erupting into chaos. Fantasy enthusiast, holy cow. Those tails. Are those tails? 9 of them. Peaceful life, the 9-tailed fox. This is the legendary 9-tailed fox. My heavens, I always thought it was a myth. I never imagined it to be real. King of keyboard warriors, I am utterly impressed by these special effects. Where on earth did you find such an actor, streamer? This little pup's acting is superior to that of any young star. Lin Qi was equally astounded by this sudden transformation. Though he had received system notifications and was somewhat prepared, witnessing a Samoyed sprout 9 tails right before his eyes was a visual shock of considerable magnitude. Indeed, it was a little sprite. Lin Qi squinted, and instead of discarding it as the system suggested, he took an interest and held it up to his face, engaging in a mutual stare. What is the matter? Do you wish to bite me? Do you know who I am? He pointed to his blood-stained face, revealing a set of white teeth. I am your savior, do you understand? Had I not rescued you, you would have frozen solid by now. The little 9-tailed fox clearly did not heed his words. Being hoisted by a lowly human like Refuse was an utter humiliation for one of royal blood. The pink glow in its eyes intensified, and its 9 ethereal tails flailed wildly, attempting to channel the remnants of its demonic power to teach this oblivious human a lesson. Yet, it was far too weak. The recent avalanche had nearly drained it of all its strength. Now, apart from displaying cuteness and impotent fury, it could hardly conjure any substantial magic. After struggling for a while, It was left gasping for breath, having not even touched a single hair on Lin Qi. Seeing its exasperated and helpless demeanor, Lin Qi couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle the fluffy head. Enough of this. Conserve your energy. You seem so thin. From now on, I shall call you Little White. This gesture ignited a hornet's nest. The little fox froze, as if deeply insulted. It glared at Lin Qi, its eyes revealing an anger and disdain befitting a higher being. Suddenly, a sharp, youthful voice, laced with an air of haughty royalty, erupted in Lin Qi's mind without warning. This was not a sound heard by the ears, but a direct mental wave that resonated with his soul. Audacious, foolish bipedal beast, remove your filthy hands. Release this noble one at once. Though the voice was youthful, it carried an undeniable authority, crashing into Lin Qi's consciousness like a thunderbolt. Holy moly, a ghost. Lin Qi flinched, instinctively flinging the ball of white fur away. This was purely a reflex. Anyone would falter upon hearing a woman's voice suddenly echo in their mind amidst the desolate, snow-capped mountains. The little white fox traced a graceful parabola in the air. Just as it seemed destined to land face-first in the snow, it deftly twisted in midair, displaying innate agility characteristic of canines. It landed firmly on all fours and slid a short distance across the snow, its poise reminiscent of a ballet dancer on ice. Upon landing, it disdainfully shook off the remaining snow, its 9 ethereal tails having vanished, leaving only a fluffy little stub proudly erect. It turned its head, casting Lin Qi a glance that seemed to say, "What a fuss." That crisp voice once again resonated in Lin Qi's mind, dripping with mockery. This noble one merely utilized spiritual communication, uneducated mortal. Lin Qi finally regained his composure. He patted his chest, his heart still racing. Observing the diminutive creature no larger than a palm, yet exuding an air of superiority, he found himself amused. Well, a celestial fox, indeed. Lin Qi sat upon his backpack. The earlier bout of running having exhausted much of his energy, and now he was ravenously hungry. Ignoring the arrogant little fox, he unzipped his backpack and rummaged through his gear. The sound of a vacuum-sealed bag tearing echoed crisply in the silent snowy valley. A rich, spicy aroma of 5-spice beef wafted through the cold air, instantly filling the space. It was the premium hand-tiered dried beef Lin Qi had specifically purchased. With a firm texture and distinct marbling, each fiber soaked in enticing oils. A discordant rumble shattered the stillness. The little white fox, initially holding its head high in an aloof demeanor, suddenly stiffened at the sound. Its once contemptuous eyes involuntarily darted toward the meat in Lin Qi's hand. Hungry. So very hungry. Having been sealed beneath the snow-capped mountains since birth, it, despite its royal lineage, was still a mere mortal. It had exhausted its energy in an attempt to frighten this human by manifesting 9 tails, leaving its stomach empty enough to echo like a drum. The tantalizing scent of meat hooked its very soul. What kind of person was Lin Qi? A seasoned veteran of the workplace, adept at reading expressions. He noticed the little fox's eager yet restrained gaze, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. He deliberately lifted a thick piece of beef jerky, inhaling deeply as if savoring the aroma, and exclaimed dramatically, "Delicious. This is authentic Cochin yellow cattle, with a perfect chew and a lingering flavor." As he spoke, he tore off a strip and chewed loudly, relishing each bite. The little white fox swallowed hard. It instinctively took a small step forward, but then remembered its dignity and abruptly halted. Humph, a mundane object, utterly filthy. The voice in its mind insisted on this pretense, but this time it lacked conviction. Trembling slightly as it declared, "I am the heir of King Ko. How could I consume such refuse?" "Oh, refuse, is it? Very well." Lin Qi shrugged, feigning to shove the entire bag of jerky into his mouth. "Then I shall begrudgingly take on the task of disposing of this garbage." Wait. The voice became urgent, sharp enough to nearly pierce Lin Qi's brain. The little white fox could no longer maintain its facade. It scampered over to Lin Qi's feet, gazing up with its big, watery eyes fixed on the meat in his hand, its small pink tongue unconsciously licking its lips. "Let me have a taste. Just one bite." It attempted to uphold its last shred of dignity, asserting, "This noble one is merely assisting in testing for poison." Lin Qi chuckled at its greedy expression. He waved the beef jerky teasingly above the little fox's nose, as if fishing. "Want it? If you desire it, then all you need to do is follow the rules here. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Now call me master. Dream on." The little white fox's fur bristled, its entire being emanating indignation. The voice in its mind was filled with rage. "Audacious fool. Do you truly wish to enslave me? Should I regain my powers, the first thing I shall do is sever your throat." Tisk, 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 such ferocity. Lin Qi shook his head, retracting the beef jerky. If you want to play, then I'll feed the wolves. I noticed a few hungry wolves over there. They would surely be delighted to respond. With that, he pretended to toss the meat away. The little white fox panicked, spinning in place, its front paws clawing at Lin Qi's pants, whimpering desperately. Dignity? What was dignity worth in the face of starvation? Moreover, a great man, no, a great fox, could bend and stretch. Once it was fed and regained its strength, it could easily deal with this human. Master. A voice, thin as a mosquito and laced with humiliation and reluctance, echoed in Lin Qi's mind. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Lin Qi cupped his ear. Master, is that sufficient? Please, give it to me. The little white fox was utterly defeated. Its voice tinged with a hint of a whimper, whether from hunger or indignation was unclear. This was precisely the reaction Lin Qi desired, obedient and endearing. With great satisfaction, he tossed a generous piece of beef jerky towards it. The little white fox disregarded all notions of royal etiquette, leaping forward with fervor. Its front paws tightly clutching the piece of jerky that was larger than its own face, devouring it voraciously. It munched away, oblivious to the outside world. Its cheeks puffed out like a gluttonous squirrel. As it feasted, its mind was a tempest of critique. Ugh, what a terrible meat, dry and tough. It gets stuck in my teeth. There's not an ounce of spiritual essence in this. It's nothing but wood shavings. Stupid humans. How dare they serve this inferior fodder to me? Oh, but it's so delicious, I want another piece. Lin Qi, observing its conflicted demeanor, couldn't resist poking at its quivering little ears as it chewed. In the live stream, the audience was oblivious to the fox's inner turmoil. What they witnessed was an entirely different spectacle. Under the ultra-clear lens, the once ferocious little creature lay pitifully by the host's feet, its tiny paws performing a bow to beg for food. Upon receiving the meat, it was elated, its tail wagging with such fervor it seemed ready to snap. Its eating antics melted hearts across the screen. Adorable pet blogger. It can bow. How incredibly human-like. Onlookere. Host, you're so cruel. Teasing the dog. Give the poor thing more to eat. Peaceful life. This is no nine-tailed fox. It's clearly just a little glutton. Look at how it eats. So heartwarming. As the chat flooded with exclamations of awe, a brilliant golden effect suddenly erupted in the center of the screen. A massive virtual rocket ascended majestically, dominating the entire display, obscuring even Lin Qi's face. It was the livestream platform's most extravagant gift, the super rocket. Soon after, a striking ID adorned with a golden crown and a colorful barrage of comments descended upon the stream. National Darling Wang Tsong Tsong. Host, name your price. This dog is too spirited, I want it. Chapter 12. The top donor knelt. Is this dog for sale? 50 million. The screen was inundated with a golden rain of light. This was no ordinary effect. It was a display of wealth in the form of real money. 100 super rockets cascaded like a grand meteor shower, transforming the previously dull, snowy mountain backdrop into a scene of opulence. With each gift explosion, the prominent golden V comments flooded the chat again, exuding an air of overwhelming affluence as it repeatedly stated, National Darling Wang Tsong Tsong. 50 million. I'll have a helicopter ready right now. Just give me the nod, send me your location, and within 2 hours, I can have someone pick you up from the mountain. I'm set on this dog. Money is no object. If you're unhappy, we can negotiate the price. An eerie silence enveloped the live stream. Then, the chat erupted like a dam breaking, a torrent of astonished exclamations filling the screen. Tomato lover. What the heck? 50 million. Am I seeing this wrong? Poverty has limited my imagination. Brick moving expert. Host, please agree. What are you waiting for? This is 50 million. With that money, you could live comfortably for the rest of your life. Isn't that tempting? Rational fan. While this little dog is adorable, 50 million? Is Wang crazy? Or is there something about this dog that I'm missing? Lin Qi stared at the dizzying figures on the screen, still holding the half-eaten package of beef jerky. 50 million. For anyone recently unemployed and with a mere 250 in savings, this was a sum capable of altering one's destiny. It signified luxury homes and cars, the liberation from the tyranny of bosses, and a ticket to freedom in this wretched society. Had this been just yesterday, Lin Qi would have likely knelt and begged for mercy. Yet at this moment, he merely raised an eyebrow, his gaze as tranquil as the ancient snow of Kunlun Mountain. He glanced down at the little white fox, which had just consumed half a kilogram of beef jerky and was now contentedly squinting its eyes, its pink tongue cleaning the remnants of meat from its mouth, exuding an air of lazy nobility. Sensing Lin Qi's gaze, the fox lifted its head, its black, gem-like eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as if asking, why are you looking at me? I'm not full yet. Did you hear that? Lin Qi playfully flicked its furry ears, a smirk dancing on his lips. Someone is offering 50 million for you. That could buy several tons of beef jerky. The little white fox paused. Although it did not comprehend the human monetary system, it understood the concept of buying and ownership. By me? The proud voice in its mind erupted, filled with disbelief. This mortal dares to consider me a mere pet. Indeed, Lin Qi shrugged. The individual was the son of a tycoon. They had wealth beyond measure. Following him would surely guarantee a life of luxury compared to my impoverished existence. How audacious! How reckless! The little white fox trembled with rage, its once soft white fur bristling like an angry porcupine. How could it? A dignified heir of the King Caillou and a descendant of the nine-tailed heavenly fox be treated as a mere commodity, measurable by money? This was a sacrilege against royal dignity, a blasphemy against divine lineage. Lin Qi could not help but chuckle at its frantic demeanor. He raised his head, meeting the camera with unwavering resolve, devoid of any greed or hesitation. Wang, thank you. His voice was calm, cutting through the wind and snow with an unmistakable firmness. But I will not engage in this transaction. Wang Tsong, not enough? One flat price, 80 million. That's already an astronomical sum. Don't be too greedy. This is not about the money. Lin Qi gently scooped the agitated little white fox into his embrace, his movements as natural as cradling a child. He ignored the creature's protests, smoothing its fur as he continued. First, it is not a pet. It is my partner. In this desolate land, our survival depends on each other. He paused, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. To be frank, Mr. Wang, while you may possess wealth, you truly cannot afford to keep this little one. It consumes half a kilogram of divine beast meat in one sitting and drinks from the purest Kunlun snowmelt. Your mansion may be grand, but I doubt it could withstand a single swipe from its paw. Such arrogance was unprecedented. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless. Rejecting 80 million? Claiming the son of a tycoon could not afford a dog? How ostentatious. Wang Tsong, ha ha ha. This is entertaining. In all my life, I've never heard of something I couldn't afford. Host, are you questioning my financial capacity? At that moment, the little white fox, nestled in Lin Qi's arms, could no longer contain itself. It wriggled free from the collar of his jacket, its once sharply defined black and white eyes now transformed into an eerie, deep pink. It fixed its gaze on the phone screen, as though it could pierce through the tiny camera to see the individual miles away. How dare this lowly insect covet me? The little white fox bared its tiny sharp fangs, emitting a low growl from its throat. Suddenly, the pink light in its pupils intensified. It was not merely light. It was a mental shockwave. An invisible pulse of energy surged through the wireless signal, transcending the barriers of space. In a top-tier riverside mansion in Modu, Wang Tsong lounged with his legs crossed, a glass of red wine in hand, disdain etched on his face as he typed. In this world, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. Suddenly, his actions froze. An intense wave of dizziness struck him without warning, as if someone had struck him forcefully on the back of the head with a hammer. A low hum resonated as the opulent river view before him began to twist and whirl. He felt the world spinning, and with a resounding crash, his red wine glass shattered on the carpet, the dark crimson liquid splattering across the floor. What was happening? Wang Tsong clutched his head, sensing a warm liquid gushing from his nostrils. As he reached up to touch it, his fingers found only blood. A primal terror surged from the depths of his soul, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his face, as if he were being targeted by an ancient beast, rendering even the act of breathing a struggle. On his phone screen, a charming little white dog grinned at him through the glass, its smile chilling and uncanny. On Kunlun Mountain, Lin Qi noticed the small creature in his arms had gone limp, evidently drained by the earlier psychic attack. All right, let us not cause any fatalities, he murmured, gently patting its head with a tone of affectionate reprimand. He would need these wealthy patrons to fund their journey. The little white fox huffed, proudly burying its head into Lin Qi's embrace, turning its gaze away from the camera. In the live stream, Wang Qinkang's barrage of comments abruptly ceased, leaving a heavy silence. Where's Principal Wang? Why has he suddenly gone quiet? One viewer speculated. He must be overwhelmed by the host's aura. After all, being told they can't afford to keep a pet is a first, another chimed in. As dusk fell, the night on Kunlun Mountain arrived swiftly, swallowing the once murky sky in a deep, inky darkness. The temperature plummeted sharply, and the wind howled mournfully, echoing the cries of countless vengeful spirits in the valley. Lin Qi found a large rock shielded from the wind and began to set up camp. A professional windproof tent was soon erected, and inside, he lit a portable stove, casting a warm orange glow that dispelled some of the chill. The little white fox had already claimed the coziest spot and curled up to sleep. Lin Qi switched off the live stream as highlight mode, retaining only the night vision feed. Alright, brothers, we'll pause here for tonight. This cursed place isn't safe after dark. I need to conserve power and remain vigilant. Though he spoke lightly, his hand never strayed far from the entrenching tool by his side. As the night deepened, the sounds of wind and snow outside gradually diminished, leaving the world shrouded in a suffocating silence. The only sound came from the occasional crackling of the stove, echoing within the tent. Lin Qi leaned against his sleeping bag, his eyelids growing heavy. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, an extremely faint, yet piercing sound suddenly broke through the stillness from outside the tent. A subtle scraping echoed, metal against rock, or perhaps some razor-sharp claws raking against the protective layer of the tent. The little white fox's ears perked up, its previously closed eyes snapping open, pupils constricted to pinpricks, emitting a low, ominous growl from its throat. Lin Qi instantly awoke, every hair on his body standing on end. Gripping the entrenching tool tightly, he held his breath, fixated on the tent entrance. The sound grew closer, clearer. Then, a raspy voice, reminiscent of iron grinding against iron, slithered through the thin fabric of the tent, mere centimeters from Lin Qi. There's a delectable scent inside. Chapter 13. Midnight Terror. Something large is sharpening its teeth outside the tent. The live stream displayed a dim, ghastly green hue, a signature tone of night vision, akin to a shroud draped over a corpse, rendering everything ominous and eerie. It was now 2 a.m., and the once chatty night owls in the comment section had fallen silent. The world was devoid of sound, save for the faint hum of electricity and the increasingly distinct, unsettling noise from outside the tent. The sound was grating, like two rusted metal plates scraping against one another, or a colossal carnivore gnawing on hard bones. With each creak, the thin windproof fabric of the tent trembled. Lin Qi's grip on the entrenching tool was slick with sweat, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He held his breath, not daring to exhale, his eyes locked on the source of the sound. It was not merely auditory. There was a palpable pressure emanating from beyond the fabric. He could sense a warm, putrid breath seeping through, the scent of a large beast mingled with decay and sulfur. Little White, Lin Qi whispered, seeking solace from the royal descendant beside him. What is out there? Can you sense it? The once proud little white fox, who had been so demanding moments ago, was now utterly terrified. Its pristine fur bristled like steel needles, body taut as a drawn bow, its previously erect tail tucked firmly between its legs. It did not respond to Lin Qi, but instead trembled and inched behind him, revealing only its wide, terrified eyes fixed on the tent's entrance. It emitted a deeply suppressed growl, instinctively aware of a formidable foe. Lin Qi's heart sank. This was bad. If even the nine-tailed fox was so petrified, whatever lurked outside was certainly no ordinary wolf or bear. Suddenly, the horrifying chewing sound ceased. This abrupt silence was more torturous than the previous noise. Lin Qi felt as if an invisible hand had clutched his heart, each second of waiting stretching into an eternity. Had it left? He swallowed nervously, just as he thought to breathe a sigh of relief. Warning. High-energy response detected 10 meters ahead. On his retina, the system, which had been dormant for half the night, suddenly erupted with a scarlet warning box, the bright red glow strikingly ominous in the night vision view. Target locked. Zheng. Status. Mature. Hunting. Threat level. Fatal. Immediate evacuation recommended. Immediate evacuation recommended. Description. A beast dwells on Mount Zhangyi, resembling a red leopard, with 5 tails and 1 horn. Its sound akin to the clashing of stones. Zheng. Lin Qi's mind buzzed. Wasn't he this a creature of legend? A being that preyed on tigers and leopards? Before he could fully comprehend, a deafening roar erupted from outside the tent. Clang. The sound was not a beast's roar, but rather like metal colliding with rock, reverberating painfully in Lin Qi's ears, rendering his mind blank. Suddenly, a colossal claw, adorned with dark red scales and black fur, emerged from the shadows, effortlessly tearing through the supposedly knife-proof professional camping tent as if it were mere paper. The frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed in. Through the jagged opening, a fearsome beast's head squeezed through. It bore a face reminiscent of a leopard, yet broader and more menacing. Its eyes blazed with ghostly green flames, and at the center of its forehead, a spiraled horn gleamed with a metallic glint. Its massive maw hung ajar, viscous saliva dripping from its fangs onto Lin Qi's sleeping bag, exuding an unbearable stench. The live stream exploded with activity. The previously silent comments surged. A reflexive response from hundreds of thousands of viewers jolted awake. What the hell is that? Is that a monster? Streamer, run. Don't just stare. Its head is already in. Lin Qi attempted to flee, but found himself rooted to the spot. The paralyzing fear of being locked onto by a top predator rendered his legs as heavy as lead. This was the legendary aura of a beast, a suppression originating from the very essence of life. The beast's green eyes fixed on Lin Qi, as if appraising a lamb destined for slaughter. It seemed to relish the fear of its prey, choosing not to pounce immediately, but rather to slowly, methodically, squeeze its massive form into the tent. The contours of its steel-like musculature were starkly visible under the night vision, each muscle brimming with the power to shred steel. Little White, help! Lin Qi was screaming frantically in his heart. At that moment, the little white fox had already curled up into a frightened ball, wishing it could bury itself in the ground. Relying on it, it would be easier to expect this monster to suddenly become a vegetarian. The beast moved. It lost its patience for playing with its prey and, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, lunged at Lin Qi with a foul wind. Its massive jaws expanded rapidly before Lin Qi's eyes, its sharp fangs even brushing against his nose. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Lin Qi's survival instinct finally triumphed over fear. He instinctively tried to swing the entrenching tool in his right hand, but the tent was too cramped, and the handle was stuck in the seam of his sleeping bag, making it impossible to pull out. It was over. Lin Qi's mind went blank at that moment. The only thing left by his side was the cast iron skillet he had used to fry beef jerky for dinner, known as the king of nonstick pans. When a person is in extreme panic, they do not contemplate tactics. They seize onto any life-saving straw within reach. Damn it, Lin Qi roared, exerting all his strength to grab that dark skillet and, disregarding any technique, swung it blindly at the monstrous face charging towards him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out like a temple bell, echoing through the snowy night. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The beast, clearly caught off guard by this seemingly feeble human's counterattack with kitchenware, made solid contact with the skillet against its iron-like forehead. The immense impact caused its head to jerk violently, interrupting its ferocious attack, and its massive body lost balance, staggering like a drunken man. Lin Qi felt a numbing shock in his hands, nearly dropping the skillet. He opened his eyes to see the ancient beast, dazed by the skillet, gasping for breath. Its eyes betraying a mix of madness and absurdity. Eat. I'll make you eat. You've never encountered a red wolf before, have you? Chapter 14. The prehistoric beast Jin? A skillet that knocked it out cold. The loud clang resonated crisply, akin to the morning bell of a temple, reverberating in the vast snowy valley, lingering for days. The once mighty ancient beast Jin, which had intended to swallow Lin Qi whole, seemed to have been hit with a pause button. Its ghostly green pupils momentarily crossed, its colossal body swayed rigidly, as if intoxicated by 2 pounds of fake liquor. The air became thick with tension. Lin Qi maintained his swinging stance, his hands trembling uncontrollably, gasping for breath, fixating on the creature before him with a singular thought. If this thing isn't dazed, then I'm the one who will die. Fortunately, the physical impact of the cast iron skillet was remarkable. Roar? Jin let out a confused growl. Its underdeveloped brain struggled to comprehend how this two-legged creature, exuding an aura as weak as an ant, could unleash such a blow that sent tremors through its very soul. In fact, this was not merely physical damage. According to the system's judgment, Lin Qi's beginner mythical creature affinity was in full effect. Although the skill was named affinity, in combat, it induced a delusion in mythical creatures, making them perceive the human before them not as a desperate fighter, but as an authoritative figure delivering punishment. This instinctive sense of suppression, rooted deep within its bloodline, sparked a flicker of fear in Jin at the moment of impact. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi, witnessing Jin's precarious state, felt his fear instantly transform into a surge of adrenaline-fueled madness. He let out a roar and boldly discarded the obstructive sleeping bag, leaping onto Jin's broad back like a madman. You wish to devour me? You should know, I am the disciple of the Red Wolf. Lin Qi clamped his legs tightly around Jin's abdomen, grasped a tuft of its needle-like mane with his left hand, and raised the skillet with his right, unleashing a torrent of blows to its horned forehead. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid metallic sounds formed a fierce rhythm. The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. I love tomatoes. Wow, that impact, that sound. It's giving me goosebumps. King of keyboard warriors, I take back what I said earlier. This is definitely not special effects. Nothing can replicate the sensation of beating a monster like this. It's brutal. Bystander A, am I the only one concerned about that skillet? It's cast iron, and it's getting bent. Jin was bewildered. It had been attempting to struggle, trying to shake off this wretched human on its back. Yet, every time it gathered its demonic energy to counterattack, that dark iron object would precisely smash against its crown, dispersing its energy. Howl! It roared in fury, its tail thrashing against the ground, sending snow flying everywhere. At that moment, the little white fox, who had been hiding behind the sleeping bag pretending to be dead, finally grasped the situation. Peeking out, it saw its humble human servant, who usually only fed it beef jerky, now bravely riding atop the fearsome beast, and felt a surge of opportunity. How dare you offend my long-term source of sustenance? The little white fox shrieked and transformed into a flash of white lightning, charging forward. Though it had lost its magical powers, its teeth were still those of true royalty. It circled behind Jean and, targeting one of the wildly thrashing tails, bit down hard on the thickest one. Arg! This bite was no mere nip, it drew blood. Jean emitted a wretched scream, sounding less like stone striking stone and more akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With the skillet above and the fox below, this beast that had roamed Kunlun Mountain for centuries finally broke. Its limbs softened, collapsing into the snow, its massive body curling up as it humanely cradled its head, emitting a whimpering sound, a signal of complete surrender. Lin Qi struck it 2 more times with the skillet, ensuring it was utterly incapacitated before panting heavily and stopping. He wiped the sweat and blood from his face. The skillet had warped completely, with a large dent in its center, perfectly shaped like Jean's horn. Are you convinced now? I ask you, are you convinced? Lin Qi pointed the skillet at Jean's nose, demanding fiercely. Jean no longer dared to resist. Lying on the ground, its head nearly buried in the snow, its bloodied tail twitching like a wronged dog, the little white fox proudly leaped onto Jean's head, surveying its spoils like a triumphant general. Humph, you finally know how to behave. The little white fox conveyed through mental waves. Had it not been for my depleted magic, I would have bitten through your spine just now. Lin Qi rolled his eyes, ignoring the fox that only knew how to claim credit. He dismounted from Jean's back, feeling every bone in his body protesting. That last surge of energy had nearly drained him completely. Just then, an extremely inappropriate sound suddenly resonated through the quiet, snowy night. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound was loud and resonant. Lin Qi paused, instinctively covering his stomach. After the tension of that life and death moment had faded, a powerful wave of hunger washed over him, the primal protest of his body after expending so much energy. He glanced at the now-defunct skillet in his hand, and then at the sprawled Jean, who lay pretending to be dead, its muscular body sprawled on the ground. Under the verdant glow of the night vision goggles, Lin Qi's gaze underwent a subtle transformation. No longer did it reflect the terror of confronting a fearsome beast. Instead, it scrutinized a prime delicacy. The creature, known as Zhang, seemed to sense this shift, its fur bristling in alarm as it raised its head to regard Lin Qi with trepidation. In those human eyes, it perceived a glimmer of hunger, infinitely more terrifying than the earlier display of wielding a frying pan. Lin Qi licked his cracked lips, swallowing hard. After all, this creature was merely unsightly. He extended his hand, tapping Zhang's robust thigh like one would select meat at a market, producing a crisp sound. Imagine if this local delicacy from the classic of mountains and seas were sliced for hot pot or seasoned with cumin for roasting, he mused, turning to the live stream with a sincere and inquisitive smile. Brothers, having exhausted ourselves, we're quite hungry. Shall we indulge in the legendary monster meat tonight? Is that too much to ask? Chapter 15, Dinner Time. Charcoal grilled divine beast meat. A sensation across the internet. The flames danced in the snowy night, crackling with a joyful symphony. The orange glow dispelled the surrounding darkness, illuminating Lin Qi's expectant face in flickering light. Before him, an enormous thigh, weighing between 70 to 80 pounds, was slowly turning over the glowing charcoal. A few meters away, the ancient beast Zhang, recently subdued, huddled in the windbreak, casting a mournful gaze in their direction. Its hind leg bore a significant wound, where flesh had been lost, though the bleeding had ceased under the influence of its formidable demonic power, and the wound had begun to heal visibly. The sight of its own thigh being roasted was a profound humiliation for this creature that had lived for centuries. Don't look at me like that, Lin Qi remarked, turning the stick in his hands while not glancing back. You initiated the confrontation first. I'm starving. What's the harm in borrowing a leg? You lot have remarkable regenerative abilities. A good night's sleep will have it grown back. Zhang emitted a pitiful sound, burying its head in the snow in silent protest. As the charcoal continued to roast, the immense beast's leg began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The originally dark red muscle fibers contracted under the high heat, becoming firm, and the surface fat began to exude, forming a shiny layer upon the meat. This fat was not the ordinary pale yellow. Rather, it shimmered with a faint golden hue, as if imbued with a high-purity energy. Suddenly, a droplet of golden fat could no longer hold its position, sliding along the meat's fibers and plunging into the charcoal below. The flame leaped up, instantly releasing a plume of white smoke. Following this, an overwhelmingly rich aroma of meat burst forth into the air, like a fragrant bomb detonating without warning. The scent was complex. It combined the rich creaminess of premium Wagyu beef with the crispness unique to wild venison, and even a faint, truffle-like exotic fragrance. This aroma wafted through the cold wind, softening the surrounding howling snowstorm. In the live stream, the advanced audio equipment captured the sizzling sound of the fat dripping, resonating clearly in the ears of every viewer wearing headphones. It was the epitome of ASMR. "Wow, that sizzling sound made me sit up in bed," exclaimed one viewer. "What is that sound? What is that sheen? My takeout suddenly doesn't seem appealing anymore. Is this really monster meat? It looks more enticing than a Michelin 3-star steak." Another commented, "Come on, streamer. It's the dead of night. How can you do this? I'm drooling all over my keyboard." Someone else chimed in. Seeing that the meat was nearly ready, Lin Qi retrieved 2 bottles of seasoning he had purchased for 2 yuan at the market. These were the soul of barbecuing, cumin powder and chili flakes. Though the ingredient was exquisite, the preparation must remain down to earth. With a slight smile, Lin Qi flicked his wrist. The red chili flakes and brown cumin powder cascaded over the golden, crispy meat like a miniature sandstorm. Boom! The spices met the searing fat, instantly igniting a more intense, complex fragrance. This soul-stirring aroma made Zheng lift its head, inhaling deeply, its throat producing suspicious swallowing sounds. "All right," Lin Qi exclaimed, pulling out a spade, wiping it slightly, and using it as a knife to slice off a piece of meat as thin as a cicada's wing. The slice was translucent, marbled with red and white. The edges crisped to perfection, emitting steam in the frigid air. Without hesitation, Lin Qi grasped the slice with his fingers and tossed it into his mouth. The scorching meat rolled across his tongue, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Contrary to the anticipated gamey flavor of wild beast meat, it was instead bursting with rich juices as he bit down. The texture combined the melt-in-your-mouth delicacy of top-tier Wagyu with the unique chewiness of wild game, succulent and smooth, becoming more flavorful with each bite. More astonishingly, as the meat settled in his stomach, a warm current erupted, coursing through his veins. His body, previously stiff from blood loss and cold, felt as though it had been immersed in a hot spring, every pore expanding, fatigue evaporating entirely. Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. Lin Qi was enraptured, unable to restrain himself from giving a thumbs up to the camera. "Brothers, this is not merely eating meat. It is akin to consuming a high-energy battery. One bite, and I feel invigorated enough to run 5 kilometers. Before he could finish, he felt a tug at his pant leg. The little white fox could no longer contain itself. Its front paws clung desperately to Lin Qi's trousers, hopping in agitation, its large pink eyes filled with longing. A glimmer of drool at the corner of its mouth. "Give it to me. Hurry." The voice in its mind had shed any semblance of royal restraint, resembling a starving ghost reborn. "If you dare to keep it all to yourself, I shall fight you." All right, I won't forget you." Lin Qi chuckled, slicing off a generous piece of meat with crispy bones and placing it on the lid of the lunchbox before the little white fox. With a swift motion, the fox pounced, heedless of the heat, voraciously tearing into the meat. Grease dripped from its mouth, human granules adorning its whiskers, its previously graceful demeanor utterly discarded. As it feasted, the once dull white fur of the fox began to emit a faint glow, clearly indicating that the spiritual energy within the meat was greatly beneficial to it. The live stream was entirely captivated, witnessing the human and the fox reveling in their feast beneath the snowy mountains. The primal, rugged, yet enticing scene of consumption shattered all psychological defenses among viewers. Gifts began to flood in like they were free. "I love tomatoes," sent a super rocket. Midnight Diner sent 99 grilled fish. "I want to eat monster meat," sent a yacht. "I want to eat monster meat." Streamer, name your price. Even sending a bone will do. "I'll offer 100,000. A lifetime of peace. That meat looks incredibly nourishing. Look at that fox. It seems to be glowing after eating." Just as the entire internet was drooling, eager to leap through the screen and snatch the meat, a bold, red, and certified official blue background white character message abruptly pinned itself at the top of the live stream, carrying an undeniable seriousness that silenced the lively chat. "Dragon Country Forestry Bureau. Warning. Streamer, please cease consumption of this creature immediately. Preliminary identification by experts indicates that this creature's characteristics do not match any known species on Earth. Suspected to be a rare protected animal of significant research value, potentially the only specimen. According to the wildlife protection law, Your actions are suspected of being illegal. Please secure the scene immediately and await the arrival of the relevant authorities. Lin Qi, with a piece of meat still hanging from his mouth, was momentarily taken aback by the glaring official warning displayed before him. After swallowing the morsel, he let out a hearty belch and, with a resigned gesture toward the camera, exclaimed, "Leaders, isn't this a bit unreasonable? When it was about to devour me moments ago, I didn't see you stepping in to educate it about the law." Chapter 16. Experts in a Frenzy. That is a national treasure, streamer. You will be sentenced. The glaring request for a video call continued to flash across the screen, its red exclamation mark exuding an air of bureaucratic authority. Request to connect from the Dragon Kingdom Forestry Bureau Wildlife Protection Center. Lin Qi, undeterred, wiped the grease from his lips and accepted the call. The screen split once more, revealing not a cozy study but a solemn office adorned with the national emblem. An elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in a Zhongshan suit, glared intently at the screen. Behind him stood 2 or 3 young assistants, each clutching thick files, their expressions fraught with urgency. "Silence. Put down what you are holding." As soon as the video connected, the elder bellowed, his voice booming enough to nearly shatter Lin Qi's phone speaker. "Young man, do you comprehend what you are doing? This is a crime. You are endangering ecological diversity. This could land you in prison." Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback by the outburst, yet his actions remained unperturbed. He leisurely stuffed the last bite of sinewy meat into his mouth, crunching audibly, and gazed innocently into the camera. "Sir, please calm down. How is it a crime to have a meal in this desolate wilderness? It's merely a piece of roasted meat." "Roasted meat? You dare call that roasted meat?" The elder's beard quivered with rage as he pointed tremblingly at the creature sprawled in the snow, its expression one of utter desolation. "Look at its features. A crimson leopardess body, 5 tails, a single horn on its forehead. This is an unrecorded new species, a living fossil, an invaluable treasure. And you have the audacity to roast its thigh." The elder clutched his chest, appearing on the verge of fainting. "This is sheer waste. Just think of the biological gaps we could fill if this were brought back for research. You wait, no matter where you are. As long as you are within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, you cannot escape. A minimum of 3 years, and the maximum penalty could be death." The audience in the live stream was momentarily bewildered by this barrage of accusations. "Lawless outlaw, it's over. The streamer is truly in trouble this time. This has been officially classified as a new species, potentially more valuable than a panda. I love tomatoes. To be fair, this creature is indeed unprecedented. Ignorance is no excuse. Right? Keyboard Warrior King. I've never liked him. Hurry and lock him up to make him so." In the face of the expert's thunderous fury, Lin Qi not only remained composed, but also picked up a trowel, retrieving another piece of sizzling, crispy bone from the pot to offer to the eagerly watching little white fox beside him. "Now, expert, please don't rush to convict me." Feeding the fox, he casually inquired, "Since you are the specialist, why don't you enlighten me? What exactly is this creature? What is its scientific name? What is its conservation status?" The elder was momentarily rendered speechless, glancing back at his assistants. "Have you found anything? Are there any comparison results in the gene database?" The assistants, drenched in sweat, frantically typed away, flipping through their reference materials. "Report to Professor Li, there are no matches in the database. No feline species has horns, let alone 5 tails. However, the skeletal structure somewhat resembles that of the extinct saber-toothed tiger, but no, it's also reminiscent of." The assistants grew increasingly flustered, as this creature transcended the boundaries of contemporary biological understanding. Not only could they not classify it, but they couldn't even determine its taxonomic rank. "Can't find anything. Can you?" Lin Qi chuckled, a knowing smile creeping across his face. He gestured toward the forlorn beast behind him, which bore no name. "How can you be so certain it is a protected animal? What if it is an invasive species? What if it is a mutated harmful organism?" "You are grasping at straws." Professor Li's face flushed red as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "As long as it is a wild animal, as long as it is endangered or rare, it falls under the protection regulations. Regardless of its name, harming it is illegal." Fine, you have the final say." Lin Qi chose not to argue further. He stood up and approached the creature. Upon seeing this perceived menace, the beast trembled and buried its large head between its forepaws. Fearful of another blow from the frying pan, Lin Qi gently patted the beast's iron-hard forehead, producing a metallic clang. "Professor Li, this is not in the books. So allow me to tell you its name." His voice was steady and resonant, reaching the ears of everyone watching. "It is called Jun. From the classic of mountains and seas, on Mount Zhangyi, there is a beast resembling a crimson leopard, with 5 tails and a single horn, making a sound like stones clashing. It is an ancient divine beast, not some mere creature listed in your protection catalog. It has lived for at least several hundred years. By lineage, you should refer to it as your ancestor. At this point, Lin Qi's smile faded, and his gaze sharpened. Furthermore, the law emphasizes the principle of emergency response. Does it not? He pointed to the shredded remnants of the tent beside him, then to the creature's drool-dripping, sharp fangs. Just moments ago, it thrust its head into my sleeping bag, intending to bite my head off. In such a situation, should I have not acted against it? Or should I have discussed ecological balance with it? This is self-defense. It lost a leg as compensation for emotional distress. Is that not reasonable? His argument was sound, logically coherent. The tide of public opinion in the live stream shifted dramatically. Logical genius. Wait, that actually makes sense. If this creature wanted to eat him, should the streamer kneel and plead for mercy? A life of peace. Ha ha ha, self-defense. No flaws there. Besides, the monsters from the classic of mountains and seas are not under current legal jurisdiction, right? Should we call Qin Shi Huang to arrest him? Bystander. Professor Li looks like he might faint. Someone prepare a quick-acting heart pill. Professor Li was indeed on the verge of collapsing, having dedicated his life to research. He had never encountered someone who not only consumed a national treasure, but also dared to use a mythological text like the classic of mountains and seas as a shield. Yet, as he gazed at the living embodiment of a creature that existed solely in legend, his fervor ultimately eclipsed his anger, regardless of its nature. As long as we capture it, this will be a discovery that shocks the world. Utter nonsense. This is sheer folly. Professor Li inhaled deeply, his trembling finger pointing at the screen. No matter what excuse you provide, the fact remains that you are consuming an unknown, rare creature. Your location has been pinpointed. He glanced at the positioning tablet handed to him by an assistant, regaining his confidence. Do not think that hiding in Kunlun Mountain will spare you. The police, or rather, our scientific expedition team and armed special police are already en route. A helicopter is on its way. Prepare to spend your days behind bars. With a sharp click, the video call was abruptly terminated. Lin Qi looked at the darkened screen, shrugged nonchalantly. Let them come. Just what I need is someone to wash the dishes. He turned back to the campfire, stuffing the remaining piece of meat into his mouth. However, his gaze sharpened as he peered into the pitch-black night sky. In truth, he was already aware that someone was coming. On his system radar, several rapidly moving targets, glowing red, were converging from 3 directions. Moreover, the speed and energy readings indicated that they were anything but ordinary civilian helicopters. They were military-grade transport aircraft. Additionally, he sensed several powerful biological signatures that were not human. It seemed that once this meal was finished, the real trouble was just beginning. Chapter 17. Sentencing? This creature went extinct in the Jurassic period. Just moments ago, the once intimidating video call screen suddenly jolted violently. Immediately following was a cacophony of heated argument and the dull thud of overturned furniture. As if a physical altercation had erupted across the room. Step aside. Everyone make way. Let me speak to him. A voice, tinged with madness, overshadowed Professor Li's thunderous roar. Suddenly, a wrinkled visage, with hair tousled like a bird's nest, lunged into view of the camera, nearly engulfing the lens. The eyes, bloodshot yet unervingly bright, bore into the screen. Young man, spare some mercy. Do not swallow it. The newcomer, an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat, stained with ink, bore a name tag that read Chunzhong, Institute of Paleobiology, Longwo Academy of Sciences. He gripped the edges of a tablet with fervor, his face almost pressed against the screen, resembling less a venerable academic and more a lecherous old man who had stumbled upon a naked beauty. Excitement causing spittle to fly as he spoke. I am Chunzhong. The bone you are holding, do not throw it away. Each morsel of flesh, every drop of marrow, is an invaluable treasure. It is a living gene bank, the key to unlocking the missing links in the chain of biological evolution. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He clutched a thoroughly gnawed thigh bone, its surface stripped clean, preparing to toss it into the fire. No, sir, who are you exactly? He asked, retracting the bone slightly. Hadn't Professor Li just threatened him with punishment? Was this man come to execute a death sentence? Punishment. My foot, Chen retorted, disregarding the nearby Professor Li. He knows nothing, just a caretaker. What does he understand of true paleobiology? The old man inhaled deeply, pointing at the curled-up creature behind Lin Qi, his gaze fervent almost to the point of reverence. I have seen your high-definition screenshots. The degree of skeletal closure, the texture of the keratin layer, and that unique 5-tailed structure. This is no modern organism. It is not even a product of the Cenozoic. Its direct ancestors went extinct long before the Jurassic. No, even earlier, in the Devonian. It is a living fossil. A ghost that should have been buried in stratum millions of years old. Do you grasp the significance of this? It is akin to reeling in a living coelacanth from your backyard pond. The chat room, which had previously been filled with incessant banter, fell into an abrupt silence. While the audience may not have understood the terms Devonian or Cenozoic, the concept of extinction spanning millions of years struck each heart like a hammer. The streamer was not feasting on mere game, but rather an ancient relic from the age of dinosaurs. I can't believe it, one user exclaimed. Others discover new species on their adventures, but this streamer has resurrected museum fossils. Qinzhong, the titan of paleobiology. His name is in textbooks. Another commented. If even he is losing his mind, this must be a monumental affair. Isn't the streamer then doomed? Consuming a dinosaur, how many years would that entail? Qinzhong, evidently realizing the significance of the polished bone, trembled with concern. Did you truly eat it? The old man gazed at Lin Qi's greasy lips, his eyes reflecting the horror of a spendthrift burning a priceless artifact for warmth. How was it? Did you experience any special physiological reactions? Perhaps a genetic mutation? Or an increase in body temperature? The barrage of questions amused Lin Qi. Though the old man exhibited eccentricity, he was certainly more endearing than the pompous Professor Li from earlier. The taste was decent, reminiscent of beef, but with more chewiness, Lin Qi replied, patting his warm belly after a satisfying burp. As for reactions, I did feel a bit warm, almost with boundless energy. Does that count? Absolutely, Qin exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. That is high-energy protein, a unique energy storage method of ancient organisms. Quickly, wrap the remaining bones. Do not let them touch water. That is crucial for DNA extraction. All right, I'll save it for you. Lin Qi shook his head in resignation, grabbing an oilcloth to wrap the gleaming leg bone he'd gnawed on. But, Dr. Chun, I must say something first. He gestured towards the now cowering creature behind him. This prized specimen may be valuable, but it is carnivorous. If I hadn't reacted swiftly earlier, there would be another human skeleton added to the collection of ancient relics. I support scientific research, but please, do not treat us as fodder. The old man paused, then solemnly nodded. Rest assured, the state will dispatch the most specialized task force to take charge. Your safety is now our highest priority. As long as you preserve those samples, you will be hailed as a hero of humanity. The video call ended. At last, the world fell silent. Lin Qi exhaled deeply, feeling more exhausted than he would after a month of overtime at the factory. First battling a pack of wolves, then filming a mythical creature, and finally grappling with this ancient beast, all while managing a horde of experts. It was truly exhausting. He rose to his feet, kicking at the snow accumulating at his feet, preparing to tidy up the camp. The creature, upon seeing him stand, trembled in fear, dragging its remaining leg aside, terrified that this harbinger of doom might still be hungry. As it shifted its massive form, the snow nest where it had been resting was revealed. In the dim glow of the campfire, Lin Qi suddenly noticed something beneath the frozen soil where the creature had lain. It was not a stone. The angles were too sharp, and the signs of craftsmanship were evident even to the blind. Curiosity piqued, Lin Qi crouched down, carefully using his entrenching tool to scrape away the layers of ice and frozen earth. As the soil was removed, a fractured black stone tablet emerged. The tablet was roughly half a meter long, its jagged break suggesting it had been shattered by some immense force. The material neither resembled granite nor marble. It had a smooth, jade-like texture and emanated a faint warmth in the frigid night. However, what truly caused Lin Qi's pupils to constrict was the content engraved upon the tablet. It was covered in a dense array of symbols. They were neither oracle bone script, nor bronze inscriptions, nor any form of pictographic writing he recognized. The lines were fluid and strange, each stroke resembling the trajectories of celestial bodies, imbued with an ineffable mystery and nobility. Though he could not decipher them, the moment Lin Qi's gaze met those symbols, the translation module of his system, having feigned dormancy for so long, suddenly sprang to life. Ding! High-dimensional civilization legacy detected. Parsing complete. Lin Qi stared at the translated text before him, his heart skipping a beat. It was neither an ancient sacrificial prayer nor a tribal record. It was a warning, or rather, a desperate message that transcended countless epochs. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against the cold engravings, and spoke to the live stream. His voice dry as he recited the ominous phrase, "Is this an epitaph?" No, Lin Qi suddenly lifted his head, gazing into the ink-black night sky, a flicker of unprecedented horror crossing his features. The inscription read, "Do not respond. Do not look back. Kunlun is alive." Chapter 18. The inscription on the tablet left the archaeology community paralyzed. Lin Qi's fingers lightly grazed the fractured edge of the stone tablet. It was as smooth as a mirror, and as his fingertips glided across, he felt no roughness or resistance whatsoever. This sensation was not indicative of a natural fracture. It felt as if it had been sliced cleanly, as though by a blade at an extremely high temperature, effortlessly through tofu. Beneath the flickering glow of the campfire, the system's pale blue translation subtitles floated ethereally above the stone monument. Item: Outpost Boundary Stone, damaged. Material: high-density dark matter crystal nanoceramic composite. Dating: approximately 5,300 years ago, 50 years. Translated content: Kunlun Void, South Heavenly Gate, Outpost number 749. Restricted area. Lin Qi gazed at the inscription, his throat constricting. He lifted his head, his eyes fixated on the camera, his voice dry as if he had just swallowed a handful of sand. Brothers, the system. No, my translation software has produced results. He pointed at the cryptic symbols etched upon the stone, inhaling deeply as he pronounced each word deliberately. Kunlun Void, South Heavenly Gate, Outpost number 749. A brief silence enveloped the live stream, soon interrupted by a reconnection of the previously severed video call, this time initiated from the other end. Dr. Chun Zhong's large visage loomed closer to the screen, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with thick glasses and graying hair, Professor Wang, the chief expert of the Xiaoshangzhou Chronology Project. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Professor Wang exclaimed, his composure lost as he erupted with fervor, spittle flying. 5,300 years ago. That was the late Neolithic era. People were still grinding stones and firing pottery. Bronze tools hadn't even become widespread. How could there be writing, especially of such complex structure? The crucial point is not the writing. Old Wang, are you blind? Look at that incision. Dr. Chun Zhong interjected, his excitement surpassing Professor Wang's, vehemently pointing at the fracture on the stone monument. Lin Qi, zoom in. Closer. I need to see that cross-section. Heeding the request, Lin Qi adjusted his phone, activating macro mode. Under ultra-clear resolution, the fracture exhibited an unnerving smoothness, revealing the orderly arrangement of crystalline structures within the material, interlocking with an industrial aesthetic's cold precision. Do you see it clearly? Dr. Chin's voice trembled. This is laser cutting. And not just any laser. This is a high-powered cold laser cutting technology capable of vaporizing material in mere nanoseconds. Only such a method could sever this high-hardness material without leaving any thermal marks. 5,000 years ago, were our ancestors riding dinosaurs wielding laser swords? This proclamation detonated like a nuclear bomb, leaving the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream utterly stunned. Logical thinker. Wait, my mind is a bit muddled. Are the experts suggesting that this stone is from 5,000 years ago, yet the craftsmanship is from the 22nd century? Sci-fi enthusiast, case solved. This is undoubtedly a prehistoric civilization. Or perhaps extraterrestrial. History student, I'm losing my mind. South Heavenly Gate. Outpost. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't that the Grand Gate of the Heavens from myth? Lin Qi observed the frantically scrolling comments. Fragments of clues in his mind suddenly coalescing like beads on a string. He touched the cold stone monument, an indescribable sense of absurdity washing over him. What if? Lin Qi murmured softly, as if questioning himself and everyone else. The myths we have always believed in are not mere stories? He stood, surveying the enveloping darkness of the snow valley. South Heavenly Gate, Outpost. Myths speak of the South Heavenly Gate as the entrance to the celestial realm, guarded by the 4 heavenly kings, with 100,000 celestial soldiers. Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with a growing intensity, a thrill of revelation coursing through him. Yet from the ancients' perspective, they could not comprehend high technology, only expressing it in their own language. Could the so-called celestial soldiers be soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor? Might the legendary eyes that see 1,000 miles and ears that hear the wind refer to radar and long-range communication devices? And that beast. He glanced at the ferocious creature sprawled on the ground, still regaining its composure. It was no mythical monster. It was a bioweapon, a sentinel at the gate. With this line of reasoning, the live stream erupted in chaos. The 2 professors on the other side of the screen exchanged bewildered glances, mouths agape, struggling to articulate a response. They yearned to refute, to declare it nonsense. Yet the laser-cut stone monument inscribed with Outpost struck them like a resounding slap, leaving the entire archaeological and historical community reeling. This was no longer a mere excavation of history. It was a profound upheaval of history, a relentless assault on the very origins of human civilization. Lin Qi, what on earth have you discovered? Dr. Chen's voice aged 10 years, tinged with a hint of fear of the unknown. If this is true, then where is the celestial realm? Where have those people gone? I wish to know as well. Lin Qi lifted his gaze toward the eastern skyline. Unbeknownst to him, the long, harrowing night had passed. At that moment, the first rays of dawn pierced through the heavy clouds, like a golden sword slanting down upon the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The dense fog and snow that had shrouded the valley began to dissipate under the sunlight, rendering the air remarkably clear. "Look over there." Lin Qi's voice softened. He slowly raised his phone, directing the lens toward the sunlit pinnacle of the mountains. As the clouds parted, a strange optical phenomenon emerged. Sunlight illuminated the snow and unique magnetic field, refracting and reflecting countless times, projecting a magnificent image akin to a mirage in midair. That was not a mountain. It was a colossal palace complex, resplendent and suspended above the clouds. Though merely an apparition, the towering walls, majestic towers, and a gateway seemingly capable of accommodating the stars and moon were vividly breathtaking. It hovered serenely atop Kunlun, exuding an aura that looked down upon the world and commanded the eons. That was not a natural landscape. It was a remnant of a once glorious civilization folded within the seams of time and space. In the live stream, all comments vanished. Even the two elderly professors appeared as though their souls had been siphoned away, staring blankly at the screen. Lin Qi squinted against the blinding dawn, gazing at the celestial palace that existed solely in legend, a smirk of defiance gracing his lips. "Professor Chen, you asked me where the celestial realm is?" He extended his hand, pointing at the ethereal vision and proclaiming into the snow valley. "There. Is that not it?" Chapter 19. The Celestial Palace? A mirage or reality? The grandeur of the palace felt almost too real, so much so that the golden light reflecting off the glazed tiles was blinding, revealing the intricately carved dragon reliefs entwined around the vermilion pillars. Above the palace, several elongated white birds circled gracefully, trailing long-tail feathers as they glided through the mist, occasionally emitting melodious calls. Though the sound was inaudible, the mere sight conjured a mental soundtrack of cranes dancing in the skies. In the live stream, over 5 million viewers seemed collectively entranced, as if under a spell. This was not the vague, nebulous mirage that required imagination to fill in the gaps. It was as if a 4K promotional film of the Forbidden City had been directly projected into the sky. History student, I'm losing my mind. That architectural style doesn't belong to any known dynasty. It's more archaic than the Qin and Han, more splendid than the Tang and Song. Special effects artist, I'm also losing it. Look at the movement of the clouds, that volume trick lighting. What kind of mirage can render volume trick light so perfectly? Life of peace. Am I the only one who thinks those cranes flying above look a bit stiff? They resemble something metallic. Lin Qi squinted, shielding his eyes from the brilliance. In the system's perspective, those so-called celestial cranes were adorned with a line of vivid red text. Codename: Qingwan High Altitude Reconnaissance Aircraft, Biomechanical Composite. Status: Cruise Mode. Quite intriguing. Lin Qi licked his cracked lips, a flame of avarice igniting in his gaze, an instinctive reaction of an adventurer upon discovering treasure. Since this was an outpost and equipped with reconnaissance machines, it indicated that within that celestial realm, there must be something far more sensational than that stone tablet. Perhaps there truly exists an elixir of immortality? Old Chun, Professor Li, don't just stand there in a daze. Lin Qi exclaimed, directing the camera towards the ethereal vision. What is the point of just looking? Let us pay a visit to the celestial realm. He swung his backpack over his shoulder with a decisive flourish. The formidable creature that had once exhibited overwhelming arrogance now lay feigning death at his feet, evidently traumatized by the recent encounter with the frying pan. Lin Qi had no intention of bringing such a conspicuous beast along. It would attract too much attention. Xiaobai, let us go. No time for snacking. He scooped up the little fox that was still gnawing on a bone, tucking it into the collar of his tactical jacket, leaving only its fluffy head peeking out. "Leave you," protested the little white fox, waving its paws in protest, still reluctant to relinquish the half-eaten bone. Thus, man and fox set forth, stepping cautiously towards the illusory palace under the morning sun. As they progressed, an unsettling sensation began to creep in. With each step deeper into the heart of Kunlun, the surrounding scenery underwent bizarre transformations. What should have been a barren glacial tundra inexplicably teemed with a semblance of life. However, this vitality was rather eerie. The snow beneath their feet was no longer pure white, but exuded a faint, glowing blue hue. Oddly shaped plants sprouted from the crevices of the rocks lining the path. Lin Qi paused, bringing the camera closer to a flower growing on the icy wall. It was a snow lotus. Yet, while an ordinary snow lotus might measure merely the size of a palm, this particular specimen boasted a floriade as large as a basin. Its petals bore not the fibrous texture of typical flora but appeared translucent, resembling crystal, with blue veins pulsating rhythmically as though it were breathing. Wow! Lin Qi instinctively reached out to touch it, only for the system to promptly display a notification. Mutated snow lotus, product of high-energy spiritual radiation. Effects: great replenishment. Consumption by mortals may lead to fatal nosebleeds. Dilution recommended before use. Brothers, did you see that? Lin Qi pointed excitedly at the otherworldly flower, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. If this were sold at the market, imagine the price per gram. The viewer count in the live stream had surged dramatically, surpassing 5 million. This not only ranked first on the Douyu platform, but also made it the traffic leader across the entire internet during that time slot. In the server room, programmers were sweating profusely, hastily installing additional servers, fearing this surge of traffic might crash the system. Health expert: streamer, don't touch it. That thing must be radioactive. It's definitely mutated. Cultivator faction: what radiation? That's spiritual energy. The revival of spiritual energy is a fact. Streamer, take a bite. You might just ascend on the spot. Wang Tsong Tsong: 5 million. I want that flower. Save it for me. Lin Qi looked at the flurry of gift animations flooding the screen, his spirits buoyed. He carefully uprooted the mutated snow lotus, placing it in an insulated box before stowing it in his backpack. Wang Xiao, you've truly invested heavily this time. But let me just say, be cautious. This thing is potent. It's wise to consult an experienced herbalist upon your return. Don't overdo it. As he jested with the top donor, Lin Qi continued on his journey, feeling like the chosen one. With a system at his side, a divine beast as a pet, and hundreds of thousands cheering in the live stream, his life felt like it had reached its pinnacle. The mist ahead thickened. The floating palace's ethereal silhouette flickered in and out of view, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly distant. An emotion akin to inflation spread within Lin Qi. He hummed a cheerful tune, his steps light, completely oblivious to the fact that he was traversing a place known as the Valley of Death. Just as he prepared to cross an icy ridge to behold the scenery ahead, the little white fox nestled in his arms suddenly stiffened. With a soft thud, the bone it had been gnawing fell to the ground. Suddenly, the fox seemed electrified, its white fur bristling, its previously docile tail now standing erect like an antenna. Don't move. A sharp, fearful voice reverberated in Lin Qi's mind. Before he could process the command, the little fox bolted from his grasp, sinking its teeth into his pant leg, its claws frantically digging into the ground, desperately attempting to pull him back. Ugh! It emitted a mournful growl, the kind reserved for encounters with a nemesis. Lin Qi almost stumbled from the unexpected tug. What's wrong? Are you losing your mind? Lin Qi lowered his gaze in annoyance, noting that the ground ahead was merely flat, devoid of any threat. Yet, his words went unspoken. For, in that moment of distraction, the previously dim mist illuminated with two eerie green lights. They glowed ominously, cold and ghostly, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps in a graveyard. Soon, a third and fourth light flickered into existence. In the blink of an eye, the snowfield ahead was awash with hundreds of greenish points of light. They hovered in the mist, blocking Lin Qi's path entirely. Those were not lights. Those were eyes. Hundreds of hungry, cruel eyes, all fixated upon him. A noxious stench, mingled with the scent of decay, rushed forth with the chilling wind, instantly extinguishing Lin Qi's earlier bravado. The smile on his face froze, and he slowly, mechanically reached for the entrenching tool at his waist, his throat constricting. Xiaobai, it seems we are truly in trouble now. Chapter 20. We're in deep trouble. Surrounded by hundreds of mutated wolves, the camera followed Lin Qi's wrist, capturing a panoramic view, revealing a scene far removed from the coveted celestial palace, transforming into a nightmare for those with a fear of dense crowds. Green light. A deluge of green light. On the misty snowfield, countless pairs of ghostly green eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, densely packed together, encircling Lin Qi and the little white fox inescapably. A rough count estimated at least 300 to 400. As the mist dissipated, propelled by the overpowering stench, the true forms of these green lanterns became evident. Lin Qi inhaled sharply, a chill shooting from his heels straight to the crown of his head, his scalp prickling. These were not wolves. They were clearly a horde of biochemically mutated monstrosities clawing their way out of hell. They were as massive as bulls, their bodies cloaked in long, grayish-white fur. Their limbs as sturdy as support beams, claws sharp as blades, capable of carving deep grooves into the frozen ground. Most bizarrely, some bore heads resembling horses, yet with vicious fangs, while others displayed tiger-like stripes, dragging long, black tails behind them. In the front ranks of the horde, Lin Qi even spotted a few grotesque aberrations, Two-headed monstrosities with two heads crammed onto a single neck, their four eyes darting aimlessly. Drooling thick saliva as they savagely tore at each other's ears, exuding sheer madness. System scan complete. Target: Bow beast horde, mutated species. Danger level: catastrophic, extremely numerous. Possesses collective hunting intelligence. Description: in the mountain of the middle curve, there are beasts resembling horses, white bodies, black tails, one horn, tiger fangs, claws, sound like drumbeats. Prey on tigers and leopards. Lin Qi gazed at the blood-red warning flashing in his vision, his heart sinking into despair. The tiger and leopard, he swallowed hard. His hand gripping the spade, trembling slightly. If even the tigers and leopards were their sustenance, would the mere 100 or so pounds of meat I possess suffice to fill their teeth? The little white fox had truly lost its nerve this time. Rather than puffing up and making a ruckus as it had before, it curled into a ball the size of a fist, burrowing deep into Lin Qi's coat, with only the tip of its tail trembling in the open. Don't look at me. The proud voice in his mind quivered with a hint of tears. I am currently devoid of any magical power. Even in my prime, I would have avoided such a horde of beasts. You're on your own. Damn it. Just when it mattered most, I falter. Lin Qi cursed, forcing himself to calm. He quickly assessed his current equipment. A frying pan that could knock out a creature aside from smashing garlic, a sharp but limited-length spade, and a machete in his backpack for self-defense. Faced with hundreds of beasts that devoured tigers, this meager arsenal felt akin to running naked. Brothers, we might genuinely be doomed this time. Lin Qi secured his phone in a mount against his chest, freeing his hands to grip his weapons tightly. Leaning against a massive rock, he fixed his gaze on the approaching horde of beasts. The live stream had descended into chaos. 5 million viewers were watching this desperate struggle for survival, the barrage of comments refreshing at a speed that even caused server delays. Call the police. Hurry, one user urged. Is this a wolf pack? It's like an alien army. Useless. No distant help can resolve this immediate crisis. With this number, even a platoon's firepower might not suffice. The streamer has only cold weapons. His chance of survival is 0. Don't act impulsively, streamer. Climb up high? Can you reach that rock? Don't climb. Didn't you see the ones behind already starting to leap? Their jumping ability is more absurd than fleas. Streamer, write your will. Lin Qi glanced at the comments, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. A will? No need for that. I'm all alone. With just 250 left in my bank, who would I leave it for? He inhaled deeply, the air thick with a putrid stench that burned his lungs. Yet, at that moment, the fear in his eyes transformed into a frenzied resolve. If escape was impossible, then it was time to fight. 1 kill would break even. 2 would be a profit. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the encirclement shrank to less than 20 meters at the center of the horde, a head wolf, larger than the other beasts, with a single horn protruding from its forehead, suddenly raised its front hoof and stomped heavily on the ground. The sound was thunderous, akin to war drums echoing across the battlefield. With the rhythm of this drumming footfall, the previously cautious horde erupted into chaos. Hundreds of green eyes locked onto Lin Qi, emitting greedy growls from their throats. The head wolf howled to the sky, its voice sharp and piercing, resembling an air raid siren. An attack signal. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Then, the front line of the horde propelled themselves forward, their massive bodies launching like cannonballs, mouths agape, exuding an overwhelming stench as they surged toward Lin Qi from all directions. The speed was blinding, so fast that Lin Qi barely had time to swing his spade. He felt a flash before his eyes. The sharp fangs were already perilously close to his throat. The scent of death was palpable. He could even discern the remnants of flesh stuck between the monster's teeth. Lin Qi let out a desperate roar, closing his eyes, preparing to make a final stand with his frying pan. At that critical moment, tat 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 tat, a sudden, rapid, and powerful roar of helicopter blades erupted from the clouds above without warning. The sound was so loud that it overshadowed the roars of the beasts, causing the ground's snow to tremble wildly. A powerful downdraft descended, like an invisible giant hand, forcefully slamming the few leaping beasts back to the ground. Lin Qi opened his eyes wide. Above, the thick clouds were ripped apart instantaneously, 2 beams of blinding searchlight cutting through the darkness, locking onto the chaotic battlefield. From the source of those beams emerged 2 heavy armed helicopters, painted in deep gray, hovering like iron eagles in low air. The Gatling gun beneath their bellies spun slowly, emitting a chilling metallic gleam. Then, a commanding voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, resonated throughout the valley. This is the 7th Task Force of the Western Theater. All personnel, please take cover immediately. Repeat, take cover now. We are about to clear the area. Chapter 21. Is that a wolf? That is a man-eating beast. The fierce wind sliced through the air, whipping up snow and debris as it fell. The two steel giants hovered less than 30 meters above the ground, their massive rotors viciously slicing through the air, the roar shaking hearts. The powerful downdraft pressed Lin Qi into the crevice of the rock, making it nearly impossible to open his eyes. Saved. Lin Qi wiped the blood from his face, a mark left by ice shards. As his taut nerves finally eased a fraction. In his understanding, whether it was a wolf pack or a brown bear, faced with such modern heavy-armed helicopters, their only instinct would be to flee with tails tucked. This was the innate fear of carbon-based life forms towards the creations of the steel industry. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in excitement, shifting from wishing him well to a confident, "We are secure now. It's our Western theater." Their response speed is incredible. That's the Z-20 variant, right? Look at the armament, Hellfire missiles, and a Gatling gun. Not just hundreds of wolves. They could take down hundreds of dinosaurs too. Streamer, don't stay down. Get up and wave. Let them drop the cable. However, things did not unfold as scripted. Just as the helicopter's searchlights swept across the horde, the mutated wolves that should have scattered did not retreat. Instead, they halted their charge in unison, raising their heads, fixating their hundreds of eerie green eyes on the steel monstrosities above. There was no fear in their gaze, only an enraged defiance and a greedy look akin to that of predators eyeing their prey. Boom, boom, boom. In the center of the horde, the massive head wolves simultaneously raised their front hooves and stomped heavily on the ground. They then opened their mouths, filled with sharp teeth, and emitted a bizarre roar from deep within their throats. Boom. That was not a wolf's howl. The sound was deep and resonant, carrying immense penetrating power, like hundreds of war drums being struck simultaneously, akin to thunder echoing through the valley. The terrifying sound waves created visible ripples, crashing into the drone hovering in the air amidst the blizzard. Crack. The screen of Lin Qi's phone, mounted against his chest, went dark, followed by the lens of the expensive drone, which had been circling overhead, shattering into pieces under the impact of the sound waves. The live broadcast instantly switched back to Lin Qi's first-person perspective, shaking violently, leaving only snowflakes and garbled visuals. Warning. High-energy sonic attack detected. A red notification flashed frantically across Lin Qi's retina, sending chills down his spine. Target locked. Bow Beast Horde. Attribute. Sonic Wind. Characteristics. Feeds on tigers and leopards. Fur can resist blades. Roar like thunder. Capable of manipulating airflow for long-range strikes. Current status. Hunting mode. They perceive the helicopter as a large avian prey. They eat tigers. Lin Qi's pupils constricted sharply as he screamed frantically into the headset. Don't descend. Don't hover low. That's not a wolf. It's a hybrid beast. They eat flesh. Unfortunately, the noise of the propellers was too overwhelming, drowning out his voice in the howling wind and snow. The pilot of the helicopter clearly dismissed the creatures on the ground. The lead pilot, codenamed Falcon, was currently chewing gum, one hand on the control stick, continuing to announce through the loudspeaker, "Attention ground targets. We are about to initiate a deterrent firing. Repeat, initiating deterrent." In his view, a couple of cannon shots would send the beasts fleeing in terror. "Deterrent my foot. Ascend quickly." Lin Qi watched the peculiar movements of the hybrid beasts, almost throwing his entrenching tool in frustration. Suddenly, the hundreds of hybrid beasts lowered their bodies simultaneously, their previously swollen abdomens contracting abruptly, as if inhaling a breath of frigid air like a bellows. Their throats bulged ominously, emanating a strange bluish glow. In the next moment, countless translucent air blades shot forth from their cavernous maws with a piercing shriek, tearing through the air. These wind blades refracted a chilling sheen under the searchlight, dense as a torrential downpour, rising against the tempestuous winds stirred by the helicopter. The co-pilot's startled exclamation was cut short. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense impacts erupted against the armored belly of the aircraft. The force of those wind blades was astonishing, rivaling that of large-caliber armor-piercing rounds, sending sparks flying from the alloy armor. Warning, hydraulic system damaged. Warning, landing gear damaged, accompanied by the grating sound of tearing metal. The landing gear on the right side of the lead aircraft was severed by a wind blade the size of a wash basin, crashing down into the snow and sending up a spray of powder. Damn it! Falcon spat out his gum, his face turning ashen as he yanked the control stick. What the hell is that? Wolves can spit wind blades. Ascend. Quickly ascend. Open fire. Kill them. The two helicopters, like startled hornets, unleashed a torrent of fire from their Gatling guns, spewing forth tongues of flame half a meter long. The bullets fell like rain, creating deep craters in the snow. However, the hybrid beasts were remarkably agile, darting left and right amidst the hail of bullets. Their thick fur appeared to possess incredible resilience, deflecting ordinary bullets, with damage only inflicted when striking their eyes or mouths. Although the cannon fire suppressed the beast's assault, the helicopter, having sustained damage, began to wobble unsteadily as it struggled to gain altitude. It was too late. Lin Qi, crouched behind a rock, watched the massive shadow at the center of the beast horde, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. The hybrid beast leader, comparable in size to an elephant, remained motionless, observing its underlings expend enemy firepower with a cold, commanding gaze. Until the moment the helicopter faltered due to its damage, it stirred. Its limbs, previously crouched, suddenly exerted tremendous force, causing the frozen ground to explode and create a massive crater several meters wide. With this terrifying recoil, the multi-ton beast launched itself into the air like a black surface-to-air missile, defying the laws of physics. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, the height it achieved was utterly despairing. Under the harsh glare of the searchlight, the hybrid beast leader's horrific form fully unfurled, its horn gleaming with a bloodthirsty glimmer, and its gaping maw could easily swallow a small car. It ignored the bullets, allowing the cannon fire to spark off its body. Its target was clear, the cockpit of the lead helicopter, struggling to ascend. Lin Qi watched helplessly as that gaping maw intercepted the helicopter midair. It was not merely a display of biting power, but a demonstration of contempt from the apex of the ancient food chain. Dodge! Lin Qi roared to the sky, his voice filled with helplessness. Falcon, witnessing the enormous face suddenly appearing outside the window, along with the stench emanating from its throat, felt his pupils constrict violently. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Is this really a wolf? This is a monster. With a snap, the hybrid beast leader bit down on the underside of the helicopter's nose, its sharp fangs piercing through the bulletproof glass and skin as effortlessly as crushing a soda can. The entire helicopter jolted violently in midair, thrown off balance by the tremendous downward force, the tail rotor spinning uncontrollably as it plummeted toward the nearby mountainside. In that moment of weightlessness, Falcon heard the last sound, not the alarms, nor the roar of the engines, but the near-despairing roar of the broadcaster standing in the snow, wielding a frying pan, transmitting through the radio. I told you, that's a hybrid beast. It specializes in eating tigers. Did you really want to deliver yourselves? Chapter 22, Mysterious Call. This is Bureau 749, please respond. Creak. The excruciating sound of twisting metal erupted overhead, akin to death's nails scraping across a chalkboard. The elephantine hybrid beast leader was now clinging to the landing gear of the armed helicopter. Its maw, capable of devouring a small vehicle, clamped down on the armor beneath the nose, its sharp fangs embedded deep within the aircraft's frame. The several-ton weight hung in the air like a colossal weight, dragging the ascending steel beast downward. The propeller screamed as it desperately sliced through the air, overwhelmed by the burden. Warning. Rotor speed abnormal. Warning. Losing balance. Imminent crash. The cockpit erupted in alarms. Falcon struggled to pull the control stick, his facial muscles contorting from the strain, yet he could only watch helplessly as the altimeter plummeted. That pair of eerie green beastly eyes locked onto him through the bulletproof glass, filled with mockery and cruelty. On the ground, Lin Qi felt his vision blur with rage. This was it. Once the helicopter crashed, the resulting fireball would level everything within several hundred meters, and he, along with those hundreds of beasts, would become charred remains. Jump! You fools! Jump! Lin Qi screamed into the radio, his voice hoarse. Just at that critical moment, a sharp, urgent crackle of electricity abruptly pierced through Lin Qi's communication channel, overriding all surrounding noise. Then, a woman's voice emerged, calm, efficient, and laced with an undeniable authority. It felt as if commands were being issued from a coffee-scented command room rather than this chaotic battleground. Lin Qi, I am Qin Ziawa from Bureau 749. Listen. Activate your biological affinity field immediately. Use your mental energy to impact it. Disrupt its action judgment. Lin Qi was taken aback. Bureau 749? The legendary mysterious department that dealt with supernatural events? And how did she know about his biological affinity field? Wasn't that a system perk granted to him? But there was no time for such chilling thoughts. The helicopter above had tilted to a 45-degree angle, with the rotor blades mere meters from the mountainside. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Damn it, I'm going for it. Lin Qi took a deep breath, his eyes locked onto the hybrid beast leader hanging above. As he forcefully illuminated the icon of his beginner mythical biological affinity skill in his mind, An invisible and peculiar mental wave radiated from Lin Qi, expanding like ripples. He didn't know how to disrupt it. He only knew he was furious and wanted that beast to come crashing down. In that moment, he gathered his strength, directed his gaze toward the heavens, and unleashed a frenzied roar. "Come down, you scoundrel." This outburst, devoid of any loudspeaker, resonated with the force of a silent thunderclap, reverberating deep within the mind of the beast leader. The ferocious creature, which had been viciously clinging to the helicopter with bloodlust in its eyes, suddenly stiffened. In that fleeting instant, confusion flickered through its primitive cerebral cortex. To its perception, the diminutive bipedal creature on the ground exuded an aura that had shifted dramatically. No longer a feeble prey, it now emanated a commanding pressure, reminiscent of an ancient lineage. It was akin to a child caught in the act of stealing meat, suddenly chastised by an ancestral voice. The instinctual fear and sense of submission that surged from its genetic core compelled it to instinctively release its grip. With a sharp crack, its fangs disengaged from the metal surface. The immense recoil, combined with the force of gravity, caused the colossal beast to lose its footing. Bewildered, it emitted a low, confused growl, flailing its limbs in the air before plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The impact was thunderous, sending dust swirling and snow scattering. The ground was cratered, and the beast leader fell in disarray, its formidable horn nearly embedding itself in the frozen earth. The helicopter, now unburdened, abruptly soared upward, narrowly avoiding a nearby cliff. Awkwardly ascending to a safe altitude, Lin Qi collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though he had just emerged from a deluge. The earlier mental explosion had drained him of all energy, his head pounding as if it might split apart. Yet, he had no time to rest and immediately pressed the earpiece. "Hello? Is that Qin Xiao? Are you still there? Who are you? How did you know I possess special abilities?" The sensation of vulnerability made Lin Qi's back chill. He had believed that his possession of a system was a secret known only to him, yet it seemed the national team had already scrutinized him under a microscope. After a brief silence, the sound of keystrokes echoed through the earpiece, followed by Qin Zhao's calm response. "Comrade Lin Qi, please reintroduce yourself. This is the 749th Bureau of Supernatural Phenomena Research and Defense of the Dragon Country, Temporary Command Center at Kunlun Front. From the very first minute you began your live broadcast in the Valley of Death, every frame of your footage, every word spoken, and even every micro-expression has been under our surveillance and analysis. This includes your enigmatic fox and your peculiar magnetic field that fosters a sense of affinity in living beings." Lin Qi's lips twitched as he glanced down at the small white fox feigning death in his arms. Goodness, it seemed he was the one performing like a clown in a glass tank. So, he swallowed hard, his tone somewhat strained. "You've known there were monsters here all along? Why didn't you intervene earlier? Did you have to wait until I was nearly done for?" "That was a necessary assessment process." Qin Zhao's voice remained unwavering, almost cold. "We needed to confirm whether you are qualified to be a collaborator or merely an unstable factor that requires elimination. However, congratulations. That last roar proved your worth. Your ability exerts a formidable suppressive effect on these mythical creatures, something that our current technological weaponry cannot replicate." Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. Was that an interview? A life or death interview? "Your recruitment process is quite unique." He managed a bitter smile, prepared to joke a bit, but the atmosphere around him shifted ominously. The beast leader, which had crashed to the ground, was now shakily rising to its feet. It shook its head, seemingly recovering from the earlier ancestral pressure. It was furious. Humiliated by a mere human and having fallen from the sky, this ignited its wrath. With a thunderous roar, the leader summoned the hundreds of beasts that had temporarily retreated due to the helicopter's gunfire. The surrounding darkness glowed with the flicker of their green eyes, their throats rumbling with deep growls, clearly gearing up for an all-out assault. The helicopter, damaged and low on ammunition, was circling to regroup, entering a critical lull in firepower. "Commander Qin?" Lin Qi gripped his entrenching tool tightly, watching the approaching horde with a quaver in his voice. "Since I've passed the interview, shouldn't we discuss the benefits of employment? Like, saving my life? My energy is depleted, and I can't shout anymore." A faint electrical crackle emanated from the earpiece, as if Qin Xiao were adjusting the frequency. "Rest assured, the nation will not neglect its own. That was merely the first wave of probing. What follows will be the true clearing operation." Her tone shifted abruptly. If she had been the composed examiner before, now she resembled a war goddess poised to press the launch button. "Lin Qi, remain stationary. Regardless of what sounds you hear, do not look up. Now close your eyes. Or put on those tattered goggles." Lin Qi blinked in confusion. "Why? Is there a surprise?" Qin Xiao's voice carried a chilling edge. each word striking like ice against glass, because the real air support has arrived. Chapter 23. Hold on. The fighter jets will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Lin Qi could even perceive the blood vessels bursting in the eyes of the first beast lunging toward him, and the rancid stench of decaying flesh wafted from its maw. The shadow of death loomed large, ready to envelop him. Just as he prepared to close his eyes and await his demise, gambling on whether the system might grant him a resurrection, the horizon suddenly brightened. At the distant edge of the azure sky, where it met the snow-capped mountains, two minuscule black dots emerged, swiftly expanding at an alarming rate, as if they had torn through the fabric of space. Before Lin Qi's mind could fully comprehend this visual signal, a deafening boom erupted overhead, as if to shatter the very heavens. That was the sound of a sonic boom, the absolute roar of supremacy when an object breaches the sound barrier within the atmosphere. Following this, two silvery gray silhouettes, exuding an aura as if capable of cleaving through anything, soared past at an almost ground-hugging altitude along the mountain ridge. The violent wake of their passage felt like a tempest of unprecedented magnitude, instantly engulfing the entire valley. The snow on the ground was lifted to heights of several meters, forming a wall of white fury. The once assertive horde of beasts, poised to rend Lin Qi to shreds, was thrown into disarray. Their pride in their acute hearing had become their greatest vulnerability. The terrifying sound pressure generated by the sonic boom was akin to plunging a red-hot iron rod into the eardrums of these creatures that relied on sound for hunting. With anguished howls, hundreds of beasts writhed on the ground, some even bleeding from their orifices, their once cohesive charge dissolving into chaos. Lin Qi, too, was dazed, his vision swimming, his ears buzzing as if a swarm of bees had taken residence within. Yet, he laughed, a wild, unrestrained laugh that brought tears to his eyes. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld the two fighter jets tracing elegant arcs in the sky, preparing to turn back. Their unique delta-wing configuration, the futuristic diamond-shaped nose, and the vibrant red of the national flag emblazoned on the tail were unmistakable. Though he was no military expert, their distinctiveness was undeniable. Even on the cover of a military magazine, they would undoubtedly occupy the center stage. J-20, Lin Qi exclaimed to the camera, his voice trembling with excitement, as if he were face-to-face with a long-lost love. Brothers, look up. That's the J-20, the dragon. In the livestream, viewers who had previously been burning paper for the host now erupted into a frenzy. The barrage of messages erupted like a nuclear explosion, instantly clearing the screen and refreshing at a frantic pace of thousands per second. Director of the War Ignorance Bureau. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? In my lifetime, I actually saw a J-20 in combat during the live stream. Rabbit from the Flower family. This is the Air Force's ace. To rescue a streamer, they dispatched two fifth-generation stealth fighters? What a spectacle. What treatment. Streamer, did you save the galaxy in your past life? Military expert Zhao. Low-altitude, supersonic penetration. This is actual combat maneuvering. Look at that payload. They have come equipped for real. This isn't a rescue. This is a cleanup operation. Wishing for peace. I'm overwhelmed. Tears are streaming uncontrollably. Is this the sense of security from our homeland? I'm in love. In his earpiece, Qin Xiao's voice remained calm, yet through the static, Lin Qi could hear the background filled with suppressed cheers. Lin Qi, aerial support is in position. Code name Long Sky Formation, 2J-20S, armed with precision-guided munitions. Given the excessive number of biological targets and their proximity to you, the pilots cannot conduct large-scale bombardment and require ground guidance. Ground guidance. Lin Qi was taken aback. I don't have radar. What can I use to guide them? Use the laser pointer in your bag. Qin Xiao spoke rapidly. That's a specially designed military-grade high-power laser designator. Aim it at the core of the beast horde, especially that lead wolf. The aircraft's fire control system will automatically lock onto your light spot. Lin Qi fumbled to retrieve the metallic tube that resembled a flashlight from his tattered backpack. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought it was for playing with cats. He struggled to peek out from behind the rock. At that moment, the beast leader had already recovered from the sonic blast's disorientation. It shook its massive head, its bloodshot eyes fixated on the aircraft above, clearly recognizing it as the culprit that had previously humbled it. It opened its jaws wide, a blue glow coalescing deep in its throat, signaling the imminent launch of a long-range wind blade attack. You want to target the air? Lin Qi sneered, pressing the laser pointer switch with determination. Have you consulted my lightsaber? A visible green beam sliced through the dim blizzard, accurately illuminating the beast leader's grotesque head. The green dot appeared strikingly bright against its dark fur, akin to a death mark affixed by the Grim Reaper. The beast leader seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head towards Lin Qi, ready to retaliate. Meanwhile, high above, inside the cockpit of the Long Sky 1 fighter jet, a red lock-on box instantly encompassed the green light spot displayed on the pilot's helmet-mounted visor. Target locked. The pilot's voice crackled through the radio, chilling as ancient ice. This is Long Sky 1. The fire control radar has acquired the target. Requesting fire authorization. Listening to the terse, potent exchange, Lin Qi felt his blood ignite with fervor. He gripped the laser pointer tightly, terrified that any slight tremor might skew his aim. This is Ground Controller Lin Qi, he shouted into the earpiece. His voice laced with the exhilaration of vengeance. Target confirmed. No need to hold back. Hit them hard. Received. In the sky, the 2 fighter jets suddenly lowered their noses, diving down like hawks after prey. The internal bomb bay doors slid open, revealing several white reapers marked with danger symbols. Missiles designed specifically for heavy armored targets. To combat monsters? That was a sheer dimensional assault. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by the roar of igniting thrusters for missiles, trailing long orange flames detached from their mounts, carving 4 arcs of death as they plunged toward the still roaring beasts below. In that instant, Lin Qi felt the entire world illuminate. He watched the approaching fiery meteors, quickly retreating behind the rock, covering his ears with both hands, and shouted into the camera the long-restrained line. Friends, turn down the volume. Cover your ears. Art is an explosion. Chapter 24, Missiles Cleansing the Ground. Opening the eyes of mythical beasts. Boom. There was no build-up, no time for reaction. 4 blinding orange fireballs erupted simultaneously within a fraction of a second, as if 4 miniature suns had been forcibly inserted into this frozen snow valley. The intense light instantaneously consumed everything. Following that was a devastating shockwave. The earth trembled violently, transforming into a violently shaken carpet. Lin Qi clutched his head tightly, huddled behind the massive rock, feeling as though his very organs resonated with the frequency of the explosion, even through several meters of granite. His ears were instantly robbed of all sound, replaced only by a sharp buzzing. This was the most direct greeting from modern thermal weaponry. There were no flashy techniques, no esoteric elemental clashes, only pure energy release, the ultimate physical destruction. The high-temperature shockwaves swept through the beast horde, carrying shrapnel and debris like a tempest. Those once proud beasts, claiming to prey upon tigers and leopards, were finally experiencing the harshness of a new era. Their resilient fur, which could withstand even ordinary bullets, became as fragile as a mere sheet of paper within the lethal radius of the high-explosive warhead. Blood and flesh flew through the air. They didn't even have time to scream. Dozens of beasts at the explosion's center were instantly vaporized by the heat, transforming into clouds of crimson mist, which were then scattered by the shockwave in the snowstorm. Those on the periphery fared no better, as the massive wave tossed them like rag dolls, violently crashing against the flanking mountains, bones shattered and sinews torn. So, this is what mythical beasts are. In the face of such power, all carbon-based life forms are equal. It was not until half a minute later that the terrifying sound of the explosion gradually subsided, replaced by the crackling of flames. Lin Qi shook his head, brushing off the debris that had settled on his helmet, and cautiously peered out from behind the rock. The sight before him made him gasp in astonishment. The once smooth snow valley had transformed into a colossal charred crater. The frozen ground was entirely uprooted, revealing the dark brown rock beneath. Scattered remnants burned everywhere, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingled with the nauseating aroma of charred flesh. That was the scent of hundreds of ancient beasts being collectively incinerated. Though the livestream footage was somewhat blurred, the visual impact of this hellish scene left millions of viewers momentarily speechless. Moments later, the barrage of comments exploded. Fear of insufficient firepower. That was satisfying. This wave is what we call physical transcendence. Cultivators, fellow deists, the times have changed. No more practicing the golden bell shield or iron cloth shirt. They want to withstand this. Bystander A. Is this the legendary missile cleansing the ground? So brutal. But I love it. A small dose of modern industrial shock for mythical beasts. Lin Qi gazed at the scattered limbs and severed arms, feeling a chill in his heart. He had previously considered capturing a couple for research, but now it seemed that piecing together a complete corpse would be a significant archaeological find. System, are there any survivors? Lin Qi inquired in his mind. Scanning. Warning. High-energy life, signal detected. Target not yet fully subdued. Before Lin Qi could react, a piercing and furious roar suddenly emanated from the still-burning pile of corpses. Roar. With a crash, The scorched earth and stones were upheaved. A massive and wretched figure staggered to its feet. It was the beast leader. It had not yet perished. Yet, in its current state, it is more tragic than death itself. Its once majestic horn is now severed in half, and its entire body is stripped of fur, revealing charred, twisted flesh beneath. One side of its body has been shredded by shrapnel, exposing its quivering innards and stark white bones. Despite such grievous wounds, capable of slaying an elephant tenfold, its vitality is astonishingly unyielding. It manages to rise, remaining alert despite its torment. Its once emerald eyes are now stained crimson with blood, brimming with malice and terror. It gazes towards the circling warplanes above, instinctively prioritizing survival over the flames of vengeance. Fear grips it. It realizes that those iron birds in the sky are gods it cannot confront. The leader of the beast emits a low, mournful cry, dragging its battered form towards a nearby fissure in the ice. It seeks to flee. Do not let it escape. Lin Qi shouts in desperation, recognizing it as a living specimen. If it slips into the underground river, it will be lost. Rest assured, it cannot elude us. Qin Xiao's voice crackles through the earpiece. As cold as ice. Above, a previously damaged helicopter has withdrawn from combat, yet another transport helicopter hovers steadily along the creature's escape route. The cargo door swings open. A figure clad in camouflage leans at the door, wielding a long, heavy anti-material sniper rifle. The dark muzzle glimmers ominously in the light of the searchlight, radiating the aura of death. The sniper, codenamed Ying, is nicknamed Scalpel in the Western theater. Hitting a coin from 1,000 meters is merely a basic skill. Wind speed adjustments complete. Distance verified. Target locked. Ying's voice comes through the radio, steady and unwavering. Through the high-powered scope, the creature's head, desperately attempting to squeeze into the ice crack, is as clear as if under a microscope. His finger rests lightly on the trigger, breath nearly imperceptible. At the moment the creature's paw barely touches the fissure's edge, a dull gunshot reverberates through the air. The specially designed 127mm armor-piercing explosive round, shrieking through the air, traverses the distance at 3 times the speed of sound. Thud. Without any suspense, the massive beast's head, already battered from missile strikes, explodes as if struck by a baseball bat against a watermelon. Red and white matter splatters everywhere. The enormous body stiffens momentarily before collapsing limply, as if its spine had been severed, sliding down the fissure's edge. One shot, one kill. This is the pinnacle of modern individual combat power. Target eliminated. Ying cycles the rifle, ejecting a hot shell casing, reporting casually, as if he merely crushed a bug. Lin Qi gazes at the fallen carcass, unable to suppress a swallow. He touches his forehead, feeling a chill. These soldiers are even more ruthless than the beasts. With the greatest threat neutralized, the sound of helicopter blades intensifies. The hovering transport helicopter begins its slow descent, the powerful wind dispersing the smoke below. 4 rapid descent ropes are simultaneously deployed. Hurry, quick. Establish a defensive line. Amidst the urgent tactical commands, a fully armed, exoskeleton-clad Special Forces soldier descends from the ropes, as if descending from the heavens. Their movements are impeccably precise. Touchdown, roll, take aim, guard. In the blink of an eye, a standard circular defensive formation materializes around Lin Qi. Several dark gun muzzles are pointed not at Lin Qi, but vigilantly towards the surrounding darkness. The oppressive aura of iron and blood compels Lin Qi, an ordinary person unaccustomed to such intensity, to straighten his back instinctively. Safe. Secure. Area cleared. Once the environment is confirmed secure, a gap slowly opens in the encirclement. A tall figure, adorned with 2 bars and a star on her shoulder, strides purposefully towards Lin Qi. In the backlight of the searchlight, he cannot discern her face. Only the graceful silhouette outlined by her fitted combat suit and her long hair billowing in the wind. She is a woman. Moreover, a woman with an extraordinarily commanding presence. She halts 3 meters in front of Lin Qi, removes her tactical helmet, and tosses her hair back. Her face is strikingly beautiful, her features chiseled like ice and jade, radiating a sense of heroism, yet her eyes are sharp enough to deter direct gazes. She appraises Lin Qi briefly, her gaze ultimately resting on the trembling white fox in his arms, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Comrade Lin Qi. She extends a gloved hand, her voice identical to that heard over the earpiece. I am Qin Xiao. Though this is our first meeting, cleaning up this mess will be quite costly. Chapter 25. The officer descends. Those legs, cough cough. The searchlight's harsh beams crisscross the night sky, illuminating the snow valley that has just endured the ravages of war as if it were daylight. Surrounding them are dozens of fully armed Special Forces soldiers. Their movements are synchronized. The dark muzzles of their weapons, though directed at the ground, still exude an oppressive aura of deadly intent. Lin Qi instinctively conceals the unfinished pot of meat behind him. Although Professor Li had mentioned capturing him, the overwhelming display before him fills him with trepidation. This is no mere hunt for poachers. Such an operation could easily be mistaken for an extraterrestrial capture. He raises a hand, the one not clutching a spatula, and performs a standard French salute. Do not shoot. I am a law-abiding citizen. Lin Qi forces a harmless smile, asserting that he did not intentionally kill the beast. It was merely an act of emergency defense, at most a case of excessive self-defense. The figure identifying herself as Qin Zhao pays no heed to his rambling. She strides forward, her tactical boots crunching rhythmically on the frozen ground and scattered stones, each step resonating as if treading upon hearts. Exuding an oppressive presence akin to that of a queen rather than a soldier. Backlit, Lin Qi can only discern her strikingly tall stature. The tight black exoskeleton combat suit perfectly accentuates her remarkable physique, especially her legs, straight, long, and imbued with a sense of power. Even when encased in heavy tactical knee pads and gear, they retain an awe-inspiring proportion, devoid of the mere bony appearance of runway models. Instead embodying the lethal potential honed through rigorous training. Lin Qi's gaze lingers on her legs for a moment, purely from an artistic perspective. Cough, cough. He quickly diverts his attention to her face, fearing that any lingering might earn him a bullet for being a rogue. With a crisp click, Qin Zhao unfastens her full-face tactical helmet, as her once-bound dark hair cascades down like a black waterfall, dancing in the cold wind. A few strands brush against her fair cheek, glistening with beads of sweat. Lin Qi is momentarily captivated. She is beautiful, not in the way of generic internet celebrities or delicately feminine stars. Her features are dimensional and profound, with sharp brows and deep-set eyes reminiscent of a cold spring. Her nose is high-bridged, and her lips are thin, tightly pressed, exuding a chill that forbids approach. If the little white fox is a bewitching fairy, this woman before him is a thorny black rose blooming upon the icy plains. Cold, dangerous, yet irresistibly alluring. Qin Zhao casually tucked her helmet under her arm, her sharp gaze appraising Lin Qi from head to toe, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth, revealing a countenance that was both teasing and enigmatic. It appeared that our special advisor was in high spirits, even taking the time to admire legs. At that moment, Lin Qi felt as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare under an X-ray. Ahem. I was merely admiring your equipment. This exoskeleton model is quite new. Lin Qi's cheeks flushed crimson as he hurriedly fabricated a serious pretense. In the live stream, millions of viewers, previously immersed in the aftermath of a missile barrage, were now collectively invigorated, their spirits ignited like a bonfire. I love tomatoes, Mom. I'm in love. Is this the sister who commanded the battle just now? She's just too stunning. I want to be stepped on by her. 3 minutes. I need this woman's entire dossier. That aura. That beauty, those long legs, I'd gladly perish beneath her boots. A life of peace. Tone it down up there. She's a major. Moreover, a commander of a special forces unit. Watch out for interprovincial arrests. Bystander A. Am I the only one who thinks the host's gaze just now was incredibly genuine? Any man would surely take notice. Qin Zhao, seemingly indifferent to the barrage of comments in the live stream, approached Lin Qi and extended a slender hand, calloused yet graceful. No need to be nervous. I am Qin Zhao, the leader of the 749th Special Operations Group, and your direct liaison moving forward. Her voice was slightly husky, tinged with fatigue, yet still exuded a magnetic allure. Your earlier shout was impressive and proved immensely helpful. The pilot, Falcon, asked me to convey his gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Lin Qi shook her hand. Her grip was firm, her palm warm and dry, instilling a sense of safety. No need for formality. Mutual assistance is what we are here for. Lin Qi chuckled. Mainly because that thing up there is too unsightly. It's quite the eyesore. Just as the two engaged in this amicable exchange, the little white ball nestled in Lin Qi's arms, which had been playing dead, suddenly stirred. Perhaps sensing the repellent aura of another female or detecting the underlying danger in her presence, the little white fox abruptly poked its head out. Hiss. It bared its tiny, pearly teeth at Qin Zhao, emitting a threatening hiss from its throat. Those pink, beady eyes glimmered with hostility, and even its yet-to-recover tail stood erect like an antenna pointing at Qin Zhao. Ugly creature, stay away from my source of sustenance. A wave of rustiness wafted from the little fox's thoughts, clearly expressing its jealousy towards the beautiful woman who had stolen the spotlight upon arrival. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow and looked down at the agitated little fox, her previously icy demeanor softening somewhat. So, this is the famed nine-tailed fox? She extended a finger, intending to playfully tease the small creature, which was indeed rather adorable, albeit with a rather bad temper. Don't touch. Lin Qi quickly recoiled a step back. This little ancestor is quite aloof. It bites anyone but me. The last creature that approached, it was psychologically shattered. Qin Xiaowu paused, her finger hovering in midair, nodding thoughtfully. Very perceptive. It seems the assessments made by the Bureau were accurate. You truly possess a unique talent for taming beasts. Having said that, her smile vanished, her expression turning serious once more. She turned to retrieve a black briefcase from her aide, opening it before Lin Qi and extracting a document stamped with the words "Top Secret" in bold red. The atmosphere around them instantly stiffened. The special forces maintained their vigilant postures, their weapons subtly blocking Lin Qi's every possible exit. Lin Qi's heart raced. What kind of performance was this? First, pleasantries, then military might. Holding the document, Qin Xiaowu fixed her gaze on Lin Qi's eyes, her tone becoming official. Comrade Lin Qi, while you played a pivotal role in tonight's operation, arguably averting a potential disaster, there are matters we must address. She paused, presenting the document to Lin Qi. Everything that transpired here, including the giant koan, the fierce creature, the herd of beasts, and the stone tablet you discovered, holds significance far beyond ordinary scientific inquiry. By directive from the highest levels, the Kunlun Death Valley area has been designated a top-level military restricted zone. Although your live stream has spread globally and cannot be retracted, all subsequent actions must be conducted under strict governmental oversight. Qin Xiaowu observed Lin Qi, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features. Thus, you may find yourself somewhat inconvenienced. Please accompany us. There are matters requiring discussion in a location devoid of signal. Lin Qi examined the document, then glanced at the armed soldiers surrounding him, finally resting his gaze upon Qin Zhao's strikingly cold visage. After a brief silence, he suddenly smiled widely. What is this? A request for tea? Might I first finish the meat in my pot? Wasting food is a grave crime, Director Qin. Chapter 26, Official Announcement, Kunlun sealed. Unauthorized personnel, keep away. The screen turned black, without warning or hesitation, as 5 million viewers were still fervently spamming 666. Engaged in discussions about whether the striking female officer was single, the most popular live stream on the Douyu platform abruptly descended into a profound silence. What happened? Did the internet cut out? Was I also struck dumb by that Fox's psychic attack? Countless users sitting in front of their screens wore bewildered expressions, frantically clicking their mice and refreshing their pages. Yet, in the next instant, it was not just the live stream that changed. The homepages of Weibo, Douyin, Kuaishou, and all major social media platforms across the internet transformed in that moment. The vibrant advertisements and entertainment news vanished, replaced by a stark official announcement occupying the entire screen. Blue background with white text. No images, no excessive explanations, just a few terse lines exuding a chilling sense of urgency. Emergency notice. Per orders from the higher authorities. Effective immediately, the Kunlun Mountain area, coordinates range X-3 and XXXX, is designated as a top-level military restricted zone. The Western Theater will conduct significant military exercises and scientific research under the codename Thunder in this area. During the lockdown, any unauthorized personnel, vehicles, or aircraft are strictly prohibited from entering this region. All civilian air routes passing through this area will be temporarily regulated. Trespassers will bear the consequences. Do not say it was not forewarned. The fewer the words, the greater the matter. The final 6 words were the ultimate warning issued only during momentous events by the authorities. After experiencing a brief glitch, the online world erupted. All forums, discussion boards, and WeChat groups boiled over at that moment. Military exercises? What a joke. Which military drill requires grounding civilian flights? It must be aliens. I recorded the live stream. That koan. And the flying tiger. Can those be part of a drill? I have insider information. I heard the dragon vein of Kunlun Mountain was severed, and the state is attempting to repair it, or else there will be significant trouble. Repairing what? It must be a discovery of a prehistoric civilization. Did you not see that stone tablet? 5,000 years of laser cutting technology. Even a few foreign IPs were stirring the pot. This is the Dragon Kingdom secretly experimenting with biochemical weapons. This poses a threat to all humanity. Rumors spread like a virus, intertwining panic and curiosity, igniting the nerves of the online community in the dead of night. However, amidst the uproar outside, the Kunlun Death Valley, at the eye of the storm, remained eerily tranquil. Inside a hastily erected military tent, a dim yellow field lamp swayed gently with the cold wind outside, casting flickering shadows. Lin Qi sat on a folding army bed, cradling his head in his hands, his expression one of utter despair. His phone had been confiscated, and the live-streaming equipment was seized by the female officer named Qin Xiao, who claimed it was for technical shielding. Now, he felt like a prisoner cut off from all external communication. Aside from the little white fox nestled in his arms, soundly asleep and blissfully unaware. He had no living creature to converse with. Outside the tent, the heavy thud of military boots echoed in the snow as the guard patrolled. It was over. This time it was truly finished. Lin Qi raked a hand through his disheveled hair, anxiety gnawing at him, with his phone taken and the door shut. Wasn't this the infamous invitation for tea? He recalled how, in stories, protagonists discovered by the state after acquiring a system either ended up as subjects for dissection or were imprisoned in basements to toil as laborers. He instinctively touched his kidneys. Although consuming the meat of the fierce beast had enhanced his physical prowess, against a dissection knife, he would be no tougher than tofu. System. Stop playing dead and come out to converse. Lin Qi mentally called out to that troublesome entity, pondering what insights it might offer in this dire situation. Did it possess any skills like teleportation or invisibility? Hurry up and arrange something for me. The system's cold mechanical voice remained devoid of any emotional resonance, only deepening his despair. Analyzing environment, current environment, special military control zone, external threats, an enhanced battalion of special forces, 2 armed helicopters, and an outer radar surveillance network. Escape plan simulation. Plan A, forceful breakout. Survival rate, 0.001. Note, you may be riddled with bullets from a Gatling gun, and the 9-tailed fox may be fashioned into a scarf. Plan B, hostage-taking. Survival rate, 0. Note, target Qin Xiao's combat assessment is 100 times your own. She will break 3 of your ribs. Plan C, feigning madness. Survival rate, 5. Note, you may be sent to a psychiatric hospital for life imprisonment. Lin Qi stared at the rows of hopeless data displayed on his retina, nearly choking on his breath. Was there no escape? What use was this system? Aside from spectating, what else could it do? Suggestion to host, remain calm. The system offered a rare word of comfort, although it sounded more like mockery. Based on big data analysis, the state typically employs a strategy of amnesty for valuable special talents, rather than destruction. As long as you prove yourself irreplaceable, you shall be treated as a lord. As if, Lin Qi rolled his eyes, feeling like meat on a chopping block, subject to whatever fate awaited him. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed outside the tent. Followed by the crisp sound of the guard standing at attention and saluting, a sharp clap resonated. Greetings, Commander. Lin Qi's heart leaped into his throat. The moment of judgment had arrived. Would it be the cold-faced officer Qin Xiao, the mad scientist wielding a scalpel, or a dark-clad figure with handcuffs? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qi tensed his muscles, preparing for the worst. At the very least, if he were to perish, he would do so fighting, though the net would surely not break, and he would undoubtedly be the one to die. With a swish, the heavy windproof curtain was yanked open by a rough hand. The cold wind rushed in, causing the flames to flicker. Lin Qi squinted, observing the tall figure stepping inside. To his surprise, it was not a fearsome military officer nor a file-carrying agent, but an elderly man clad in a heavy military coat. His hair was grizzled, yet his posture stood straight as a spear. The weathered face bore the marks of time, yet exuded an aura of unyielding authority. What made Lin Qi's pupils constrict was the gleaming gold star on the old man's shoulder. A general, and judging by his presence, he was no mere administrative officer. He was a true warrior who had clawed his way out of the grave. Instinctively, Lin Qi rose to his feet, feeling at a loss. Please, sit down. Don't be anxious. Upon entering, the old general's stern expression transformed into a warm smile, his ability to change demeanor faster than one could turn a page. He placed an aluminum lunchbox on the folding bed, rubbed his frostbitten hands together, and gazed at Lin Qi as if he were his long-lost grandson returning home. Little Lin, I am Lei Zhan, commander of the Western Theater. That last battle was splendid. I heard from Xiao Qin that had it not been for your shout, we might have lost a helicopter. Lin Qi was utterly bewildered. The commander himself had come to deliver food? This script was all wrong. Hadn't they promised dissection? Lei Zhan paid no heed to Lin Qi's dazed expression and opened the lunchbox. A rich aroma of braised meat wafted through the tent, the authentic scent of red braised pork, mingled with spices and the sweetness of rock candy, tantalizing the senses. In this desolate wilderness, there is not much to offer, Lei Zhan said, handing Lin Qi a pair of chopsticks, his smile deepening with every wrinkle. You must be starving. Come, try the culinary craftsmanship of our Unit S master chef. The genuine red braised pork, Though it may not compare to the divine beast meat you grilled, I assure you, the old general lowered his voice, giving Lin Qi a conspiratorial wink. It's filling. And you want to end up in prison. Chapter 27. An invitation for peace? No. It's the big shot asking me to fly high. The scalding hot water poured into the chipped enamel cup, creating a cloud of steam. The hand holding the thermos was calloused, the thumb thickened from years of gripping a firearm. As his gaze rose, it landed on the golden star shoulder insignia gleaming under the light. The commander of the war zone was serving a cup of water to a penniless youth who had just lost his job. Should this scene be disclosed, not only would it astonish the fishery platform, but even the analysts at the Pentagon would be left agape. Lin Qi held the still-warm lunchbox of red-braised pork. Feeling as though he had been enchanted, his body glued to the spot. Commander, is this not against protocol? He attempted to rise, but Lei Zhen's large hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder, its grip strong and unyielding. What protocol? Lei Zhen casually pushed the cup of water toward Lin Qi. Seated comfortably on an ammunition crate, his tone as relaxed as if chatting at home. On the battlefield, those who can win battles are the true lords. You saved my soldiers tonight and safeguarded the nation's assets. What's wrong with sharing a cup of water? The old general pulled out a pack of special cigarettes, tossing one to Lin Qi before lighting one for himself. Amidst the swirling smoke, his murky yet sharp eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an acumen that seemed capable of piercing through to the heart of matters. Little Lin, let us speak plainly. Lei Zhen exhaled a puff of smoke, gesturing toward the pitch-black night beyond the tent. Do you have any idea how long we've been watching this place? Lin Qi chewed on the red-braised pork, muttering inarticulately. How long? 30 years. Lei Zhen extended 3 fingers, his tone growing somber. Since the Lopner incident in the 1980s, we have known that something lurked within the Kunlun Mountains. Over these 30 years, we've utilized the most advanced satellites, the most sensitive radars, even summoned various extraordinary individuals. And the result? A dismal failure. The old general swore under his breath, slapping his thigh in frustration. In our instruments, it appears merely as an ordinary snow mountain. All the magnetic anomalies and energy fluctuations are just a jumble of gibberish. We are like blind men, fully aware of the treasure ahead, yet unable to find the door. Lin Qi swallowed the meat in his mouth, beginning to grasp the situation. The system had earlier mentioned that this was a folded space. For those without system access, this realm merely represented the physical world of reality. Even if they excavated the Kunlun Mountains, all they would see would be stones and ice. But you were different. Lei Zhen leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Lin Qi, his eyes filled with an eagerness that sent shivers down one's spine. You can see. Not only can you see it, but you can also touch it, even interact with the entities within. The technical department has analyzed your live broadcast footage. At the very moment the Kuan appeared, the spatial parameters surrounding it experienced an exceedingly minute collapse. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Lin Qi shook his head, feigning ignorance. It signifies that you are the anchor point. Suddenly, Qin Xiao, who had been silent in the corner, spoke up with a cool, clear voice. You are the key that connects 2 dimensions. They only materialize into tangible entities when you observe them, collapsing from the void of mere concepts. To put it plainly, Lei Zhen interjected with a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. If you do not lead the way, we would not even find a crack in that grand door. But as long as you stand there, it becomes a path to the heavens. Lin Qi set down his chopsticks. The braised pork in the lunchbox was indeed appetizing, yet he found himself devoid of appetite. The situation was unmistakably clear. This was not an interrogation, it was a negotiation. Moreover, it was a negotiation in which he held absolute power. The state possessed firearms, artillery, and funds, but they lacked a pair of eyes, and those eyes resided on Lin Qi's face. Thus, Lin Qi took a tissue, leisurely wiped his mouth, and the slight unease and hesitance he felt dissipated in that moment. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and even absent-mindedly stroked the little white fox nestled in his arms. Chief, do you mean to suggest that you want me to serve as a guide for the national team? That is essentially the gist of it. Lei Zhen was not vexed. Instead, he smiled even more broadly. This lad had guts. He managed to maintain his composure so quickly in the face of such an imposing situation. A person capable of handling significant affairs. The state will establish a specialized department for you, providing personnel and funds, equipping you with whatever you desire. You are solely responsible for exploration. We will cover everything else, security, logistics, even the more mundane tasks. How does that sound? Are these terms not sufficiently sincere? These terms were not merely sincere. They were akin to a meteoric rise. From an unemployed wage slave to a privileged class endorsed by the state. Were it someone else, They would have likely knelt down to sign a contract of servitude by now. Yet Lin Qi did not. He cast a glance at the system panel in his mind. The shock value store was filled with an array of advanced technologies, cultivation methods, and supplies for divine beasts, each priced with jaw-dropping shock values. And the source of shock value was singular: exposure. The more people who witnessed and discussed it, the higher the shock value soared. If he accepted the state's invitation and became an underground worker for a secret department, how could he still accumulate shock value? Without shock value, the system would merely be a decorative item, rendering him a fragile pastry before those mythological creatures capable of apocalyptic devastation. Chief, the terms are indeed alluring. Lin Qi toyed with the lighter in his hand, the flame flickering, but I am accustomed to freedom and cannot abide by the constraints of a bureaucratic system. Lei Zhan's brow furrowed slightly. Are you contemplating rejection? The air pressure around them dropped instantaneously, and the sentries outside the tent seemed to grip their weapons more tightly. No, I accept the collaboration. Lin Qi raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat, but I have one condition. If you do not agree, even if you were to slice me into pieces, I would not take a single step with you. Lei Zhan stared at him for a full 3 seconds before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Refreshing. Speak, as long as it does not contravene principles. I will grant your request. Lin Qi raised a finger, pointing to the live broadcasting equipment taken by Qin Xiao. Return my phone. For every subsequent exploration, I must broadcast live throughout the entire process. Not only must it be broadcast, but it must also be promoted across the internet, with no restrictions on traffic or account suspensions. Upon hearing this, even Qin Xiao was taken aback. Live broadcasting in a military-restricted zone? And with the state's assistance and promotion? Was this an attempt to hasten the leakage of confidential information? Absurd. Qin Xiao instinctively retorted, this is classified information. How can it be made public? What if it incites panic? What if it attracts foreign forces? Then let them watch. Lin Qi interrupted her, his tone imbued with a sense of arrogance. Panic? That is the excuse of the weak. When myth descends into reality, it cannot be concealed. As for foreign forces, he glanced at Lei Zhan, a meaningful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chief, did we not discover these treasures to tantalize those foreign devils? Furthermore, without broadcasting, I lack inspiration. My unique ability is metaphysical. The more eyes that are upon it, the stronger I become. This was undoubtedly a fabrication. But Lei Zhan was unaware. The old general fell silent. He was weighing and contemplating. The tent was so quiet that only the crackling of the burning stove could be heard. A full minute passed. Lei Zhan suddenly slammed his thigh, rising to his feet. The audacity that had emerged from the valley of corpses and rivers of blood bursting forth. Excellent. Then let it be broadcast. Concealing matters is the work of the timid. The treasures of our Huaxia must be showcased for the world to behold. Xiao Qin, give him the phone. Lei Zhan waved his hand decisively, instructing the propaganda department to notify all major platforms. From now on, the Kunlun exploration live stream shall be featured prominently on the homepage. Whoever dares to withdraw the trending topic, I shall have them executed. Chapter 28. Sign a confidentiality agreement? I'll exchange divine beasts for shares. Inside the military tent, the dim glow of the marching lamp flickered. A sheet of A4 paper marked with top secret was pushed towards Lin Qi. Opposite him sat a row of high-ranking officials adorned with stars on their shoulders, alongside the complex expression of Qin Xiao, standing nearby. Little Lin. Although the commander has given the go-ahead for the live broadcast, the proper procedures must still be followed. Chief of Staff Li wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking earnestly. This is the highest level of confidentiality agreement. The live broadcast content must undergo real-time review by the 749 Bureau's backend, with delays. Should it involve sensitive coordinates or core military secrets, we will immediately cut the signal. No problem. Lin Qi swiftly picked up the pen. As long as there are no account suspensions and no traffic restrictions, you may review it as you please. After all, the system's infinite signal enhancer operates at the quantum level. If anything explosive were to be broadcast, these individuals would find it impossible to cut the signal. The current cooperation is merely providing the officials with a way out. There's one more thing. Chief of Staff Li tapped the table, his expression turning serious. Regarding the observation theory, you just mentioned that only when you are live, with hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously watching, will those mythical creatures stabilize? This sounds utterly ludicrous. It challenges the very foundations of materialism. Have you heard of Schrödinger's cat? Lin Qi leaned back in his chair, beginning to earnestly spin a tale. He pointed outside the tent at the pitch-black night, claiming that the current Kunlun Mountain was a colossal box of quantum superposition. Mythical creatures existed in a state between existence and non-existence. I am the one who opens the box. And the viewers in the broadcast room are the eyes responsible for collapsing reality. Only when the number of observers is sufficiently great and their intent strong enough can those ethereal legends be anchored into the physical world of this dimension. This pseudoscientific theory left the attending military officials momentarily stupefied. Although they did not comprehend it, it sounded remarkably impressive. Even Qin Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly pondering the logical coherence of what he had said. Fine, I'll consider it passed. Lei Zhan waved his hand, interrupting the chief of staff's dilemma. As long as we can bring forth the findings, it matters not if it involves quantum mechanics or metaphysics. Now, let us discuss your compensation, little Lin. What are your demands? Finally, the crux of the matter had arrived. Lin Qi straightened up, putting away his previous nonchalance. He retrieved a half-eaten pack of jerky from his pocket. Specifically, it was dried beast meat, and placed it in the center of the table. Chief, you caught a whiff of this earlier. Lin Qi pointed at the piece of meat, explaining that it was merely a thigh of a beast. Consuming it can enhance the human constitution, accelerate wound healing, and even momentarily unleash latent potential. What if I guide you to the undying herb? What if I lead you to capture a living dragon? The value behind these treasures speaks for itself. Lei Zhan's eyes narrowed, an aura of lethal intent subtly emanating from him. What are you trying to say? I intend to establish a company. Lin Qi's declaration was startling, or rather, I wish to invest. The nation has formed the Kunlun Biotechnology Special Operations Group, and I shall lead it, which is not an issue. However, I do not desire a fixed salary, nor do I want any trivial bonuses. I demand a 20% stake in all subsequent research achievements produced by this operations group, whether they be new materials, pharmaceuticals, or bioweapon technologies. The room erupted in astonishment. Chief Li nearly dropped his teacup. You are asking for too much. This is state property. Strategic resources. You wish to claim 20% for yourself. This is utterly unprecedented. To conduct business with the state and dare to demand exorbitant prices? Is that too much? Lin Qi retorted, without my guidance, you wouldn't even be able to enter, which amounts to 0%, or rather, 0. Furthermore, I am risking my life to grapple with those man-eating monstrosities. Is it excessive to ask for this modest retirement fund? Silence enveloped the tent. All eyes turned to Lei Zhan. Such a monumental decision could only be made by this high-ranking official. Lei Zhan locked his gaze on Lin Qi's fearless eyes, remaining silent for a full half-minute. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, shaking the very snow from the top of the tent. Well done. You've got guts. If you were merely seeking a secure job, I would actually look down on you. The old general slammed the table, sending documents flying. 20%? I will grant you 30%. But there are conditions. Lei Zhan raised 3 fingers, thick as carrots. First, the good stuff must be prioritized for the troops. Second, core technologies must not leave the country. Third, you must return alive leading the team. If you can achieve this, forget about shares. If you desire the stars in the sky, the nation will provide you with a ladder to reach them. This is true resolve. This is vision. In the eyes of this elder, compared to the revival of the nation and its people, this sum of money is trivial. As long as we can overtake in the curve, as long as we can strengthen the backbone of Longguo, what is it to reward the meritorious with mountains of gold and silver? It's a deal. Lin Qi extended his hand, clasping it firmly with the calloused hand of the elder. Signatures were affixed and fingerprints pressed, as the red seal was stamped on the document. An institution named the 749 Bureau Kunlun Special Operations Group was officially born. This organization, later known as the Origin of Mythical Descent, at this moment, was merely a thin sheet of paper and a few resolute individuals gathered around the hearth. Qin Xiao stepped forward, presenting a black metal box to Lin Qi. Upon opening it, he found his shattered phone alongside a brand new set of military-grade tactical communication headsets and life-monitoring wristbands. Additionally, there was a neatly folded black special operations uniform. Although devoid of insignia, the golden 749 emblem on the chest gleamed under the light. From now on, you are group leader Lin. Qin Xiao gazed at Lin Qi, her previously icy eyes now betraying a hint of barely perceptible anticipation and combat spirit. She helped Lin Qi power on the phone, watching as countless unread messages and 999 missed calls instantly flooded the screen, a slight smile gracing her lips. Are you ready? She pointed outside the tent, where hundreds of fully equipped Special Forces soldiers were lined up, the engines of armored vehicles roaring, a steel tide poised to surge forth. Though under the guise of a drill, we must let the entire world witness the sharpening of the sword of Longguo. Lin Qi accepted the phone, inhaling deeply, that long-lost feeling of commanding the scene returning to him. He opened the live streaming software, gazing at the familiar start broadcast button. Then turned to Qin Xiao with a radiant smile. Officer Qin, I need you to do one more thing. What? As we enter, let our tanks proceed at a slower pace. Why? Lin Qi adjusted his collar, polishing the 749 emblem to a shine, his eyes gleaming with a spark of mischief, because I want those foreigners to see what true grandeur looks like. Chapter 29, Rebroadcast. With armed soldiers behind the black screen did not linger for long. For the over 20 million viewers awaiting before their screens, those brief 30 minutes felt like an eternity. The previously monotonous official announcement suddenly flickered. Following that, the familiar signal connection icon lit up once more, but this time, next to the signal bars was a golden shield emblem, a symbol of national-level encrypted lines. The screen ignited, without any warm-up or preamble. A strikingly handsome, yet slightly irreverent face abruptly filled the camera. Lin Qi was back, looking alarmingly well. Gone was the tattered, blood-stained windbreaker. Instead, he donned a well-fitted, technologically advanced black special operations uniform. There were no military ranks, but a golden badge on the left chest shone brilliantly under the light, depicting the Great Wall and a sword, the 749 Special Forces insignia. Lin Qi adjusted his headset and flashed a trademark mischievous grin at the camera. Hello, family. I apologize for the earlier signal issues. Thank you for your patience. I've heard some rumors suggesting I was captured for dissection. Others claim I'm on a sewing machine. He shrugged, his tone as casual as if chatting at home, reminding them that spreading rumors can lead to legal repercussions. The live broadcast instantly erupted. What does it mean for 20 million people to send comments simultaneously? It means you can't read a single word, only seeing a white waterfall cascading across the screen. The server emitted a lament of imminent collapse. I love tomatoes, holy cow. P.S. back. The host is alive. Peace for life. That outfit. That badge, my goodness. Has he been enlisted? King of Keyboard Warriors. Script. It must be scripted. Just changing outfits to fool us? What about that official announcement? Lin Qi glanced at the comments, not rushing to explain. He held his phone, slowly turning around to reveal the scene behind him to the 20 million viewers. I know you have many questions. However, before I address them, let us take a tour of my new office. The camera zoomed out. The once desolate and lonely Snow Valley, now devoid of only a tattered tent, had undergone a radical transformation. It could even be said to have experienced a complete metamorphosis. Countless high-powered floodlights tore through the night, illuminating this barren land as bright as day. The roaring noise was deafening. Dozens of heavy construction machines were operating frantically, massive excavators swinging their buckets like tireless steel beasts, digging the foundation into the frozen earth. Rows of modular military barracks sprang up at a visible speed, as if they were building blocks. Surrounding these bustling construction sites were even more heart-stirring scenes. Groups of armed soldiers marched in disciplined formation, patrolling the snowy terrain. The exoskeleton armor they wore reflected a cold metallic sheen under the lights. Every 50 meters, a heavy infantry fighting vehicle lay in wait behind cover, its dark muzzle vigilantly aimed at the surrounding darkness. This was no mere scientific research site. It was clearly a frontline fortress in a state of war. Gulp. Countless viewers in front of their screens instinctively swallowed hard. In such grand spectacles, aside from the National Day Parade or Hollywood blockbusters, the average person would never witness such a sight in their lifetime. Military enthusiast, that's the 99A. That's a hunky air defense missile vehicle. My goodness. Are they planning to flatten Kunlun Mountain? Passerby. Host. What on earth have you done? Are they here to arrest you or to protect you? Spectators. What happened to that female officer earlier? I want to see her legs. No. I want to see the commander. Lin Qi gazed at the astonished barrage of comments, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. This is precisely the effect he desired. Clearing his throat, he turned the camera back, donning a classic Versailles-style smile. Do not misunderstand. These soldiers are not here to apprehend me. Lin Qi pointed to the soldiers behind him who were assisting in transporting supplies. They have been dispatched by the state to help me with my endeavors. Given the harsh conditions here, I wanted to create a warmer nest for Xiaobai, and I cannot manage alone. As he spoke, he raised the small white fox nibbling on a special ham sausage into the camera's view. Behold, this is the nine-tailed fox from earlier, now our base's mascot. The state has declared that children need proper nutrition during their growth period. The live stream fell into a dead silence before erupting into a frenzied surge of comments. Luminescence. I'm so envious. I completely envy this. I imagine the host would be recruited, but I never expected him to be treated like royalty. Worker. Is this the joy of being part of the establishment? I want to go to Kunlun Mountain to carry bricks too. Keyboard Warrior Supreme. What a charade. This must be a large film set. Those tanks are definitely models. In this day and age, who drives real tanks around? They must be extras. Lin Qi observed the glaring comment and felt no anger. He merely shook his head in resignation. Extras? My friend, have you ever seen a production crew capable of hiring extras of this caliber? At that moment, in the distance, a group of engineers were diligently laying wires before a cliff. A commander, holding a red flag, waved it down vigorously. Detonate. Boom. A thunderous roar instantly drowned out all the noise in the live stream. The earth trembled violently. Flames erupted from the distant cliff, and hundreds of tons of rock crumbled and cascaded amid the smoke. The engineering troops were using high explosives to carve a path into the mountain. The tremendous shockwave even caused Lin Qi's phone camera to shake thrice. The authentic sound of the explosion, the rush of air, and the scene filled with smoke were utterly beyond the capabilities of any special effects or models. Lin Qi steadied himself, brushing off the dust that had settled on his shoulders. He faced the camera, catching sight of the user named Keyboard Warrior Supreme. With a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Did you hear that? Was that loud enough for you? If it wasn't, shall I have them set off another 2 explosions? Just then, a passing heavy main battle tank aligned perfectly with Lin Qi, its massive cannon slowly turning, producing a spine-chilling mechanical grinding sound before the dark barrel swept past the camera. The oppressive aura of that metallic beast could intimidate even through the screen. Lin Qi stepped aside to make way for the tank, then gestured to the camera with a shrug. What can I say? The state recognizes my capability to promote products and insisted that I stay behind, claiming they want to showcase the local specialties of Kunlun Mountain. After all, this is a place where myths are being revived. He continued, what we are about to witness may be 100 times more thrilling than these tanks and artillery. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he leaned closer to the camera. Brothers, are you ready? Our adventure is just beginning. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp voice cut through. Team leader Lin, stop the nonsense. Qin Xiao strode into the frame, holding a freshly printed satellite map, the tactical accessories on her combat uniform jingling with her steps. She shot Lin Qi a stern look, but did not halt the broadcast, merely stating seriously, the monitoring station has reported that the energy fluctuations underground are growing stronger. Zilong may be awakening. Chapter 30. Haters dumbfounded. Are these extras really using real weapons? Boom. The ground trembled, the frequency deeper than the previous avalanche. Imbued with a heart-stopping industrial might, the camera began to shake involuntarily. Following that, a thick, black cannon barrel, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, slowly entered the frame's edge. Ice shards still clung to it, swaying slightly with the vehicle's bumps. A digital camouflage-painted 99, a main battle tank, resembling a steel beast, thundered into the center of the live stream, crushing the thick snow beneath it with an agility unusual for its size. The treads churned up snow and mud, while the roar of its diesel engine was deafening. When this 50-ton war machine halted just 2 meters from Lin Qi, the suffocating pressure emanated from the screen, directly overwhelming the faces of 20 million viewers. Click. The turret rotated slowly. With a slight hum from the motor, the 125mm smoothbore gun aimed directly at the camera, arrogantly tilting at an angle, as if declaring an inviolable sovereignty to the world. In the live stream, the earlier barrage of claims about models and extras suddenly fell into a vast silence. Lin Qi calmly walked beside the colossal machine, extending his hand to slap the vehicle covered in explosive reactive armor. Thud, thud. The deep, resonant metallic echo was certainly not something plastic or wood could produce. Now, where's that keyboard warrior supreme? Lin Qi leaned closer to the camera, a mischievous smile on his face. You still think this is a model? A prop? I must say, this production crew has truly invested in this performance. They even built a 50-ton iron hunk just for this scene. And even the feel of the explosive armor is remarkably authentic. As he spoke, he mockingly rubbed the oil on his gloves. Noting that the weathered craftsmanship was perhaps a bit excessive, the diesel scent quite pungent. In the comments, Keyboard Warrior Supreme stubbornly clung to his delusions. Keyboard Warrior Supreme, stop pretending. Props these days are made much better. If you're capable, let it fire a shot. If it doesn't fire, it's fake. Just a big tractor. Military expert Lao Zhao, you're embarrassing yourself. Look at the sag of the load wheels. Observe the black smoke from the exhaust. This is a genuine active main battle tank. What props can achieve this? Just as the two sides were embroiled in heated debate, a prominent news alert suddenly popped up on the top of the phone screen. Simultaneously, all major live streaming platforms and news apps forcibly pinned a flash report. CCTV News. Breaking news. Our country has established the 749th Special Scientific Research Station in the Kunlun Mountains, officially commencing in-depth studies on unknown biological and geological phenomena. With approval, renowned explorer Mr. Lin Qi has been appointed as the leader of the Special Action Team and Chief Special Advisor for the research station. Military control has been implemented in the related areas. The public is advised not to believe or spread rumors. But that was not the end. Below the news was a high-definition image, the brightly lit Kunlun base in the background, with Lin Qi in his stylish black combat uniform, shaking hands with Commander Lei Jun, who bore the Golden Star insignia, an official endorsement, the highest level of endorsement. This resounding slap was crisp and loud. The earlier cacophony of doubt that had flooded the screen vanished as if the mute button had been pressed, disappearing without a trace. The incessantly irate keyboard warrior king witnessed his ID turn gray, likely overwhelmed with shame and indignation, prompting him to log off in haste. Instead, the screen was filled with a chorus of uniform comments. What a spectacle! Is this truly the national team? I'm enamored. The streamer is phenomenal. Perhaps he is the only one capable of prompting a state announcement for merchandise sales? Lin Qi observed the shift in sentiment with satisfaction, nodding in approval. All right, everyone disperse now. Let go of the debate over authenticity. This shall be our new norm. Just as he spoke, the small white fox nestled in his arms stirred restlessly. With curiosity sparkling in its pink eyes, it gazed at the tank that had just come to a halt. This clunky, odorous contraption, which emitted a thunderous roar, was something it had never encountered before in Qingkai. With a sudden dash, the little white fox leapt from Lin Qi's embrace, gracefully landing on the tank's tread. It then bounced a few times, settling majestically atop the turret. From its elevated perch, it surveyed the bustling soldiers below, seemingly pleased with its newfound vantage point. Humph! Though this iron monstrosity may lack beauty, its height is somewhat befitting of my status, the little fox mused telepathically, swiping its tail across the snow accumulated on the turret before finding a comfortable position to rest. The tank crew, on alert, could only stare in astonishment. The commander, about to reprimand, was halted by Lin Qi's wave. It's fine, let it play for a while, he chuckled, addressing the commander. It's merely blessing your vehicle, ensuring that it encounters no adversaries on its journeys. The audience in the live stream was utterly charmed by the scene unfolding before them. Screenshot frenzy. A nine-tailed fox riding a tank. How incredibly cyberpunk. What a perfect fusion of ancient myth and modern industry. The visuals are astounding. Lin Qi took in the harmonious tableau, the formidable tank, the industrious soldiers, the haughty fox, and the barrage of adulation in the comments. Everything seemed to be progressing in the most favorable direction. He even contemplated whether, if the weather were agreeable the following day, he could request Commander Lei to take the tank for a spin with the little white fox, perhaps seeking the entrance to the celestial palace. However, just as the atmosphere was suffused with tranquility and everyone anticipated the live stream's conclusion in this lighthearted mood, an ominous gust of wind unexpectedly swept forth from the depths of the valley. The wind was not cold, yet it carried an overwhelming stench of blood, nauseating in its intensity. The night sky, once illuminated by floodlights, seemed to darken as if a drop of ink had been spilled. The clouds above began to churn once more violently than ever before. Behind the heavy, roiling clouds, something colossal appeared to be struggling in agony. The little white fox, perched on the turret, suddenly sprang to its feet, its fur bristling with alarm. It fixated on the sky above, emitting a frantic cry. Get down. Something is falling. Lin Qi's smile vanished in an instant. His heart lurched as the familiar sensation of being targeted by a higher-dimensional entity gripped him once again. The once tranquil system interface in his retina transformed into a blinding crimson, the alarm blaring urgently, as if it were about to shatter his very consciousness. High-energy warning. High-energy warning. Mythical creature detected. Target, primordial void Koan. Status, near death, critically injured. Warning, it is losing flight capability and is about to crash. Impact countdown, 10 seconds. Lin Qi's eyes widened as he looked up. The dark firmament above split apart, and with a heart-wrenching wail, the once mighty silhouette that had cast shadows over the earth now descended like a kite severed from its string, enveloped in a torrential rain of blood. Hurtling down towards the base, Lin Qi's pupils contracted sharply as he seized the radio, summoning every ounce of strength to roar, everyone scatter. It's coming down. Chapter 31. Is the great Koan bleeding? A broken sword embedded in its back. In that moment, the heavens seemed to weep. It was no exaggeration. This was not a sound that could be borne by the human auditory system, a mournful, deep resonance that penetrated the soul, akin to the echoes produced by millions of tons of seawater cascading into an abyss. The sound wave, accompanied by a visible white shockwave, shattered all the glass in the perimeter floodlights of the base. As the glass rained down, darkness did not descend, for the colossal creature plummeting from the sky radiated its own light. The clouds were violently torn apart, resembling a tattered cloth engulfed in flames. The primordial void Kunlun, with its immense form reminiscent of mountain ranges, slowly descended from the clouds, exuding an oppressive aura. It did not crash to the earth like a meteor. Instead, it struggled to flap its gigantic fins, desperately attempting to adjust its posture before impact. Yet it was too weak. Its movements were sluggish and stiff, each flap of its wings summoning a gust of blood and carnage. "Do not fire. No one fire," Lin Qi shouted, pressing against his ears, nearly deafened by the cacophony, directing his voice towards the soldiers whose fingers hovered over their triggers. "It's not here to attack. Lower your weapons." In truth, there was no need for his command. As the monstrous being loomed just 100 meters overhead, everyone was entranced, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Bathed in the emergency light's dim glow, they finally beheld its current state. It was tragic, tragically horrific. The once ancient, slate-gray skin was now marred by ghastly wounds. Some appeared as if struck by lightning, charred and blackened. Others bore the marks of colossal claws, flesh torn apart. Yet the most fatal injury was the object embedded in its spine, a sword. More precisely, it was a rusted, broken bronze sword. Though merely a shard, it was still immense, dwarfing even skyscrapers in size. The sword's blade spanned dozens of meters, encrusted with verdant patina and dark red runes, mercilessly driven deep into the Kunlun's vertebrae, with only the hilt protruding, radiating an aura of dread. A droplet of golden liquid slid down the massive blade, plummeting under the force of gravity, striking the exposed rock at the base's edge with a weighty thud. Contrary to expectations, it did not exude a scent of blood, but rather released an unusual fragrance. What followed shattered the perception of all present, including scientists and millions of viewers alike. Where the golden blood splattered, the once ice-hard barren rock softened as if it were sponge, and in the next instant, countless tender green sprouts burst forth from the stone at a visible speed, sprouting, unfurling leaves, blooming, within mere seconds. The area stained by the golden blood transformed into a cluster of flowers and plants, glowing with an ethereal blue light. They swayed in the cold wind, their petals crystalline and translucent, as if carved from the purest crystal. The air, once thick with the stench of diesel and gunpowder, was instantly replaced by a rich, vibrant essence. This was a miracle, a mythic rendition of life springing forth from the death of a whale, where a single drop of divine blood could create a flourishing existence. In the live stream, after a brief pause, the comments erupted once more, but this time devoid of mockery or skepticism, replaced instead by an outpouring of empathy and awe. "My goodness, is that blood? That must be the essence of life. Mythology researcher, golden blood is a sign of divine beings. Is it injured? Who could harm such a creature of this caliber? Only I have seen that sword, Haven Ti. How painful it must be, embedded in its back. The Kunlun is here seeking help, surely searching for the streamer. The sight moved me to tears, my brothers, truly. It is so enormous, yet so helpless, striving to avoid crashing down upon the base. Who did this? I demand retribution." Standing amidst the biting wind, Lin Qi gazed up at the mighty creature struggling to hover. The System's alert echoed in his mind. Residuals of high-dimensional laws detected. Wound analysis. Piercing injury caused by the ancient slaying sword's aura, pseudo. The aura is continuously eroding its life essence. It has recognized you. It remembers your aura. It is pleading for your assistance. Pleading, Lin Qi murmured, his heart quaking. Below that colossal head, a golden eye, akin to a vast lake, was half closed, watching him. The previous indifference and arrogance had vanished, replaced by profound weariness and a flicker of desperation, like a drowning soul grasping at a final straw. It could have crashed down without a care, taking everyone here with it. Yet it did not. It clung to its last breath, hovering in midair, unwilling to crush the small base that had offered it a modicum of warmth, even as blood poured like a waterfall. Once more, a low hum resonated. This time, it was faint, akin to a wronged child weeping. The broken sword embedded in its back seemed to dig deeper, causing its enormous body to shudder violently as chunks of ice mixed with golden blood tumbled down. Lin Qi could no longer bear to watch. The sensation of his heart being wrenched made his eyes sting. "Qin Xiaok." He abruptly turned and grasped the shoulder of the stunned female officer beside him. His grip was frighteningly strong, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a gambler who had lost everything. "Quick, get your people moving. Can we contact heavy machinery? Cranes, winches, and the largest towing vehicles?" Qin Xiao was taken aback by his shout, instinctively attempting to break free, only to find Lin Qi's hand as unyielding as a vice. "What are you planning to do?" she asked, glancing up at the terrifying creature that could collapse at any moment, her voice tinged with a rare hint of panic. In this situation, whether to retreat or defend was already too late. What purpose did heavy machinery serve? Retreat? Nonsense. Lin Qi pointed at the bleeding eye above. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, stirring emotions. "Can't you see? It's in pain. It's not here to attack. It's here seeking a healer. Mobilize all personnel immediately, bring every piece of heavy equipment, and prepare all the hemostatic agents and antibiotics for the medical team. I don't care if they work or not. Bring as much as we can. We are going to perform surgery on it." Qin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if staring at a madman. The surrounding strategists were equally dumbfounded. "Surgery? On that thing? Have you lost your mind?" Qin Xiao swatted Lin Qi's hand away, pointing at the towering bronze sword embedded in the Kunlun's back. "Do you see what that is? That's a structure, not a toothpick. How do you intend to extract it? With your bare hands. And if it goes berserk from the pain, this place will instantly turn to hell. Thousands of soldiers' lives rest in your hands. Can you bear that responsibility?" "I can," Lin Qi retorted without hesitation. He pulled out the small, white fox that had been rendered speechless by fear and shoved it into Qin Zhao's arms. "It can communicate. I have a way to soothe it. If we don't extract it, it will surely die. Its demise will unleash thousands of tons of divine blood, throwing the Kunlun Mountain ecosystem into chaos. This is not only about saving it, it's about saving ourselves." Taking a deep breath, Lin Qi turned to the recently extinguished 99A main battle tank nearby, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. "No crane. Then we shall use the tank. If 1 isn't enough, then 10. If 10 aren't enough, we will bring them all. I swear, even if I have to uproot Kunlun Mountain today, I will pull that thorn from its side." Chapter 32. All forces assemble. Objective: extract the thorn from the giant Kun within the temporary command tent. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a volcano on the verge of eruption. The holographic projection map displayed the massive red dot representing the ancient void Kun, suspended directly above the base like a sword of Damocles poised to fall. This was not a medical procedure. It was civil engineering. Chief Engineer Zhang slammed his helmet onto the table, spittle flying as he pointed shakily at the enormous shadow on the screen. "That thing is embedded in its back, with a visible portion of at least 50 meters. Calculating the density of bronze, just that segment weighs several hundred tons. Moreover, it's lodged in the bone crevices, creating incredible friction. You want to pull it with a tank? You'll blow the tank's engine." Zhang looked at Lin Qi as if observing a madman devoid of knowledge. "Young man, this isn't a tooth extraction. This is like uprooting a tower. Even a slight miscalculation could send that thing crashing down, flattening our command center." "Then ensure it doesn't fall," Lin Qi replied, leaning over the table, his gaze sharp and tinged with a gambler's recklessness. "If tanks aren't sufficient, we'll add helicopters. If helicopters aren't enough, we'll fix winches to the mountainside. As long as we have sufficient power, I can extract not only a sword but even the Monkey King's golden staff." Absurd. Utterly absurd. The strategists were in a frenzy. What if that creature feels pain? If it goes wild, it could easily swallow us whole. It won't. Lin Qi's voice suddenly dropped, carrying an undeniable conviction. He pointed outside the tent, where the dull, low hum continued to resonate. Though faint, it conveyed a heart-wrenching plea. If it wanted to kill us, it would have crashed down earlier without a care for the base. It understands this is its only chance for survival. I trust it, just as it trusts me. Commander Lei Zhan, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted his head. In his tiger-like eyes, which had witnessed countless life and death moments, a glimmer of resoluteness flickered. He extinguished his cigarette, crushing it in the ashtray. "Let us do it." The old general's voice was quiet, but resounded like a hammer striking an anvil. "Zhang, don't bore me with data. My question is simple. If we disregard all costs and mobilize all heavy equipment in the war zone, can we extract it?" Zhang hesitated, grinding his teeth. "If we have 20 heavy transport helicopters for vertical hauling, combined with heavy tanks for horizontal stability, theoretically, it is feasible." "Then stop talking nonsense." Lei Zhan sprang to his feet, waving his hand. "Relay my orders. Operation Thorn Extraction. All forces assemble. Deploy every Z-8 and Z-20. Bring all engineering vehicles and tanks. And attach steel cables. Inform the soldiers that this time, we are not saving a monster. We are safeguarding the destiny of our dragon nation." 5 minutes later, the previously quiet Kunlun forward base transformed into a war machine operating at full throttle. The shrill alarm pierced the night sky. Dozens of helicopters whirred their rotors in unison, whipping up the snow on the ground like a sandstorm. The beams of searchlights intertwined to form a colossal net of light, encompassing the giant Kunlun hovering 100 meters above. On the ground, 1299 main battle tanks and 8 heavy engineering rescue vehicles lined up in formation. Thick steel cables were tautly drawn by the winches, emitting a series of grating sounds, akin to a great bow drawn taut and ready to release. Lin Qi stood at the door of a Z-20, secured by a safety harness, clutching the somewhat malfunctioning walkie-talkie tightly. The fierce winds caused his skin to quiver, yet the light in his eyes shone with an unnerving brilliance. "Attention, all units. I am Lin Qi." His voice resonated through the radio, reaching every soldier engaged in the operation. "Shortly, I will ascend first to administer a tranquilizer, merely to soothe its emotions. Await my signal. I will not shout. No one is permitted to move." "Received. Received." The radio crackled with synchronized responses. The helicopter ascended slowly. As it gained altitude, the details of the colossal creature became increasingly vivid and terrifying in Lin Qi's gaze. The visual impact was 1,000-fold more striking than from the ground. It was not merely a matter of sheer size. It was a profound oppression of existence. The skin of the giant Kunlun was as coarse as if crafted from countless rocky fragments, with each fold harboring unknown luminescent moss. As the helicopter approached, Lin Qi could even sense the thunderous heartbeat within it, akin to that of a nuclear reactor. Thump, thump. Each beat caused the helicopter's dashboard to tremble violently. "Do not be afraid. I am here to assist you." Lin Qi took a deep breath and activated mythical creature affinity. A gentle wave of mental energy radiated from his intent, like invisible hands softly caressing the quivering form of the giant Kunlun. The creature, previously agitated by the helicopter's proximity, turned its enormous eye towards him upon sensing this familiar aura. A faint, yet profoundly plaintive and trusting whimper emanated from its throat. It even lowered one of its fins, as if constructing a bridge for Lin Qi to land upon. "Good child." Lin Qi felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. The helicopter hovered above the back of the giant Kunlun. The view here was vast, resembling a colossal plaza in the midst of an earthquake. At the center of this plaza, a broken sword embedded in flesh stood like an ominous obelisk, exuding a nauseating scent of blood. "Lower me down." Lin Qi gestured to the pilot. The winch whirred, and he descended slowly along the rope. The moment his feet touched the back of the giant Kunlun, an unusual sensation surged from beneath him. It did not feel like stepping on flesh, but rather on a warm, elastic rubber track. Beneath him, golden blood flowed like a river through the crevices. Lin Qi unfastened his safety buckle and cautiously made his way towards the broken sword. The closer he approached, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The sword was overwhelmingly massive. Just the exposed grip and half of the blade appeared to tower over 10 stories. The blade was as thick as a city wall, adorned with a heavy patina and mottled stains of dark red, reminiscent of dried blood. In the presence of this sword, Lin Qi felt as small as an ant at the foot of a monument. Who, pray tell, could wield such a weapon? Lin Qi craned his neck to gaze at the sword handle that pierced the clouds, chills racing down his spine. Even a giant like Kwa Fu would find this akin to wielding a toothpick, wouldn't he? He extended his hand, cautiously aiming to touch the blade. Just as his fingertips neared, a bone-chilling aura surged through him. It was not merely a physical cold. It was a pure, destructive intent. The system interface on his retina flickered manically, red warning pop-ups erupting one after another. Warning. Extremely high energy level residuals detected. Warning. Mental pollution index soaring. Item analysis in progress. Name. Fragment of the Zhuzhen sword. Sued ancient imitation. Grade. Post-heavenly spirit treasure. Incomplete. Description. A weapon of slaughter forged by an ancient power imitating the sword of the heavenly master. Though an imitation, it bears the blood of true immortals and contains a fragment of the absolute sword intent. It possesses a profound restraining and corrosive effect on mythical creatures. The Zhuzhen sword? Lin Qi's hand recoiled abruptly, as if scalded. He widened his eyes, staring at the colossal piece of rusted metal before him, breath quickening. Though merely a replica and a fragment, it was the Zhuzhen sword, a legendary weapon said to be neither copper, iron, nor steel, once hidden beneath Mount Sumi. The primary instrument of slaughter. No wonder even a being as formidable as the ancient Void Kunlun would be tormented to the brink of demise by this object. The sword intent affixed to it was incessantly severing its life essence. Lin Qi, please respond. The anxious voice of Qin Xiao crackled through his earpiece. What is the situation over there? Why did the signal fluctuate so drastically? My heart rate is nearly at 180. Lin Qi swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his shock. He gazed at the ominous ancient sword radiating a murderous aura, a manic grin slowly curving his lips. This was no mere extraction. It was a treasure hunt. If he could retrieve this artifact, it would not only serve for national research on new materials, but could also become a talisman to instill fear in all the demons and monsters of the earth. Commander Qin, I am fine. Lin Qi pressed the earpiece, his voice trembling yet brimming with uncontrollable excitement. It seems we might truly strike it rich this time. Follow my lead. Have all helicopters prepare their hooks. Tanks, tighten the steel cables. Move gently. This artifact is a treasure that could bite back. Chapter 33. Approaching the giant Kunlun, humanity appears as ants. The ground beneath him radiated warmth through the thick soles of his combat boots. Lin Qi could distinctly sense a slow yet heavy rhythm. It was not an earthquake, it was a heartbeat. With each pulse, it felt as if a deep-sea bomb detonated beneath his feet, sending shivers through his bones. Suddenly, a gust of wind, laden with the pungent scent of sulfur and moisture, erupted from the ground ahead. Lin Qi was compelled to lower his center of gravity, firmly embedding his entrenching tool into the rough, rock-like skin to steady himself. This was no ordinary wind. It was the respiration of the giant Kunlun's skin. Just the exhaust from a single pore rivaled the force of a typhoon, sending shards of rock and ice swirling through the air. Lin Qi raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. Through the wide-angle camera of his helmet, the livestream displayed an absurd and suffocating scene. This was no creature's back. It was a vast expanse reminiscent of an otherworldly wasteland. The deep green skin patterns resembled a riverbed crisscrossed with ravines, undulating unevenly. In the distance, several glaciers clung to its spine, reflecting a chilling light under the spotlight. Amidst this expansive wasteland, dozens of soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor crawled like industrious ants, laboriously dragging cables as thick as their wrists towards the central bronze tower. So diminutive. Lin Qi murmured to himself. Before this being, we could hardly be considered ants. We were merely insignificant dust mites. My legs are weak, came the voice of a young soldier over the comms, trembling noticeably. It's too slippery here, all blood, and it seems to be watching me. The soldier was crouched at the edge of the wound, attempting to secure an anchor into the crevice of the broken sword. Less than 5 meters below him lay the abyssal wound, golden blood boiling like lava, with the muscles surrounding the broken sword twitching involuntarily from pain. The visual impact was enough to shatter anyone's mental fortitude. Do not look down. Get to work. Though the squad leader's voice was stern, it carried a hint of tension. Treat it as a mountain. We are here to pave the way, not to feed the fish. Move swiftly. At that moment, the colossal creature seemed to sense the foreign presence at its wound, causing its massive body to tremble violently. This tremor, though inconsequential to the beast, felt like a sudden magnitude 7 earthquake to those perched upon its back. Several soldiers, who were diligently working, lost their footing and slid down the blood-soaked path toward the depths of the wound. Grab hold. Secure the ropes. Fortunately, the exoskeleton armor was equipped with a magnetic attachment feature, and with the safety ropes in place, the soldiers precariously dangled in mid-air, mere centimeters away from the boiling golden blood. However, this provoked the already agonized behemoth further. A terrifying surge of energy began to coalesce within it, rendering the surrounding air scorching hot. It thrashed and twisted, desperate to rid itself of the tiny insects that were aggravating its injury. This is bad. It's about to react. Qin Xiao's anxious voice crackled in the earpiece. Lin Qi, quickly calm it down. If it flips over, everyone will plummet. Lin Qi remained silent. He was already in motion, sprinting across the rugged terrain of the creature's back like an agile monkey, heading straight for a massive orifice on the side of the giant's head. This was its ear canal. Though merely an opening, it measured 5 to 6 meters in diameter, resembling a deep cavern, reverberating with thunderous sounds. Lin Qi lunged toward the edge of the opening, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and pressed himself against the soft, cartilaginous tissue, cupping his hands around his mouth. Mythical creature affinity activated at full power. A gentle, soothing wave of psychic energy flowed through his voice, continuously streaming into the cavernous ear canal. Can you hear me, big guy? Lin Qi's voice was soft, reminiscent of a comforting tone meant for an injured child. I know it hurts. It's just like when you were a kid getting a shot. It hurts for a moment, but it will be over soon. We are not here to harm you. We are here to help extract that thorn. Please, remain still, otherwise, the wound may tear further. As Lin Qi's soothing words took effect, the overwhelming oppressive force that threatened to crush them began to miraculously dissipate. The once violently trembling muscles gradually relaxed. The giant creature emitted a low, plaintive groan, as if responding to Lin Qi, or perhaps lamenting its plight. It struggled to maintain its balance while allowing the small figures to continue their delicate ministrations at its most painful spot. This scene was broadcasted back to the live stream, leaving 2 million viewers in stunned silence. The juxtaposition of cold steel machinery and ancient mythical beasts was striking, connected by a human whispering gently at the creature's ear. Tears streaming. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like crying. Is this the courage of humanity? Sci-fi fan, this scene is breathtaking. More shocking than Avatar. This interspecies trust is simply beautiful. Lifelong peace. The host is truly magnificent. He can communicate with such a colossal beast. Look, the giant is really still. Report. Fixed point 1 is locked. Fixed point 2 is locked. All steel cables are connected properly. Winch preload is normal. As good news flooded in. The enormous bronze sword was now adorned with a multitude of specialized steel cables. The other ends of these cables were tethered to heavy helicopters circling in the sky, and tanks on the ground revving their engines to the red line. A colossal web of power had been woven. Lin Qi stood up from the ear canal, wiping the sweat from his brow. He turned to glance at the imposing, icy sword, his gaze sharpening with determination. What lay ahead was the true battle. This was not merely about drawing the sword, but a confrontation with the ancient laws themselves. Commander Qin, I'm ready on my end. Lin Qi pressed the earpiece, his voice steady and commanding, instructing his comrades to retreat beyond the safety line. Remember, we have only one chance. If we fail, it may either perish from pain or go berserk and kill us all. Understood. Qin Ziao's voice was laced with a sense of urgency. All units, pay attention. Follow my command. Engines at full power. Prepare. The air seemed to freeze. All helicopters ramped up their rotor speeds, and the tanks roared, spewing black smoke. The steel cables tautened, producing a nerve-wracking sound, as if they might snap at any moment. The long silent sword, after eons of dormancy, seemed to sense the external force, and the dark red runes upon its blade suddenly illuminated, emanating a wave of resistance. The giant creature tightened its muscles in agony. Lin Qi took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and then swung it down forcefully. 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Chapter 34. We've extracted it. Can this blood cure cancer? With a deafening roar that seemed to rip the heavens asunder, the sound eclipsed all engine roars. The bronze sword, buried deep within the spine of the colossal creature for an eternity, finally began to loosen under the extreme tension exerted by dozens of heavy helicopters and ground tanks. Accompanied by the excruciating sound of bone scraping, the towering bronze edifice, awash in golden blood, was forcibly uprooted. Roaring, the ancient void creature lifted its head, emitting a cry that reverberated throughout the cosmos. No longer a mournful wail, but a cathartic release, long suppressed for centuries, now unleashed. The terrifying sound waves transformed into tangible shock waves, sweeping forth like a nuclear explosion. Within 100 miles, the heavy, low-hanging storm clouds and swirling snow shattered and dispersed in an instant. The sky cleared. The long-obscured stars revealed themselves, and the magnificent Milky Way cascaded down, illuminating the snowfield that had just witnessed the brink of life and death. Beneath the starlight, a golden rain began to fall gently. At the center of the storm, Lin Qi bore the brunt. He hadn't even found cover before he was drenched by the surging golden blood. Oh no, I'm going to be soaked. Lin Qi instinctively closed his eyes, lamenting internally that the blood of this divine beast must be unbearably foul, and his clothes were surely ruined. However, contrary to his expectations, the viscous, pungent sensation did not arrive. Instead, the liquid cascading over him felt warm and smooth, carrying a faint, fragrant aroma, akin to morning dew freshly collected from flower petals. Almost immediately, a bizarre warmth penetrated through his pores and into his body. The sensation was exquisite. It felt as if he had immersed himself in a luxurious hot spring on a frigid winter day, with each cell rejoicing and greedily absorbing this sudden influx of energy. The agonizing headache, previously caused by overexerting his mental faculties, cooled instantaneously. Even the bruises and wounds incurred during his frantic sprint began to heal at an astonishing pace. Tingling pleasantly, Lin Qi, somewhat dazed, wiped the golden blood from his face. He instinctively adjusted his glasses, only to realize that the world before him had grown slightly blurred. Had the lenses fogged up? He removed the pair of glasses that had accompanied him for many years, preparing to wipe them clean. In the next moment, he froze. Without the glasses, the world appeared astonishingly clear. The rivets on the tank armor in the distance, the intricate patterns on soldiers' combat suits hundreds of meters away. Even the textures of the rocks on the snowy mountains appeared vividly on his retina, as if equipped with an 8-fold microscope. Wow! Lin Qi blinked in disbelief, extending his hand before his eyes. Have I been cured of my nearsightedness? Can this blood cure my vision? Meanwhile, at the ground base. Although most personnel had taken refuge in shelters, several golden raindrops still fell within the defensive perimeter. Accompanying military medic Song Yuqing was diligently collecting samples of the golden blood that landed upon the engine hood with a sampling device. She is a forensic dual doctorate, possessing an acute sensitivity to biological samples. Quick! The microscope! She rushed back to the makeshift field medical vehicle, placing a drop of diluted golden blood sample under the high-powered electron microscope. The lens focused, and the image on the display sprang to life. Clatter! The clipboard in Song Yuqing's hand fell to the ground, her usually calm and intellectual face now etched with a mixture of terror and elation. This is impossible. She pointed at the screen, her voice trembling. The cellular activity was 1,000 times that of a human. Moreover, it was devouring the cancer cell samples. To test this, she had deliberately added a drop of cancer cell culture fluid to the sample. The cancer cells, which were stubborn as demons before modern medicine, dissolved instantly upon encountering the golden blood cells, like snow succumbing to boiling water, melting away and ultimately transforming into pure energy. There was no rejection response. This is universal blood. Song Yuqing suddenly turned and shouted into the command channel, Team Leader Qin. Commander, quickly collect this blood. Not a single drop should be wasted. This is a miracle drug, a divine remedy that could conquer cancer and even allow for human evolution. Her words, transmitted through the still open public channel, reached the live broadcast room. The audience, who had been marveling at the beautiful visuals, instantly went into a frenzy. I love eating tomatoes. What? Anti-cancer. It can also evolve. Biology dog, I knew it. Mythical creatures are treasures. This is not blood, it's the flesh of Tang Seng. Heavy money-seeking children, anchor. I'll offer 1 million. Get me a vial. My old man is saved. Bald programmer. Can it cure hair loss? Can it? I have money. I have plenty of money. At this moment, Dr. Qin Zhong from the Academy of Sciences, who had been lurking and observing, could no longer contain himself. A colorful barrage of comments began to flood the screen, the text so large it seemed ready to burst the display. Qin Zhong, waste of resources. Waste of resources. Qin Zhong, that is the essence of the Kunpeng. It contains the primordial life principles of ancient times. Lin Qi, listen to me. Don't let it spill on the ground. Get a basin. Get a bucket. Qin Zhong, the value of that drop of blood is worth more than 10 fighter jets. Quickly store it away. That is the strategic reserve of the nation. Lin Qi, standing atop the back of the koan, listened to the frantic screams of Song Yuqing and the roars of the elderly Chun, glancing down at the golden blood flowing like a stream beneath him. His lips twitching slightly. More valuable than a fighter jet? He looked at his drenched combat suit and suddenly felt it was a bit too hot. Realizing he had just washed away several hundred billion? At that moment, the ground beneath them trembled once again. The colossal koan, with its severed sword, was reviving at a terrifying speed. Its massive body was no longer rigid, and its once murky golden eyes regained their brilliance. It slightly tilted its head. That enormous head slowly approached Lin Qi, its vast eyes reflecting his diminutive figure. There was no pressure, no intent to kill, only an extraordinarily human-like, gentle gratitude. It exhaled softly, a gust of breath sending Lin Qi's hair flying. Then, it opened its mouth. A soft, faintly blue-glowing orb floated gently from its mouth, hovering before Lin Qi. It was a pearl, the size of a fist, smooth and seemingly formed from the purest deep-sea water, with the flow of starry rivers faintly visible within, emanating a wave of serene tranquility. For me? Lin Qi was momentarily stunned, instinctively extending his hand. The pearl gently descended, its coolness penetrating to the bone. Thank you. A voice, ethereal, youthful yet immensely grand, resonated deep within Lin Qi's mind. The voice bore no gender, as if it came from the distant primordial age, imbued with a hint of joyous rebirth. Before Lin Qi could comprehend the situation, boom, the giant koan's fins suddenly quaked. Its enormous body shot upwards like an arrow, breaking the sound barrier and soaring into the heavens. It circled in the air, emitting a resounding farewell, then transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the vast starry sky. All that remained were the humans on the ground, still in shock, and Lin Qi, bewildered, cradling the pearl in his hands. It just left? Lin Qi looked at his empty palm, then at the mysterious pearl. Ding ding ding. Before he could carefully study what kind of treasure this was, his satellite phone suddenly erupted into frenzied ringing. A video call request connected automatically. On the screen, Dr. Qin Zhong's overly excited face instantly filled the entire frame, his spittle seemingly ready to burst forth. Lin Qi. That pearl. Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. That is the inner elixir of the Kunping, the only core of an anti-gravity engine on this planet. Where are you? Stand still. I'll fly over immediately. Even if I have to crawl, I must touch it. Lin Qi was nearly deafened by the volume, reluctantly holding the phone further away. Offering a wry smile to the camera, "Old Chun, please calm down. This thing just called me mother." Chapter 35. The Academy Goes Mad. This is the elixir of immortality. The phone screen vibrated wildly, overwhelmed by the frequency of video call requests. Just as Lin Qi pressed the answer button, he was nearly thrown off by the scene on the other end. Is this really the highest academy of the Dragon Kingdom? Surely it's not a psychiatric ward's intensive care unit? The once serious, solemn, and academically charged laboratory backdrop had completely collapsed. A group of venerable, white-haired academicians, usually seen only in textbooks and news broadcasts, were now behaving like a bunch of kindergarten children released from school, dancing with joy, their faces flushed. Some were passionately kissing the microscope. Others were running laps around the laboratory with data reports in hand. There were even 2 old masters, totaling nearly 200 years, embracing and weeping profusely, snot bubbles forming as they cried. They have gone mad. They are completely insane. Lin Qi's lips twitched as he wiped the golden blood from his face. "Old Chun, are you all collectively poisoned? Should I call 120 for you?" Poisoned? This is oxygen intoxication. This is spiritual intoxication. Chun Zhong's face re-entered the frame, now missing one of his glasses, yet this did not diminish the fervor in his eyes. He brandished a test tube containing a diluted pale golden liquid. "Lin Qi, do you know what you have brought back?" Chun Zhong's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to erupt from his throat. "Have you heard of the Hefric limit?" Lin Qi shook his head honestly. "No, I studied computer science in college. That is the upper limit of human cell division. It is the genetic lock that God has placed on mortal lifespan." Chun Zhong trembled as he pointed at the test tube. "In our recent experiment, we injected this drop of blood extract into a dying little white mouse. And what happened? Its telomeres ceased to shorten. They even began to regenerate. The organs that had already exhausted themselves rejuvenated within a minute. What does this mean?" Chun Zhong took a deep breath, as if to announce the dawn of a new era. "This means, theoretically, immortality. As long as this substance is continuously supplied, humanity can break free from the natural cycle of aging and disease. And cancer?" Song Yuqing interjected suddenly, having synchronized the data with the academy. "Whether it's lung cancer, liver cancer, or leukemia, in the presence of this divine blood, cancer cells disintegrate as if met with the scorching sun. This is not a drug, it is a miracle. This is the elixir of immortality." As these words were uttered, the live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. Then, the barrage exploded like a nuclear bomb. Moments ago, the crowd merely reveled in the spectacle, marveling at the rapid growth of the flora, finding it quite extraordinary. However, now that the concepts of immortality and cancer cure have received the official endorsement of the Academy of Sciences, the situation has transformed entirely. A monumental shift is upon us. "I must have misheard," someone exclaimed. "Immortality?" If Qin Shi Huang had known that this was possible in Kunlun Mountain, he would have abandoned the construction of the Great Wall. "It's over. All over." Another lamented. "I just glanced at the pre-market data. The stock prices of international pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson are plummeting drastically. A decline of over 30%. Goodness. Look at the A shares." A stock investor urged. Although the market is closed at this hour, all stocks related to biomedicine and the Kunlun concept are overwhelmed with buy orders. Tomorrow, the market opening will surely see a surge in stock prices. Lin Qi observed the frenzied barrage of comments, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. As the collector of this precious blood sample, he understood its origins better than anyone else. "Gentlemen, let us remain composed," Lin Qi interjected, interrupting their exuberance. "While this discovery is indeed remarkable, it harbors a critical issue." Chun Zhong paused, intrigued. "What issue? Side effects?" "We are still investigating, and thus far, none have been found. It is not the side effects, it is the yield." Lin Qi gestured toward the heavens, where the colossal creature had long since vanished into the starry expanse. That entity has departed, and no one knows when it will return. Moreover, he glanced at the dried bloodstains on his attire, chuckling ruefully. "This is merely a trickle of blood from a superficial injury. We cannot expect it to be injured daily. Furthermore, even if it were willing to provide more, we cannot exploit it indiscriminately. This is a matter of sustainable development. Our goal should not be to place our hopes solely on this blood, but rather to analyze its genetic blueprint to understand the secret of its longevity." This sobering reality dampened the fervor within the laboratory somewhat. After all, Chun Zhong was an esteemed scientist, and he quickly regained his rationality. You are correct, he conceded, inhaling deeply and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. To teach someone to fish is far more beneficial than simply giving them a fish. The sample is limited and must be treated with the utmost confidentiality. Every microgram must be utilized judiciously. Lin Qi, you have accomplished a monumental feat, a truly grand achievement. Once we return to the capital, I will personally recommend you for the highest national science award. Lin Qi smiled, about to offer a polite response when suddenly, from the corner of the screen, an elderly gentleman who had remained silent and detached from the frenzy spoke up. Dressed in a dull gray work uniform and sporting glasses as thick as the bottom of a bottle. He was peering intently at a screenshot displayed on the screen, the very image of the rusted bronze sword that Lin Qi had just extracted. Old Chen, your perceptions are rather superficial, the old man remarked, adjusting his glasses. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Chen Zhong's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Qian-san, what do you, a material scientist, understand about biology? You don't believe in immortality? Do you aspire to become a deity? Ignoring the retort, Qian-san extended a frail finger, lightly tapping the enormous broken sword on the screen. Immortality? That is your domain as biologists. However, in my eyes, this sword is the true strategic weapon. It could propel our nation's defense industry forward by 5 centuries. Lin Qi's heart raced at this revelation. Qian-san, the esteemed father of materials science, the mastermind behind the steel plates for our aircraft carriers and the stealth coatings for our fighter jets? What have you disowned, esteemed Qian? Lin Qi inquired cautiously. Qian-san raised his head, his murky eyes now ablaze with a fervor surpassing even that of Chen Zhong. Hardness, he stated succinctly. I just examined the data from the site. You employed 12 fully powered Type 99A tanks alongside 20 heavy helicopters to exert vertical lift. Such a force, if applied to ordinary aircraft carrier steel, would have resulted in immediate failure. Yet this sword, Qian-san's voice quivered, filled with a reverence akin to that of a lover gazing upon their beloved. Not only did it withstand the strain, but it exhibited no sign of metal fatigue whatsoever. Moreover, it radiates light. The runes on its surface glow without any external energy input. What does this signify? Qian-san abruptly stood, pushing aside the obstructing Chen Zhong. His face pressed fervently against the camera as he fixed his gaze on Lin Qi. This indicates that it is a room temperature superconductor. Furthermore, it possesses the properties of memory metal with a strength exceeding that of diamond, a flawless material for battleship armor. Lin Qi, forget the blood. That is soft power. This sword represents hard truth. Retrieve it. Immediately. Just a fragment the size of a fingernail, and I can provide our 5th-generation fighter jets with an impervious frame. At that point, the likes of the F-22 and B-2 will be nothing but paper kites before us. Chapter 36. The sword's hardness surpasses aircraft carriers. The piercing high-frequency noise reverberated, threatening to shatter one's very psyche. In the makeshift, high-spec fully enclosed laboratory, sparks erupted like fireworks, illuminating the expectant, bloodshot eyes of the onlookers. An industrial-grade laser diamond cutting machine, weighing several tons, roared like a wild beast, voraciously gnawing at the bronze sword laid upon the testing table. This was humanity's sharpest tool, lauded for its ability to slice through aircraft carrier decks as if they were mere tofu, spinning at a staggering 10,000 revolutions per minute, attempting to leave even the faintest scratch on the antique. Increase the power, Qian-san urged, pressing his face against the blast-proof glass, his eyes wide with intensity. Have you not eaten? Maximize the liquid nitrogen cooling. Cut with all your might. The operator, drenched in sweat, trembled. Old Qian, we are already at maximum power. The motor is about to smoke. Before he could finish, a sharp crack resounded, a lament of metal fatigue snapping under duress. The alloy blade, encrusted with industrial diamonds and valued at over $100,000, finally succumbed after 5 grueling minutes of stalemate against the sword, exploding into a shower of shards. Fragments of the shattered blade struck the blast-proof glass, creating a web of alarming cracks. The machinery ceased. As the smoke cleared, an eerie silence enveloped the laboratory. All held their breath, their gazes fixed on the center of the testing table. The broken sword remained, quietly resting, antique, weighty, adorned with an indelible patina of verdigris and blood rust. Qian-san was the first to rush in, disregarding the lingering heat. Clutching a magnifying glass, he scrutinized the recent cutting site, inch by inch. Nothing. There was nothing to be found. Not even the faintest trace of a cut, let alone a white mark. Instead, the sparks that had flown were merely the result of the diamond blade's own wear, distorting the very air around them. This defies all physical understanding. Qian-san, rather than feeling dejected, erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had discovered a new land. This is a non-terrestrial element. Absolutely. He turned, gesticulating wildly towards Lin Qi and Lei Zhan, who stood at the entrance, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. Do you comprehend what this implies? We just measured its density. It feels weightless in hand, lighter than aluminum alloy. Yet its hardness. Qian's son swallowed hard, his voice trembling with excitement. Its hardness is at least 100 times that of diamond. 1,000 times stronger than the best aircraft carrier steel. Moreover, it possesses a peculiar energy-absorbing quality. Just now, when the laser struck, the heat was entirely consumed by it, and the sword's blade did not even rise in temperature. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. Although he lacked knowledge in material science, he understood the magnitude being discussed. Old Qian, please speak plainly, Lin Qi said, handing over a bottle of water. What exactly can this thing do? What can it do? Qian's son took the water but did not drink. Instead, he forcefully twisted off the cap, as if that cap were the skull of an adversary. If we could melt this substance, even if just 1/10,000th of it were mixed in to create alloyed armor. The old man pointed excitedly at the 99A tank outside. Our tanks could charge headlong against a nuclear bomb. Armor-piercing rounds and depleted uranium shells would merely tickle it. Not even the paint would scratch off. An aircraft, if this material were used for the fuselage frame, the overload that fighter jets could withstand would no longer be 9G, but 90G. What maneuvers could not be performed? The pilot could be knocked unconscious and the aircraft would still be fine. This is a dimensional strike, an industrial revolution in materials science. Lei Zhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. His large hands rubbed together eagerly, wishing he could carry this sword back to the arsenal immediately. However, he quickly composed himself. Old Qian, while it is indeed remarkable. He gestured at the unscathed broken sword. The question remains, how do we melt it? How do we process it? We cannot simply weld this sword onto the tank. Can we? This was indeed a deadlock. It was akin to presenting a smartphone to a primitive person, although they recognized its value, without the means to operate it. It would merely serve as a brick. Qian Sen's expression fell. This is precisely the challenge we must overcome. The old man gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe it. We shall use an electric arc furnace, a particle collider. Even if I must bombard it with an atomic bomb, I will melt it down. Observing the scientists becoming ensnared in their obstinate pursuit, Lin Qi shook his head in resignation. He approached the testing table and placed his palm gently on the cold sword's blade. A low hum resonated, and Lin Qi sensed that the once unyielding sword, upon contact with his hand, emitted an almost imperceptible sigh. This was not mere physical vibration. It was a resonance of the sword's spirit. On Lin Qi's retina, the system interface reappeared. Detected high-tier spiritual material, primordial copper mother, eroded by time. Properties, indestructible, impervious to all methods. Cannot be destroyed by conventional physical means. Requires special smelting techniques. Would you like to exchange for the skill, basic artifact refinement, including the pseudo-3 mystical true fire? Exchange price, 1 million shock points. Lin Qi glanced at his backend, which had already soared into 8-digit shock points, and a confident smile crept across his lips. Only 1 million? That's practically a gift. He thought. Exchange. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Countless knowledge regarding fire control, forging, and rune engraving coalesced within him, as if they had been inscribed in his memory all along. Lin Qi opened his eyes and looked at the furrowed brows of the top scientists before him. Speaking calmly, Old Qian, stop fussing over those furnaces. This substance is called primordial copper mother. It is a mythical material. Even if subjected to mundane fire for 10,000 years, it will not melt. Qiansen suddenly looked up. Do you know how to handle it? Perhaps I understand a bit, Lin Qi replied enigmatically, extending a finger with a faint, almost invisible azure flame flickering at its tip. Prepare a quiet room for me, and ensure I am not disturbed. Also, ready the molds. Tomorrow morning, I will produce a few samples for you. Lei Zhan and Qian's son exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Produce? They thought, incredulous that this young man viewed the smelting of divine metal as a simple task. Yet recalling Lin Qi's previous extraordinary feats, Lei Zhan nodded firmly. Very well. I will follow your instructions. Relay my orders. Designate a 5-kilometer radius from this location as an absolute no-fly zone. Not even a fly is to enter. Establish the Divine Sword Project team, classified as top secret. All participants must sign lifetime contracts. They are prohibited from leaving the country. Even while sleeping, they must be cautious. Meanwhile, preparations for a significant undertaking were underway in Kunlun Mountain. In the outside world, Lin Qi's live broadcast had already caused chaos. although the official signal was cut. Previous recordings and screenshots had spread across the global internet like a virus. Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube were all dominated by trending topics featuring terms like China, Kunlun, and God. In Washington, D.C., an emergency meeting of the highest level was convened. On a massive screen, a still image of the giant creature, the giant Kunlun, bearing the broken sword, with golden blood cascading down, was displayed. The room was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere stifling as if a storm were brewing. A silver-haired intelligence director slammed a thick analysis report onto the table, his face ashen. What is this? Who can explain what this is? Has God descended? Or have the people of the Dragon Kingdom unearthed transformers? That creature's size exceeds 3,000 kilometers. It defies logic. It violates the laws of physics. And that sword? Our analysts concluded after extensive calculations that the density of that sword's material may approach that of neutron star matter. If the Dragon Kingdom has mastered such a material. The director's voice trembled as he looked towards the commanding general seated at the head of the table. Our aircraft carrier fleet would appear as mere toy boats before it. This is no longer a game of catch-up. They are cultivating immortality while we are still playing in the mud. The commanding general slumped in his chair, his complexion pale as paper. He gazed at the screen displaying the young man from the Dragon Kingdom, standing on the back of the giant Kunlun, small yet audacious, and through gritted teeth. He spat out, investigate, utilize every means, whether it be spy satellites or undercover agents. I want to know where this Lin Qi came from. Also, notify the 6th Fleet to move closer. I do not believe in gods. If that is a living being, it will bleed. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Chapter 37. The Internet erupts. Is the Dragon Kingdom developing biological weapons? On the other side of the Earth, it was noon. The large screen in Times Square, which should have been showing a Coca-Cola advertisement, was now dominated by glaring news in white text on a red background. Not only here, but screens at nearly all the world's major landmarks, including Piccadilly Circus in London and Shibuya in Tokyo, were broadcasting the same scene. This was a joint breaking news report from BBC and CNN. The footage depicted the suffocating scene from Kunlun Mountain the previous night, the giant Kunlun bearing the sword, golden blood spilling forth, and the bronze broken sword that even lasers could not cut through. Naturally, the Western media's penchant for sensationalism was on full display. The once sacred and shocking imagery was tinted with dark, oppressive hues, accompanied by eerie background music and a highly charged narrative, transforming an epic from the classic of mountains and seas into a trailer for Resident Evil. CNN headline, a gift from God? Or a biochemical demon from the East? BBC in-depth observation, a giant biological weapon discovered in the Dragon Kingdom's Kunlun Mountain military restricted zone. Its size exceeds that of an aircraft carrier by 1,000-fold. The Times, this poses a threat to all humanity. The Dragon Kingdom must immediately disclose the monster's genetic data. There were even more outrageous claims. A notorious tabloid known for its sensationalism published a digitally altered image of the giant Kunlun devouring the Statue of Liberty with the alarming headline, Judgment Day. The Eastern behemoth is about to cross the sea. This overwhelming media onslaught had an immediate impact. The foreign internet exploded. Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube servers crashed 3 times within 10 minutes. The reactions of Western netizens displayed extreme polarization. A faction of young individuals, indoctrinated by Marvel and monster films in recent years, regard the spectacle with great enthusiasm. OMG, is that Godzilla? No, it's even larger. How magnificent. Did the Dragon Kingdom stumble upon the lair of the Titan beasts? One exclaimed. Another remarked, regardless of what it is, that sword is incredibly stylish. I want to purchase that figurine. Even if it is a biochemical weapon, I would still accept it. However, a greater number of people, swayed by the media, succumbed to panic and even hatred. Damn it, I knew they were up to something. What if such a colossal monster comes our way? It must be obliterated. Someone shouted. This is a creation of Satan. It symbolizes the Antichrist. The Dragon Kingdom is ushering in the apocalypse. We must sanction them. Another added. They must have employed some forbidden viral experiment. That is not a natural organism. It is a mutated monster. This wave of panic, fueled by those with ulterior motives, swiftly spread from the internet to the real world. In the White House, the leader known for governing via Twitter sat in the Oval Office, perusing high-definition satellite images sent by the Intelligence Department, his expression darkening ominously. He certainly understood that it was not a biochemical weapon. Yet, he was acutely aware that if the Dragon Kingdom monopolized this marvel, the supremacy of the Lighthouse Nation would crumble within a decade. He retrieved his phone, his plump finger dancing swiftly across the screen, each letter capitalized as though he were bellowing. Ding! A message that would shock the world was sent successfully. This is utterly incomprehensible. The actions of the Dragon Kingdom in Kunlun Mountain have severely threatened the safety of the Earth. As the leader of the free world, I demand that the Dragon Kingdom immediately, without reservation, disclose all data. We require transparency. We demand the truth. I have ordered the formation of an international observation group composed of top scientists and military experts. And I demand that the Dragon Kingdom open the Kunlun Mountain restricted area within 24 hours, allowing us to inspect. Otherwise, we shall regard it as a declaration of war against the international community. The so-called observation group was well understood by those in the know. If even one genuine scientist were among them, it would be a loss for him. It comprised solely of CIA agents and Pentagon advisors. With a singular goal, even if they couldn't seize the meat, they would ensure the pot was shattered. With the leader's proclamation, Western allies, like sharks sensing blood, quickly followed suit. Diplomatic pressure, threats of economic sanctions, and fleet mobilization. A vast net targeting the Dragon Kingdom and Kunlun Mountain was rapidly tightening. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Lin Qi sat leisurely at the entrance of the classified refining room, scrolling through his phone. Although official broadcasts had been cut off domestically, his infinite signal booster allowed him unobstructed access to the external internet. At that moment, while his live stream had been technically adjusted within the country, millions of foreign netizens were still watching on external mirrored sources. The barrage of comments had transformed into a multilingual battlefield of insults, filled with exclamations of "fuck," "shit," and "bioweapon." Some even resorted to poorly translated Chinese to shout, "Hand it over. That belongs to all humanity. Demon, you will go to hell. Let our observation group in. Otherwise, we will level you." Lin Qi, observing the frantic comments, felt no anger. Rather, he found it amusing. Oh dear, are they that anxious? He reclined with his legs crossed, petting the small white fox in his lap, while nudging Qinzhou beside him to show her his phone. It seems our neighbors are not in the best of spirits. He pointed at the leader's tweet, brimming with exclamation marks, his tone dripping with mockery. As he noted the calls for sanctions and the demand for an inspection, the calculations were so loud he could hear them echoing from Kunlun Mountain. Qinzhou, engrossed in cleaning her sidearm, cast a cold glance at the screen without lifting her head, her eyes betraying a disdain for the spectacle of clowns. An observation group? She returned her gun to its holster with a crisp click. If they dared to come, we would dare to bury them. This is a military-restricted zone, not their backyard. Unauthorized entry into our airspace would result in immediate interception. Quite bold. No wonder she was known as the Iron Lady of the 749 Bureau. Yet, Lin Qi shook his head, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. What a waste to bury them. They are all walking laborers. However, engaging in such verbal sparring wasn't fitting for us soldiers. It could easily lead to escalation. He rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and gazed towards the enormous satellite communication antenna being erected outside the tent. At such a time, it was best to let professionals handle professional matters. What was the foreign ministry's stance? Lin Qi squinted, his gaze sharp as a blade. They had been provoked right in their faces, and we couldn't remain silent, could we? Finally, Qinzhou lifted her head, a meaningful smile gracing her strikingly cold face. She pressed her earpiece, seemingly receiving some latest directive. Coincidentally, just a minute prior, the foreign ministry convened an emergency global press conference. The spokesperson was none other than the renowned wolf warrior, Zhou Weiguo. Qinzhou handed Lin Qi a tablet, the screen displaying the live broadcast from the foreign ministry's Blue Hall. Curious about the nation's response? Just watch. Chapter 38, Foreign Ministry, Merely Scientific Research. Do not claim otherwise. In the capital, within the foreign ministry's Blue Hall, the atmosphere was charged, a battleground for global media, with flashes from cameras illuminating the space like daylight. The air was thick with tension as Western reporters, akin to sharks detecting blood, bore fierce and predatory gazes. They had but one aim today, to pin the Dragon Kingdom to the disgraceful pillar of anti-humanity. On stage, a middle-aged man in a dark suit, impeccably groomed, adjusted his cuffs. He bore a smile, his warm gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses, yet those familiar with him knew this newly appointed spokesperson, Zhou Weiguo, held a notorious nickname in the diplomatic circles, the Smiling Tiger. Courteous and amiable to friends, but for wolves? He carried only a shotgun. Mr. Zhou, a blonde reporter from CNN, not even waiting for her name to be called, seized the microphone and stood up, her words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. Last night, your country showcased a gigantic creature exceeding 3,000 kilometers in size within the Kunlun Mountain military restricted area. According to our military experts, this is a type of biochemical weapon with destructive capabilities. What is the Dragon Kingdom's intention behind secretly developing such a monster? Is this a declaration of war against the world? Is your country prepared to take responsibility for the global panic this may incite? A series of accusations fell, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. All breath was held, awaiting Zhou Weiguo's response. Yet, the man on stage did not display anger. His brow remained unwrinkled. Adjusting his glasses, Zhou Weiguo's smile widened, as if he had just heard a rather amusing joke. Dear reporter, your imagination is quite rich. It's a pity you aren't in Hollywood as a screenwriter. He began casually, his tone as relaxed as if discussing mundane matters. First, I must correct a fundamental misunderstanding. He raised a finger, pointing to the large screen behind him, which displayed a still frame of the colossal creature soaring into the sky. That is not a biochemical weapon. It is a prehistoric creature discovered in our homeland. You may call it Kun or great fish. It is a masterpiece of nature, a natural heritage left by our ancestors. Since it is a heritage, it belongs to us. Zhou Weiguo shrugged nonchalantly, his tone suggesting that it was perfectly reasonable. We are in our own yard, studying our own fish. Is there a problem with that? But it is aggressive. The female journalist retorted with a shriek, brandishing a photograph of a giant fish that had triggered an avalanche. It caused geological disasters. Its power is enough to obliterate a city. This is a weapon. A kitchen knife can kill too. Does that make chefs terrorists? Zhou Weiguo scoffed, his expression sharpening in an instant. As for the threat you mentioned, as long as no one provokes it, it is merely a well-behaved herbivore. Our nation cherishes peace. Our actions in Kunlun Mountain are simply a routine biological science expedition aimed at exploring the mysteries of life. Routine scientific expedition? A collective gasp arose from the audience. Deploying tanks and artillery, blocking airspace, even deploying fighter jets. Can you truly call this a regular scientific inquiry? Indeed, it is a scientific expedition, Zhou Weiguo replied, maintaining his composure, even exhibiting a hint of a nonchalant attitude. It is just that our subject of study is somewhat larger and has a livelier temperament, which necessitated employing more robust security measures. That is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? As for the so-called international observers from certain countries, Zhou Weiguo's smile faded, and he leaned slightly forward, exuding an aura of authority that silenced the room. I hereby solemnly declare, Kunlun Mountain is the territory of our nation, and the mythical creatures within are core assets of our sovereignty. We do not seek trouble, but we are also unafraid of it. When friends come, we offer fine wine. His gaze swept across the audience, finally landing on the face of a CNN reporter, his voice resonating with ironclad conviction. However, if wolves attempt to intrude uninvited, preparing to breach our borders, then be ready with your hunting rifles. Let it be known. These 6 words thundered through the atmosphere. A resounding declaration from an Eastern power in the face of hegemonic provocation. No explanations, no concealments, no compromises. If war is what you seek, then let it be war. At the Kunlun Mountain base, Lin Qi watched the live broadcast on his tablet, unable to suppress an enthusiastic whistle. Awesome. He slapped his thigh with glee. This is exactly how our Ministry of Foreign Affairs should act. What nonsense is this observers group? Anyone who dares to reach out should be dealt with decisively. Beside him, Qin Xiaowu was organizing equipment. Upon hearing his words, a slight smile crept onto her lips. Don't celebrate too soon. She tossed a loaded assault rifle to Lin Qi. The tough talk has been issued by the ministry, but the real headache is about to begin for us. Those foreign devils don't understand reason. They only comprehend force. Tonight, something sinister will surely try to infiltrate. On the other side of the globe, in Washington, 300 meters beneath the White House, the highest strategic command center was in turmoil. A giant screen froze on Zhou Weiguo's smiling face as he proclaimed, "Let it be known." Colonel Smith stood before the screen, his expression as grim as forged iron. The cigar he had been holding was crushed, tobacco scattered across the floor. A routine scientific expedition? To hell with that. Smith slammed his fist onto the control panel. The people of Dragon Nation are humiliating us. They are showing off to the free world. Colonel, the president has authorized action. The aide beside him nervously handed over a black briefcase, his voice trembling. Are we really going to activate the God's Eye? That is a space-based weapon, once deployed. The situation changes entirely. Change. Smith sneered, madness gleaming in his eyes. When they possess that beast, the balance has already been shattered. If we cannot have it, then neither shall anyone else. Since it is a biological entity, it is carbon-based. Being carbon-based means it cannot withstand temperatures of thousands of degrees. He opened the briefcase and input a series of complex codes. With the final iris verification completed, a bright red launch button emerged, covered by a transparent protective cover. Without hesitation, Smith lifted the cover and pressed down with his thumb. Activate the God's Eye. Charge the orbital cannon. Target, Dragon Nation, Kunlun Mountain. Coordinates E94, N35. Find that creature for me. Then turn it to ash. Chapter 39, Spy Satellite Surveillance? The giant fish, sizzle it. On a rare fine afternoon at Kunlun Mountain. Sunlight streamed through the thin clouds, casting a warm, albeit blinding, golden light onto the pristine white snow. On a wind-sheltered rock at the base's periphery, Lin Qi lounged with his legs crossed, basking in the sun, holding a special high-calcium sausage as he engaged in his daily ritual of feeding the fox. Come here. Little white fox, open wide. Lin Qi waved the meat in a melodious tone. The lazy little white fox lay sprawled across his lap, too lethargic to even lift its eyelids. Its life was quite splendid, treated like a cherished jewel at the base, handled with care, as if it might shatter if dropped or melt if placed in the mouth. Oh well. It let out a half-hearted call, extending its pink tongue to snatch the sausage, then shifted into a more comfortable position, draping its fluffy tail over Lin Qi's hand, signaling him to stroke its fur. You're living a life even better than mine. Lin Qi chuckled helplessly, just as he reached out to pet the fox's head. Suddenly, without warning, an ear-piercing alarm blared, shattering the calm like a thunderclap in his mind. Warning. High-energy alert. Warning. Extremely high-risk locking signal detected. Source. Vertical high-altitude 500 kilometers, near-Earth orbit. Type. High-energy focused particle beam, commonly known as space-based laser cannon. Locking target. Host, Lin Qi. Strike countdown. 10 seconds. Lin Qi's smile froze, and his hand hung motionless in midair. He abruptly raised his head, staring intently at the azure sky above. Though his naked eye could perceive nothing, the system's radar vision revealed a crimson dot of deadly intent hovering directly overhead, like a cold, indifferent eye of death slowly opening. Goddess eye? Lin Qi instantly realized. Aside from that nation, which fancied itself the world's police and had just been chastised by the ministry, no one could mobilize such a level of space-based weaponry in such a short time. Can't play fair? Resorting to humanitarian annihilation? Lin Qi gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tensing. Yet he did not flee. There was no escape. This was a light-speed strike, descending from 500 kilometers above, with a margin of error of no more than a centimeter. Unless he could burrow into the earth like a mole, he was merely a living target on this expansive snowfield. Little white, get inside my clothes. Lin Qi quickly stuffed the fox into the bulletproof vest compartment and sprang to his feet, his hand reaching for the signal transmitter on his waist, ready to call Qin Xiao to activate the base's air defense shield. Though he knew that even the most advanced defense shield might not withstand the precision eradication of a space-based weapon. At that critical moment of life and death, the thin layer of clouds above him suddenly seemed to be violently stirred by an invisible hand. Then, the clouds parted, not by the wind, but by a colossal, terrifying mass that forcefully pushed them aside. At the edge of the atmosphere, tens of thousands of meters above the ground, a gigantic shadow, capable of blocking out the sun, lazily turned over. It was the ancient void creature. It had not flown far, or rather, for a creature stretching 3,000 li. Soaring to the edge of the atmosphere to bask in the sun was no different than stretching on its own balcony. At this moment, it floated contentedly above the stratosphere, its enormous back basking in the pure solar winds, relishing the rare afternoon tranquility. The wound on its back had scabbed over under Lin Qi's care, and the invigorating sensation of vitality filled it with delight. However, just as it was about to narrow its eyes for a brief nap, a faint yet exceedingly annoying high-frequency buzzing sound intruded upon its awareness. It was akin to a hapless mosquito buzzing around a person napping in the afternoon. The colossal koan furrowed its brow, if it indeed had brows. It slightly opened its golden, lake-like eye, glancing impatiently upward. In its view, not far above its head, a small iron box, no larger than a sesame seed and glimmering with a metallic sheen, was stealthily adjusting its position. Beneath this contraption extended a slender tube, aimed at the earth below, its opening continuously gathering energy, emanating an irritating warmth that pricked at the koan's senses. This was the Eye of God-armed satellite from the Lighthouse Nation, which had altered its orbit to lower its altitude in pursuit of strike precision. Unfortunately, hovering directly above the colossal koan. With a low rumble, the koan emitted a deep sound from its nostrils. It did not comprehend the concept of satellites or space-based weaponry. In its understanding, this object was merely a prickly fly, glowing and buzzing, causing discomfort to its eyes. Most importantly, the malevolent intent radiating from this fly seemed directed toward the bipedal creature below that had removed its thorns. This was intolerable. One must consider the master when striking a dog. One must regard the koan when targeting a human. That was its benefactor. How dare it aim at them? Infuriated, the colossal Kunlun did not engage in any vigorous action, but merely swelled its cheeks slightly. It inhaled the thin air from hundreds of kilometers around, along with the water vapor and ice crystals floating in the stratosphere, which were forcefully drawn into its black hole-like mouth in an instant. The atmospheric pressure at high altitudes plummeted abruptly, creating a massive vortex visible to the naked eye. The satellite's attitude control system began to sound frantic alarms. But against the absolute pull of gravity, its paltry jet propulsion was utterly ineffective. Subsequently, the Kunlun aimed at the satellite still flickering with red light, pursed its lips, and forcefully exhaled. This was not a mere breath. It was a high-pressure jet of water, compressed through the divine beast's lungs, infused with primordial spiritual energy and high-altitude ice crystals. A torrent of white, over 100 meters in diameter, surged upwards with terrifying kinetic energy, like a crystalline pillar, crashing violently into the precision instrument worth billions of dollars. On the ground, Lin Qi was prepared to endure the baptism of laser fire when he suddenly noticed that the alarm above had changed its tone. Warning canceled. Detected friendly fire coverage. Primordial Void Kunlun activated skill, Beaming Water Spray, basic attack. He looked up in astonishment. Above, a white stream surged into the sky, sweeping through the airspace where the satellite resided. Moments later, a brilliant meteor streaked across the horizon. The satellite shattered instantaneously, creating sparks as it burned up in the atmosphere. Lin Qi's mouth fell open, and the little white fox in his arms peered out, both stunned by the spectacle. This was too casual. It was as if passing by a wall with a stain and casually spitting to wipe it away. Lin Qi swallowed hard, gazing at the giant Kunlun above, now resuming its languid posture and even flicking its tail contentedly. Unable to restrain himself, he gave a thumbs up to the air. He pressed down on the still vibrating headset and said to the now chaotic command center, "Commander Qin, the alarm has been lifted. There's no need to activate the shields. Our atmospheric guardian just got up to use the restroom and took a whiz." Chapter 40. A stream of urine takes down a satellite. This divine beast has awakened. It was a spectacle worthy of being recorded in the annals of space exploration. In low Earth orbit, 500 kilometers above the surface, the Eye of God armed satellite, valued at $30 billion and representing the pinnacle of human technological achievement, was currently in an overloaded state of full power. The red laser-focused lens was already scorching hot, locked onto the minuscule human target. However, it did not receive confirmation of the launch command. A torrent of white, mingled with high-altitude ice crystals and primordial spiritual energy, surged forth like a liquid lightsaber, defying aerodynamics and gravity, striking the satellite's precision optical sensors at a terrifying velocity. Not even the sound of the impact had time to travel. The kinetic energy contained within that torrent tore apart the satellite's proud titanium alloy exterior upon contact. Its intricate circuit boards shorted out in an instant, igniting into flames, only to be extinguished by the subsequent influx of the icy water mixture. This was true physical cooling. In space, a beautiful yet fleeting firework silently bloomed. On the other side of the Earth, in Washington, the underground command center was filled with alarm bells ringing in a cacophony. Colonel Smith's finger remained pressed firmly on the red launch button, but the massive main screen before him had transformed into a meaningless array of static. Report. Signal lost. Report. Telemetry data interrupted. The Eye of God has gone dark. Smith leapt to his feet, his perfectly pressed uniform drenched in cold sweat. He seized a technician by the collar, roaring, "Lost? How can it be lost? That's low Earth orbit. Did the Dragon Nation launch an anti-satellite missile?" "No, sir. The radar did not detect any infrared signatures of a missile launch." The young technician's face was as pale as a sheet, pointing at a set of environmental monitoring data, his voice trembling as if he had seen a ghost. According to the last sensor data transmitted, the satellite suffered. Suffered what? Speak. It suffered a torrential downpour, leading to structural disintegration. The command center fell silent in an instant. Even the hum of the air filters became distinctly audible. Colonel Smith's eyes widened, his expression akin to one who had just heard God tell a stand-up routine. He slowly released his grip, staring incredulously at the technician as if he were a simpleton. A downpour? In outer space, 500 kilometers away. Are you trying to tell me that there are clouds in space, and it just so happened to rain localized thunderstorms right on my satellite? The technician was on the verge of tears, pushing the data disk toward him. "Sir, while this defies logic, the data shows that the liquid water content exceeds 90, and the impact force is equivalent to that of a high-pressure water jet." Bang! Colonel Smith slammed his fist down, shattering the keyboard before him. He slumped back in his chair, staring at the dark screen. The image of the young man standing on the back of the colossal Kunlun, along with that cold gaze, suddenly flooding his mind. Water jet downpour, Smith muttered to himself. A wave of absurdity washing over him. Was it not rain, but rather the saliva or urine of that monster? Had a beast, from 500 kilometers away, obliterated a strategic satellite with a stream of urine? If this report were to be submitted, the president would surely send him to a psychiatric hospital. At the Kunlun Mountains, the forward operating base, the sky, now clear after the crisis, appeared exceptionally serene. Lin Qi maintained his posture of gazing upward. In his field of vision, the giant Kunlun, having accomplished its task, seemed to have vented its frustrations, comfortably shook its body, and its massive shadow gradually faded, retreating into a higher dimensional folded space. Only a bright light falling from the sky remained, the remnants of the satellite, burning and trailing a long plume of smoke, streaked across the deep blue night sky. Breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Qi lowered his gaze to the live stream, still fervently scrolling across the screen. Due to the recent signal interference, the audience had missed the moment when the giant Kunlun splashed into the water. They had only witnessed a streak of light slicing through the sky. Amateur astronomer, look! A meteor! What a magnificent fireball! Wishful girl, wow! It's real. I've heard that making a wish on a meteor is quite effective. May it bless me to find love this year. Onlookers, why is this meteor red? And why does it have black smoke? It doesn't seem very auspicious. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Qi earnestly directed the camera towards the falling meteor. Dear viewers, look! A gift from nature. He pointed at the extravagant firework worth $3 billion. His tone laden with enthusiasm. Such a celestial spectacle was a rare sight. Don't just stand there. Quickly clasp your hands together and make a wish. Who knows? Perhaps this meteor is a gift from some deity. The comments section was instantly flooded with wishes. Qin Xiao, standing not far off with an intelligence briefing in hand, watched Lin Qi as he engaged the online audience, her lips twitching in amusement. This fellow. She shook her head in resignation, yet a glimmer of mirth sparkled in her eyes. That was debris from a satellite belonging to the land of the lighthouse. If Smith were to find out about this ruse, he would likely be furious. Though, truth be told, he deserved to be furious. Just as the atmosphere in the base seemed peaceful, with everyone believing the night as thrilling events were finally drawing to a close, Lin Qi's expression suddenly shifted. His finger, poised to end the stream, froze midair. In his mind, the system that had just fallen silent unexpectedly reactivated with a golden prompt. Ding! Detected strong residual fluctuations of spatial energy. Due to the infusion of spiritual energy from the ancient void Kunlun and the impact of the satellite's descent, the previously stable fold layer seal beneath the Kunlun Mountains has loosened. Coordinates locked. Southeast of the base, excavation point number 3. High-dimensional entity reaction detected. Lin Qi's heart raced. Excavation point number 3? Wasn't he that where the newly stationed engineering team was digging the foundation? Before he could process the information, a cacophony of startled voices surged from that direction, followed by the screeching halt of heavy machinery. Stop! Quickly stop! We've unearthed something. It's incredibly hard. The bucket is blunted. What in the world is this down here? Why is it still glowing? Without bidding farewell to the viewers, Lin Qi seized his phone and dashed toward the source of the commotion. Qin Xiao, sensing the anomaly, waved her hand, and a squad of special forces promptly followed suit. The group hurriedly reached the edge of excavation point number 3. In the deep pit originally designated for the foundation, a faint azure glow now emanated. Several excavators stood nearby, seemingly at a loss. Under the focus of the searchlights, most of the soil had been cleared away. What lay exposed was neither rock nor mineral, but a colossal door. An ancient portal, entirely cast in bronze, adorned with intricate cloud and thunder patterns and reliefs of mythical beasts. It lay quietly in the frozen earth, not rusted but shimmering with a layer of liquid light, nourished by the recent spiritual rain. At the center of the door, there was no keyhole, only a recess shaped like an eye, reminiscent of a cross-section of a broken sword. Lin Qi stood at the edge of the pit, gazing at this door imbued with the weight of antiquity, feeling an overwhelming aura from the primordial past. This is, Qin Xiao's voice was somewhat hoarse as she instinctively tightened her grip on her sidearm. Lin Qi took a deep breath and aimed his phone's camera at the door. On the system interface, a line of golden identification text slowly materialized, each word striking Lin Qi's heart like a hammer. Discovery, Queen Mother of the West, Heavenly Palace of Kunlun. Southern Heavenly Gate, Outer Seal. Status, seal loosening, can be opened with a small infusion of spiritual energy. Notes, behind the door lies the true realm of mountains and seas. Lin Qi swallowed hard. He turned to the camera, his face contorted with a mixture of despair and boundless excitement. A smile that was more manic than jubilant spreading across his features. Brothers, it seems that the wish upon the meteor may have truly borne fruit. We appear to have knocked upon the door of the deities. Chapter 41. The infrastructure maniac emerges. Erecting a forward base in 3 days, the rumbling this time did not stem from the beasts beneath the earth, but from the iron torrent of humanity. The title of the live stream had been succinctly altered to Witness the Miracle, Infrastructure Maniac. In the frame, yellow-painted construction machinery blanketed the mountains, akin to a relentless swarm of steel beetles, filling the once silent snow valley to capacity. The excavators' buckets flew up and down, bulldozers roared as they leveled the frozen ground, and the rhythmic thumping of pile drivers became the most hardcore BGM of this desolate expanse. Brothers, do you know what Chinese speed is? Lin Qi stood on a high ground, pointing at the bustling construction site behind him, his voice brimming with uncontainable pride. Just the day before, this was a desolate wasteland echoing with wolf howls. But today, we will drive a stake into the ground here, to safeguard the recently unearthed Southern Heavenly Gate bronze portal and provide an absolutely secure base for the subsequent research teams. The national machinery shifted into full gear. In the sky, dozens of heavy transport helicopters buzzed like industrious bees, hoisting enormous container-like modules back and forth. On the ground, thousands of engineers and soldiers braved the biting cold and low oxygen levels, staging a real-life LEGO building spectacle. Module 1 has landed. Lock it in. Module 2 docking. Power on. Eschewing the lengthy curing period of concrete and rebar, the latest modular assembly technology was employed here. The walls were constructed from specialized aerospace alloys, filled with high-tech insulation materials, designed to withstand wind, tremors, and even direct hits from small-caliber artillery. A blizzard continued to rage. The fierce winds whipped up ice shards, attempting to hinder humanity's progress. Yet, before the might of this industrial force, nature's roar seemed feeble and powerless. One day, the foundation was leveled, and the outer defense wall began to take shape. 2 days, the main structure reached its peak. Radar stations and satellite communication towers were erected, with the towering signal tower aiming to pierce the heavens. 3 days. As the sun set on the 3rd day, a forward base, filled with a sense of science fiction and resembling a steel fortress, miraculously stood in the heart of the Kunlun Mountains. Illuminated and heated, even the bustling kitchen began to emit smoke. Over 20 million viewers in the live stream witnessed this entire process, with comments shifting from disbelief on the first day to utter awe now. Civil engineering enthusiast, I'm in tears. What astonishing efficiency. I've been moving bricks on construction sites for 3 years and have never seen such a scene. Infrastructure maniac. Some countries take 3 years to build a road. We constructed a city at an altitude of 5,000 meters in just 3 days. That's what we call a spectacle. Perfectionist's delight. Watching those modules fit seamlessly together is simply therapeutic. Lin Qi, cradling the little white fox, strolled through the corridors of the newly completed base like a landowner surveying his domain. Beneath his feet lay anti-slip metallic grates. Overhead were bright LED light strips, and beside him patrolled sentinels fully armed. The sense of security was overwhelming. He made his way to the core area of the base, adjacent to the enormous pit housing the bronze door. By now, this had been transformed into a fully enclosed, temperature-controlled laboratory dome. As Lin Qi approached, the system that had lain dormant for several days suddenly sprang to life with a prompt. Detection of an abnormal rise in environmental spiritual energy concentration. Source: leakage from the gap of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Environmental assessment: blessed land, primary. Recommendation: the host may establish a cultivation cave here, enhancing cultivation speed by 300. Ah, blessed land. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, gazing at the tightly closed yet resplendent bronze door. So, this is not merely a relic, but a natural spiritual energy reservoir? No wonder the state is so eager to construct a base. This place will undoubtedly become invaluable in the future. Xiaobai, can you smell it? Lin Qi looked down at the fox nestled in his arms. Is the air sweeter than outside? Under normal circumstances, this proud little fox would have rolled its eyes and mentally scoffed at the ignorance of mortals. However, today, it was unusually quiet, even lethargic. It lay limply in Lin Qi's embrace, its typically bright and cunning eyes half closed, conveying a sense of listlessness. Its tiny pink nose felt dry and warm, and its body occasionally twitched. What's wrong? Did you get cold outside? Lin Qi felt a pang of worry and quickly reached out to touch its forehead. It was burning hot, like a little furnace. Yet, there was no fever. This temperature should be considered normal for a divine beast, right? Lin Qi was uncertain. as he had only been a caretaker for a few days and knew little about the physiology of a nine-tailed fox. A faint whimper escaped Xiao Bai as it nudged its head against Lin Qi's chest, seemingly seeking some form of support. Perhaps it was just tired. Lin Qi reassured himself, considering that the past few days had been exhausting with all the frightening encounters and battling monsters, which would certainly be overwhelming for a youngling. As night fell, in celebration of the base's completion and to reward the soldiers who had toiled tirelessly, Commander Lei Zhan authorized a special dinner. While a bonfire party was out of the question due to the indoor setting, the chefs in the dining hall showcased their culinary prowess. The aroma of roasted lamb, braised beef, and pilaf wafted through the ventilation ducts, filling the entire base. Lin Qi took a heaping plate of delicacies and intentionally chose a corner to sit. He pulled out a special supply of beef jerky, the little fox's favorite, tore open the packaging, and held it to the little creature's mouth. "Come, my dear ancestor. It's time to eat." He waved the meat enticingly, reminding it that today was a grand occasion and it should indulge. However, the anticipated scene of voracious feasting did not materialize. To Lin Qi's astonishment, Xiao Bai sniffed the piece of meat, turned its head away disdainfully, and even gagged slightly. "Hey, have you changed your taste?" Lin Qi was taken aback. Wasn't this its favorite? This was a special supply. Xiao Bai ignored him. Its breathing grew increasingly rapid, and beneath its snowy fur, a strange pink hue began to manifest. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from its throat, sharp enough to shatter glass, startling the nearby soldiers so that their chopsticks clattered to the ground. "Xiao Bai." Lin Qi's expression changed dramatically as he dropped his plate with a crash. The little fox seemed to convulse as it leaped from his arms, crashing heavily to the floor. It did not rise but curled up in agony, its paws clinging desperately to the metal floor, producing a grating sound that sent chills down Lin Qi's spine. "It hurts, it hurts." The intermittent, tearful psychic waves crashed into Lin Qi's mind. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Panic seized Lin Qi as he reached to pick it up, only to find its temperature shockingly high, causing his fingers to retract instinctively. It felt as though there was a fire burning within its bones. Xiao Bai rolled on the ground, its once soft white fur now drenched in sweat, clinging to its body in damp strands. It trembled visibly, arching its back as if something were trying to break through its skin from within. Special forces and medics quickly surrounded them. "Clear the way. Let the medics take a look." Song Yuqing rushed in with a first aid kit, ready to administer a sedative. "Don't move," Lin Qi suddenly shouted, blocking her path. His eyes locked onto the writhing little fox, and the system interface in his retina flickered wildly, presenting a diagnosis that left him both stunned and elated. "This is not an illness. Everyone back away." Lin Qi spread his arms protectively in front of Xiao Bai, his gaze fierce and intense. "It does not require a doctor. It is evolving." Chapter 42, Xiao Bai's Evolution. A second tail emerges. "Clear the way. Everyone move aside." Lin Qi sprinted into the newly constructed field medical station. Cradling the fox that was no longer the soft little ball it once was, but a furnace radiating intense heat. Even through his thick tactical uniform, he could feel the searing heat, as if his skin were about to be scorched. "Hurry, cool it down. Prepare ice packs." Song Yuqing had changed into a white coat. Although she had never encountered such a situation, her professionalism allowed her to quickly regain composure. She aimed an infrared thermometer at Xiao Bai's forehead. Beep. The sharp alarm sent a chill through everyone present. "This is impossible." Song Yuqing stared at the reading, her pupils dilating in shock. A temperature of 105 degrees? A normal creature would have been brain dead by now. Its proteins should have already coagulated. Yet, the reality was that this little one was not only alive but writhing in pain, exhibiting a vitality that was simply unreasonable. Its heart raced at 300 beats per minute. Strong and vigorous, showing no signs of fatigue. Song Yuqing set down the stethoscope, sweat dripping from her forehead. This was not an illness. It was as if a nuclear reactor within it had gone haywire, releasing energy uncontrollably. Lin Qi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the little creature in his arms. The system interface in his retina rapidly refreshing data streams. Analyzing gene lock, source confirmed, blood of the primordial void Kuan, S-class energy, blessed land spiritual energy, catalyst, determination, ancestral bloodline phenomenon, first evolution. Warning, insufficient energy supply. The special ham sausage provided by the host contains excessive starch and cannot meet the evolution requirements. If the energy supply is interrupted, the evolution will fail, and the target may face backlash and death. Insufficient energy? Lin Qi suddenly realized. Although the droplet of golden kunpeng blood was a potent tonic, for a young nine-tailed fox, it was akin to feeding an infant a bowl of ginseng soup. Overdoing it. Its small body simply could not digest such immense energy. It required sufficient high-protein meat to act as a carrier, helping it neutralize and absorb the raging spiritual power. Meat. Bring me that pot of meat. Lin Qi turned abruptly, shouting at the guard by the door, the leftover meat from earlier. Bring it to me, broth and bones included. Though the guard was momentarily confused, he executed the order without hesitation. Within a minute, the steaming military pot was brought into the medical station. A rich aroma of meat instantly overwhelmed the scent of disinfectant. The little fox, previously in agony and with a blurred consciousness, suddenly twitched its nostrils vigorously. That primal hunger, stemming from its very bloodline, eclipsed the pain. Its eyes flew open, the once pink irises now transformed into a fiery red, resembling two blazing flames. With a howl, it broke free from Lin Qi's embrace, dashing like a white lightning bolt straight into the large pot. Sizzle! The intense heat of its body met the meat broth, producing a sound reminiscent of frying, as wisps of steam ascended. However, this little creature was utterly indifferent to the heat. It opened its mouth, revealing a set of sharp fangs, and began to voraciously tear into the remaining chunk of flesh. Bone and meat, even the tough tendons, crumbled in its jaws as if they were mere tofu. The crunching sound echoed through the quiet medical room, a cacophony of gnashing teeth. In the live stream, over 20 million viewers held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. The scene was surreal. A tiny fox, barely the size of a palm, was ferociously devouring a piece of meat larger than itself. Its belly seemed like an endless pit, instantly converting the consumed matter into pure energy. This metabolic rate defies the laws of energy conservation, exclaimed a viewer. Forget the science. This is an evolution, a beastly transformation. Quick, screenshot this iconic moment. As the last piece of meat, complete with crunchy bones, disappeared down its throat, the little white fox finally paused. It let out a contented burp, releasing a puff of heated air. Almost immediately, its body temperature began to drop, the previously bristled fur becoming smooth once more, yet its sheen underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer the ordinary pale hue, it now shimmered like mutton fat jade, exuding a soft silver glow. Suddenly, the air trembled. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the little white fox lay on the operating table, and beside its solitary short tail, a fleshy lump began to swell. It seemed to sense something, squirming uncomfortably, then it suddenly tensed up. With a soft pop, reminiscent of a champagne cork, a plume of pink smoke erupted. Almost magically, a brand new, fluffy tail, tipped with a hint of crimson, sprang forth. Two tails. They intertwined and swayed gently, leaving faint pink afterimages in the air, creating a scene of ethereal beauty. The entire medical room fell silent. Even Song Yuqing, a seasoned military doctor accustomed to life and death, stood agape, her notepad slipping from her grasp. Had it truly sprouted? Lin Qi swallowed hard, instinctively reaching out to touch the new tail. Congratulations. Your companion spirit beast, the King Kaiju nine-tailed fox, has completed its first bloodline awakening. Current status: 2 tails, intelligence awakened. Charm enhanced, birth escape talent unlocked. Affection level: 20. Though you are a foolish master, your meat is well cooked. As the system's voice faded, the little white fox slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes had transformed. No longer the innocent round gaze of a cub, they now appeared elongated and enchanting, with a slight upward tilt at the corners, radiating an alluring charm that could captivate the soul. Although its size had only increased to that of an adult corgi, the noble aura emanating from it was utterly transformative. It elegantly rose, shaking its resplendent silver fur, the 2 tails behind it swaying in a rhythmic dance, as if showcasing its new form to the world. Are you dumbstruck? A voice, clearer and tinged with youthful playfulness, echoed in Lin Qi's mind. Haven't you seen a beauty transform before? Lin Qi's mouth twitched. This proud demeanor was indeed a familiar flavor. The transformation was visible, but Lin Qi couldn't help but wonder if its appetite had also grown. If it continued to eat like this, his shares would surely be insufficient to sustain it. That's your poverty. The little white fox rolled its eyes, nimbly leaping off the operating table. It appeared quite pleased with its newfound strength. Pacing back and forth on the metallic floor, its paws producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, it halted. Its slender fox eyes narrowed, fixated on the metal floor beneath, nostrils flaring as it seemed to detect an incredibly faint scent. What is it? Lin Qi sensed its unease. The scent. The little white fox's voice turned serious, infused with a hint of greed. It's an incredibly rich aroma, 1,000 times more fragrant than that piece of meat. It's right below us. Before Lin Qi could respond, the fox began frantically digging at the thick alloy floor with its claws. Sparks flew as the specialized metal, impervious even to bullets, was clawed at as if it were mere cardboard. Stop digging. This is government property, Lin Qi exclaimed, startled as he rushed to grab the creature. But the little white fox was swift, continuing to dig while urgently communicating through mental waves. Don't stop me. There is something down there. It's spiritual energy. So much purer than what's in the air. Lin Qi, help me. There is something valuable buried beneath. Lin Qi paused. This was directly beneath site number 3, right next to the bronze door. According to previous scans, this area should consist of solid granite, with nothing but that door. Yet he trusted the system's judgment and the instincts of this spirit beast. Zhang Gong. Where's Zhang Gong? Lin Qi turned sharply, shouting towards the door, bring the geological scanner. And the impact drill. There might be a mine down there. Chapter 43. Into the water. The glowing strange fish in the underground river with a final frenzied spin of the diamond drill bit. The granite layer that had concealed humanity's view for millennia was finally breached. The massive drill bit plunged downward, nearly tilting the control panel. We've broken through. We've made a connection. The operator exclaimed, oil-smeared and jubilant. It's empty. A vast cavity. No need for him to shout. Everyone could see it. As the drill bit slowly withdrew, a half-meter-wide borehole revealed no toxic gases or underground water, but instead, a rich, cool, pale blue mist surged forth. It was as if a massive freezer had been opened beneath the earth. Lin Qi leaned over the edge of the borehole, peering down. In an instant, his pupils constricted. Darkness. An abyssal blackness. Yet in that profound darkness flowed a magnificent river, shimmering like a galaxy. This was an underground river, but the water was not transparent. It emanated a soft blue light, rippling and illuminating the vast cavern beneath in a dreamlike glow. The shimmering points resembled countless shattered stars scattered throughout the water. This is breathtaking. Zhang Gong beside him was transfixed. With such luminosity, how many microorganisms must be in that water? Not microorganisms. Lin Qi inhaled deeply, the refreshing chill penetrating his lungs and coursing through his veins. This is spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in this water is dozens of times higher than that in the air. This is the treasure the little white fox spoke of. Prepare the diving equipment, Lin Qi commanded, rising and shedding his heavy cold weather suit. I need to go down and take a look. I want to go too. Song Yuqing exclaimed, grabbing a medical kit and trying to rush forward. Don't be foolish. Lin Qi restrained her shoulder. The situation below is unclear, and the water flow's speed is unknown. I'm going to scout, not to tour. You stay above and monitor the life signs. If I encounter any danger, pull the rope immediately. 10 minutes later, Lin Qi donned a black dry suit and strapped on twin oxygen tanks. For the sake of the live stream, he even equipped his helmet with 2 high-lumen underwater lights and a signal booster from the system. With a splash, with a swift and graceful dive, Lin Qi shattered the long-standing tranquility of the dark river that had remained silent for countless eons. The frigid, bone-chilling cold enveloped him instantly, even through his diving suit. He could feel the temperature, so low it seemed capable of freezing his very blood. Yet, the breathtaking scene before him made Lin Qi momentarily forget the cold. It was utterly astonishing. If the world above was a desolate expanse of ice and snow, then the underwater realm was a palace of light and shadow. The riverbed was not composed of mud and silt, but rather formed by vast clusters of colossal crystals. The blue glimmers were not mere reflections, but bioluminescent aquatic plants growing from the crystal crevices, swaying gracefully in the current like a vibrant blue forest. In the live streaming room, 20 million viewers felt as though they had stepped into the world of Avatar. Deep sea phobia. Though I harbor a fear of water, this is simply too beautiful. Screenshot enthusiast. Each frame is a wallpaper. Is this truly a sight found on Earth? Fisherman. Clear waters yield no fish in such a frigid place. There should be no life, right? Lin Qi adjusted his buoyancy vest, positioning himself 2 meters above the riverbed. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the hissing of his breathing apparatus and the bubbling of rising air. Something felt amiss. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, mentally communicating with the system. With such abundant spiritual energy, it was implausible for there to be no biological chain. Xiao Bai's earlier excitement surely wasn't merely to show him the scenery. Just then, a faint yet alarmingly clear sound pierced through the water, reaching Lin Qi's eardrums. It was an unsettling sound, reminiscent of an infant's wail. Hearing a baby cry in a subterranean river hundreds of meters deep, that was more terrifying than encountering a ghost. Lin Qi's body was instantly covered in goosebumps. He spun around, directing his flashlight beam like a sword toward the source of the sound. The beam illuminated a patch of darkness. As the light passed over it, the shadows came alive. Countless scarlet eyes flickered to life within the gloom. Subsequently, A swarm of extraordinarily bizarre creatures emerged from the aquatic plants and the crevices of rocks. They were a peculiar species of fish, roughly the size of a basin, with semi-transparent, gelatinous bodies that revealed their internal organs and bones. They bore no scales but sported four short, salamander-like legs, awkwardly propelling themselves through the water. The most horrifying aspect was their backs, where natural black patterns formed. Eerily resembling twisted human faces, some appeared to cry, others to smile, and a few seemed to be screaming. The infant-like cries emanated from the mouths of these fish with human faces. Hundreds of these abominable fish swam towards him, crying as they approached, a sight that could induce nightmares in any adult. The live-streaming chat erupted with chaos, filled with panic. Chat defense. Fiends and monsters begone. This is too eerie. Biology enthusiast, what on earth are these? Fish with legs? And they can cry? Surely, this is more absurd than the Cambrian explosion. Although Lin Qi felt a wave of disgust, he was no stranger to extraordinary sights. He steadied himself, refusing to retreat, and instead swam toward the throng of fish. On his retina, the system's identification prompt appeared promptly. Discovered mythical creature, Ran-E fish, species, amphibious sentient creature, source, Shanhai Jing, Western Mountain, the mountain of Yingdi. Where the waters emerge, is abundant with Ran-E fish, whose bodies are serpentine with 6 legs, eyes resembling horse ears, and consuming them prevents drowsiness, providing protection against malevolence. Traits. The flesh is exceptionally delicious, containing a unique neurotoxin, beneficial, that greatly soothes the mind, treats severe insomnia, and can even fend off nightmares. Note, though it may appear grotesque, it is truly delectable. Ran-E fish. Lin Qi observed the system's eager endorsement, and the tension in his body relaxed instantly. If it could be eaten, it was no monster, it was mere sustenance. Stop crying, or I might just stew you. Lin Qi quipped internally, eyeing a particularly sluggish and plump Ran-E fish, and swiftly extended his hand. His reflexes were lightning fast. The fish, having never encountered a human, didn't register the danger until Lin Qi seized it by the nape, right at the forehead of its human face. The fish emitted a piercing scream, its 4 short legs flailing desperately, its slippery body writhing like an eel. But Lin Qi's grip was formidable. Having consumed divine beast meat, his strength could crush stone. Got you, he thought, propelling himself upward with his flippers, swiftly ascending. With a splash, he burst forth from the water, tearing off his breathing apparatus and inhaling the fresh air deeply. Quick, bring a bucket, he exclaimed, holding aloft the struggling creature. The instant it breached the surface, the eerie infant cries ceased abruptly. The fish seemed to have been muted, its mouth moving soundlessly, while the human facial patterns on its back rapidly faded into obscurity. What in the world is this? The surrounding engineers recoiled in fear, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the legged fish, save for one exception, Dr. Qinzhong. Since his arrival at the base yesterday, the old man had been in a state of exhilaration, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep. He now bore dark circles under his eyes, his hair a disheveled mess, bloodshot eyes glimmering with fervor, and his demeanor swayed as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, upon seeing the fish in Lin Qi's grasp, his once clouded eyes sparkled. He pushed through the crowd, stumbling toward Lin Qi, nearly pressing his face against the slippery fish. This structure, these patterns, Dr. Chen stammered, his hands trembling as he hesitated to touch it. He raised his gaze, his eyes gleaming with the intensity of a starving wolf, fixating on Lin Qi as he posed a question that silenced the room. Young man, I am not concerned with what it is called. I simply ask. He swallowed hard, his voice raspy. Can it be eaten? Chapter 44. Eating without sleep? This fish is the ultimate workhorse. On the makeshift outdoor stove, the charcoal fire blazed brightly. The bizarre fish, adorned with 4 legs and human facial patterns, had been cleaned and was now skewered on a red willow branch, undergoing a transformative roasting. Despite its grotesque appearance and unsettling cries, that was merely in life. Once deceased, especially over the searing heat, the unique aroma characteristic of amphibians wafted into the air. Unlike the overpowering scent of meat, the fragrance of the Ran-E fish resembled a refreshing stream, akin to steamed grouper with a hint of mint, invigorating the senses with each inhalation. Truly delightful. Lin Qi sprinkled a pinch of sea salt, observing the fish skin gradually turning golden and crisp, unable to resist swallowing hard. The young researchers surrounding him, though tempted, turned pale at the sight of the still faint facial patterns, each hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. After all, this was a legendary creature. Who knew if consuming it might lead to mutation? What if they sprouted 4 legs? I will. Just as the group hesitated, a hoarse yet authoritative voice broke through. Dr. Chen pushed his way to the front, his current state utterly disheveled. His hair was a chaotic nest, his eye bags sagging, and his eyes were bloodshot, swaying precariously as if he might topple over at any moment. He had been toiling for an uninterrupted 72 hours, sustained solely by adrenaline and an unbridled passion for science. Old Chen, your health. Song Yuqing began to voice her concerns, only to be brusquely pushed aside by Qin Zhong. Don't stop me. I'm on the verge of collapse. What do I have to fear from poisoning? With trembling hands, Qin Zhong seized a skewer of grilled fish from Lin Qi, his gaze resolute, akin to Shin Nong tasting hundreds of herbs. Today, I, Qin Zhong, shall sample this peculiar fish. For the sake of science. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit into the most succulent part of the fish's belly, disregarding the scalding heat. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Dr. Chun's reaction. Even the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased. As he chewed, Qin Zhong's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his chewing accelerated until he forsook using his hands altogether, devouring the fish voraciously, bones and all. Old Qin, are you all right? Lin Qi tentatively inquired. How do you feel? Should we call an ambulance? Qin Zhong remained silent, swallowing the last morsel of the fish's tail before abruptly jolting upright, as if a dying man had just been administered a life-saving injection. A low hum resonated, and it seemed, perhaps merely an illusion, that wisps of white smoke were emanating from the top of the old man's head. In the next moment, Qin Zhong lifted his gaze. His once murky, bloodshot eyes now sparkled with clarity, akin to two bright searchlights. The dark circles under his eyes visibly dissipated, and the wrinkles on his face appeared to smooth out, his complexion glowing with vigor. Incredible, he bellowed with newfound energy, startling the young soldier beside him, nearly causing the weapon in his grasp to discharge. He bounced in place, executing a less-than-standard set of military exercises with remarkable vigor, entirely devoid of the frailty he had just exhibited. I'm not tired. Not at all. Grasping Lin Qi's shoulders, he stammered excitedly, my mind. It has never been this clear. Those formulas that plagued me for years, I can unravel them at a glance. Quick. Bring me paper and pen. I must write a paper. I need to model. I feel like I could work for another 500 years. With that, the old man dashed off, sprinting into the laboratory with a speed that outpaced the base's guard dogs, leaving a bewildered crowd in his wake. Is this some sort of stimulant? Song Yuqing exclaimed in astonishment, hastily pursuing him. Old Chen, slow down. You still need a medical checkup. 10 minutes later, a comprehensive medical report lay before Lin Qi and Qin Xiao. Song Yuqing trembled as she perused the data, her hands shaking from the shock to her medical sensibilities. This is terrifying, she pointed at the brainwave graph. Old Chen's cerebral activity is 3 times that of an average person. Furthermore, his dopamine levels are exceedingly high yet remarkably stable. Most critically, his bodily functions show no signs of exhaustion. This fish contains a rare neuroactive substance. It does not merely tap into one's potential, but rather expedites the repair of damaged neurons, energizing the brain like a power bank. Taking a deep breath, Song Yuqing arrived at her final conclusion, based on calculations. Consuming one of these fish can sustain an individual in a state of absolute alertness and focus for the next 72 hours, eliminating the need for sleep, preventing fatigue, and even shielding against negative emotions. Moreover, it seems to create a mental barrier, defending against nightmares and hallucinations. Side effects? She continued, as of now, aside from an overwhelming desire to work post-consumption, there appear to be none. Upon hearing the report, Lin Qi remained silent, but the live stream erupted in chaos. What on earth is this? This is the ultimate dream for workers. The lifeline for students preparing for exams. The resurrection elixir for programmers. The comments flooded in, obscuring the screen. Students preparing for exams, wow. 3 days without sleep while retaining focus? If I eat one of these before the exams, I could choose between Tsinghua and Peking University. Bald programmers, link. Give me the link. I'll pay any price. I haven't slept in 3 days while rushing this project. I need one for my survival. King of the competitive. What is this overtime miracle? If the boss distributes these to the entire company, we could drive our competitors to bankruptcy. Parents of high school seniors, streamer, I beg you. My son has his college entrance exams soon. I'll offer 50,000. No, 100,000. Get me one. Cultivation practitioners. This is truly the elixir for sleepless nights. The ancients were not deceived. Lin Qi observed the flurry of requests for purchasing and links, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Gentlemen, please calm down. While this is indeed remarkable, it's not something as common as cabbage. The ecosystem in that underground river is exceedingly fragile. The net we cast likely only yielded a few hundred fish. And considering how grotesque they look, are you truly willing to consume them? I would eat it. Even if it had a human face, I would still eat it. As long as it helps me finish my thesis, I'd eat it raw. Such is the resolve of the contemporary workforce. Faced with project deadlines and demands, even the monsters from horror films pale in comparison. Just as Lin Qi was about to make another quip and casually boast about the fish's flavor, a sudden commotion erupted from the perimeter guard post. Stop. Military restricted area. Approaching any closer will result in gunfire. Don't shoot. I have a pass. I possess the special authorization documents. An anxious, breathless voice emerged from the snowstorm. Moments later, several special forces soldiers escorted a disheveled middle-aged man, dressed in a high-end suit, who had clearly sprinted to reach them. His expensive leather shoes were caked in mud. His hair was tousled by the wind, and he gripped a black briefcase tightly, sweat glistening on his brow, his eyes revealing a frenzied desperation. Upon spotting Lin Qi, he dropped to his knees in the snow as if he had seen a long-lost relative, disregarding the surrounding firearms. Mr. Lin, Team Leader Lin, he exclaimed hoarsely, raising the red-headed document in his hand. I am the executive president of the Greater China Pharmaceutical Group. I implore you, allow me an audience. No matter the cost. No matter the conditions. That fish, the one that prevents sleep. We want it. We want it all. Chapter 45. The pharmaceutical giant pleads for collaboration. Orders exceeding 100 billion in the snow. The man clad in an Italian designer's suit knelt upright, the cold wind tooling his hair into disarray. His expensive crocodile leather shoes sinking into the mud, yet he remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Qi, or rather, on the pot still emitting steam behind him, his eyes burning with fervor as if he were a devotee in the presence of a deity. Mr. Lin, I am Zhao Wanyi of the Greater China Pharmaceutical Group. His voice cracked with excitement, holding up his briefcase as if presenting a solemn vow. 100 billion. I want to buy the patent outright. If you grant me the exclusive development rights to this rare fish, I have a Swiss bank draft right here in my bag. Or we can discuss equity exchange. Name your price. I am willing to comply. 100 billion. The figure detonated like a deep water bomb, causing the special forces soldiers in the vicinity to flinch. The live stream chat exploded with fervor. Popper. Did I hear that correctly? 100 billion? Just for those fish that look like demons? Financial tycoon. You don't understand. This is not merely fish. This is fuel transforming the global workforce into perpetual motion machines. If mass-produced, its market value would soar into the trillions. This is a monopolistic strategic resource. Bystander. Streamer, don't hesitate. Agree to his terms. You shall be my long-lost brother, though we are not related by blood. Lin Qi, with chopsticks in hand, leisurely picked up a piece of fish and slowly placed it into his mouth. The invigorating sensation surged directly to his mind, allowing him to maintain an unwavering composure. Even in the face of overwhelming wealth and opulence, an absolute calmness, or perhaps a profound sense of Versailles. Mr. Zhao, please rise, the ground is cold. Lin Qi smiled, refraining from reaching for the briefcase. Instead, he shifted aside, allowing the stern-faced Qin Zhao to step forward. This business is far too grand for my humble self to bear. Moreover, this fish was caught on national territory and discovered by our Bureau 749. Although I am the team leader, the disposal of this strategic resource. He gestured towards the 2 stripes and 1 star on Qin Zhao's shoulder, his tone laced with jest. You must negotiate with this armed leader. Zhao Wanyi hesitated for a moment. As a seasoned player in the market, he quickly grasped the implications. Such a substance, capable of transcending human physiological limits, could never be permitted to be monopolized by private entities. It was a vital national asset. He immediately redirected his approach, even before standing up. He kneeled a couple of steps toward Qin Zhao, adopting a posture so humble, it was almost pitiable. Commander Qin, we must collaborate. We absolutely must. Our group possesses the most advanced purification technology and a global sales network. If the state grants us authorization, we are willing to relinquish controlling shares. Qin Zhao glanced down at this titan of commerce, expressionless as she adjusted her gloves. Mr. Zhao, please rise to speak. Her voice was cool, yet carried an undeniable authority. It was indeed imperative for the nation to convert these resources into tangible national strength. Cooperation was possible, but the terms would be set by us. In the following 10 minutes, 2 million viewers in the live stream witnessed one of the swiftest and most hard-hitting business negotiations in history. There were no toasts exchanged, no drawn-out debates. Surrounded by hundreds of automatic rifles, and under the forceful presence of Qin Zhao, Zhao Wanyi signed the most humiliating yet exhilarating contract of his life. The terms were stark and uncompromising. First, establish Kunlun Biopharmaceuticals, with the state holding 51 of the technical shares, possessing an absolute veto. Second, the products would be named Kunlun Revitalizing Liquid, military version, and Awakening No. 1, civilian version. Third, the military version would be prioritized for supply to troops, research institutions, and special posts, with a purity requirement of 100. Fourth, the civilian version must be diluted, strictly limited in supply, and prohibited from export to unapproved countries. Sign. Zhao Wanyi's hand trembled as the pen pierced the paper. As long as I can sell, I would agree to 90. He understood that even a minuscule market share would be enough to elevate him to a position of dominance in the global pharmaceutical industry. Pleasant collaboration. Qin Xiao tucked the contract away and turned to Lin Qi. As for consultant Lin's share, let us proceed according to protocol, Lin Qi interjected, feigning selflessness. As the leader of the special operations team, I had previously agreed with Commander Lei for a 20 technical stake. He rubbed his fingers together, his earlier facade crumbling to reveal his true avarice. Mr. Zhao, shouldn't we settle the initial patent authorization fee? Absolutely. Instantly. Zhao Wanyi retrieved his phone and executed the transfer with his specially authorized black gold card. A melodious notification chimed in the quiet snowy night, resonating beautifully. Lin Qi pulled out his cracked screen phone and opened the message. Your account, last 4 digits 5034, received a deposit of 200,000,000,000 RMB at 23:45. Note, initial patent authorization fee. The lengthy string of zeros glimmered enticingly in the dim light. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, 20 billion. Cash. Lin Qi stared at the figure, feeling as though his breath had momentarily ceased. Just yesterday, he had been questioning life in the snow with a mere 250 renminbi balance. Today, he had achieved not only financial freedom, but a remarkable leap in social status. This was destiny, the unexplainable reversal brought forth by the system. Calm down, calm down. Lin Qi forcibly suppressed the urge to howl at the heavens, nonchalantly placing his phone back into his pocket. It's just that, a few minor goals. As cultivators, we regard money as mere refuse. He abruptly halted himself, ready to gnaw on the button of Zhao Wanyi's briefcase, the pained expression on his face betraying his facade of indifference toward wealth. The live stream filled with exclamations. Versailles Master. Host, your smile is stretching to your ears. What a show-off. Lemon essence. 20 billion, in cash. If it were coins, it could crush a person. I wish to go to Kunlun Mountain to catch fish. Seeking support. Brother Lin, can we ease up on the gender restrictions? If it comes down to it, I could also be the fox's caretaker. A lively atmosphere permeated the base. The soldiers, though unaware of the specific figures, could tell from the beaming faces of the executives that the nation had made a tremendous profit. Even Qin Xiao, who usually maintained a stern demeanor, had a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. With this influx of funds, the base's equipment could be upgraded, and they might even apply for a few of the latest mech for testing. However, it is often in moments of utmost relaxation and triumph that crises stealthily approach. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent, piercing air defense alarms erupted above the base without warning. The red warning lights instantaneously replaced the previously gentle illumination, bathing the entire camp in a blood-red hue. What is happening? The smile vanished from Qin Zhao's face, replaced by an icy coldness and an aura of severity. She pressed her earpiece, her voice sharp. Radar station. Report the situation. Report. This is the radar station. Came the panicked shout of an observer. The background filled with chaotic static. Unidentified flying objects detected. Extremely fast. Not an aircraft. Not a missile. No thermal signature. It appears to be descending directly from the clouds. Altitude 2,000. Distance 1,000. It's coming. It's heading for the camp. Lin Qi's heart sank. He instinctively looked up to the sky. There. At the end of the searchlight's pale beam, the swirling snow was violently disrupted by a ferocious gust of wind. A massive, jet-black shadow, resembling a meteor, descended with an oppressive aura from the heights. This was no stone. This was a colossal beast, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters. It bore a pair of bat-like flesh wings, its body adorned with a coat of striped fur akin to a tiger, yet its face was grotesque, resembling a malevolent spirit. It moved with astonishing speed, breaching the outer air defense net almost instantaneously after the alarm sounded. Fire. Engage the air defense cannons. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Several self-propelled anti-aircraft vehicles spun their turrets wildly, unleashing a torrent of fire as tracer rounds wove a fiery net in the night sky. Yet that shadow was astonishingly agile. It executed a serpentine maneuver in mid-air, its massive form momentarily hovering, evading the dense barrage, then with a powerful flap of its wings. It shot forward like a black lightning bolt, directly targeting a patrol armored vehicle on the outskirts of the base. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The several-ton armored vehicle was effortlessly lifted off the ground by its claws, as if an eagle had seized a chick. Help! Ah! Desperate screams erupted from within the vehicle. The shadow clutched the armored car, flapping its wings violently, creating a whirlwind as it ascended into the clouds once again, leaving behind a chilling echo of maniacal laughter. Indeed, it was laughter. The beast was laughing. The sound was sharp and jarring, akin to nails scraping against a blackboard, or countless demons taunting in the dead of night. Lin Qi fixated on the receding shadow, as the retinal interface projected a blood-red warning once more, each word seemingly inscribed in crimson. Warning. Encounter with the ancient four fierce beasts. Target, Qi. Traits, suppresses good, promotes evil, delights in human flesh. Fluent in human language, exceedingly cunning. Danger level, catastrophic, complete form. Chapter 46, New Map Unveiled. How does this tiger have wings? The air raid siren wailed with a piercing urgency, akin to a blade poised to pry open the crown of the heavens, shattering the serene night over Kunlun in an instant. The sound was alarmingly urgent, not a drill nor a false alarm, but a first-level battle warning that could only be triggered when an army loomed ominously and disaster was imminent. What the hell? An earthquake? Lin Qi's chopsticks clattered from his grasp. His mind, which had just been reveling in the joy of sudden wealth, snapped back to clarity. Before he could register the situation, the floor of the command room quivered violently. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted less than 50 meters from the command room, the sound echoing like a meteor crashing into the backyard. Let us check it out. Lin Qi seized the tactical helmet hanging on the wall, barely fastening the strap, and kicked the door open, rushing into the blizzard. The cold wind sliced like a knife, pelting him with icy shards. Yet Lin Qi felt no chill, for the sight before him froze his blood in an instant, only to send it boiling madly thereafter, caught in the web of light from the base's powerful searchlights. A colossal, suffocating shadow circled at a low altitude of 100 meters. It was immense, measuring over 15 meters in length, its robust body resembling a heavy-duty truck. Covered in a striking coat of yellow and black fur, each hair gleamed like steel needles under the lights. It was a tiger. Yet, in comparison to this behemoth, an ordinary Siberian tiger seemed no more than a weaned kitten. Even more bizarrely, on either side of this giant tiger's spine, a pair of broad, bat-like black wings unfurled. With each flap, a tempestuous gust of rancid wind stirred, sending snow swirling into the air, making it difficult for anyone to stand. What on earth is this? Lin Qi widened his eyes, his throat constricting. A tiger with wings? Is that how one interprets adding wings to a tiger? At that moment, the airborne giant tiger suddenly released its front claws. Whoosh! A dark, massive object plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a chilling rush of wind, crashing violently into the ground defenses. Lin Qi focused intently, his pupils narrowing. It was the armored patrol vehicle that had just gone missing. The several-ton military vehicle now resembled a discarded toy, carelessly tossed aside after being played with. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed heavily beside an infantry fighting vehicle, the sound of twisting steel causing teeth to ache. The vehicle's body crumpled like a tin plate, parts scattering, flames erupting into the sky. Fortunately, when the alarm sounded, the nearby soldiers had swiftly evacuated. Roar! The giant tiger hovered in midair, gazing at the fireball rising from the ground, emitting a roar filled with mockery. The sound was sharp and jarring, resembling not a beast's roar, but rather the cackling of an evil witch, sending shivers down spines and draining sanity points. On the retinal display, red warning boxes erupted chaotically. Warning! High-risk mythical creature has descended. Target locked. Qi. Species. One of the ancient four fierce beasts. Wind element. Evil beast. Description. Resembles a tiger, possesses wings, delights in devouring humans. Suppresses good, promotes evil, fluent in human language, exhibits extreme malevolence, revels in human screams. Danger level. Catastrophic. Its hide is tougher than tank armor. Its claws can tear through steel. Qi. Lin Qi inhaled sharply. How did this creature emerge? This is a legitimate malevolent deity. In the live stream, 2 million viewers were equally dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. The barrage of comments, which had previously celebrated newfound wealth, instantly transformed into a frantic cry for escape. I love tomatoes. Mom, help. This tiger has become sentient. It really has wings. Scholar of the classic of mountains and seas. It's over. This is Qi, infamous for its wickedness in mythology. It specifically preys on the virtuous and rewards the wicked. This is no divine beast, it's a demon. Military enthusiast, don't panic. We have anti-aircraft artillery. Shoot it down. As if in response to the desperate pleas in the comments. The surface defense line, having been on high alert, finally opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The quad-mounted 25mm anti-aircraft guns belched forth tongues of fire, half a meter long. A dense barrage of tracer rounds weaving a deadly net across the night sky, instantly enveloping the airspace occupied by Lin Qi. Hit! Someone shouted in excitement. The enormous tiger made no attempt to evade, allowing the concentrated barrage to pummel its belly and wings. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metallic clashes erupted, akin to raindrops on banana leaves. Sparks flew. Those armor-piercing rounds, capable of penetrating light tanks, struck Lin Qi's fur and were deflected. What? The commanding officer's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Are they bouncing off? Is this biological fur? This must be reactive armor. Lin Qi seemed irritated by these trifling attacks. It lowered its massive form, its gigantic wings fully unfurling, obscuring the light from the searchlights. Roar! It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a soul-shattering roar directed at the ground forces. A visible, translucent sound wave swept through like a fan. Crash! It was as though a sonic storm had swept through. The outer circle of tempered glass windows shattered instantly under the impact of the sound wave, transforming into a cloud of sparkling dust. Many soldiers without ear protection clutched their ears in agony, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping between their fingers. Even Lin Qi felt as though he had been struck in the chest, his vision darkening, nearly coughing up blood. This beast employs sound wave attacks. Lin Qi shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. At that moment, Lin Qi seemed to lose interest in the small creatures below. Its eerie green eyes twirled, suddenly fixating on the towering signal tower at the heart of the base. This was a newly constructed 5G communication station, built entirely from high-strength steel, glinting under the lights. Lin Qi tilted its head, a glimmer of strange light flashing in its eyes. From its perspective, that straight, solid, glowing iron pillar appeared, quite delectable, or perhaps just the right thing to scratch its itchy molars? With a powerful flap of its wings, the massive creature carved a shadow through the air, utterly disregarding the ground's defenses. Diving straight toward the signal tower, its posture resembled that of a hungry dog spotting a bone. This is bad. Lin Qi was alarmed. It aimed to dismantle the tower. That is our communication hub. If the signal tower falls, the live stream will be cut off. Without the live stream, he would lose his observation anchor. At that point, this beast in a state of quantum superposition would become even more uncontrollable, possibly teleporting directly into the command center to unleash havoc. Stop it! Lin Qi shouted into the intercom. No reminder was necessary. Qin Ziao's figure had already appeared at the high ground of the anti-air position. She wore no helmet. Her long hair dancing in the tempest, her icy expression devoid of emotion, radiating a deadly intent as solid as an iceberg. She raised the tactical command terminal in her hand, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon the colossal beast that was diving at breakneck speed. Less than 200 meters from the signal tower. All units, pay attention. Qin Zhao's voice, eerily calm, resonated through the public channel, reaching every ear. Target locked. Disengage light weaponry. Activate close defense artillery systems. With a decisive motion of her arm, she issued the final command. Air Defense Fire Network. Fire at full power. Chapter 47. The Four Great Beasts. Lin Qi. The special forces can no longer withstand it. A chilling sound reverberated, sending shivers down the spine and causing the very soul to quiver. The 1130 close defense artillery stationed at the corners of the base opened fire simultaneously. Originally designed to intercept supersonic anti-ship missiles, this artillery unleashed a terrifying rate of fire of 11,000 rounds per minute, as 4 tongues of flame, each stretching 100 meters, erupted at once. The night sky was violently torn apart, and countless tungsten core armor-piercing rounds converged into a visible torrent of metal, fiercely locking onto the airborne Lin Qi. Simultaneously, dozens of individual anti-aircraft missiles, trailing long tails of fire, surged like a pack of wolves drawn to the scent of blood, screaming from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sky ignited in flames. A series of violent explosions instantaneously engulfed the gigantic beast. Fireballs rolled, shrapnel flew in all directions, and the entire sky was painted a sanguine hue. That level of firepower coverage was such that, even if a destroyer were suspended there, it would be reduced to mere fragments. We hit it. In the command room, several officers excitedly pumped their fists, all shots on target. No misses. Yet Lin Qi's gaze remained fixed on the swirling smoke, his brow twitching. The system's alarms not only failed to cease, but grew increasingly piercing. Something's not right, he muttered. It's too quiet. Indeed, amidst the cataclysmic explosions, not a single cry of anguish from the beast could be heard, just as everyone believed the battle was decisively won. A peculiar dark red glow slowly penetrated the smoke and flames, spreading like blood in clear water. With a mighty flap of its enormous flesh wings, the clouds of smoke and flames were instantly dispersed. The unscathed Kainki hovered midair, gazing down at the stunned humans below with its mocking green eyes. Surrounding its body was a translucent shield of dark red, reminiscent of flowing blood. The tungsten projectiles that could pierce steel were now densely embedded in that shield, like insects trapped in amber, unable to penetrate even slightly. As Kainki's body trembled, thousands of projectiles clattered to the ground, resembling a shower of metallic rain. What is this? A young soldier dropped his weapon in fright. An energy shield? Is this something a biological entity should possess? Malice. Lin Qi gritted his teeth, his expression grim. This was the malevolent aura shield inherent to ancient ferocious beasts. Physical attacks were ineffective against it. It was akin to firing a Gatling gun at a ghost, merely a sound without effect. But that was not the end. Though it had endured a relentless assault from humanity, Kainki was evidently enraged. An extremely human-like expression of fury marred its fearsome visage, and its earlier intent to gnaw at the signal tower was halted. Turning its head toward the densely packed anti-air positions on the ground, it took a deep breath, its abdomen swelling, emitting a thunderous roar. Bad news. Put on gas masks. Qin Xiaowu reacted swiftly, shouting urgently. But it was too late. A thick, inky black smoke erupted from Kainki's mouth. This smoke did not disperse like ordinary fog but seemed alive, quickly sinking and spreading, engulfing half the base in an instant. There was no sensation of suffocation or corrosiveness. However, any soldier touched by the black smoke staggered violently, as if all their vitality had been instantaneously drained. I feel so weak. The gun is so heavy. The once elite special forces turned pale, their limbs growing weak, and even standing became a challenge. As they collapsed one by one onto the ground. System warning. Large-scale group weakness curse detected. Effect. Deprivation of stamina, instigating inner fear, diminishing combat will. This is a magical attack. Lin Qi also inhaled a breath of the smoke, feeling his legs weigh down like lead, his head spinning. He hurriedly circulated the scant energy within him, barely managing to stabilize his stance. As the defensive line threatened to collapse, Qin Xiao drew a tactical dagger and slashed her arm deeply. Blood surged forth, the pain snapping her back to clarity. Dragon Tooth Team, follow me. She shouted with fiery determination. We cannot let it approach the command center. For our nation. With her command, 12 super soldiers clad in the latest full-body powered exoskeletons charged forth. They were the elite of the 749 Bureau, each one a king among soldiers. Their exoskeletons granted them superhuman strength and speed. Wielding high-frequency vibrating cutting blades designed specifically for combating large creatures. Kill. Fueled by the exoskeleton's thrusters, the 12 launched themselves like cannonballs, aiming to leap onto Kainki's back for a decapitating strike. However, in the face of absolute power disparity, skill was rendered meaningless. Kainki scarcely regarded these fleas, casually swinging its massive, barbed tail. Crack, 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 like swatting flies. The 3 Dragon Tooth Team members at the forefront had no time to brandish their blades before the tail struck them fiercely. Even the high-strength alloy exoskeletons crumpled under the blow as if made of paper, twisting and deforming. The 3 flew backward like kites severed from their strings, blood spewing as they crashed into the snow, their fates uncertain. The remaining members were buffeted by the winds generated by Kainki's wings, unable to close the distance. How do we fight this? It's impossible. Lin Qi watched in despair. Physical immunity, magical attacks. Coupled with overwhelming physical strength, it was as if a high-level boss was slaughtering a novice village. Kainki appeared to have had its fill of the game. It descended slowly, its massive claws crushing a tank, its green eyes fixated on the command center, or rather, on the signal tower beside it. It opened its mouth, revealing a maw full of sharp fangs, seemingly ready to chew everything here to pieces. It's over. A wave of despair surged within everyone. Just as Qin Xiaowu prepared to initiate the base's self-destruct protocol to perish alongside the monster, Lin Qi, who had been observing through the true sight, suddenly froze. At that moment, in the system's vision, the data on Kainki appeared oddly peculiar. Though its red bar, health, was full and its blue bar, demonic power, also at maximum. A conspicuously bright, purplish-red status icon was flashing wildly at its head. Status: extreme pain, tooth nerve exposed. Status: agitated, stress response due to pain. Lin Qi scrutinized further. Despite Kainqi's fierce roars, its left front paw was subtly pressed against its left jaw. Moreover, while its roar was loud, there was a distinct tremor and gasping sound at the tail end. Hiss. Every roar was accompanied by a sharp intake of breath, and half its face was swollen considerably. A spark of insight ignited in Lin Qi's mind, as if he had grasped a crucial clue. This creature had to have broken a tooth while gnawing on that armored vehicle earlier, and considering its relentless gaze at the signal tower, it seemed less like it was eyeing an enemy and more like it was staring at a toothpick. Cease fire. Everyone, cease fire. Realizing this, Lin Qi suddenly dashed out from behind cover, disregarding any potential danger, and spread his arms wide to shield the group of desperate soldiers before him. Stop shooting. Put down your weapons. Lin Qi shouted hoarsely at Qin Xiao and the surrounding fighters. It doesn't want to kill. It doesn't want to eat anyone. Qin Xiao clutched her bleeding arm, staring in disbelief at him. Are you insane? It has already incapacitated the Lanja team. Isn't that killing? You started it first. It was acting in self-defense. Lin Qi pointed at the agitated beast, its jaw clenched in pain, and spoke with an absurd certainty. Look at its face. Observe its movements. It isn't here to wreak havoc. It's suffering from a toothache. It can't bear the pain. Chapter 48. Lin Qi, don't panic. I can understand its insults. An eerie silence descended upon the battlefield. Smoke still lingered in the air, the acrid scent of gunpowder piercing everyone's nostrils. In the chaotic snow-covered ground, hundreds of special forces maintained their stances, fingers rigid on the triggers, yet no one dared to fire the first shot. All eyes were fixated on the solitary figure emerging from cover, clad only in a thin combat uniform. Lin Qi walked steadily, unarmed, having even discarded the frying pan he had intended for self-defense, approaching the ancient beast teetering on the brink of rage. Lin Qi, come back. Qin Xiao, her eyes wide with urgency, disregarded her injury and attempted to rush forward to pull him back. That's Kainqi. It's gone mad. You're walking into a death trap. Stay back. A youthful yet arrogant voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Qin Xiao was taken aback, noticing that the small two-tailed white fox had somehow leapt in front of her, crossing its paws and blocking her path. The fox glanced back at Lin Qi's figure, its pink eyes reflecting a flicker of helplessness, mingled with an inexplicable certainty. Let him go. That big fool genuinely doesn't seem to want to fight. At that moment, the Kainqi in midair let out an ear-splitting roar. Roar. The sound was agonizing, filled with a fury capable of devastating the world, causing the surrounding snow to cascade down. To the special forces, it was the war cry of a demon, the call to launch an all-out assault. Yet, to Lin Qi, who had activated the omniscient myth translation function, the sound metamorphosed into a different narrative. There was no authority, no ferocity, only the desperate exclamations of a rough beast. I'm in excruciating pain. It hurts. What kind of wretched iron rod is this? It looks soft, yet it's harder than stone to bite. Who crafted this cursed contraption? It's making my teeth feel like they're going to shatter. My teeth. My prized front tooth that I've cherished for 300 years. It feels like it's cracked. Damn, it hurts. Lin Qi stumbled slightly, almost bursting into laughter. He glanced at the signal tower. Indeed, on one of the thick steel beams, 2 rows of deep bite marks were visible, with strands of some unknown viscous substance dangling from it. The mystery was solved. The beast had likely awoken from slumber, feeling an itch in its teeth, and had taken a bite out of the signal tower, only to discover that modern industrial steel was far too hard, causing its tooth to break. The nerve exposed to the biting cold of -30 degrees was unbearable. Just thinking about it made Lin Qi's jaw ache. I knew it. How could one of the 4 evils be venting its frustrations on a mere iron tower? Lin Qi shook his head, the fear within him dissipating significantly. Since it was merely a toothache, resolving the matter seemed feasible. As long as it didn't intend to devour humans, there was room for negotiation. He took a deep breath, halting 20 meters away from the Kainqi. For such a colossal beast, that distance was merely a stretch of its neck. Hey, big tiger. Lin Qi cupped his hands around his mouth, drawing in a deep breath, and shouted into the sky, stop howling. I know your tooth hurts. The Kainqi abruptly halted midair. Its eyes, once filled with rage and blood, revealed a flicker of human-like astonishment. It lowered its head, incredulously gazing at this diminutive, 2-legged creature. Could this little thing comprehend the language of beasts? What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Lin Qi pointed to his left jaw, exaggerating an ouch expression, then gestured to the Kainqi's swollen left cheek. Didn't you just bite the iron pipe and hurt yourself? Is it painful when you take a deep breath? Roar? The Kainki emitted a low growl of confusion, which translated roughly to, "How do you know? I'm a doctor." Lin Qi patted his chest, beginning to speak earnestly. "I specialize in treating various ailments, especially dental issues. Big guy, a toothache isn't an illness, but when it hurts, it truly is life-threatening. If you keep howling like that, the cold air will only make it worse. You might even get an infection, and then half your face will rot away." This resonated with the Kainki's plight. It instinctively covered its jaw with its paw, letting out a pitiful whimper, its expression shifting from ferocity to one of vulnerability. Although it had lived for eons, it knew nothing of dental care. In its understanding, when in pain, one must roar. When tired from roaring, the pain would cease. But this time was different. The more it roared, the more it hurt, driving it to the brink of destruction. "Stop destroying your home. It will hurt you, too." Lin Qi, observing the wavering in its eyes, seized the moment. "Come down. I'll treat you. Guaranteed to cure. Money back guarantee. If I can't heal you, you can have my 100+ pounds of meat as a snack. How does that sound?" It was a gamble, betting that this intelligent beast would choose to believe in hope amidst its torment. An absolute silence enveloped the area. Qin Xiao's palms were clammy with sweat, her grip on the gun tightening. Should the Kainki show any signs of aggression, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. In the live stream, 20 million viewers held their breath. "I love tomatoes. What is the host doing? Is he negotiating with the monster?" "Dentist Wong, I see it. That monster is holding its jaw. It really seems to have a toothache. Is the host going to treat the divine beast's teeth?" Time seemed to freeze. Finally, the Kainki hesitated for a moment, its green eyes scanning Lin Qi, seemingly assessing the credibility of this two-legged creature. A gust of cold wind swept through, the nerve in its tooth sending another wave of agonizing pain. The Kainki shuddered, finally ceasing its indecision. With a whoosh, it folded its wings and slowly descended, its massive form shaking the ground, sending snow flying. The 15-meter-long beast gently landed before Lin Qi, resembling a mountain looming overhead. It gradually lowered its head. That fearsome visage brought within half a meter of Lin Qi, allowing him to see every bristle of its steel-like whiskers and the reflection of himself in its pupils. The Kainki opened its mouth wide and exhaled towards Lin Qi. There was no intent to attack. It merely wished to showcase its affliction. However, when that enormous maw gaped open, a noxious stench engulfed Lin Qi, an amalgamation of millennia-old decaying flesh, sulfur, fermented methane, and some unknown toxic chemicals, akin to a biochemical gas bomb, crashing over him. Ugh! Lin Qi's face turned green. He felt as if the scent had lifted his skull. Tears and snot streaming down his face as his stomach churned violently, nearly causing him to faint. Clutching his nose, he staggered back several steps, leaning on his knees and retching incessantly, gazing tearfully at the seemingly innocent beast before him. "Big brother, this isn't a toothache. It smells like you haven't brushed your teeth in hundreds of years." Chapter 49. So it was merely a toothache? Come, let us proceed with the root canal treatment. Lin Qi, clutching his knee, felt as though he might retch bile. The odor was overwhelmingly potent, reminiscent of a ghastly concoction of a ton of putrid eggs, decayed fish, and shrimp, all stirred together with the stench of a 300-year-old cesspool, and then heated to a sweltering 50 degrees, thrust directly into his nostrils. "Officer Qin." Lin Qi turned back with teary eyes, gesturing towards the vigilant Qin Xiao in the distance. "Bring me a gas mask, the highest filtration level you have." A twitch flickered at the corner of Qin Xiao's mouth as she waved for a soldier to toss over a full-face gas mask. Once donned, the world fell into serene silence. Lin Qi inhaled deeply the air filtered through activated carbon, feeling rejuvenated. He approached the formidable Kainki once more, patting its enormous, bristle-covered chin. Open wide. Kainki obediently opened its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a tank. Despite wearing the mask, Lin Qi instinctively held his breath. He switched on his tactical flashlight and directed it into the abyss of its throat. Goodness, the dental situation was chaotic. Its mouth was filled with jagged fangs, each resembling a dagger thrust in reverse, adorned with remnants of unknown organisms and tartar. On the left side, a colossal fang, as thick as an adult's thigh, was fractured in the middle, revealing bright red pulp, while the surrounding gums were swollen and oozing dark blood. Goodness, look at the swelling. Lin Qi shook his head, critiquing like a seasoned dentist. The dental nerve is completely exposed, and severe periodontitis is evident. No wonder you're going mad. Anyone would be in agony under such circumstances. Kainki seemed to comprehend, emitting a couple of whiny sounds, its large eyes glistening with tears. All right, enough of the sob story. Lin Qi turned to the engineering team in the distance, shouting, "Zhonggong, bring over that heavy-duty crane. And a hydraulic cutter. The largest one you have. Oh, and 2 steel cables." Zhonggong and a group of engineers stood in stunned silence. A crane? A hydraulic cutter? What on earth was he planning? Though inundated with questions, they had to comply. With the roar of a diesel engine, a Sugong heavy-duty all-terrain crane rumbled towards them, its massive arm extending slowly, hovering above Kainqi's head. Lin Qi directed a few daring engineers to attach the hydraulic cutter to the hook. Everyone stepped back. Things might get a bit messy. Lin Qi leaped on a Kainqi's chin, standing atop it as though scaling a cliff. He maneuvered the crane, carefully inserting the hydraulic cutter into Kainqi's mouth, precisely locking onto the fractured fang. "Listen up, big fellow." Lin Qi patted the roof of Kainqi's mouth. "It may hurt a bit, but this is the lesser of 2 pains. If you move, I'll shove this cutter down your throat." Kainqi tensed up, blinking rapidly to signal its compliance. It had been tormented by toothache to the point of losing its temperament. Anything to alleviate the pain would suffice, even if it meant enduring the extraction. "All right, all departments prepare." Lin Qi jumped down to the ground, holding a walkie-talkie. His expression gravely serious, as if orchestrating a rocket launch. "Steel cables, tighten. Hydraulic cutter, engage. 3, 2, 1, go." At Lin Qi's command, the crane's engine erupted with a roar, billowing dark smoke. The thick cables snapped taut. Kainqi's eyes widened, its 4 paws gripping the ground fiercely, clawing deep trenches into the frozen earth. Its muscles convulsed, emitting suppressed groans from its throat. With a resounding crack, a bone-separating sound echoed throughout the snowy valley, followed by a noise akin to a champagne cork popping. The fractured fang, along with half a meter of root, was forcibly extracted. A torrent of dark crimson blood erupted from the wound like a high-pressure jet, splattering Lin Qi. Kainqi could no longer contain itself, howling a heart-wrenching cry, writhing in agony. "Quick! Stop the bleeding." Lin Qi had anticipated this. From his system space, appearing to others as if from a backpack, he retrieved a large, unmarked bottle of cola, filled to the brim with a green powder. This was the super-effective hemostatic powder for divine beasts, which he had exchanged for 10,000 shock points. "Open wide. Don't close your mouth." Lin Qi, quick of hand, seized the moment Kainqi howled, tossing the entire bottle of powder into the gaping, bleeding cavity. As the powder met the blood, a miraculous event occurred. Instantly, it transformed into a gelatinous film, sealing the wound tightly. The once gushing stream of blood ceased abruptly. A cooling, tingling sensation swiftly replaced the excruciating pain. Kainqi's wails fell silent. It was taken aback. The torment that had plagued it for days, disrupting its peace and driving it to thoughts of destruction, had vanished entirely. In its place was an unprecedented sense of ease and relief. With a sigh of contentment, Kainqi exhaled a plume of white vapor from its nostrils. It tentatively moved its jaw. No pain. Truly, there was no pain. Its eyes, previously bloodshot from anguish and rage, now regained their clarity, albeit still green. Lowering its head, it gazed at the diminutive bipedal creature, its expression becoming exceedingly complex. Moments ago, it had considered devouring him. Yet, not only had this being spared its life, but it had also alleviated its toothache, and the beating it had administered seemed to have been aimed solely at pain relief. What a benevolent soul. What a savior. Lin Qi wiped the blood from his mask, discarding it aside as he gasped for air. Well, the operation was a success. He pointed at the smoldering tooth on the ground. "You can keep that as a memento." Before he could finish his sentence, the colossal Kainqi suddenly lay down, akin to a giant feline, nudging its head affectionately towards Lin Qi. It squinted its eyes, emitting a contented purring sound. Then, it rubbed its large, bristly head against Lin Qi's thigh, in an exceedingly affectionate and sycophantic manner. Bam! Lin Qi felt as though he had been struck by a van traveling at 30 miles per hour. He was flung sideways and landed heavily in a snowbank 2 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qi clutched his aching lower back, grimacing in pain, nearly losing his breath. Struggling to rise, he pointed at the innocent-looking Kainqi, which sought to nuzzle him again, and shouted in exasperation, "Stop. Big guy, don't rub against me. My small frame can't withstand your affection. Another nudge, and I'll be fractured." Chapter 50, Taming Kainqi. A new watchdog for the base. Lin Qi grimaced as he rubbed his sore back, finally managing to extricate himself from the snowdrift. Gazing at the massive creature before him, now bewildered and slightly aggrieved from its exuberant display of affection, he found himself devoid of anger. This was no ferocious beast. It was merely an oversized, clumsy husky. All right. Stop looking so forlorn. One might think I've mistreated you." Lin Qi brushed the snow off himself and limped over to Qi. Raising his hand, Qi instinctively recoiled, bracing for another reprimand. However, the hand did not strike down heavily but instead gently patted the hard-furred forehead with a hint of reassurance. "Let us discuss something, my friends." Lin Qi's voice was filled with an alluring charm, reminiscent of a whimsical uncle enticing children with a lollipop. "Look, in this frigid expanse of Kunlun Mountain, you have to hunt for yourself every single day. Isn't that arduous? And you must worry about breaking your teeth. Why not join me instead?" Qi blinked its green eyes a couple of times, seemingly digesting the meaning of these words. Lin Qi pointed towards the brightly lit base behind him and then at the pot of meat soup from earlier. "All meals and accommodation provided. Although there are no insurance benefits, that meat will fill you up." Furthermore, Lin Qi retrieved from his system space, appearing to draw from a side pocket of his backpack, a special tooth-grinding stick for divine beasts, high-strength titanium alloy version. It was a gleaming metallic bone, thicker at both ends and slender in the middle, emanating an irresistible metallic aroma that captivated Qi. "See this?" Lin Qi waved the metallic bone in his hand. Crafted from a special alloy with moderate hardness that would not chip teeth and would help clean tartar. "If you behave well, this can serve as a treat." Qi's eyes widened in anticipation. Its green pupils fixated on the metallic bone, and as Lin Qi waved it side to side, drool gushed forth, creating a puddle in the snow. As a creature fond of gnawing on stones, this exquisite toy that was both chewy and indestructible was akin to a nuclear bomb in its appeal. With an excited growl, it enthusiastically nodded its massive head, moving with such speed that it left an afterimage behind. The message was unmistakable. "Sign. Sign immediately. Whoever does not sign is a fool." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully tamed the ancient ferocious beast, Qi. Target alignment changed. Lawful evil to lawful neutral, watchdog mode. Achievement unlocked, beast tamer. Note, although it appears obedient, remember that it is still a carnivore. Keep it away from others unless you wish to spare the cremation costs." Lin Qi gazed at the system notification, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He casually tossed the metallic bone away. "Go. Woo." Qi leaped into the air, its massive body slicing through the air like a shadow, deftly catching the metallic bone in its mouth, then joyfully rolling in the snow, its front paws embracing the bone as it emitted a blissful crunching sound. The sight was so comical that the previously tense Special Forces soldiers nearby were rendered speechless. Was this the ancient beast that had just released a cloud of black smoke, nearly annihilating the Dragon-Tooth team? Wasn't this merely a large, foolish dog? "Commander Qin, it's done." Lin Qi turned around and snapped his fingers at the dazed Qin Xiao. "From now on, this will be the security captain of our base. Just make a larger collar for it later to prevent it from wandering off." Over the next few hours, the atmosphere at the Kunlun outpost took a complete turn. The originally serious and tense patrol duties transformed into an expansive dog-walking event. "Take off." A bold Special Forces soldier mounted Qi's broad back, excitedly waving his rifle. With a powerful flap of its wings, Qi, clutching its grinding stick, soared into the sky, circling above the base. Its eerie green eyes scanned the surrounding darkness like a radar. With its keen senses, the base's security perimeter expanded tenfold. It could even detect scents in areas that radar could not penetrate. In the live stream, 20 million viewers watched this scene, laughing uncontrollably. "I love tomatoes, huh? I can't take it anymore. Is this really the classic of mountains and seas beast I know? This is too down-to-earth. Dog lovers, is this breed pure?" That gaze seems to exude a kind of innocent foolishness. "Military expert, stop laughing. You don't understand. This is a combination of a biological radar and a heavy bomber tank. Its combat power is equivalent to that of an armored division." Passerby, am I the only one who thinks the soldier sitting on the tiger's back looks handsome? This is the real Flying Tiger team. Lin Qi sat in the command room, sipping hot tea, watching the large cat frolicking in the air on the big screen, feeling utterly content. With this creature guarding the premises, he could finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. "Leader Lin, I truly admire your methods," Qin Xiao approached, placing a freshly printed defense map on the table, her expression complex. "You managed to convince even this creature to be a security guard. I genuinely suspect you used some sort of charm on it." "Charisma, sheer charisma." Lin Qi shamelessly waved his hand. After all things possess a spirit. As long as the pay is right, even divine beings would come down to work. He stretched and yawned. "All right, I'm tired. With the big cat around, I should be able to enjoy a good night's sleep. You should rest early too, Qin, my beautiful lady. Staying up late is the enemy of good skin." Lin Qi teased as he stood up, preparing to return to his quarters. Outside the base, the blizzard raged on. Under the watch of the searchlights and Kayanki's patrol, this steel fortress appeared impenetrable, as if not even a fly could enter. Yet, light is always accompanied by shadow, just as everyone believed the night would pass without incident. Even Lin Qi had lowered his guard. 50 kilometers from the base, above a deep mountain valley shrouded in blizzards, several sleek, black-painted aircraft, devoid of any national markings or numbers, glided silently through the night, engaged in radio silence like a swarm of ghostly phantoms. These were the most advanced stealth transport planes in the world, with radar cross-sections smaller than those of a sparrow. Even Kayanki's keen sense of smell would struggle to detect them at such distances and amid the roaring winds. Inside the cabin, red tactical lights flickered to life. A commander, clad in a full-face skull mask, glanced at the tactical terminal on his wrist, which displayed a high-stakes mission sourced from the dark web. Target, Kunlun Mountain Base, number 749. Mission, kidnap the target, Lin Qi, acquire the nine-tailed fox, and destroy everything if necessary. Approaching drop point, the commander's voice, distorted by a voice modulator, sounded like a demon from the underworld. Altitude 3000, wind speed 25, corrections complete. Commence operation. As the hatch slowly opened, a biting cold wind rushed into the cabin. Dozens of black figures, instead of using parachutes, donned winged flight suits equipped with jet propulsion, leaping silently into the endless darkness like a swarm of predatory bats. They were the world's top mercenaries, codenamed Viper. For the right price, they would dare to kill even God. At this moment, this group of vipers, flicking their tongues, stealthily glided towards the unguarded base. Lin Qi had just reclined and closed his eyes. The system did not trigger an alarm because these individuals exuded no murderous intent, only the cold-bloodedness numbed by money. However, at the moment the shadows landed, a small white fox, already fast asleep at the head of Lin Qi's bed, slightly twitched its pointed ears. Chapter 51. Midnight Alarm. Intruders approaching at 2 in the morning. The snowfall on Kunlun Mountain lightened slightly, yet the chill intensified, piercing like a bone knife through the seams of the tent. Lin Qi, however, felt no cold at all. He lay half-reclined on a military cot, cradling a small white fox that resembled a warm baby, while in his hand he held a newly acquired smartphone. Engaging in lively banter with the nocturnal dwellers of the live stream who were immersed in their cultivation practices. "Brothers, I'm not just boasting," Lin Qi declared, gesturing towards the tactical lighting fixture suspended from the tent's ceiling, his expression radiating a sense of superiority. "This lamp, crafted with military-grade quality, is explosion-proof, shock-resistant, and could even serve as a makeshift weapon. The national team truly exemplifies excellence. Even a light bulb exudes a hardcore essence." In the livestream chat, a myriad of night owls inundated the screen with comments. "Night Owl Champion. All right, we get it. You're living the life of a major general. No need to show off." Passerby. "Host, can we see the big tiger? I want to know if Kayanki drools while sleeping. Wishing you peace. Still awake at this hour? Be careful of sudden death. We don't have any divine beast meat to replenish our strength." Lin Qi chuckled at the barrage of comments, just as he was about to retort. Suddenly, the small white fox nestled in his arms, which had been sleeping like a log, stirred unexpectedly. Its drooping ears perked up like radar antennas, and in an instant, it thrust its head out of Lin Qi's embrace. Its eyes glowing eerily in the darkness as they fixated on the lower left corner of the tent, a visual blind spot. A suppressed, almost bloodthirsty growl emerged from deep within its throat. Lin Qi's smile froze instantly. He was all too familiar with this little creature's temperament. Typically proud and aloof like a princess, it only emitted such sounds when faced with genuine threats or prey. "What's wrong?" Lin Qi whispered, instinctively reaching for the tactical dagger beneath his pillow. "Shoo." The little fox did not communicate telepathically, but instead pressed its paw against Lin Qi's lips. Its pupils contracted to pinpricks, and its muscles tensed like stone. In that electrifying moment, a faint yet sharp crack echoed, a sound akin to a short circuit. The military-grade lighting fixture above them, touted as explosion-proof and shock-resistant, extinguished without warning. Not just this light, but through the tent's seams. Lin Qi was astounded to witness that the once brightly illuminated base outside had been plunged into darkness as if an invisible giant hand had snuffed out the light. All searchlights, streetlights, and even the distant sentry indicators extinguished simultaneously, enveloping the entire world in an absolute void. The phone screen flickered, becoming the sole beacon of light amidst the encroaching darkness. The live stream image dissolved into pitch blackness, and the chat erupted in chaos. "What is happening? Is there a power outage? Something's off. How could the base lose power? Even the backup systems are down. Host, Are you still there? Don't scare me. Lin Qi remained silent, holding his breath in the darkness as his heart raced, senses heightened to their limits. Silence. An unnerving stillness enveloped the area. The expected sounds of patrolling footsteps and idling armored vehicle engines had vanished without a trace. This profound silence was decidedly abnormal. Bang! The tent's entrance was violently thrust open. A gust of cold wind accompanied a figure that rushed in. Who? Lin Qi swiftly reversed his grip on the dagger, bracing himself for an attack. It's me. Li Sha. A hurried and suppressed female voice called out. A weak red beam illuminated a pale, sweat-drenched face. Li Sha, the intelligence chief, clutching a tactical tablet. Her fingers danced across the screen, urgency lacing her tone like a machine gun. Team Leader Lin. We have a situation. Just now, the base S power control system suffered a catastrophic breach. The intruders are not ordinary hackers. They have burned through the physical layer logical locks. Furthermore, Li Sha thrust the tablet towards Lin Qi, revealing a thermal imaging overhead view. Around the perimeter of the base, which should have been secure, several eerie red heat signatures were advancing towards the core area in a highly tactical formation, like phantoms. Our radar is down. The thermal imaging only picked up these signatures after rebooting the backup systems. These individuals are like shadows. 3 of our outer sentries have gone dark without firing a shot. They're using cold weapons to scout. Lin Qi's gaze hardened as he surveyed the red dots on the screen. The methodology and efficiency displayed were indicative of seasoned professionals. Not mere novices. How many? He inquired. 12 have been detected so far, but there may be more, Li Sha replied, her voice tinged with venom. The intelligence database comparison has revealed that these tactical maneuvers belong to the Viper. The Viper? The top-ranked mercenary group internationally. They are notorious for being willing to kidnap even presidents for the right price. Li Sha inhaled deeply, drawing her pistol and chambering around. Their target is clear. It's you. Team Leader Lin. We must retreat to the underground safe house. Team Leader Qin is leading a counteroffensive. But they came prepared and have disrupted our communications. The command system is currently incapacitated. Safe house. Lin Qi echoed, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Slowly sitting up from the cot, he sheathed the dagger back into his boot and began to feel around in the darkness. Click. A soft sound resonated as he secured the latest model of personal night vision goggles onto his face. As his vision transformed into a ghastly green, the world around him became vividly clear once more. He could see the urgency etched on Li Sha's face, the eager predatory glint in the little white fox, and even the ghostly figures rapidly closing in outside the tent. Thank you for your concern. Chiefly, Lin Qi adjusted his collar, his tone light, as if discussing dinner plans. However, I have a peculiar trait. I am not fond of hiding, especially when others have the audacity to encroach upon my doorstep. Li Sha, alarmed, exclaimed, "Are you insane? Those are top-tier assassins. Their equipment far surpasses ours. You'll be walking to your own death." Walking to my own death? Lin Qi chuckled softly, patting the enormous military backpack beside him. Within that pack lay an assortment of gadgets he had exchanged for shock value over the past few days. Who will meet their demise is still undetermined. Moreover, Lin Qi pointed towards the eerily quiet direction outside the tent, where the Kainki rested. The large dog we keep just devoured 200 pounds of meat for dinner and is currently too stuffed to sleep. If someone were to drop by with a midnight snack and a little practice, I believe it would delight him greatly. With that, Lin Qi disregarded Li Sha's protests. He withdrew a black metal rod from the backpack, an altered selfie stick equipped with a stabilizing gimbal and a supplementary light. Click. The phone was mounted. The live stream flickered back to life, this time showcasing a tactical night vision perspective. Over 20 million viewers, engulfed in panic, suddenly beheld a green-lit visage. Lin Qi, donned in night vision goggles, gestured to the camera with a shushing motion, lowering his voice, yet unable to conceal the thrill and murderous intent within. Brothers, my apologies for the interruption earlier. We experienced a power cut. But perhaps this is fortuitous. Since it's dark, let us indulge in something thrilling. With the selfie stick in hand, he moved like a phantom, step by step, out of the tent and into the perilous darkness. Tonight, he would lead them in an immersive, real-life game of Counter-Strike against spies. Chapter 52, Live Streaming the Capture of Spies. Dear friends, do click to follow. The live stream transformed into an eerie shade of green, a hue characteristic of military night vision gear, imbued with an oppressive sense that seemed to emanate from the underworld. The screen was filled with static, occasionally interrupted by drifting snowflakes, yet this did nothing to diminish the exhilarating sense of immediacy. Lin Qi crouched low, hiding behind a stack of discarded oil drums. In his hand, he held a modified selfie stick, resembling a professional war correspondent as he cautiously extended the lens. Shoo! Lin Qi whispered, his voice lowered to a near whisper, adopting a magnetic tone reminiscent of Zhao Zhongxiang from Animal World, infused with a delightfully mischievous commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, turn up the volume, breathe lightly. Look, just ahead at the 3 o'clock position, about 50 meters away. The camera adjusted its focus slightly in accordance with his guidance. Through the grim green haze, several indistinct silhouettes, nearly merging with the night, swiftly adhered to the walls. Their movements were astoundingly professional. Without a sound, they maintained a perfect tactical distance from one another, their silenced weapons always aimed at the blind spots. Were it not for the enhancement of the night vision goggles, one could hardly perceive this group clad in optical camouflage. They were the fabled elite mercenaries. Lin Qi whispered into the microphone, "Observe the leader. His tactical maneuvers are quite standard. Unfortunately, in the dead of night, they likely have no inkling that they have unwittingly become the stars of this late-night educational program." In the live stream, the barrage of comments exploded. 20 million people are wide awake at this hour, watching this. How thrilling. I love tomatoes. Wow. Is that the Viper? They do look quite professional. But why does this infiltration feel like a stroll through one's backyard? Retired veteran, that's optical camouflage. This gear, even the U.S. Special Forces might not possess. Host, don't get too close. These folks kill without batting an eye. Spectator, am I the only one who finds this amusing? They came for an assassination, yet the host treats them like wildlife for commentary? I pity their psychological scars. Lin Qi glanced at the system radar displayed on his retina. Hovering above the red dots representing the enemies was an enormous golden dot. That was Qi. This ancient beast, recently sated and cured of its toothache, was currently overflowing with energy. It folded its wings, using the cover of night to silently hover less than 20 meters above the mercenaries' heads, resembling a dark cloud. It remained still, awaiting Lin Qi's command. "Steady, big cat. Don't rush to strike just yet." Lin Qi mentally instructed Qi to frighten them. These individuals possess strong psychological fortitude. Let us turn up the intensity. Understood. Qi replied excitedly, then deliberately exhaled a powerful gust of air. A sudden, warm, and pungent rush of wind descended from above, directly blasting the nape of the mercenaries' necks. The stealthy team abruptly halted. The leader, Jack, stiffened, instinctively touching his neck. "Wet or hot? Stop." Jack signaled tactically, and everyone instantly crouched in alertness, their weapons aimed skyward. Yet, through the night vision goggles, nothing was visible, only snowflakes swirling in the air. "Captain, what's wrong?" a tense voice inquired through the earpiece. "The thermal imaging shows no one around." "There's something." Jack's voice was dry. "It's above us. I smell something like rotting flesh." "It's probably just the wind blowing some garbage," a teammate dismissed. "Our disruptor is active. Even if there were a drone, it would have dropped by now." "Don't be paranoid. The target is right ahead in that tent." Jack frowned. Though the chilling sensation lingered, the mission took precedence. "Continue forward. Move quickly." They believed themselves undetected. Little did they know, less than 10 meters away, behind the oil drums, Lin Qi was stifling laughter. "Did you hear that, folks?" Lin Qi grinned at the camera. They called Qi garbage. If that hot-headed big cat understood, these people might not even leave behind bones. The comments section was in stitches. "Ha, what utter nonsense. Qi, are you being polite?" Opposing side, "Even if you shot at me, filming me with a phone, what does that mean? Who are you looking down upon? A life of peace. Host, stop playing. They're almost at your tent. If they discover you're not inside, fear not. Everything is under control." Lin Qi's gaze sharpened as he retrieved a brick from his backpack, more accurately, a gold brick. A parting gift from the Quafu tribe. It had been lying and used, now repurposed as a projectile. Since he was here, he might as well leave behind a souvenir. Lin Qi weighed the gold brick in his hand, aiming for the unfortunate soul at the back. "Here we go." With a swift motion, the gold brick traced a golden parabola through the air, striking the mercenary's skull with unerring precision. The man fell without a sound, eyes rolling back as he crumpled into the snow. Enemy attack. We're being ambushed. The front mercenaries reacted swiftly, turning to direct several blinding beams of tactical flashlights toward Lin Qi's south hiding place. Bullets ricocheted off the oil drums, sparking. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Lin Qi stood up, holding the selfie stick aloft. Under the beams of light, his black combat attire stood out starkly, yet his expression bore no hint of panic. Rather, a cheeky grin that invited a punch. "Good evening, friends who traveled from afar. Are you here to deliver a package at this late hour?" He gestured to the gold brick on the ground. "Or are you here for this? It's pure gold. Take it and buy yourselves a coffin." The mercenaries were momentarily taken aback. They had engaged in countless missions, taken down drug lords, and kidnapped dignitaries. Yet never had they encountered a target so audacious as to engage in live streaming taunts while facing imminent death. This was utterly unconventional. "You are Lin Qi." The crowd parted as the leader, Jack, stepped forward, his face a canvas of scars, his blue eyes gleaming with malice and greed. He glanced at Lin Qi's phone, noting his defiant demeanor, and let out a twisted laugh. Interesting. Who would have thought that the trickster fooling the world would turn out to be a reckless idiot? Jack raised his Glock, equipped with a silencer, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Lin Qi's forehead. The red laser danced across Lin Qi's brow. Livestream? Jack shot a glance at Lin Qi's phone, his smile growing more sinister. "Very well. Let the whole world witness how you meet your end. Don't count on your soldier bodyguards. Their communications have been severed. By the time they realize what's happening, your corpse will be cold." Lin Qi maintained his grip on the phone, even adjusting the angle to include both himself and Jack in the frame. "Hey, folks, don't forget to follow along." Lin Qi winked at the camera. "This foreign friend doesn't seem too friendly. It appears our cordial exchange is about to escalate." "Enough." Jack's patience waned. $1 billion is within reach. A squeeze of the trigger, and it all ends. He inhaled deeply, his finger tightening on the trigger. His gaze filled with disdain for life and a superiority rooted in racism. "Found you, yellow-skinned monkey. Go to hell and stream there." Click. The trigger was pulled. The firing pin struck the primer. The bullet began its rapid spin within the chamber, accelerating. Everything transpired in an instant. However, at that very moment, Lin Qi's smile suddenly took on a peculiar twist. He did not flinch. Instead, he gently lifted his head to gaze at the pitch-black night sky above Jack. His lips moved slightly as he uttered a single word: "Fall." Chapter 53. Want to steal Little White? You know nothing of power. Whoosh. The muted sound of a silenced gunshot resonated, short and deep, akin to a heavy hammer striking a rubber tire. The specially crafted 9mm hollow-point bullet burst forth, propelled by the force of gunpowder gases, tearing through the frigid air at a speed exceeding 300 meters per second. The flame spewing from the gun's muzzle exploded into a blinding flower within the harsh green view of the night vision goggles. The corners of Jack's mouth curled into a cruel arc. At this distance, no one could evade the bullet. He envisioned the scene of that naive Dragon Kingdom streamer's head exploding, crimson and white splattering across the snow. However, the anticipated carnage did not unfold. Time seemed to be forcibly paused by an irresistible force at that moment. The spinning bullet, brimming with lethal energy, collided unexpectedly with an invisible wall just 3 meters from Lin Qi's brow. Buzz. A ripple of pink spread through the air. The bullet appeared to become ensnared in an extraordinarily viscous amber, its rotational speed visibly diminishing, until it bizarrely hovered in mid-air. The bullet maintained its rapid spin, creating a faintly burnt aroma as it frantically rubbed against the air, yet it could not advance even a fraction further. "What?" Jack's sinister grin froze instantly, his expression akin to that of a ghost, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He instinctively squeezed the trigger, firing 3 more shots in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more bullets were unleashed, yet the outcome remained unchanged. They hovered in perfect alignment before Lin Qi, arranged in a bizarre formation akin to a Chinese character. "Is this your reliance?" Lin Qi's voice was eerily calm, not even a flicker of his eyelids, as he gently stroked his shoulder. There, unbeknownst to him, a fluffy white ball had appeared. The little white fox, which had been peacefully napping, was now perched on Lin Qi's shoulder. Its silvery fur danced without wind, and 2 fluffy tails unfurled gracefully behind it, their tips glowing with an eerie crimson hue, swaying gently in the night sky. Its narrow fox eyes narrowed slightly, the pupils transforming from black to 2 fathomless pink whirlpools. Enigmatic, mysterious, and exuding an air of suffocating nobility. Race talent activated. King Caillou enchantment, group illusion version. Effect, compulsory mental assessment. Those who fail the assessment will plunge into the depths of their most profound memories or fears. Allow me to enlighten you. Lin Qi addressed the camera, gesturing toward the little white fox on his shoulder, his tone reminiscent of a proud parent showcasing their child's perfect score. This is the legendary Qingtian 9-tailed fox. Though it currently possesses only 2 tails, and its magical powers are not fully restored, dealing with you brutish fools, whose minds are consumed solely with slaughter, is merely a matter of dimensional suppression. Before his words could settle, the pink glow in the little white fox's eyes intensified. A mournful, piercing, yet oddly rhythmic wail erupted, penetrating eardrums and crashing directly into the cerebral cortex of every mercenary present. The sound did not seem to propagate through reality. It felt as if it detonated deep within their souls. Jack, the first to be affected, trembled violently. The world before him transformed. The once biting cold of the Kunlun Mountains vanished, and the loathsome Dragon Kingdom streamer disappeared. In their stead emerged a warm, golden wheat field suffused with sunlight. Where's this? Jack looked around in confusion, the gun in his hand having inexplicably morphed into a plush doll. Jack, little Jack, a kind, gentle voice, which instantly brought tears to his eyes, emanated from deep within the wheat field. An elderly woman, clad in an apron and sporting a head of silver hair, stood before a nearby wooden cottage, holding a tray of freshly baked cookies, smiling and waving at him. Grandmother. This man, a cold-blooded butcher on the battlefield, now resembled a wronged child, bursting into tears. You passed away a decade ago. It was my inability to afford your treatment. Jack stumbled toward the figure, crying out, Grandmother. I was wrong. I shouldn't have joined the military. I shouldn't have killed. Take me away. Please, take me away. In reality, Lin Qi and the 20 million viewers in the live stream stared in astonishment at this bizarre scene. The mercenary leader, who had moments ago sought to kill, was now throwing his gun aside, kneeling in the snow, bowing to thin air, weeping with heart-wrenching sobs, his face smeared with tears and snot. Grandma, my cookies. Bullet screen. What happened to this guy? Possessed? Psychology master, this is deep hypnosis. Or a hallucinogen. He seems to be witnessing something he deeply longs for or regrets. I love tomatoes. What the hell, Grandma? He was just about to kill. And now he's searching for Grandma. The contrast is too extreme. But this was merely the beginning. The little white fox's illusion was a collective assault. The dozen elite mercenaries standing behind Jack were now ensnared in their own illusions. Some appeared to see a ground strewn with gold, frantically digging in the snow, cackling with greed. Money. All mine. Ha ha. I'm rich. In reality, they grasped nothing but handfuls of cold snow. Others seemed to encounter a zombie siege, terrified as they fired their guns at the air, shouting, Stay back. Monsters. Die. Bullets ricocheted off the ground, creating showers of sparks. Some transformed into animals, crawling in the snow like dogs, occasionally lifting their legs to urinate on a barrel. The entire scene resembled a chaotic carnival of madness, an absurdity that transformed the once grim battlefield into an asylum's playroom. Alas, how tragic. Lin Qi shook his head, navigating through the deranged mercenaries with his selfie stick. He moved leisurely, even pausing for a close-up of a mercenary eating dirt. Do you see this, brothers? This is the terrifying nature of mental attacks. There is no need for blades or guns. Merely plucking the strings of their minds can turn these so-called kings of soldiers into this pitiful state. Lin Qi approached Jack, who was still weeping in the air, oblivious to the specter of death looming nearby. Lin Qi reached out, gently plucking the few suspended bullets from the air. The bullets had lost their kinetic energy, but still felt warm to the touch. Well done, little white. Lin Qi leaned to plant a kiss on the little white fox's ear. The fox proudly lifted its chin, its pink eyes filled with disdain. A bunch of weak-willed fools. I didn't even exert 1/10 of my power. Though it spoke so, Lin Qi could sense its small body trembling slightly, clearly indicating the toll the group illusion had taken on it. All right, let us conclude this display of powers. Lin Qi tossed the bullets in his hand, carelessly discarding them at Jack's feet as if tossing away trash. The ensuing matters would be left to the professionals. He gestured toward the camera with a classic yay sign. Wearing a smile that could incite irritation, tonight's educational session comes to a close. Summary of knowledge points. The nine-tailed fox, a creature of exquisite beauty, offers an experience of what true chaos entails. Lin Qi gestured toward the group of mercenaries behind him, completely shattered. Though I remain unscathed, your social demise is evident. Chapter 54. As the illusion was cast, the mercenaries began to turn on one another. The scene in the snow was beyond bizarre. It resembled a frenzied dance of demons. Under the ghastly green glow of the night vision camera, the once well-trained and menacing Venom mercenary group resembled deranged patients escaping from a lunatic asylum. Stay back. Damn zombies. A burly machine gunner suddenly let out a piercing scream, as if he had seen something utterly horrific, trembling uncontrollably. He raised the heavy machine gun slung across his chest and began firing wildly into the empty air before him. The gun spat forth tongues of flame half a meter long, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets that obliterated a nearby snow pile, sending ice shards flying. Beside him, another normally composed demolitions expert knelt on the ground, clutching a cold stone with fervor, his cheek pressed against it as he rubbed against the surface. Tears and snot streaming down his face. Mary, my Mary, he called out with deep emotion, his gaze glazed. I knew you weren't dead. Your perfume still smells so delightful. Don't leave me. I beg you. If he were to realize he was embracing a stone covered in bird droppings, he would likely succumb to shame and despair upon waking. Even more absurd was a nearby assault trooper, seemingly trapped in a delusion of wealth. This fellow was using his assault rifle like a shovel, madly digging into the ground, oblivious to the fact that his nails were being torn asunder, cackling greedily, "Gold. All gold. Once this job is done, I shall be king." Ha ha. Chaos ensued. Absurdity reigned. What was once a life-and-death struggle had devolved into a farcical silent play. Lin Qi, holding a selfie stick, navigated through this madness with an air of nonchalance. Even as bullets whizzed by, he remained unfazed. Under the illusion crafted by the little white fox, though the mercenaries' guns roared, their bullets artfully avoided him. "Little white, tone it down," Lin Qi murmured to the small fox on his shoulder, its eyes sparkling with mischief. "Don't actually kill them. It would be troublesome to explain if they turn into idiots. While they may deserve their fate, they also serve as valuable sources of intelligence. It would be more beneficial to leave some alive for Commander Qin to interrogate rather than killing them outright." The little white fox huffed in dissatisfaction. A glint of malice flickered in its pink eyes, clearly showing no pity for the ants attempting to harm its meal ticket. "They are fortunate," it thought, licking its paw. "I merely stirred their deepest obsessions and fears. Whether they succumb to madness or folly is of no concern to me." In the live stream, over 20 million viewers were captivated by this spectacle, the comments flooding in. Although they could not see the illusions, the sight of elite mercenaries losing their minds was more thrilling than any special effects. Internet detective, wait. I recognized the one crying over the stone. That's the demolitions genius Hans. An A-level criminal on Interpol's red notice. A bounty of $5 million. Onlookers, no way really? Curious bystander. I recognized the one digging too. Isn't he the notorious robber from the Dubai vault heist? How did he end up here? I love eating tomatoes, wow. This is no ordinary mercenary group. It's a walking bounty jackpot. The streamer not only survived, but could also collect tens of millions in bounties. Lin Qi smirked at the comments. Did you hear that, folks? He aimed the camera at Captain Jack, still wailing for his grandmother, speaking with a teasing tone. These are all walking cash cows. It seems tonight not only will I break even, but I might even profit. Perhaps this was what they called home delivery? Just as everyone believed the situation was under control and Lin Qi had relaxed his guard, 800 meters away from the camp, on a pitch-black ice cliff, a figure clad in white camouflage, nearly blending into the snowy landscape, lay motionless on the cold rock. His breathing had slowed to 3 breaths per minute, resembling a lifeless stone. Yet, the specially designed large-caliber sniper rifle in his hands radiated a chilling aura. He was the Venom Mercenary Group's ace sniper, codenamed Ghost. He had not entered the realm of the little white fox's illusion. Through the high-magnification infrared scope, he coldly observed the absurd scene unfolding in the camp. Watching his comrades act like clowns, his expression remained unchanged, as if their fates were of no consequence to him. His focus was singular, the Dragon Kingdom man standing at the center of the crowd, casually laughing while engaged with his phone. "Monster sorcery," Ghost murmured, gently placing his finger on the trigger. He retrieved a silver bullet, intricately engraved with arcane symbols, that was not available on the market, and carefully chambered it. This was a demon-slaying bullet secretly developed by the Western Church. Infused with holy water and mercury, it was designed to combat unclean entities, capable of instantaneously disrupting high-intensity energy fields. "Farewell, demon." Ghost held his breath, and the moment Lin Qi turned, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot, suppressed by a special device, was nearly imperceptible amidst the chaos of battle. Yet the bullet, propelled by tearing energy, sliced through the night sky. Lin Qi was in the midst of giving a thumbs up to the camera when suddenly, the little white fox on his shoulder bristled, emitting a sharp warning. "Watch out." It sensed the deadly intent aimed at his soul. Instinctively, the little white fox attempted to erect a psychic shield, its 2 tails thrashing wildly as a pink aura coalesced into a wall before Lin Qi. However, this time, the once infallible psychic field failed. Upon contact with the pink aura, the silver bullet's surface inscriptions flared to life, emitting a piercing hiss as it effortlessly penetrated the shield, akin to a red-hot knife slicing through butter. This was a physical law specifically targeting energy entities. Thud! A sickening sound echoed as the bullet found its mark. Lin Qi felt a chilling sensation in his left arm, followed by a piercing pain. The tremendous force jolted his body, causing the selfie stick to slip from his grasp and fall into the snow with a thud. The camera turned, capturing Lin Qi in the frame. In the image, he clutched his left arm, staggering back a few steps. Vivid red blood streamed through his fingers, instantly staining his black combat suit, dripping onto the pristine snow. A shocking sight. Ugh, Lin Qi grunted, his complexion paling instantly. He raised his head, fixating on the dark expanse of night, his eyes revealing a true murderous intent for the first time. He had been careless. There was still a rat to catch. Chapter 55. Those who offend my Huaxia shall be punished, no matter the distance. A muffled groan was swallowed by the wind and snow. The phone clattered to the ground, the camera rolling several times before finally embedding itself in a snowbank, the image shaking violently before coming to a halt. It presented a suffocating perspective of death. In the ghastly green night vision, warm liquid dripped onto the white snow, instantly melting several dark red craters. In the live stream, the comments that had once brimmed with lively banter were abruptly silenced, as if a hand had gripped their throats. A deathly stillness lingered for less than a second. Immediately following, a collective collapse ensued among millions. Blood. That is blood. Has the streamer been shot? Impossible. Xiaobai has a shield. The bullets were halted just moments ago. Why this one shot? That is a demon-slaying bullet, specially designed to target energy fields. That sniper is a master. He waited for the shield to be at its weakest. Call for an ambulance. No, summon the military at once. A piercing scream, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, erupted in the minds of all present. Xiaobai, the little fox, was driven to madness. It watched helplessly as the man who often teased it, calling himself its master while always saving the best meat for it, collapsed before its eyes. The bright crimson blood splattered all over it, staining its once pure, immaculate silver fur. The pink eyes, which previously held a hint of charm, were now completely engulfed by a violent crimson. Its pupils narrowed to slits, and the magical power within it erupted like an uncontrollable nuclear reactor. I will kill you. I will tear your body into pieces and extract your soul to light the heavens. The once naive voice was now filled with a chilling resentment. It disregarded everything, wanting to rush out, even at the cost of its own life, to find the wretched shooter. Stay still. A bloodied hand firmly restrained its impending wrathful surge. Lin Qi's complexion was pale, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he held tightly onto the scruff of the little fox's neck, preventing it from plunging into the darkness. You haven't recovered yet. Going out there would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Qi's voice was weak, but his grip was as steady as a rock. However, the little fox's eyes brimmed with tears, sensing Lin Qi's life force waning. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps and engine roars surrounded them. Medic, quickly, hemostatic clamps. Qin Xiao almost slid to Lin Qi's side. Her usually stoic and unyielding face was now twisted with fear and guilt. Damn it, it's my fault. I didn't conduct a thorough sweep. While pressing down on Lin Qi's wound, she screamed into her earpiece, First Squad. Find that sniper, no matter the cost. Level that hill. The furious tongues of fire illuminated the night sky in an instant. Dozens of special forces, their eyes aflame with rage, charged toward the direction of the gunfire. The main cannon of the armored vehicle roared to life, unleashing high explosive shells indiscriminately toward the distant cliffs. Lin Qi leaned against the tire of the armored vehicle, allowing Song Yuqing to inject him with painkillers and hemostatic agents. Though the demon-slaying bullet had penetrated his arm, it fortunately hadn't damaged any bones, merely taking a large chunk of flesh. Be gentle, it hurts. Lin Qi inhaled sharply, watching Qin Zhao flurry about. He suddenly smirked. Don't bother, that's a top-tier ghost marksman. After firing, he has likely already fled. Flee. Qin Zhao tightened her grip on his hand, murderous intent boiling in her eyes. On the soil of Long Country, if someone injures our own, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I will drag him back and skin him alive. There's no need for such trouble. Lin Qi pushed aside Song Yuqing's hand, which was trying to set up in four. He steadied himself against the wheel, swaying slightly. The dizziness from blood loss darkened his vision. Yet the cold glint in his eyes was more frigid than the snowstorm of Kunlun Mountain. He bent down to pick up the phone that had fallen to the ground, wiping the blood from its lens. In the live stream, 20 million viewers gazed upon his pale face twisted in a sinister grin, a chill racing up their spines. Brothers, that shot hurt quite a bit. Lin Qi's voice was soft, as if a devil were whispering. I'm quite easygoing, really. Initially, I wanted to capture a few alive, interrogate the mastermind behind this, and then follow legal procedures, sentencing where necessary, deportation where warranted. But now it seems. He lifted his gaze to the dark mountains, which appeared capable of swallowing everything. The last vestige of warmth in his eyes vanished entirely. Some individuals not only lack manners, but also disdain dignity. Since they have no desire for decency, there is no need to leave a complete corpse. Lin Qi handed the phone to Qin Xiao, then leisurely retrieved from his pocket the item he had found in the deep sea, an ancient bone whistle inscribed with runes. This was no ordinary whistle. It was a one-time summoning artifact, the ancient spirit whistle, exchanged for the substantial shock value he had just earned in the system's mythical mall. Although the giant Kunlun had already taken flight, its lingering aura remained. As long as he blew this whistle within a certain distance, that colossal being would hear it. Lin Qi, what are you planning? Qin Xiao's heart surged with an ominous premonition as she gazed at the ancient bone whistle in his hand. What am I planning? Lin Qi placed the whistle to his lips, a cruel smile curving at the corners of his mouth. An ancestor once proclaimed, "Those who offend Huaxia shall be punished. No matter how far. I may lack the ability to punish him from afar, but since he is at my doorstep, if I do not turn him to dust, I would be remiss in response to this shot." Shill! A sharp and piercing whistle, resonating as if it could penetrate souls, suddenly echoed through the silent snowy night. The sound was not loud, yet it carried a uniquely special frequency, instantly spreading for 100 miles. Everyone froze at that moment. The wind ceased. The howling blizzard, once fierce, eerily hung suspended in the air. Then, a resounding thud, akin to a deep heartbeat, reverberated from the heavens. The earth trembled violently. This was not a localized tremor, but rather the entire Kunlun mountain range shook. The once pitch-black night sky was suddenly rent asunder. Thick clouds swirling wildly to form a colossal vortex over 100 kilometers in diameter. At the center of this vortex, two golden lanterns slowly ignited. Those were eyes. A terror emanating from ancient times, capable of crushing all living wills, descended like a mountain. All special forces, all mercenaries, even the impoverished beast gnawing on bones, felt a primal dread emanating from the depths of their souls. That was the pressure of the divine. Chapter 56, Summoning the Giant Kunlun. The oppression from the heavens, this was not merely darkness. It was a tangible, suffocating despair. The night that had shrouded the Kunlun mountain pass was completely stripped away, replaced by the colossal figure slowly emerging from the center of the cloud vortex. It did not reveal its entire form, which stretched for 3,000 miles. Only a head emerged, so vast it could overshadow half the sky, engulfing the entire base, like a star silently plummeting. Those enormous golden eyes now resembled two blazing suns, suspended high above the firmament. Their light was frigid, devoid of mercy. Beneath the brilliance of that golden glow, all searchlights appeared dim, and modern weaponry turned to mere toys of scrap metal. A primitive fear, rooted deep in their genes, pierced through the psychological defenses of everyone present. My God! A mercenary still grappling with reality, gazed at the grayish-blue skin that dominated his entire field of vision. The gun in his hand clattered to the ground. His legs buckled, teeth chattering, as a tremor from the depths of his soul rendered him momentarily forgetful of escape. This was no mere creature. It was divine retribution. 800 meters from the base, atop the glacier precipice, the sniper codenamed Ghost found himself enveloped in an overwhelming state of panic. As a premier assassin who had navigated the battlefield for over a decade, he had never before been so unhinged. Just moments ago, his devastating round, capable of penetrating tank armor, had struck its target, yet in the blink of an eye, he was seized by the harrowing sensation of death's grip. Damn it! What was that? Abandoning even his invaluable sniper rifle, Ghost crawled frantically through the snow, desperately seeking refuge in the crevices of the rocks, attempting to escape the beam of golden light descending from above. But there was no escape, no matter how he tried to evade. Those two golden gazes remained fixed upon him like a spotlight, a relentless lock from the heavens. In the eyes of the ancient void Kunlun, this insignificant creature, crouched in the snow and exuding a stench it found repugnant, was as conspicuous as a fly on a blank sheet of paper. It recognized this presence. This vile insect had wounded its benefactor with that sharp metallic projectile. Unforgivable. Buzz. The great Kunlun did not roar. It merely parted its abyss like moss slightly, and, with a casualness that belied its might, inhaled in the direction of Ghost. In that instant, the chilling winds that had been sweeping through the valley abruptly ceased, only to bizarrely reverse course. The air within a 1,000-meter radius was forcibly extracted as if by a powerful vacuum pump. The atmosphere converged skyward at a terrifying speed, forming a visible white vortex. Ghost, hidden within the rocky crevice, suddenly found his breath stifled. He opened his mouth, desperately attempting to inhale, but felt as though his lungs were laden with lead. The surrounding air vanished, and the atmospheric pressure plummeted in mere fractions of a second to a state approaching vacuum. Gasp! Ghost's face turned a deep shade of purplish red. His hands gripped his neck tightly as his eyes bulged from the horrific pressure differential, blood vessels bursting with alarming prominence. His internal organs felt as though they were boiling. It was akin to a deep-sea fish tossed into the abyss and then abruptly yanked back to the surface. Bang! The dial of his tactical watch shattered first, followed swiftly by his once proud cold-weather combat suit, which swelled under the expanding gases within him. That final scream caught in his throat, never to escape. Before the millions of eyes in the live broadcast, despite the distance, one could still witness his figure inflating rapidly like an overfilled balloon. Then, pop! A mist of crimson erupted upon the pristine white rocks. There were no flames, no smoke, only the purest manifestation of physical law's annihilation. It was the instantaneous disintegration caused by the rupture of blood vessels and the boiling of bodily fluids in a vacuum state. Though the image was blurred, the visceral horror of the scene sent waves of nausea through countless viewers. System notification: the live broadcast has become excessively graphic and has automatically activated mosaic processing. On the screen, the blood mist transformed into a cluster of pulsating pixels. Lin Qi, clutching his bleeding arm, coldly observed the dissipating mist of blood, his eyes devoid of pity. "Did you see that?" He addressed the camera, his voice frail yet chilling. "This is the fate of those who anger the divine. I have warned. Those who offend our China shall face retribution, no matter how far they hide." But this was merely the beginning. After dispatching the principal offender, the great Kun had no intention of halting its wrath. Its gaze slowly shifted to the throng of mercenaries below, still in disarray. These ants were also complicit. Since its benefactor had been harmed, let the entire vicinity pay the price. Roar. This time, it was not merely an inhalation, but a true roar infused with the ancient fury of a ferocious beast. The sound was not shrill, it resonated deeply. Yet the subsonic energy it carried struck every heart like a heavy hammer. Boom. The earth lurched violently. The snow surrounding the base was thrust skyward by the sonic wave, forming a wall of snow towering dozens of meters high. The mercenaries, who had been struggling in hallucination, crying and laughing maniacally, suddenly froze in their movements. They resembled puppets with their strings severed. Jack, with tear-streaked cheeks, still knelt, eyes rolling back as he collapsed. The others followed suit. Under the force capable of shattering internal organs, their brains overloaded, and their nervous systems were forcibly severed. Thud, thud, thud. In but a second, the battlefield, once a chaotic frenzy, fell eerily silent. All invaders lay sprawled in the snow like lifeless dogs, bleeding from their orifices, deeply unconscious. Had it not been for the cushioning snow, the mere shockwave would have reduced their brains to mush. Though the special forces within the base were prepared, they too were left dizzy and disoriented, many clinging to walls for support. Only Lin Qi, at the moment the sound wave descended, felt a gentle power envelop him, as if encased in a soundproof shield, deflecting all harm. That was the protection of the great Kun. The colossal beast slowly retracted its head, casting one last glance at Lin Qi, emitting a soft rumble, as if to inquire, "Are you satisfied?" Enduring the searing pain, Lin Qi waved towards the sky, revealing a pale smile. "Thank you, my friend. I'll treat you to a buffet someday." The clouds roiled, and the golden giant eye gradually closed. The massive form vanished back into the void, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a cadre of unconscious spoils. Qin Xiao shook her dazed head, surveying the scene before her with a complex expression. She approached Lin Qi, gazing at the bloodied man who stood resolutely, taking a deep breath. "Lin Qi, how many more secrets do you conceal?" Lin Qi remained silent, merely gesturing towards the unconscious mercenaries on the ground, his body weakening as he leaned backward. "Enough talk. Let's clean up. Make sure to deposit the bounty onto my card." Chapter 57. Total annihilation. Not a soul left, all fed to the wolves. The snowstorm gradually filled the previous silence, yet the suffocating air of murderous intent was more piercing than the cold wind. In the snow outside the base, dozens of fully armed shadows lay scattered in disarray. This team, known as the pinnacle of the global mercenary world, capable of toppling even small nation-states, now resembled a heap of discarded refuse, lifeless upon the frozen earth, bleeding from their orifices and deeply unconscious. That earlier roar from the mythical dimension had utterly scrambled their neural pathways. Even the most sinister sniper, Ghost, had been reduced to a distant pool of crimson mist, rendering any need for body retrieval moot. Report. All personnel incapacitated. Report. Target confirmed alive, but brainwave activity extremely weak, suspected to be in a vegetative state. Several Special Forces members advanced to inspect, turning back to report loudly. Qin Xiao holstered her pistol and strode to Lin Qi's side, observing the horrific scene. Her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disgust crossing her eyes, akin to gazing upon something grimy stuck to her shoe. Team leader Lin, how shall we handle these individuals? She inquired, pointing to Jack, who was still rolling his eyes. Her tone was cold, according to wartime regulations. Unauthorized intrusion into a military-restricted area resulting in casualties allows me the authority to execute on sight. However, they are foreign personnel and undoubtedly carry intelligence from their hidden benefactors. This is indeed a hot potato. To kill them would only serve their interests and could easily provoke diplomatic disputes. To keep them alive means dealing with a group of individuals who, once awakened, would undoubtedly cling to their secrets and become a burden. Lin Qi leaned against the armored vehicle's track, allowing Song Yuqing to tend to the penetrating wound on his arm. The alcohol-soaked cotton ball brushed against the torn flesh, causing him to wince, yet his expression remained chillingly indifferent. Execution? Lin Qi scoffed, his laughter devoid of warmth. What is a bullet worth? To use it on them would be a waste of taxpayers' money. He raised his intact right hand and pointed towards the distant, dark expanse of wilderness, from which faint, mournful wolf howls could be heard. Commander Qin, this is a scientific research station, not a prison, and we do not have extra resources to sustain idlers. I recall that there are packs of wild wolves living in that uninhabited area. In the depths of winter, food is scarce for them. As ecological protectors, should we not offer these natural scavengers a bit of high-protein sustenance? Qin Xiao paused momentarily, gazing into Lin Qi's cold, unfeeling eyes. She instantly comprehended the underlying message. The pretense of feeding the wolves was merely a facade. The true intent was to render them to a fate worse than death. I understand. She nodded and gestured to the soldiers behind her. Her tone as flat as if dealing with compost, instructing them to remove the feed. Contact our national security colleagues and have them send over some wolf transport vehicles. Remember, do not kill them. After all, wolves prefer their meals alive. They must enjoy their remaining days in a place where telling the truth would be more torturous than death. The soldiers understood, dragging these once mighty warriors like dead dogs and tossing them into several unmarked black helicopters that had just landed. Awaiting them were interrogation rooms devoid of light and the despair that comes with an eternity behind bars. After clearing the scene, Lin Qi forced himself to stand upright. He had Song Yuqing apply a simple bandage to his wound, the white gauze quickly soaked with crimson blood, contrasting starkly against his black combat uniform. Hand me the phone. Lin Qi extended his hand. The live stream had not been terminated. The shocking scene of divine retribution, coupled with the chaotic battlefield, had left over 20 million viewers in a prolonged state of speechlessness. When Lin Qi's pale, bloodied face, still adorned with a trace of a devil-may-care grin, reappeared on the screen, the barrage of comments erupted like a thawed river. I love tomatoes, host. Are you alright? You scared me to death. Peace for a lifetime. Were they really dragged off to be fed to wolves? That's ruthless, but why do I find it so satisfying? Retired veteran. This is the greatest mercy for dealing with such unscrupulous mercenaries. If it were me, I'd run them over with a tank. Lin Qi gazed into the camera, his eyes calm, yet exuding a chilling ferocity. He pointed to his bleeding arm, and then to the shadows being dragged away behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, are you satisfied with tonight's program? His voice was soft, carried by the wind and snow, yet it struck like a series of slaps on the face of some individuals. I know there are many prominent figures watching me from behind the screen. Perhaps politicians from the White House, predators from Wall Street, or some rats hiding in the gutters. You are envious. You are jealous. You wish to seize what we have. No problem. I am right here, and what we possess is right here. Lin Qi paused, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading, replaced by an innate pride and iron resolve deeply embedded within the essence of a great Eastern nation. But before you come, it is best to purchase your own burial plot. We, the people of Longguo, are hospitable, as we have been for thousands of years. When friends arrive, we offer fine wine, miraculous elixirs, and even the chance to prosper together. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze, his voice resonating like iron. Emphatic, but if wolves come, I'm sorry. The only thing awaiting you is a shotgun, and it's the kind that kills without burying the dead. With that, he afforded no one an opportunity to respond, swiftly raising his hand to sever the live stream. The screen turned black, yet the final image, that of a bloodied figure standing resolutely like a war god, was seared into the retinas of the entire world. This night was destined to be sleepless. This unedited live footage rapidly swept across the global internet in a mere 10 minutes, going viral. From Twitter to YouTube, from the dark web to military intelligence networks of various nations, all servers were frantically reposting the same image, the massive head that emerged from the clouds, the golden eyes indifferent to the masses, and the roar that shattered the nerves of hundreds of elite assassins. In Washington, at the Pentagon, Colonel Smith stared at the screen, now resembling a flurry of snowflakes, and his coffee cup crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. He slumped in his chair, his complexion ashen, like dust. Within the command center, hundreds of intelligence analysts and generals sat in utter silence, akin to ducks with their necks gripped. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. In the face of such an absolute display of power, all schemes and strategic deterrence became a laughable farce. Oh God! A trembling whisper emerged from the corner after a long pause. What kind of monster have we awakened? Chapter 58. The world is terrified. Does Longwo truly have deities? The world has changed too rapidly, too swiftly for even the most cunning politicians to adapt. Just 24 hours prior, the halls of Western parliaments were filled with fervent roars. Legislators shaking their fists and spitting words demanding the harshest sanctions against Longwo, even clamoring to assemble a joint fleet for military pressure. In that moment, they resembled hyenas, eager to pounce and tear. But now, that uproar had been shattered like glass by a divine wave of sound. Following the deathly silence came a complete reversal of direction. The pre-drafted sanctions bill was quietly fed into the shredder, replaced by an emergency convening of discussions on fostering friendly relations with China. Those hawkish politicians who had previously ranted on Twitter were now deleting all their extreme remarks and even changing their profile backgrounds to doves symbolizing peace. This sudden change was more rapid than a Sichuan opera face-changing act. There was no choice but to adapt. When the enormous head capable of swallowing the heavens appeared on screens, and the roar that shattered the nerves of elite warriors echoed through the skies, the so-called aircraft carrier deterrence and economic blockades instantly became a complete joke. You wish to negotiate sanctions? They can summon a deity with a mere gesture, capable of obliterating your satellites in one breath, and a single roar could likely shatter the glass of the White House. This is not a contest of the same dimension. This is a dimensional strike. On external forums, the shift in sentiment became absurd. The famous Reddit forums China section saw a tenfold increase in traffic overnight. Previously, when foreigners discussed Longwo, they would share a few gifs of Bruce Lee and shout Chinese Kung Fu. But now Kung Fu? What an outdated concept. New Yorker, still talking about Kung Fu? Wake up. That's just for children. The people of Longwo disdain practicing martial arts. They practice cultivating immortality. God is dead, I researched, and that young man wielding the bone whistle can summon the divine beast from the Shanhai Jing. They truly have divine protection. Run, 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 my God. How could we have ever contemplated invading such a nation? I am grateful that the young man prevented that monstrous beast from soaring above us. Otherwise, I would have already met my demise. Panic and awe serve as the most potent awakenings. The intelligence networks of various nations, covertly operating within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, were nearly incapacitated overnight. Those spies masquerading as tourists and merchants received urgent directives from their superiors. Withdraw. Evacuate immediately. All operations are cancelled. They fled faster than rabbits, forsaking passports and even resorting to illegal crossings to escape the land steeped in mythic terror. For none could foresee whether that man named Lin Qi might whimsically unleash the winged tiger for a leisurely patrol. 3 days later, at the United Nations headquarters, a historic special meeting was convened. The theme was simple, initiated by the delegation from the Dragon Kingdom, titled International Convention on the Protection and Development of Mythical Beasts. Though the title might evoke a proposal from an animal welfare association, all were acutely aware that this was a set of terms delineating a new era of dominance. The core of the convention contained merely 3 clauses. First, the acknowledgement of Kunlun Mountain and its surrounding areas as habitats for mythical creatures, with the Dragon Kingdom holding absolute and exclusive jurisdiction. Second, any nation or organization entering this region without authorization would be deemed an invasion of mythical civilization. And the Dragon Kingdom reserves the right to employ all means, including but not limited to summoning divine beasts, to retaliate. Third, nations must cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom in establishing a global monitoring network for mythical creatures, sharing intelligence, and refraining from conducting experiments that could provoke these beings. In the past, such proposals would have been met with vehement opposition from Western delegations, even prompting immediate walkouts. Yet today, the assembly was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Weiguo, clad in a sharply tailored Zhongshan suit, stood at the podium, his gaze gently sweeping over the myriad complex expressions below. Esteemed representatives, for the sake of Earth's peace and the continuity of human civilization, I implore you to give this proposal your earnest consideration. He adjusted his glasses, his tone cultured and amiable, for those formidable beings were known for their temperamental nature. Should they awaken one day and decide to stroll through the capitals of the world, The Dragon Kingdom would find it difficult to intervene without legal authority, would it not? Was this a threat? Undoubtedly, it was an overt and unabashed threat. Yet the representatives below exchanged glances, none daring to rise in rebuttal. The representative from America appeared ashen, clutching his pen so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He recalled the $30 billion satellite that had been rendered useless in a mere second and the hundreds of elite agents who had been left in a vegetative state. With a deep breath, he resignedly released his grip. America concurs. With that utterance, it was as if the first domino had toppled. England concurs. France concurs. The Bear Nation concurs, even leading the applause. Unanimously passed. Not a single dissenting vote, nor even an abstention. This was an unprecedented miracle in the annals of the United Nations. When the large screen displayed a neat row of green affirmations, Zhou Weiguo adjusted his collar and bowed slightly to the assembly. Thank you for your rationality. History will attest that you made the most prudent choice today. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun outpost, Lin Qi remained blissfully unaware of his newfound status as an unspeakable taboo on the international stage. He sat on a hospital bed, one arm bandaged, the other wielding chopsticks as he wrestled with a bowl of bland convalescent food featuring ginseng and black chicken. The flavor was far too insipid. Lin Qi grimaced. Yuqing, could you possibly add more salt next time? I have injured my hand, not my kidneys. Song Yuqing, who was changing his bandages, shot him a glare. Be grateful you have something to eat. This is old ginseng specially sent up from the mountain by Commander Lei to replenish your vitality. She observed the rapidly healing wound on Lin Qi's arm, her expression complicated. Though it was underpinned by flesh, the recovery rate was astonishing. A typical penetrating wound would require at least a month to heal. Yet here he was, 3 days in and already beginning to scab and itch. Team leader Lin. The curtain was drawn back as Qin Zhao strode in. Today, she was not clad in her fierce combat attire, but rather donned a crisp uniform. Her shoulder insignia upgraded to 2 stars. A promotion. Clearly, the accolades for this battle were not solely Lin Qi's. The entire operational team basked in the glory. She held a red brocade box and a document printed on official red paper. Oh, promoted are we? Lin Qi teased with a grin. Congratulations, Major Qin. Does this mean a celebratory feast tonight? Qin Zhao ignored his jest, approaching the bedside with an unusually solemn expression. Lin Qi, please rise. Taken aback, Lin Qi met her serious gaze and, with a hand propped on the bed's edge, stood up. Qin Zhao opened the document and read aloud. In light of Comrade Lin Qi's outstanding performance during the Kunlun operation, particularly in addressing a major crisis, safeguarding national core interests, and advancing the study of mythical creatures, the highest authorities have decided to confer upon Comrade Lin Qi the honorary title of National Hero of Exceptional Merit. This is a first-class commendation. She paused, admiration flickering in her eyes. Additionally, he is awarded the rank of Colonel, technical position, enjoying the privileges of a division-level officer. She closed the document and opened the red brocade box, revealing a gleaming medal, intricately engraved with 5 stars and a sword. Lin Qi, this is the nation's acknowledgement of your efforts. Qin Zhao carefully pinned the medal to the chest of Lin Qi's hospital gown, saying, from this day forth, you are no longer fighting alone. Every blade of grass and tree in Kunlun, every inch of this 960,000 square kilometers of land, stands as your support. Lin Qi gazed down at the weighty medal, his fingers brushing against the cold metal. A sudden wave of emotion washed over him. From a once disgraced employee, cast aside by his company and abandoned by his girlfriend, to now being adorned with national honors and revered by multitudes. It all felt like a dream. Yet he knew it was not a dream. Outside the door, the impoverished creature gnawing on a titanium bone emitted a satisfied rumble, nestled in his arms. The petite white fox with 2 tails was nuzzling against his chin. Thank you, Lin Qi said, lifting his gaze to salute Qin Zhao with a somewhat awkward, yet undeniably sincere military gesture. However, this medal is rather heavy. I fear I may not wear it properly. Qin Zhao smiled, the moment's warmth akin to the thawing of ice and snow. It matters not if you cannot balance it. We will support you. She placed the document on the bedside table, her tone returning to a lighter note. Now, enough with the sentimentality. Finish your meal. Director Zhao, head of Bureau 749, is already on the line. He mentioned there is something he wants you to see, concerning the heart of Kunlun Mountain, that place known as the Eye of Death. The satellite has captured some rather concerning footage. Chapter 59, Promotion. The youngest special advisor the winds of Kunlun Mountain felt particularly gentle today. Gone were the usual howls and harshness, replaced by the vibrant red of the 5-star flag fluttering against a sky that seemed almost unrealistically blue. The sound of the flag flapping was more melodious than any symphony. On the makeshift reviewing stand, Lin Qi felt like a puppet ensnared in a bind. The loose hospital gown that had once clothed him was stripped away, replaced by a meticulously tailored officer's uniform that fit him impeccably. The collar was fastened so snugly that it left him slightly breathless. Yet it must be said, appearances do matter. At this moment, he stands tall, his posture erect and his gaze sharp, although his complexion bears the pallor of recent blood loss. The aura he exudes, honed through battles of life and death, renders him far from resembling a mere corporate worker fresh out of college. Instead, he appears akin to a sword recently unsheathed. Before him lies a meticulously arranged formation: Qin Xiao, Song Yuqing, Lei Jun, and the Special Forces, engineers, and researchers who have fought alongside him. Thousands of eyes are now focused solely on him, filled with respect, gratitude, and fervor. With the resounding command of ceremony concluded, thousands of hands simultaneously lower in perfect unison. Soon after, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approaches from the side. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, with graying temples yet a vigorous demeanor, strides towards Lin Qi. Though he is not in military attire, the authority he radiates surpasses even that of Lei Jun. Zhao Jingqiu, the legendary head of the 749 Bureau, the man who oversees all supernatural secrets of the Dragon Nation, approaches Lin Qi. His piercing gaze scrutinizes Lin Qi from head to toe before he firmly pats his shoulder. Good lad. Zhao Jingqiu's voice is deep and robust, resonating even more powerfully than in the videos. Lin Qi instinctively wishes to salute, but is gently restrained by Zhao Jingqiu. Your hand is still injured, no need for formalities. From a nearby tray, Zhao Jingqiu retrieves a pair of resplendent golden shoulder insignias, 2 bars and 4 stars, a colonel. This marks the highest military rank awarded for technical roles. Beyond this lies the rank of general. For a young man in his 20s, such a meteoric rise is akin to a rocket's ascent. This is bestowed upon you by the nation. Zhao Jingqiu carefully affixes the insignias onto Lin Qi's shoulder. Although it is a symbolic title without command over troops, within the 749 Bureau, rank holds significant weight. Apart from myself, no one else can give you orders. Lin Qi feels the weight of the insignias settle upon him. Not merely the medal's heft, but a profound trust and responsibility. Following this, a medal, the National Hero Medal, is affixed to his left chest. With a clap, Zhao Jingqiu steps back, stands at attention, and salutes Lin Qi with a standard military gesture. Below, Lei Jun leads a thunderous applause that erupts like a storm. Please say a few words, Advisor Lin. Zhao Jingqiu offers the microphone, and the audience awaits eagerly. Lin Qi gazes at the familiar and unfamiliar faces below, then glances towards the majestic, enigmatic Kunlun Mountain in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he grasps the microphone. The grandiose speech he had meticulously prepared is now cast aside. Honestly, I am quite ordinary. Lin Qi's voice reverberates throughout the base. When I first arrived here, I aimed to do some live streaming, earn some money, pay off my credit card, and perhaps find a way to make a living. A wave of good-natured laughter rises from the crowd. However, I soon realized that this place does not adhere to reason. Lin Qi gestures towards the mountain behind him. It harbors monstrous entities, colossal beasts soaring through the sky, and civilizations beyond our comprehension. They are formidable, so much so that we feel like mere ants in comparison. Yet, with a shift in tone, his gaze sharpens. An army of ants can bring down an elephant. Moreover, we are not ants. We are descendants of dragons. This medal does not belong solely to me. It belongs to every sentinel standing guard against the biting wind, to every researcher burning the midnight oil analyzing data, to every warrior who dares to face the unknown. As for the future, Lin Qi lifts his head, gazing at the azure sky, a proud smile gracing his lips. This is just the beginning. We have merely scratched the surface of Kunlun's secrets. What lies beyond that door? Who resides in that celestial palace? Where have the vanished deities gone? Fear not. I will lead us, step by step, to unearth all these mysteries. Even if I have to pierce a hole in the sky, I shall see if there are indeed gods above. The applause erupts once more, resounding and persistent. In that moment of glory, a familiar mechanical voice echoes in Lin Qi's mind, seemingly propelling the atmosphere to a climax. Ding! Congratulations, host. The current live stream's accumulated popularity has surpassed 100 million. The overall discussion heat, media exposure, and public sentiment fluctuations have been calculated. Shock value cumulative tally: 1,000,000,000 points. 1 billion. Lin Qi's hand trembles at the staggering figure, one he never dared to envision. Conditions met. The mountain and sea civilization observation system is about to undergo a comprehensive deep iteration to version 20. Phase 2 mainline mission initiated. The gaze from below. Mission description. You have proven your ability to protect this land. Now, it is time to confront the true giant. As the ceremony concluded and the crowd dispersed, Lin Qi barely had time to explore the new features of the system before Zhao Jingqiu called him aside. Little Lin, follow me. Zhao Jingqiu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, the earlier jubilance replaced by a profound concern. The two traversed several stringent security checkpoints, arriving at a top-secret archive deep underground. The room was windowless, its icy metal walls illuminated only by the flickering lights of countless servers. Sit, Zhao Jingqiu instructed, pulling out a chair and retrieving a sealed brown paper bag from a safe. This is a photograph captured just 10 minutes ago by our high-resolution satellite. As it passed over the heart of Kunlun. As he spoke, he opened the bag, revealing a yellowed yet remarkably clear satellite image, which he slid across the table towards Lin Qi. This location is what we refer to as the Eye of Death. It lies in the deepest part of the Kunlun Mountains and is the core area of the most intense geomagnetic anomalies. Lin Qi leaned closer. The image depicted a vast depression amidst the snowy peaks, perpetually shrouded in mist, which previous satellites had never managed to capture clearly. However, today, the roar of the colossal beast had dispersed the clouds, unveiling the basin's true form to the sunlight. The basin's shape was peculiar, not round, nor oval, but elongated with pointed ends and a wide center. At its heart, a dark mountain rose, resembling an upright pupil. Upon a mere glance, Lin Qi felt a jolt of realization. This was no ordinary basin. It was an eye, a massive eye embedded in the earth, its eyelids stretching over 100 kilometers. Do you see it? Zhao Jingqiu's voice was hoarse, his finger tapping gently on the photograph. This is the next trouble we must confront. According to geological experts, the eyelid area, the surrounding mountains, are undergoing minute displacements. Though slow, they are indeed moving. Zhao Jingqiu fixed his gaze upon Lin Qi, posing the chilling question. Little Lin, tell me. If this is an eye, what colossal entity lies buried beneath it? Chapter 60. Target locked. Next stop, the lair of the candle dragon. The air in the secret chamber seemed to solidify. The yellowed satellite photograph lay silently on the table, resembling a judgment from the depths of hell. Lin Qi's focus remained locked on the central, elongated basin. It was not the work of nature, but rather an eye that lay upon the earth, closed, with eyelids that spanned over 100 kilometers. In that moment, the retinal interface of the system erupted unexpectedly. The scarlet data stream cascaded like a waterfall across the screen, even causing a momentary lag due to the overwhelming volume of information. Warning. Supreme mythological creature response detected. Target locked. God of Zhongshan. Zhu Jiuyin, also known as Zhu Long. Species, primordial ancient god. The dragon of the candle. Size, length of 1,000 miles, when spatial folding is expanded. Abilities, considered day, darkness as night, breathes winter, exhales summer. Current state, slumbering, on the verge of awakening. Danger rating, world-ending level. It is not a monster. It is a moving natural disaster, a living law of nature. Lin Qi felt his throat dry, as if a fire were burning within. He raised his head to meet the grave expression of Zhao Jingqiu. His voice somewhat hoarse. Director Zhao, you have known about this creature all along? I had my suspicions, but I dared not confirm them. Zhao Jingqiu removed his glasses, rubbing his weary brow. Until today, the disturbance caused by that Kuan creature was too great, dispersing the magnetic fog that had long shrouded the area above the Eye of Death, allowing us to finally see its true form. The elderly man's fingers trembled as they traced the edge of a photograph. Do you know what the most terrifying aspect is? It is the temperature. Zhao Jingqiu pulled out another red thermal imaging report from his file and slid it across to Lin Qi. In the past 24 hours, the geothermal index in that area has surged 300-fold. The ancient glaciers that once covered it are melting at an alarming rate. Geological monitoring stations have reported that the magma underground is boiling, as if. Zhao Jingqiu paused, searching for a simple analogy. Like a giant that has slept for millennia preparing for its final deep breath before waking. Its body temperature is rising. If it awakens, Zhao Jingqiu did not finish. But Lin Qi understood. Considered day, darkness as night, breathes winter, exhales summer. This was not merely an exaggerated portrayal from mythology. It was a true reflection of the abilities of Zhu Long. It was akin to a walking nuclear reactor, a superlife form capable of manipulating the climate at will. If it were to awaken in a foul temper and breathe upon the land, half of the dragon kingdom would instantly transform into a mountain of flames. This is the situation we face. Zhao Jingqiu gazed intently at Lin Qi. We cannot wait for it to awaken naturally. By then, it will be too late. We must take the initiative, either to soothe it or to control it. But we cannot get close. The magnetic field strength there is tens of thousands of times that of the outside. All electronic devices fail upon entry, and all detectors are lost without return. Except for you. His words were blunt. You are the only key. Lin Qi fell silent. He leaned back in his chair, unconsciously rubbing the medal he had just received, symbolizing the nation's highest honor. Are you afraid? Of course, I am afraid. After all, it is Zhulong, an entity of mythic combat prowess. Compared to it, the previous monsters, be it Jun or Kainki, even that juvenile Kuan, are nothing but mere underlings. It was akin to sending an ant to rouse a Tyrannosaurus Rex, ensuring that it does not become enraged. Yet, a faint smile suddenly curved Lin Qi's lips, a subtle arc infused with a hint of madness, a tinge of greed, and a bold ambition that knew no bounds. The system had just issued the second phase of the main quest, with rewards so tempting that they beckoned him to wager his life. System, open the backpack. Lin Qi commanded in his mind. His consciousness delved into the system's space, rummaging through a jumble of miscellaneous items until he unearthed an inconspicuous small box. It was a mysterious fragment included in the beginner's gift pack, the purpose of which he had never comprehended until now. The seal upon it had been broken. It was a scale, an entirely crimson scale, emanating an astonishing heat, as if it were still smoldering. Item, Scale of Zhulong, shed version. Function, token. The bearer of this scale is immune to the flames of Zhulong and gains one opportunity for equal dialogue with it. Lin Qi's hand slipped into his pocket, appearing to others as if he were merely retrieving a cigarette. However, when he withdrew his hand, his fingertips clutched a blazing crimson crystal. The ambient temperature surged instantly. Zhao Jingqiu stared in astonishment at the object in Lin Qi's hand. Is this a bargaining chip? Lin Qi toyed with the dragon scale, feeling the intense heat radiating through his fingertips. Any hesitation in his eyes evaporated, replaced by a sharp, gleaming determination. Director Zhao, I will take on this task. He stood up, closing the classified document with a casual air, as if discussing breakfast plans for the following day. The first volume of the story had concluded, and the audience had likely grown weary of battling monsters. Now, it was time to deliver something more exhilarating. For instance, Lin Qi pointed to the enormous eye on the satellite photograph, grinning with reckless abandon. Let us deliver an alarm clock to this slumbering deity. Zhao Jingqiu paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. He extended his hand and grasped Lin Qi's firmly. Excellent. Whatever support you need, just ask. Not much is required. Lin Qi waved his hand dismissively, turning towards the door, his silhouette as upright as a pine tree. Prepare a few durable vehicles, and gather some brothers who aren't afraid of death. Oh, and tell the kitchen to prepare plenty of meat. If that creature awakens, it will likely be in a foul mood, so we need to present some substantial gifts to appease it. As the heavy blast door slowly shut, Lin Qi's figure vanished into the darkness of the corridor. The first phase of exploration and discovery had reached its conclusion at that moment. A grander, more perilous, and tumultuous era of conquest and development was about to unfold. The camera pulled back, traversing through thick concrete bunkers, past swirling snow and wind, heading south towards the life-forbidden zone that humanity had never set foot upon. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, there was no wind, no snow, not even a sound, only a deathly silence and a stifling heat. In the heart of a colossal, shuttle-shaped basin, a black mountain resembling a coiled dragon lay silently upon the earth, as if it had been dead for billions of years. Yet, beneath the uncharted depths, above the seething river of magma, a faint crack, almost imperceptible, suddenly echoed. The layer of ancient ice that blanketed the peak of the black mountain split open, releasing a plume of crimson steam that surged skyward. Shortly thereafter, the entire mountain trembled ever so slightly, as if something beneath the heavy rock and ice was gradually, oh so slowly, preparing to open its eyes. With a breath, Chapter 61, delving into the forbidden zone, the compass went haywire. The morning in the Kunlun Mountains had not warmed with the sun's arrival, but instead exuded an even more profound chill of deathly silence. As the heavy winch sounded, the half-meter-thick alloy gate of Outpost 749 slowly lifted. A heavily armed convoy was poised to venture into the unknown white wasteland. Leading the charge were 3 modified off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns, flanked by a special all-terrain command vehicle containing the mission's core brain, Lin Qi, Qin Xiao, and the determined Dr. Chen Zhong, who insisted on accompanying them with a pile of instruments. Bringing up the rear were 2 heavy trucks laden with supplies and engineering equipment. The roar of the engines shattered the valley's tranquility, stirring up a whirlwind of snow dust. Lin, in another 5 kilometers. We will reach the core monument of the Death Valley on the map, Qin Xiao remarked from the passenger seat, studying a yellowed military map, her brow furrowed. That was the last mark left by our troops decades ago. Beyond this lies the true blind zone, impervious even to satellites. Lin Qi sat in the back seat, cradling a drowsy little white fox in his arms, while holding a specially designed phone to greet the millions of early risers in the live stream. Did you hear that, brothers? He pointed out the window at the desolate white world, his tone lighthearted. The navigation displayed an empty route ahead. We're here to fill in the blanks on the map. Early bird champion. The host is really dedicated. Braving the wilderness this early in the morning? Geography class representative. The core area of Death Valley? I've heard the magnetic field there is abnormal. Entering it could cause compasses to fail. Be careful, host. Passerby, what is there to fear? Our Lin god has a guardian beast. Worst case, we can ride the Kainki over. As they spoke, the convoy reached a narrow mountain pass. By the roadside, a black stone tablet stood alone, half buried in snow, with a few faded red characters inscribed, restricted area ahead. Entry prohibited. These 8 characters formed an invisible barrier, delineating the boundary between life and death. Just as the lead vehicle passed the stone tablet, a sharp, jarring electric noise erupted in everyone's communication headsets without warning. The sound was akin to nails scraping a chalkboard, enough to make one's brain boil. Ah, my ears. The technician responsible for communications screamed, yanking off his headset. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The once clear vehicle display suddenly flickered wildly, transforming into a screen full of chaotic black and white static. The various indicator lights on the dashboard began flashing erratically, reds and greens illuminating the interior like disco lights. What is happening? Are we under an electromagnetic attack? Qin Xiao reacted swiftly, drawing her gun and sharpening her gaze. No, it's not an attack. Dr. Qin Zhong, holding a tablet that had also gone dark, appeared unfazed, instead excitedly pulling an old-fashioned mechanical compass from his bag. Look, quickly look at this. The old man's hands trembled. Everyone crowded around to see that the compass needle was spinning like a frenzied top, leaving afterimages in its wake. With a loud snap, the delicate needle flew off the bearing due to the centrifugal force of its rapid rotation, shattering the reinforced glass cover and ricocheting onto the roof of the vehicle. A hush fell over the entire vehicle. This is a geomagnetic storm. The magnetic field strength here is thousands of times that of the outside world, and it's extremely chaotic. All electronic components will overload and burn out in this environment. The GPS signal is gone. Our navigation system is completely useless. As he spoke, the communication channel of the convoy was filled with static. The vehicles could only rely on honking and lights to maintain contact. The modern navigation system, once a source of pride, now felt as fragile as a joke in the face of this ancient forbidden zone. Stop. Everyone stop. Qin Xiao decisively grabbed the vehicle's loudspeaker to issue commands. The convoy halted amidst the wind and snow. The drivers stared blankly out the windows, directionless in the vast whiteness. What do we do now, Lin Qi? Qin Xiao turned to him, her gaze complex. Without being able to discern direction, venturing further would lead to certain death. They could end up going in circles until they ran out of fuel. Who says we have no navigation? Lin Qi calmly put away his phone. Thanks to the system's support, his live stream signal remained strong, even the picture quality intact. This was the confidence of a seasoned host. He opened the car door and jumped out, inhaling the frigid air deeply. On his retina, the system map radiated a faint golden light. A clear route traversed through the heavy fog, leading straight to the heart of the mountains. Dr. Chun, put away your old gadget. Lin Qi pointed to his head, a slight smile curling his lips. Here, machines are unreliable, but my eyes are sharper than any radar. Everyone, follow my vehicle. Falling behind is not my responsibility. The convoy set off once more. Under Lin Qi's guidance, the formation moved like a long serpent, weaving through the intricate crevices of ice and the maze-like canyons. Strangely, as they ventured deeper, the temperature around them did not drop. Instead, it began to rise abnormally. The once snowy flurries gradually vanished, replaced by a dry, sulphurous wind. The ground beneath them transformed as well. The pure white snow morphed into black frozen earth, and then into dark red rocks. The color of those rocks was peculiar. A deep red tinged with black, their surfaces marred with cracked patterns, as if scorched by relentless flames day and night. This geological structure is peculiar, Dr. Chen murmured, leaning against the car window. The Kunlun Mountains are primarily sedimentary and granite. How could there be volcanic-like formations? And the temperature is at least 10 degrees above zero outside, right? Half an hour later, the convoy had to stop. Ahead lay an impassable barrier. A seemingly endless black mountain range loomed before them. The mountain was so high that its upper half disappeared into the clouds, obscuring its full form. The mountain presented an eerie curvature, its surface smooth and hard, resembling a solid mass rather than a heap of stones. The dark red veins snaked across the black mountain, faintly emitting heat. No way forward? Qin Xiao jumped out of the car, frowning at the wall of despair ahead. No, it's not that there's no way. Lin Qi approached the black mountain wall and placed his hand against its warm surface. The texture felt smooth, even slightly elastic. The system's alert echoed in his mind. Warning. Contact with high-energy biological tissue detected. Target area, outer keratinized skin of the Zhulong, dead skin. Thickness, 300 meters. Recommendation. Handle with care. Do not cause harm. Lin Qi's heart skipped a beat. This was no mountain. They were standing on the body of the Zhulong. At that moment, a metallic clank echoed nearby. A soldier, responsible for clearing the path, instinctively raised his heavy hydraulic hammer at the imposing black mountain. This rock looks pretty hard. Let me try drilling a hole to test its hardness and see if we can blast a path. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Lin Qi turned around suddenly, letting out a desperate roar. The sound was so loud it startled the soldier, causing him to tremble and nearly drop the hydraulic hammer on his foot. Are you out of your mind? Lin Qi sprinted forward, snatching the tool from the soldier's hands and hurling it aside. He pointed at the towering black mountain, his face pale and cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Drilling? Do you want to bury us all here? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is warm. This is not stone. This is keratin. This is alive. Chapter 62. Is that a mountain? No, it's the dragoness spine. The engineer, clutching his injured hand, stared in terror at the imposing black rock face before him. Was it not excessively hard? It felt as though he had struck a diamond, leaving no mark whatsoever. Before Lin Qi could dash over to kick him, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. The rumbling was not the tremors of an earthquake, but rather a more intricate and unnerving rhythm. It resembled a carpet laid upon the earth, gently shaken. The seemingly endless black mountain range before them rippled like water, its surface layers undulating. Snow and debris, covering it, cascaded down with the faint tremor, revealing a deeper, darker texture beneath. Step back. Everyone retreat. Lin Qi frantically waved his arms, pulling the still-dazed engineer back. Don't just stand there. That was a reflex. You've heard it. Qin Xiao's face turned pale as she gripped her gun with one hand and clutched the command vehicle's handrail with the other. Lin Qi, what are you saying? What do you mean by hurting it? It's just a mountain. A mountain? Lin Qi scoffed, a nervous reaction stemming from sheer terror. He did not explain but trembled as he retrieved a backup drone from his backpack. Although the recent magnetic storm had destroyed most electronic devices, this one was a modified version equipped with an unlimited signal enhancer, the only one still capable of flight. Whether it was a mountain or not could be determined once it soared into the sky. The drone's motor whirred to life, the propellers emitting a sharp screech in the thin air. It ascended unsteadily, battling the chaotic magnetic field around it, like a determined moth drawn into the darkness above. On the mobile screen, the static flickered momentarily before the image gradually sharpened. The camera began to rise, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. As the altitude increased, the peaks that had once seemed insurmountable began to reveal their true contours. They were not mountains at all, but rather massive, orderly spikes of bone. Like a row of black swords piercing the sky, each adorned with the wear of time, some even broken and weathered into a grayish hue. The camera continued to ascend, 2,000 meters. The view expanded dramatically. The millions of viewers in the live stream, who had just regained connection, felt as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them breathless. The screen unveiled an image that transcended the limits of human imagination. The Black Mountain Range, spanning hundreds of kilometers and blocking the convoy's path, finally revealed a glimpse of its true nature through the wide-angle lens. It coiled and twisted within a vast basin, forming a perfect circle. The dark red patterns were not volcanic rock, but the pulsing veins of magma beneath the skin. Those towering ancient trees that appeared lush from the surface were, upon closer inspection, mere clusters of moss nestled between the scales. Oh heavens! Doctor! Chen Zhong knelt on the command vehicle's floor, cradling the display screen as tears streamed down his face. This is not a mountain. It is a spine. A living dragon's spine, coiled upon the earth. The drone finally reached its maximum altitude. From 5,000 meters above, it no longer represented the geographical heart of Kunlun Mountain. It was a colossal creature, coiled and sleeping, announcing its existence to the world through the faint tremors. Its body was the mountains, its breath, The storms, it's blood. The rivers. Bullet screen. Fear of giants. I can't breathe. Is this even a living creature? It looks more like a geological plate. Biology enthusiast. Is this the legendary Zhu Long? The texts mentioned it measured 1,000 miles. I always thought that was an exaggeration, but it seems the ancients were realists. Geography representative. Mystery solved. No wonder the magnetic field here is so chaotic. Such a massive creature possesses a biological magnetic field stronger than the Earth's. It's no wonder the compass is going haywire. Lin Qi gazed at the screen, his throat parched as if on fire, though he had mentally prepared for this moment. The undeniable visual impact of Zhu Jiuyin's true form left him feeling dizzy. Dr. Chen, you mentioned this is a living fossil? That single scale on the screen is the size of a football field. I believe you may need to redefine the term fossil. If it rolls over, half of the Qinghai Tibet plateau would quake. As everyone remained enveloped in this suffocating fear and astonishment, time quietly drifted past midnight. According to reason, this should have been the darkest moment before dawn. Yet, the canyon shrouded in death suddenly illuminated. Beep, beep, beep. The system alarm in Lin Qi's mind turned sharp and shrill, red warning boxes popping up frantically. High energy warning. High energy warning. Target organism is awakening. Detecting fluctuations in the day-night cycle. It is about to open its eyes. Not good. Lin Qi abruptly realized. Hurling the remote aside and turning to shout at the entire convoy. Close your eyes. Everyone, close your eyes. Put on sunglasses. Lower all the blinds. Hurry. Though Qin Xiaoyu was confused, her absolute trust in Lin Qi compelled her to instinctively shut her eyes and press the button to darken the vehicle. In the next instant, a beam of pure, searing red light, imbued with infinite majesty, erupted unexpectedly from the tip of the Black Mountain, where the dragon's head lay. This was neither a searchlight nor flames. It was a sun forcefully rising in the night. Boom! The radiance instantly engulfed the entire canyon. The previously pitch-black night was abruptly transformed into a blinding daylight, one so intense that it burned one's very soul with its glaring brightness. Some soldiers, slow to react and unable to close their eyes in time, cried out in anguish, clutching their eyes as they collapsed to the ground. Even with their eyes shut, the intense light penetrated their eyelids, searing their retinas. Lin Qi, donning specially designed tactical goggles, squinted through his fingers toward the source of the light. At the very center of that brilliance, a colossal, upright pupil, ablaze with divine fire, was slowly opening. It resembled the crack of hell's door being pushed ajar. Zhu Long opened its eyes. It was as if daylight had arrived. Myth had descended into reality. Chapter 63, The Eye of Zhu Long opens. Suddenly, the night became day. The light did not explode instantaneously. It flowed like a viscous, red liquid from the slowly parting eyelid, flooding the entire retina at the speed of light. There was no transition, no dawn's first light. In that instant, time seemed to have been violently fast-forwarded by 12 hours. The previously impenetrable darkness was ruthlessly torn apart by this dominating red light, transforming it into the midday brilliance. My eyes. The communication channel erupted with cries of despair. Even through the specially designed tactical goggles, the blinding light brought tears to their eyes. Lin Qi squeezed his eyes shut, feeling as though his eyelids were being scorched by the red glow. This was not sunlight. Sunlight was warm and golden. The light is a deep crimson, imbued with a suffocating majesty and ancient presence, as though a nuclear fusion reactor has been ignited in the heavens. Warning: do not gaze upon the deity. System update. Zhu Jiuyin, species, god of Zhongshan, creator candle dragon, divine characteristics, regarded as day, sleep as night, breath as winter, exhale as summer. Neither consuming nor drinking, breath as wind. Current state, semi-awake, morning grumpiness accumulating. The system notification echoed in Lin Qi's mind, trembling with each line of scarlet text, resembling the embodiment of an ancient prophecy. Regarded as day, Lin Qi murmured, forcing his eyes open despite the stinging discomfort. The scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. That eye, set atop the Black Mountain range, vast like a lake, radiated boundless warmth and light. It gazed indifferently at the firmament, failing to focus on the insignificant beings below, as if they were mere dust in its sight. Then came something even more terrifying than the blinding light. Heat. A searing wave of warmth. The sizzling sound echoed throughout the canyon, reminiscent of steaks being grilled. It was the sound of snow vaporizing in an instant. The centuries-old permafrost, covering the ground to a thickness of several meters, melted away under the crimson glow without even transitioning to water, sublimating directly into a cloud of mist. As the mist rose, it was instantly evaporated by the intense heat. Hot. So hot. What is happening? Is the air conditioning broken? In the command vehicle, Qin Zhao yanked open the collar of her jacket, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead like a broken string of pearls. The thermometer inside the vehicle was rising at a terrifying speed. -30 degrees. -10 degrees. 0 degrees. 20 degrees. In less than a minute, this zone, once a realm of life, transformed into a vast open-air sauna. This is unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. Dr. Chen Zhong, like a madman, stripped down to a vest, brandishing a radiation detector while frantically moving about the vehicle. This is not visible light. This is a high-energy particle stream. The old man, pointing at the gauge that had gone off the charts, shouted until his voice was hoarse. That eye is a living high-energy particle emitter. It is releasing pure thermal energy into the environment. The energy conversion rate is nearly 100. This power, even if 10 nuclear power plants were running at full capacity, could not compare. It is rewriting the climate. Lin Qi had already removed his cold weather gear, clad only in a thin combat vest. Drenched as if he had just emerged from water, he flung open the car door, and a wave of heat struck him, mingled with the acrid scent of sulfur. The once icy world now billowed with steam, the black rocks scorched to the touch. "Everyone take off your clothes," Lin Qi shouted into the intercom. "Don't cover up. You'll suffer from heat stroke." The scene was utterly surreal. Just a moment ago, everyone was shivering in 30-degree below zero winds, wrapped in the thickest down jackets. Now, all were frantically shedding their clothes, some even rolling in the icy water to cool off. Though the live broadcast signal was disrupted, this bizarre spectacle intermittently made its way out. "I love eating tomatoes." Geography representative, am I blind? Wasn't it just snowing? How did it suddenly become summer? Physics student, is this the legendary breath of summer? The ancients did not deceive me. This is like a walking greenhouse effect machine. Lin Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the crimson sun still hovering above. It was eerily silent, a silence that sent shivers down his spine. It had not yet fully awakened. Lin Qi squinted, querying the system in his mind about its current state. System notification. Target is in a state of reluctance to rise. Consciousness clarity, 60. Suggestion. Do not disturb it. Let it awaken on its own. Forcible awakening may lead to severe consequences. Reluctance to rise? Lin Qi's lips twitched. What kind of celestial reasoning is this? At that moment, the colossal form, overwhelming and despair-inducing, suddenly stirred. The ground began to tremble violently. Akin to waves upon a sea, the black dragon's spine coiled within the basin, having remained motionless for too long, instinctively sought to stretch its limbs, flipping over. Just a simple turn, and the earth within 100 miles cracked open, countless chasms spreading like a spider's web. The giant eye at the head, perhaps blinded by the glaring light or still too sleepy, squinted slightly, settling into a half-closed state. The crimson glow dimmed somewhat, but this was not a good sign. As it moved, a gust of morning grumpiness erupted from its nostrils. A visible stream of crimson airflow surged forth, like a furious fire dragon. "Watch out. Hold on tight." Lin Qi's complexion changed drastically as he gripped the car door handle. The hot wind howled towards them. A heavy armored personnel carrier, weighing over 20 tons and stationed at the outer edge of the convoy, was swept away like a mere leaf before this breath, utterly defenseless. With a crash, the armored vehicle flipped several times in midair before smashing down against a rock face dozens of meters away, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Fortunately, the occupants had just exited to shed their clothing and cool off, narrowly avoiding disaster. Yet, the terrifying power was enough to terrify everyone. Simply yawning and turning over, was this the magnitude of a creator deity? After the tempest, Lin Qi peered out from behind the car, observing the still half-closed eye of the candle dragon, seemingly desiring a return to slumber, making his scalp tingle. He swallowed hard and turned to the equally horrified Qin Zhao, dryly stating, "Commander Qin, it appears the alarm clock we brought isn't quite effective. This creature's morning grumpiness is rather intense." Chapter 64. The geologist faints. This defies science. Beep beep beep, boom. A light sound erupted as Dr. Chen Zhong's military-grade multifunction environmental detector, unable to withstand the data overflow, emitted a plume of black smoke before becoming completely inoperative. Ignoring the scorched instrument, the old man knelt on the searing reddish-brown rocks, clutching at his thinning hair. His eyes glazed over, muttering nervously like a mantra, "This is not right. This is not right. This completely violates the first law of thermodynamics. Where's the conservation of energy? Did a dog eat it?" The surrounding Special Forces members, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, watched as the usually esteemed academic rolled about like a madman, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Dr. Chen, please remain calm." Lin Qi approached, offering him a bottle of water. As he produced it, the bottle was already coated in fine droplets, and the surrounding temperature continued to rise. Calm. How can you expect me to be calm? Chunzhong shot up, his eyes red like a gambler who had lost everything. He pointed at the half-closed giant eye above, and then at the massive form stretching for miles beneath them, his voice hoarse as if he were a broken bellows. Look at this size. Even an aircraft carrier burns dozens of tons of fuel every hour. And this creature? How much energy does such a massive being require to sustain basic life signs? Hundreds of trillions of kilojoules? What does it consume? Has it devoured the entire crust of the earth? And this heat? The old man grasped a handful of scalding sand, letting it trickle through his fingers. It merely turned over, and the surrounding temperature surged by 50 degrees. This radiative heat output is equivalent to burying 100 reactors underground. Where is its heat dissipation system? What is its energy source? This defies all biological logic. It is utterly unscientific. This indeed presents a paradox that modern science cannot explain. According to biological principles, larger organisms struggle more with heat dissipation and consume energy at an alarming rate. Take, for instance, the candle dragon, a creature stretching over 1,000 miles. Merely sustaining its cells from collapsing would require enough energy to drain half of Earth's biosphere. Yet, it not only survives but thrives, even effortlessly altering the climate. In the live stream, even the science prodigies fell silent. Physics PhD. Although I hesitate to admit it, Old Chun is right. The very existence of such a creature is an affront to the established laws of physics. Newton's coffin lid might not hold. Biologist, the cube-square law is weeping. For such a massive creature, its skeletal density must be akin to that of a neutron star to support its weight, correct? Mythology enthusiast, spare us the Newtonian references. This belongs to Pangu. Discussing science in a world of cultivation, have you all wandered into the wrong scene? In the face of Chunzhong's despair, Lin Qi remained remarkably composed. He unscrewed his water bottle, tilted his head back, and savored the sensation of cool water sliding down his throat. Old Chun, your perspective is too limited. Lin Qi crumpled the empty bottle and stuffed it into his pocket, casting his gaze towards the profound depths below. Through the system's true vision eye, what he beheld was entirely different from what ordinary people saw. Beneath that black dragon spine lay not mere flesh and blood, but countless dark red veins, as robust as tree roots. These veins plunged deep into the earth, traversing rock layers and the mantle, reaching the scorching depths of the earth's core. Who says it needs to consume food? Lin Qi pointed at the ground beneath his feet, his tone as calm as if stating an undeniable fact. It does not need to hunt or feed, for it is, in essence, a living, colossal biological nuclear reactor. What? Chunzhong was taken aback. Did you not notice? The geomagnetic anomalies here, along with those bizarre reddish-brown rocks. Lin Qi stomped his foot, indicating that below lies the Earth's lungs. It resembles a super plug, directly connected to the Earth's energy core. What it consumes is the geothermal heat and the spiritual energy from deep within the Earth. Daylight signifies life, while darkness signifies night. It does not illuminate the world. Rather, the energy within it overflows, ionizing the air and creating plasma-like clusters. The winds herald winter, while the breath ushers in summer. That is its way of regulating its heat dissipation system, a biological version of a heat exchanger. Lin Qi crouched down, observing Chunzhong's dazed expression, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So, Old Chun, do not apply your eating and digestion theories to it. It truly embodies the essence of longevity, drawing energy from the sun and moon. This explanation, although still sounding fantastical, curiously holds up logically. Chunzhong's mouth fell agape, his mind racing. Geothermal energy transforming into plasma. The old man trembled for a long while before finally collapsing onto the ground, his gaze vacant. This is still unscientific. What biological structure can withstand the temperature and pressure of the Earth's core? Is its cell wall made of strong interaction force materials? Regardless of its composition. Lin Qi stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands. After all, it is right here, alive. Existence itself justifies its reason, does it not? Suddenly, Lin Qi's gaze froze. He realized that within 3 meters of himself, something was lodged in the enormous black shield-like gap of the dragon's scales. It was a small, unassuming black stone. Though described as a small stone, it was the size of a grinding disc. Unlike the surrounding rocks, it was not rough but exhibited a glass-like quality akin to obsidian, reflecting a profound glow in the red light. Lin Qi curiously leaned in closer. Since it is a living organism, even a divine beast must have some metabolic processes, right? This thing must have been expelled from the scale gap. Could it be old mud? Or perhaps I gunk? Though the thought was somewhat nauseating, Lin Qi couldn't resist reaching out to touch the black stone. Ding! The system notification sounded high-pitched and urgent, the golden identification frame almost blinding Lin Qi. Rare material discovered. Item: Candle Dragon's excretion, commonly known as dragon scrub mud. Associated mineral: purity, 9999. Composition: high compression carbon elements, geothermal heavy metals, solidified spiritual energy crystals. Description: the impurities that the candle dragon cannot digest while consuming the Earth's fire are expelled from its body after a millennium of high temperature and pressure refinement. Although it is excrement, its hardness rivals that of vibranium and possesses excellent thermal conductivity and spiritual energy transmission properties. Uses: top-tier refining material. Can be used to forge divine weapons or as a heat-resistant lining for nuclear fusion reactors. Oh my! Lin Qi's hand trembled slightly. He gazed at the seemingly mundane black scrub mud before him, his initial disdain transforming into sheer ecstasy. This is no mere mud, it is a treasure trove. Just moments ago, that old man Qian's son was lamenting the lack of materials to create mechs, and now it has presented itself on a silver platter. Moreover, since this is expelled waste, there must be more than just this one piece. Lin Qi abruptly turned to survey the sprawling dragon spine stretching for hundreds of kilometers, with billions of scale gaps. In his eyes, it was no longer merely a dragon. It was an open-air, inexhaustible supermind. Old Chen, stop lamenting. Get up and get to work. Lin Qi yanked the still-dazed Chen Zhong off the ground, pointing excitedly at the black stone, his voice rising in pitch. Hurry. Let the engineers pry this down. Though it defies scientific principles, it abides by economic ones. This is a premium material worth its weight in gold. Chen Zhong, bewildered, was pulled to his feet, staring at Lin Qi's seemingly crazed expression. What is this? Who cares what it is? Lin Qi pulled out an engineer's shovel from his bag, gesturing excitedly at the black excretion, his eyes gleaming with fervor. As long as we can take it back. This is our year-end bonus. Come on, lend a hand. Our task today is to give the dragon a scrub. Chapter 65. Lin Qi, let me tell you a joke. Mixing science with mythology. Heat. Stifling heat. It felt as though one had been thrown into a giant oven that had just been turned off. The deeper they climbed into the black mountain, the higher the temperature soared. The moisture in the air had long evaporated, and with each breath, the nostrils were filled with the scorching scent of sulfur, smoke rising in the throat. Panting, Qin Xiao wiped the beads of sweat off her forehead. Her specially designed temperature-regulating combat suit was now operating at near overload, warning lights flashing incessantly. Lin Qi, how much higher must we climb? She gasped for breath. Watching the figure ahead, agile as a monkey, navigating the terrain with ease. The ambient temperature had already exceeded 60 degrees. Any further, and their instruments would begin to fail. Is this too hot? Lin Qi, without looking back, spoke with an uncontainable excitement in his voice. We are merely scratching the surface. We haven't even penetrated the true dermis yet. He stepped onto a protruding black rock, pushing off forcefully to leap onto a relatively flat platform. Rather than a platform, it resembled a slightly elevated eave. This eave was vast, wide enough to accommodate a Boeing 747, presenting a deep, translucent quality, akin to a massive piece of black crystal, shielding them from the blinding red light above. We have arrived. Lin Qi brushed off the dust from his hands and turned to pull Qin Xiao and the still bewildered Dr. Chen Zhong up. Old Chen, stop lamenting, Lin Qi remarked, observing the elderly man's incessant mutterings about energy conservation with mild annoyance. You're missing the point. Discussing science with mythical creatures is akin to arguing law with a rogue. Come, take a look at this. He pointed to the immense eaves above them. This is the true treasure we seek today. Chen Zhong paused, adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose, and followed Lin Qi's finger. From their previous vantage point, they had not seen clearly, but now, up close, the old man's eyes nearly bulged. What appeared to be mere rock was, in fact, a colossal, shedding biological tissue, its roots connected to the underlying muscle layer, while the edges had already begun to curl upward, revealing the pink, tender flesh beneath. The thickness of that curled section was more than a meter. Although the surface bore the scars of time and weathering, within the translucent crystalline structure, faint golden streams of light meandered, resembling living veins or high-energy transmission circuits. This is, Chen Zhong trembled as he reached out, hesitating for fear of being burned. Dead skin, Lin Qi succinctly defined it, offering a down-to-earth explanation. Or, to use a more academic term, this is the keratin layer shed by the candle dragon, akin to a snake shedding its skin. Lin Qi grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. However, this is far more precious than gold. Dead skin? Qin Xiao furrowed her brow, gazing at the thick black crystal that resembled a city wall. What could this possibly be useful for? It's just hard and large. Hard. Lin Qi chuckled at the notion. He stepped aside and gestured towards her. Commander Qin, may I borrow your knife? Put your full strength into it and stab it. Qin Xiao cast him a doubtful glance, but swiftly drew the tactical dagger from the side of her thigh. Designed for special forces, it was forged from high-carbon steel, with a blade that had undergone special heat treatment, granting it exceptional hardness, capable of slicing through iron with ease. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her grip on the knife. Though uncertain about Lin Qi's intentions, her execution as a top-tier special forces operative was unquestionable. Huh, she exclaimed, her body and horse merging as all her strength converged into her right hand. The dagger, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, plunged fiercely into the surface of the dead skin. With this strike, even a steel plate 5 millimeters thick would be penetrated. Clang. A crisp metallic sound rang out in the stifling air. Sparks flew. Qin Xiao felt her hand jolt violently, her entire right arm instantly numbed, as though she had struck an immovable mountain. The tremendous recoil sent her staggering back several steps, nearly causing her to fall. In horror, she looked at her right hand. The tactical dagger, which had served her faithfully for years, was broken, shattered at the hilt. Only the bare handle remained in her grasp, while the severed blade lay like a scrap of metal several meters away. Peering closer at the so-called dead skin, Qin Xiao was left dumbfounded. Not only were there no cracks, but not even a white mark remained. That strike had been akin to throwing a piece of tofu against a diamond, absurdly futile. How is this possible? She gasped, incredulously touching the mirror-smooth surface. This was military-grade special steel. What was its hardness? Surely it surpassed the Mohs scale. Beside her, Dr. Chen Zhong was equally astonished. Ignoring the heat, he leaned over the dragon scale, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass. No crystal lattice fractures, no stress lines. This isn't merely about hardness. His voice trembled with excitement. This is toughness. This is energy absorption. The kinetic energy from that strike was instantly dispersed and absorbed by the energy flow within this material. This is a perfect material, a divine shield bestowed upon us. Observing the awestruck expressions of both the old man and the young woman, Lin Qi felt a surge of satisfaction. He approached and gently patted the enormous dragon scale, its texture warm, substantial, and imbued with a sense of security. What do you think, Commander Qin? Do you still consider it merely dead skin? He picked up the broken knife from the ground and casually tossed it into the unfathomable chasm below. This is but a shedding, devoid of any magical properties. Yet its physical defensive capabilities stand at the pinnacle of material science on Earth. Turning to the camera that had been filming throughout. Despite the domestic live feed being cut off, he knew this recording would be transmitted back to command in real time. His gaze intensified, and his voice brimmed with an impassioned fervor. Esteemed leaders, imagine if we were to transport this material back, utilize refining techniques to extract the candle dragon factor within. We could create bulletproof vests for our soldiers, armor for our tanks and warships. He paused, extending his hand to illustrate an explosive gesture. At that point, what we refer to as nuclear bombs would merely be oversized firecrackers in our eyes, barely even worthy of a sound. In the temporary command center of the 749 Bureau, Lei Zhan watched the footage intently, observing the broken dagger and listening to Lin Qi's audacious claims. The cigarette in his hand burned his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. His breathing grew heavy, his chest heaving, and his eyes blazed with an inferno of ambition. Nuclear bombs as oversized firecrackers, Lei Zhan murmured, repeating the phrase. Had it been anyone else, he would have had them dragged out and executed. But Lin Qi had already achieved too many miracles. With a sudden clap, Lei Zhan slammed his palm on the table, splintering the solid wooden military desk. Grabbing the red secure phone, he directly dialed the highest level's dedicated line. His voice boomed with a resolute determination, as if he were prepared to stake everything. Report, Commander. We have discovered a strategic resource of the highest order, requesting approval for the mountain-moving plan. At any cost, even if it means leveling that mountain, we must strip every last piece of that skin. Chapter 66. Can the Candle Dragon scales withstand a nuclear bomb? ZZZZ. The diamond-cutting saw's blade shattered at high speed, transforming into lethal shrapnel that embedded itself into the surrounding rock. Sparks flew, and smoke billowed. This was no longer research, it felt like warfare. A dozen soldiers clad in exoskeletons collapsed wearily on the ground, faces smeared with grease, gasping for breath. Before them, the partially shed Candle Dragon scale stood resolutely, leaving no marks, as if silently mocking humanity's industrial inadequacy. This is impossible. We can't cut it. Zhang Gong hurled the deformed chainsaw to the ground, exasperated. The hardness was simply outrageous. Grinding diamond against it was akin to slicing tofu. The moment the blade touched, it turned red. Laser cutting was equally ineffective. The beam scattered upon contact, nearly blinding the operator. Is this really dead skin? It's clearly the shell of a neutron star. Qin Xiao frowned. Gazing at the unscathed black crystal, her shock immeasurable. Was this the defense power of mythical creatures? A mere shedding of keratin could render the sharpest tools of modern industry utterly impotent. If it were a living creature, could the intact scales on its body withstand the weapons of humanity? The answer is a disheartening no. Don't even bother. Lin Qi emerged from behind a rock, casually swinging a seemingly ordinary glass bottle filled with a bizarre, sickly green liquid that was bubbling ominously. Discussing physics with mythology is clearly a misguided endeavor. He approached the base of the scales, where the connections were loosened yet exerted immense tensile strength, with thick, gelatinous fibers firmly anchoring to the underlying muscle layer. Physical attacks would prove futile. We must employ magic to overcome magic. Lin Qi unscrewed the cap. An indescribable, acrid odor instantly filled the air, nearly causing Zhang Gong to retch from the stench. What is this? Concentrated sulfuric acid? Zhang Gong asked, covering his nose. It's far more potent than sulfuric acid. Lin Qi chuckled. This was the spirit-decomposing solution he had just exchanged for a staggering 1 million shock points from the system's marketplace. Specifically designed to decompose high-energy biological tissues, proving remarkably effective against the keratin layer of divine beasts. Everyone step back. Be cautious of splashes. If it touches you, you'll lose a layer of skin. Lin Qi carefully tilted the bottle, pouring the sickly green liquid evenly over the thick connecting fibers at the base of the scales. The reaction was explosive. It was akin to pouring hot oil onto snow, with white smoke billowing into the air. The once resilient gelatinous fibers, impervious even to lasers, began to soften, bubble, and ultimately dissolve into a pool of black ichor upon contact with the liquid. With a crisp snap, the massive scale, weighing several hundred tons, lost its final support and crashed to the ground under the force of gravity. Move aside. Quick, get out of the way. The engineers shouted in panic, scattering in all directions. Boom. The earth trembled violently, dust rising in clouds. The scale, resembling a small mountain, crashed down, sending shards of rock flying. Is it really that simple? Zhang Gong stared in disbelief at the small bottle of green liquid still in his hand, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. Dozens of heavy cutting machines had made no headway all day, and this bottle of foot-soaking liquid had accomplished it? Enough chatter, let's move it swiftly. Lin Qi tucked away the bottle and waved his hand, urging the immediate transport to the laboratory before it cooled. Mr. Qian must be eagerly awaiting the results. Half an hour later, in the makeshift materials laboratory, the atmosphere was charged with tension. A small piece had been cut from the enormous scale, using the remnants of Lin Qi's solution to manage the task. This palm-sized black crystal was now placed beneath an industrial hydraulic press capable of exerting a pressure of 100,000 tons. Professor Qian's son crouched behind the blast-proof glass, palms slick with sweat, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Prepare to apply pressure. Target pressure, 10,000 tons. Begin. As the motor hummed deeply, the massive hydraulic column slowly descended, pressing against the black scale. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the numbers on the display. 1,000 tons, 3,000 tons, 5,000 tons. The numbers danced wildly. Under normal circumstances, such pressure would reduce even solid steel ingots to mere discs. Yet that seemingly fragile, translucent scale remained utterly unchanged, not even exhibiting the slightest deformation. Push. Keep going. Qiansun shouted, veins bulging in his neck. We are barely getting started. Increase it to 50,000 tons. Mr. Qian, the machine can't take it. The operator was drenched in sweat, the oil pressure indicator already in the red zone. I command you to increase it. If it explodes, I will take full responsibility. Amidst Qiansun's roars, the operator gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed down the lever. The roar of the hydraulic press turned sharp and piercing, causing the entire laboratory floor to tremble with the machine's vibrations. The needle on the gauge plunged to its limit, bursting the scale. Boom! A deafening noise shattered the silence. It was not the scale that fractured, but the hydraulic press's main beam that snapped. The high-strength alloy hydraulic rod, thick as a man's arm, shattered under the immense backlash, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, crashing through the laboratory ceiling and revealing the pitch-black night sky outside. The machine belched black smoke, rendered completely inoperative. Amidst the chaos of debris, the black scale lay undisturbed, reflecting the laboratory lights, appearing innocent and mocking. Unscathed. Not a single crack, not even a dent. Silence engulfed the room. After what felt like an eternity, Qiansun suddenly dashed into the wreckage like a madman. Seizing the scale in his arms, disregarding its residual heat, and planted a fierce kiss upon it. Ha ha, we did it. We did it. The old man laughed until tears streamed down his face, resembling a lunatic. This is a divine artifact. A true divine artifact. Withstanding 100,000 tons of pressure without a scratch. What does this mean? He turned abruptly, holding the scale aloft. Shouting to Lin Qi and Qin Xiao. This means that if we make it into armor and affix it to our tanks, even if we take a direct hit from an armor-piercing shell, it would feel no different than being bitten by a mosquito. If we use it to construct the roof of a bomb shelter. Qiansun inhaled deeply, his voice trembling yet resolute. Even if a nuclear bomb detonates overhead, we can calmly play cards inside. This is an invincible shield, an absolute defense. Qin Xiao felt a surge of adrenaline. As a soldier, she understood all too well the strategic value of this material. This is not merely a substance. It is the key to altering the very fabric of warfare. Quickly, notify the transport team. Qin Xiao decisively commanded over the intercom, instructing them to return the large piece outside to the base immediately. Maximum alert status. Not even a gram of powder must be lost. Outside, at the collection site, the enormous dragon scale had been secured onto 2 heavy flatbed trucks. To prevent it from slipping, the engineers were threading steel cables through the gaps and holes in the scale, attempting to bind it securely. Why does it smell so pungent? A young engineer wrinkled his nose, complaining while tying knots. The liquid Lin had poured earlier hadn't reeked this much, yet now a fishy odor wafted from the gaps. He stood at the edge of a fold in the scale, the beam of his flashlight illuminating a deep, dark crevice within. The gap was profound, resembling a natural cavity formed during the growth of the dragon scales, shrouded in darkness, obscuring any visibility. Perhaps it was the lingering scent of the solution. We must hurry. As this is a treasure, the squad leader urged. The young engineer nodded, preparing to thread the steel cable through. Suddenly, he felt something gently brush against the back of his hand from the depths of the shadowy crevice. The sensation was damp, covered in tiny bristles, and warm. The engineer paused, instinctively shining his flashlight deeper into the darkness. The beam pierced the void. In that narrow, constricted gap of scales, 2 fist-sized compound eyes, gleaming with a blood-red light, were fixed intently upon him. Following closely was a maw filled with sharp teeth, continuously writhing. Squeak! A sharp, piercing shriek erupted suddenly. Before the engineer could react, a shadowy figure shot out from the crevice. The creature moved with astonishing speed, like a black bullet. The engineer barely managed to scream before being knocked to the ground by the overwhelming force of the impact. Illuminated by the searchlight, onlookers were horrified to see a terrifying insect, the size of a basin, resembling a louse but encased in armor. It possessed 6 sharp appendages that clutched tenaciously onto the back of the engineer, its terrifying mandibles piercing through the thick winter gear, deeply embedding themselves into the soldier's flesh. An ambush. A monster. Quick, save him. Chaos erupted on the scene. Yet, the creature did not hasten to feast on blood. It lifted its head and emitted a piercing shriek directed at the surrounding crowd. Accompanying this shriek was a chilling rustling sound from the immense fissures of its dragon-like scales. 1, 2, 3. Countless identical black monstrosities surged forth like a tide from the unfathomable creases of the scales. Chapter 67. Harvesting Dragon Scales. This is the ultimate material for bulletproof vests. The scream was so harrowing that it instantly shattered the previously orderly operation site. Before the echo of that anguished cry faded, several engineers were confronted with a ghastly sight. A colossal, oily black insect was perched on the back of the young soldier. It was enormous, the size of a household basin. With a shell reminiscent of a beetle, its back was arched and covered in steel-like bristles. Its 6 stout appendages were ensnared in the fibers of the winter gear, and its mouth, resembling a suction cup lined with barbs, drilled into the soldier's flesh like a high-powered auger. Help me. Something is biting me. The young soldier writhed in agony, attempting to grasp at the creature. But its strength was astonishing, akin to a mass of iron welded to his back. Don't move. A commanding voice boomed. Lin Qi's figure sliced through the turmoil like a bolt of black lightning. The machete in his hand traced a cold arc beneath the spotlight. When the blade struck the insect's shell, it erupted in a dazzling shower of sparks. The sound was not akin to hacking an insect. It resembled a blow against granite. The tremendous recoil sent a tingling sensation through Lin Qi's hand, yet his angle was precise, lodging the blade at the base of the creature's appendage. Get off me. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the monstrous insect emitted a shrill, whistle-like screech. Although its shell remained intact, the force of the strike caused it pain, compelling it to release its grip. The shadow tumbled away, crashing heavily against a steel plate several meters distant, producing a dull thud that resonated with weightiness. Medic. Apply a tourniquet. Lin Qi scarcely glanced at the insect, swiftly lifting the fallen soldier. He observed a gaping fist-sized wound in the soldier's once thick winter gear. The Kevlar lining shredded as though made of paper, exposing a large patch of torn flesh, the wound exhibiting a peculiar purplish-black hue, evidently tainted by some paralyzing toxin. What manner of monster is this? The squad leader, gun in hand, stared at the undamaged black insect that had been flung away, now righting itself and crawling back. His voice trembling. Load your bullets. Do not let it approach. The sound of gunfire erupted as several quick-reacting Special Forces soldiers squeezed their triggers. A few 9mm rounds struck the creature's carapace, leaving only faint white marks before being deflected away. Good heavens! Is it bulletproof? Everyone stared in disbelief. Was this truly an insect? It resembled a miniature tank clad in armor. Lin Qi fixed his gaze on the creature, which was now waving its antennae in search of its next target, while the system interface in his retina rapidly updated data. Target analysis complete. Name, Candle Dragon Parasite, Mutated Species. Classification, Ancient Parasitic Arthropod. Diet, primarily feeds on the surface oils, dead skin, and spilled blood of the Candle Dragon. Traits, long-term parasitism on a divine beast has resulted in a mutation of its shell, granting it hardness comparable to alloy steel. Its bite force is formidable, with individual combat capability akin to that of an adult Siberian tiger. Note, though its appearance is grotesque and its temperament fierce, it contains a high concentration of active proteins and spiritual essence. Remove the head, and it tastes like chicken with a delightful crunch. Upon reading the last note, Lin Qi's eyelid twitched involuntarily. What do you mean it tastes like chicken? Is this system developed by someone from Guangdong? Ceasefire. Be careful of ricochet injuries. Lin Qi shouted, halting the soldier's indiscriminate shooting. He tightened his grip on the machete, his expression turning grave. This was no ordinary insect. It was a dragon louse. While keeping an eye on that poised creature, Lin Qi quickly explained, as the saying goes, a 7th-rank official stands before a chancellor. This thing has grown by feeding on the blood of the Candle Dragon, consuming nuclear-grade divine blood daily. Its shell is harder than bulletproof vests. Treat it as a diminutive tiger in combat. No sooner had he finished speaking than the dragon louse seemed to comprehend Lin Qi's disparagement, or perhaps bore a grudge over the earlier blow. Its 6 stout hind legs coiled suddenly, then sprang forth with incredible speed, creating a small crater in the frozen ground. This basin-sized insect unleashed a terrifying burst of acceleration, akin to a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Lin Qi with a shrill rush of wind. It was too fast. Such explosive power surpassed human comprehension of Kunlun Mountains fauna. Seeking death, Lin Qi advanced rather than retreating. Instead of striking the hard carapace, he leaned back sharply at the moment the insect lunged, executing a perfect bridge maneuver. The shadow zipped past his nose. In that fleeting instant, Lin Qi's blade shot upward, piercing the creature's softest underbelly, its bristled abdomen. The blade met no resistance this time. The razor-sharp special steel sliced through as if cleaving a ripe watermelon, delivering a gaping wound to the dragon louse. The creature emitted a distorted, agonizing screech. Green fluid mixed with undigested black blood splattering down upon him. It crashed heavily to the ground, its 6 legs thrashing wildly, but its innards spilled out, signaling its impending demise. With a sigh, Lin Qi rose, wiping the foul blood from his face, shaking his hands in disgust. What a wretched stench. It's merely the shell that's tough. Find its weakness, and it's manageable. He kicked the insect's carcass and turned to the pale-faced Zhang Gong and the group of engineers. All right, stop dawdling. Carry the wounded away. The rest continue working. This is merely a solitary one. Lin Qi's words were cut short by an extremely subtle, yet densely packed rustling sound emanating from the nearby darkness. It was akin to countless silkworms devouring mulberry leaves, or the sound of tidewaters surging over a beach. What is that noise? Qin Xiao, perceptive as ever, turned her head, aiming her assault rifle toward the source of the sound, the massive fissure at the base of the dragon scale. The once presumed natural crevice was now boiling with activity. As the spotlight illuminated the area, the previously dark edges of the fissure gleamed with countless points of red light. They were densely clustered, layering upon one another, resembling thousands of small, blood-red eyes suddenly opening in the night. The nauseating cacophony of chirps and hisses coalesced into a tidal wave of sound. Then, one, 2, 10. 100. Innumerable basin-sized black dragon lice surged forth like a fountain of black oil from the unfathomable depths of the fissure. They jostled, trampled, and surged forward, racing toward the living flesh that exuded the scent of fresh blood. The sheer multitude of creatures swiftly blanketed the ground nearby, resembling a writhing black carpet that advanced towards the research team with astonishing speed. "My goodness!" exclaimed a sapper, his wrench clattering to the ground as he gazed at the overwhelming tide of insects. For those with a fear of clusters, the scene would certainly induce instant shock. Lin Qi felt his scalp prickle. One dragon tick was manageable, 10 could be avoided. But this horde appeared to number in the thousands, each one clad in bulletproof vests and armed with biochemical toxins, their combat prowess rivaling that of a tiger. This was no mere collection site. It was evidently the heart of the insect colony. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Lin Qi shouted, seizing the still-dazed Qin Xiao. "Stop firing. It's pointless. Get to the vehicles. Withdraw to base. Discard that dragon scale. It's a nest of bugs." Chapter 68. Dragon ticks? These are the size of wash basins. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated like a desperate attempt to shred the frigid night sky. Countless tongues of flame intertwined in the darkness, forming a lethal net, while spent shells clattered to the steel floor like rain. Yet the sight before the seasoned commandos instilled a profound sense of helplessness. The black monsters surging forth from the dragon scale resembled miniature heavy tanks. The 58mm steel core rounds from their Type 95 rifles merely sparked against their glossy black carapaces. The sharp clangs of impact were incessant, bullets ricocheting wildly, striking nearby transport vehicles and sending sparks flying. Some even whizzed perilously close to the soldiers' helmets, causing cold sweat to break out. "It's impenetrable. Its shell is too tough," a machine gunner yelled hoarsely, his weapon's barrel glowing red-hot. While the leading dragon ticks merely shook their heads, showing no signs of slowing down. Their 6 robust limbs granted them an exceptional grip, allowing them to traverse even the icy steel surface with ease. A piercing shriek erupted from the swarm, akin to thousands of rusted saws being drawn simultaneously. The black tides surged closer, with several already leaping onto the tires of the transport vehicle, their terrifying mandibles voraciously gnawing at rubber and steel. "Use fire. Flamethrowers. Push forward," Qin Xiao commanded, pushing aside a guard with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Since physical penetration was ineffective, they would resort to high temperatures. Carbon-based life forms fear, not the flames. With a roar, 3 flame strikes, each several meters long, erupted from the flamethrower's nozzle. The orange flames, reaching thousands of degrees, crashed into the dense swarm of insects. The air was instantly filled with the acrid smell of charring flesh. The dragon ticks, engulfed in flames, emitted a series of hissing sounds, their previously relentless assault indeed slowing. "Effective. Burn them to ashes." The soldiers were about to cheer, but Lin Qi's shout shattered their illusions. "Don't be foolish. It's useless. Fall back." In the inferno, those creatures that should have been reduced to cinders remained unscathed? No, they even appeared to revel in it. The few dragon ticks directly hit by the flames did not flee. Instead, they paused to shake off the flames. Their black carapaces, far from becoming brittle, shimmered with a dark crimson glow, as if they had just enjoyed a sauna. How is this possible? The flamethrower operator, still unleashing flames, doubted whether he had mistakenly used the wrong fuel. "These creatures are parasitic upon the candle dragon," Lin Qi shouted while fending off 2 attacking ticks with his machete. "What is the candle dragon?" "It is the god of geothermal energy. Its surface temperature hovers in the hundreds. These bugs bask in magma daily. Your fire is merely a radiator to them." Qin Xiao's expression shifted. "What should we do? Shall we bomb them? At this distance, that would be mutual destruction. Their weak spot is the belly." Lin Qi kicked one of the attacking dragon ticks over, and seizing the moment it exposed its underbelly, he plunged his knife down. Splurt. Green ichor sprayed forth. "Their backs may be hard, but their bellies are soft. Find a way to flip them over, or strike from below." Yet, while this was easy to say, it proved exceedingly difficult in practice. These creatures were not turtles. They moved with the agility of monkeys, their 6 legs gripping the ground firmly. To topple these heavy beasts was no small feat. As the swarm threatened to breach the first line of defense, a sudden, chaotic burst of gunfire erupted from the flank, wild and rhythmless, seemingly fired at random. The poor marksmanship was appalling, bullets flying in all directions, some hitting the sky, some striking the ground, and a few nearly grazing Lin Qi's rear. "What the hell? Who is firing recklessly?" Lin Qi recoiled, turning to shout in anger. "Are you attempting to murder your superior?" However, upon recognizing the shooter, he was left dumbfounded. Perched atop a derelict jeep was a pure white little fox with two tails, standing upright. Those agile tails clutched a Type 95 assault rifle it had somehow scavenged. One tail supported the gun's body, while the other pulled the trigger. The little white fox squinted one eye. It even knew how to aim, its pink tongue licking its lips with excitement and fervor. With a series of rapid shots, the recoil made its small frame shudder, yet it paid no mind. It didn't require aiming, for it was firing through magic. As the muzzle spat fire, a faint pink aura enveloped each bullet. Those erratically flying bullets, upon leaving the chamber, seemed imbued with a certain tracking magic. The bullets traced bizarre arcs in the air, as if they had eyes, deliberately seeking the underbellies of the leaping dragon ticks. Shots rang out as the creatures exploded mid-air, green ichor raining down like droplets. Well done. The surrounding soldiers were momentarily mesmerized, even forgetting to fire. A fox? Using a rifle? And firing with such finesse? What are you staring at? Haven't you seen me use secret weapons? The little white fox, while expertly reloading, using its tails with practiced ease, haughtily hummed in Lin Qi's mind. If my magical powers were fully restored, I would have annihilated these ugly creatures long ago. Yet I must resort to your crude fire sticks. With another burst of fire, it suppressed the tide of insects on the left flank. Impressive. Lin Qi couldn't help but give a thumbs up, turning back to say, I'll recommend you for a second-class merit. I'll save you the best meat. With the little white fox providing fire support, and the special forces swiftly adjusting their tactics to target the bellies and joints, the situation finally stabilized somewhat. Yet, the sheer volume of insects remained overwhelming. The relentless rustling sound continued to surge from below, as if it were boundless. There are too many. We can't kill them all. Zhang Gong, wielding a sapper shovel, wore a face of despair. Just then, a lone dragon tick, having evaded detection, silently circled behind Lin Qi amidst the chaos. Its 6 legs coiled with tension. Then it sprang forth, its barbed mouth gaping wide, lunging toward Lin Qi's nape. Be careful! Qin Xiao cried out, but it was too late for him to draw his weapon. Lin Qi felt a fierce gust behind him. He had no time to turn and swing his blade. Instinctively, his body dove down, while his right foot kicked backward with great force. Thud! His foot landed squarely on the abdomen of the dragon tick. The tremendous force sent the enormous insect crashing to the ground. Before it could right itself, Lin Qi had already turned around, lifting his heavy tactical boot, and, with a force akin to a thunderclap, stomped down on the creature's soft underbelly. Crack! A dull, viscous explosion resonated. The dragon tick burst apart like a popped balloon, splattering green juice, white mush, and black entrails all over the ground. Lin Qi felt an oddly peculiar sensation beneath his foot, soft and slippery. Disgusting, isn't it? He was about to scrape his shoes in the snow when suddenly, his nose twitched slightly. Amidst the acrid scent of gunpowder and the nauseating stench, a faint but distinctly unique aroma wafted up from the squashed muck beneath him. It wasn't foul. It resembled the sweet, fresh scent released when a king crab is freshly steamed, mingled with a hint of roasted chestnut. Wait a moment. Lin Qi froze. He looked down at the crushed dragon tick. After the green fluids drained away, the interior of its shell revealed glistening, translucent muscle tissue. The flesh was exquisite, with clear striations and a jade-like hue, still emitting a faint steam. Lin Qi swallowed hard. An absurd yet insatiable intuition surged within him. He bent down and, with the tip of his knife, lifted a piece of the white insect flesh to his nose. Holy moly! Lin Qi abruptly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a fervor even more intense than when he had first encountered the monster. He glanced at the terrified soldiers around him, who were desperately firing their weapons, and then at the encroaching swarm of insects. To him, they were no longer man-eating fiends. They were a multitude of opportunities rushing forth. What am I thinking? Lin Qi murmured, his throat constricting. Why does this smell even more appetizing than that monstrous thigh meat? This is pure protein. Chapter 69. Don't discard the bugs. Frying them gives a chicken flavor. Don't shoot. Cease fire. Lin Qi bellowed, startling the bloodthirsty special forces around him. Several soldiers, poised to pull the trigger, flinched, sending their bullets soaring into the sky. They stared in bewilderment at the squad leader, who was not fleeing but crouched beside the corpse of the insect, their eyes filled with concern for his mental state. Has the squad leader lost his mind? But Lin Qi had no time to explain. He crouched next to the exploded dragon tick, wielding his tactical dagger as if performing a precise surgical operation. Snip! The tip of the blade pried open the hard, iron-like black carapace. Contrary to expectations, there was no green, nauseating slime. Instead, beneath a membrane as thin as a cicada's wing lay exquisite muscle tissue, as delicate and translucent as mutton fat. The flesh glimmered white, with clear striations, even exuding a hint of warmth. Not only was there no foul odor, but it also released a faint, enticing fragrance reminiscent of freshly shelled deep-sea sweet shrimp. Lin Qi inhaled deeply, his gaze igniting with fervor. This is exquisite. Absolutely top tier. He lifted a piece of flesh with his knife tip, holding it up to the spotlight. The meat appeared semi-transparent under the light, and one could even see golden energy coursing through it. Brothers, allow me to enlighten you. Lin Qi spoke to the camera, his throat constricting. Based on my experience, oh no, based on the system's analysis, this creature may resemble a cockroach, but its diet consists of divine blood and spiritual energy. After centuries of purification, the impurities within have been thoroughly eliminated. This is not merely insect flesh, it is a high-purity active protein conglomerate. The protein content is at least 50 times that of top-tier beef. Moreover, it is incredibly easy to absorb. In the live stream, 20 million viewers watched the crystalline piece of meat, and the initial disgust miraculously vanished. Foodie, although it looks quite tender? Fitness fanatic, 50 times the protein? Holy cow. If I eat this, do I even need protein powder? Guangdong netizen, remove the head and tail, high-temperature disinfection. I think I can give it a try. Without hesitation, Lin Qi sprang into action. Who is Lin Qi? He is a man who carries a cooking pot wherever he goes. From his tactical backpack, reminiscent of Doraemon's pocket, he retrieved his cooking gear. A portable gas stove was ignited, and a slightly bent frying pan was placed atop it. Sizzle. Half a bottle of precious cooking oil was poured into the pan. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded. Amidst the gunfire and the cacophony of the insect swarm, Lin Qi calmly produced 2 eggs, a bag of breadcrumbs, and a spice box. While the meat could be consumed raw, he reasoned, for safety's sake, let us fry it at a high temperature. Coating the insect flesh in egg wash and rolling it in breadcrumbs, the originally pale meat was soon enveloped in a golden crust. At this moment, the oil was perfectly heated to 7/10. Into the pan. Sizzle. As the meat slid into the boiling oil, an incredibly delightful and therapeutic popping sound erupted. The previously tense and ominous battlefield soundtrack transformed instantly into a culinary symphony. Countless tiny bubbles danced around the meat. The high temperature rapidly sealed in the moisture, and the breadcrumbs, stimulated by the hot oil, began to emit an irresistible aroma. Following that came the fragrance of the meat. It was a powerful scent. Unlike the greasy odor of pork or the gamey smell of lamb, it was a complex aroma, blending the essence of premium lobster, king crab roe, and free-range chicken. This intoxicating scent wafted through the cold wind, instantly permeating the entire battlefield. Nearby, a squad leader reloading his magazine twitched his nose twice. What on earth is that smell? Who the hell is cooking chicken? Following the aroma, he spotted Lin Qi, chopsticks in hand, extracting a golden brown, crispy piece of meat from the oil, still dripping with oil. All done. Lin Qi blew on the steam, indifferent to the heat, and stuffed the entire piece into his mouth. Crunch. The sound of the crispy shell fracturing between his teeth was as clear as a bell. Then, Lin Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. As his teeth sank into the crust, the scalding juices within burst forth like a flavor bomb, exploding in his mouth. Delicious. So delicious it could make one weep. The meat was tender and springy. Each bite felt as though it was dancing in his mouth. There was no off-putting taste. Only pure meatiness and the profound satisfaction that comes from high-energy food. Gulp. Lin Qi swallowed. A wave of warmth surged from his stomach, and his previously stiff limbs, numbed by the cold and the battle, instantly felt rejuvenated, as if all his strength had returned in that moment. Exquisite. A delicacy of the earthly realm. Lin Qi raised his thumb, his face beaming with ecstasy. The flavor of chicken. Indeed, it tasted just like chicken, yet 100 times more tender. After consuming it, a wave of warmth enveloped him, making him feel as if he could strike down a bull with a single punch. This scene was nothing short of devastating for the soldiers around him, who had been starving for half the night, cold and weary. Its impact rivaled that of a nuclear bomb. A rumbling sound broke the silence. It was uncertain whose stomach growled first. Soon, a chorus of swallowing sounds filled the air. As they looked at the dry, meager compressed biscuits in their hands, their gazes turned to the dripping golden morsels in Lin Qi's mouth. The soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically, from fear to confusion, and ultimately to greed. The squad leader, who had earlier been petrified by the sight of the monstrous insects, now approached Lin Qi, his eyes wide with desire. Can we really eat that? Of course, Lin Qi replied, tossing 2 more pieces into the pot. This is a tremendous source of nourishment. 1 insect is worth 10 pounds of beef. How can we fight without being well fed? Come, taste this. He picked up a piece and stuffed it into the soldier's mouth. The soldier chewed a few times, and his eyes instantly lit up. Wow, it's delicious. This exclamation ignited the collective appetite of the entire battalion. The once terrifying and repulsive swarm of insects transformed in the soldier's eyes, no longer mere bugs, but rather a bounty of high-protein sustenance, a moving feast. Stop firing. Everyone, cease fire. A platoon leader suddenly shouted, throwing his weapon aside and seizing a nearby entrenching tool. His eyes blazing, he bellowed, "Save the ammunition. That's all meat. If we destroy it, we won't be able to eat. First squad, grab nets. Second squad, grab shovels. Third squad, bring over the kitchen's large pot. We need to catch them alive. Tonight, we feast." A buffet. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once grim and brutal trench warfare transformed into a chaotic seaside harvest. The soldiers charged forward, their weapons replaced by various capturing tools, shouting in excitement, "This is mine. Don't steal it. Watch your step. If you crush it, it'll leak. That's a leg. Don't throw it away. Frying it makes it even crispier." The once fearsome and gluttonous dragonflies were now utterly bewildered. Their limited intellect could not fathom why the bipedal creatures they had previously pursued had suddenly turned more vicious and ravenous than they. The green glimmer in the soldier's eyes sent shivers through the insects. In that moment, the roles of hunter and prey were irrevocably reversed. Thousands of dragonflies scurried chaotically, their orderly formation shattered, turning into a one-sided feast of capture. Lin Qi observed the fervent scene with satisfaction, about to prepare another pot for his own indulgence. Suddenly, a deep, resounding thud echoed from the darkness ahead, akin to a giant hammer striking a drum. Lin Qi's chopsticks trembled slightly in his grip. Another thud followed, closer and heavier. The stones on the ground began to dance with the vibrations, ripples forming across the surface of the hot oil. An oppressive, weighty atmosphere crept toward them, causing the soldiers who had been capturing insects to pause. Everyone felt the earth tremble beneath their feet. This was not the sound of insects scuttling. It was the approach of some colossal bipedal creature, moving deliberately closer. A third thud reverberated, now less than 100 meters away. The mist parted reluctantly, revealing an absurdly large humanoid figure emerging from the shadows. It towered at least 5 meters tall, leaving deep footprints in the frozen ground with each step. Lin Qi squinted, scrutinizing the dark silhouette, feeling his throat constrict. A primal and savage essence, even more potent than that of the insects, was drawing near. What manner of beast was this? What other monsters lay hidden in the Kunlun Mountains? Chapter 70, a nationwide crowdfunding. Streamer. Please don't eat the national treasure. The mist dissipated like a veil torn asunder by the weight of those heavy footsteps. The first sight that met their eyes was a foot. A bare, massive foot, its skin rough and cracked like ancient tree bark, with toenails thick as shells, smeared with dark, frozen earth and the green blood of some unknown creature. Just this foot alone appeared to measure over 60 centimeters in length, leaving a deep impression in the hard ground with each step. As their gaze rose, they beheld calves as thick as stone pillars, a waist adorned with animal hides, muscles bulging like granite, and in its hand, a gigantic stone club towering over a person. Swallowing hard, the frontline Special Forces soldier instinctively raised his weapon, aiming at the heads of these giants. They were not one, but five humanoid beings, each exceeding 3 meters in height, exuding an aura of ancient savagery. Striding confidently from the darkness, adorned with simple bone ornaments, their hair was a tangled mess resembling bird nests, and their deeply set eyes radiated a wild, uncivilized hunger. Are those wild men? Zhang Gong, hiding behind an armored vehicle, trembled in fear. Are there really wild men in Kunlun? They are enormous. Lin Qi remained silent, focusing intently on the movements of these giants. The system interface was frantically analyzing the situation but had yet to yield results. The giants appeared utterly unconcerned with the armed humans before them. To them, these diminutive beings, barely reaching their knees, were akin to prairie gophers, unworthy of their attention. Their focus was entirely on the ground, fixated on the dragonflies, some captured by the special forces, others dead or wounded. With a low, excited growl, the lead giant, approximately 3.5 meters tall and painted with red markings, suddenly beckoned his companions to feast. What followed was a scene that made everyone's stomachs turn. The giant bent down, his enormous hands scooping up a writhing, live dragonfly from the snow. This creature, impervious to bullets and notoriously fierce, appeared as helpless as a chick in the giant's grasp. The dragonfly emitted a shrill cry, attempting to bite the giant's palm. But its skin was seemingly thicker than bulletproof armor, impervious to the insect's futile attempts. Without hesitation, the giant shoved the dragonfly into his mouth. The sickening sound of crunching bones echoed as he bit off half of the creature, green juices streaming down his chin and dripping onto his animal hide. He savored the taste, relishing it as if it were a juicy delicacy. The other giants quickly followed suit, diving into the pile of insects as if it were a buffet. Some grabbed two at once, while others meticulously tore off legs to use as toothpicks. The once dreaded tank insects had become mere appetizers for these prehistoric giants. A few younger soldiers, not possessing the strongest stomachs, could no longer contain themselves and retched. It was too primal, too brutal. Was this the overwhelming power of being at the top of the food chain? In the live stream, 20 million viewers were equally taken aback by this uncensored display of consumption. Survival in the wilderness. Even Bear Grylls would weep. This is a true man at the top of the food chain. No trimming or preparation. Not at all. Just pure consumption. Biologist, this defies all logic. What species are these giants? Neanderthals? Or giant apes? Their biting force must exceed 2 tons. Wait a moment. Host, you must stop them, exclaimed a viewer. Indeed. Though those dragon lice are unattractive, they are an undiscovered species. If they are consumed like this, they may truly face extinction. These are invaluable scientific specimens. Another chimed in. The self-proclaimed king of keyboard warriors chuckled. How ironic. Just moments ago, you cried for help when the insects bit you. And now you lament the loss of a national treasure as they're being devoured? What splendid double standards you display. Lin Qi observed the barrage of comments with a sense of helplessness. How could he possibly intervene? These giants appeared to be thick-skinned and robust. Ordinary bullets would likely feel no more than a tickle against them. Moreover, they were devouring their food with an insatiable fervor. Who would dare to approach and risk their wrath? Let us refrain from rash actions, Lin Qi cautioned, lowering his voice as he spoke into his earpiece to Qin Zhao. As long as they do not attack us, let them eat. It will help us clear the battlefield. Qin Zhao nodded, her palms sweaty. Although she had encountered many grand scenes before, the overwhelming sense of primitive pressure felt like an entirely new experience. At that moment, the tallest giant leader abruptly ceased his chewing. His colossal nostrils flared as if catching an extraordinary scent. Clutching a half-raw dragon louse dripping with greenish liquid, his expression shifted to one of confusion. He turned his head, his large, bell-like eyes scanning the crowd before fixating on the frying pan before Lin Qi. Inside the pan, the last few pieces of dragon louse meat, golden and crispy, coated in breadcrumbs and egg wash, were steaming enticingly. The aroma, a delightful blend of fried oil and the sweet essence of meat, stood in stark contrast to the bloody atmosphere. Yet it was undeniably alluring. The giant leader froze, glancing from the dripping raw insect to the golden piece of cooked meat emanating a tantalizing fragrance. An instinctive yearning for culinary delights pierced through his taste buds. With a loud gulp, akin to distant thunder, he swallowed audibly. And a long drool trickled down from the corner of his mouth, forming a glistening thread. He tossed the half-raw insect behind him as carelessly as one would discard trash, knocking one of his companions unconscious. Then, taking giant strides, he approached Lin Qi, each step causing the ground to tremble. Alert! Qin Zhao gasped. Protect Team Leader Lin. Everyone, raise your weapons. Prepare to fire. With a cacophony of clicks, hundreds of rifles were readied, the atmosphere charged with tension. Do not fire. Lin Qi suddenly raised his hand, halting the crowd's movements. He stood firm before the seething cauldron, meeting the giant's gaze with unflinching resolve. From the giant's eyes, he perceived no malice, only a ravenous desire. The giant leader halted 3 meters away from Lin Qi, a distance where a mere flick of his massive stone club could reduce Lin Qi to pulp. Yet, he refrained from violence, carefully placing the club on the ground, wary of upsetting the frying pan. Then he crouched down, still towering over Lin Qi. He extended a finger thicker than a carrot, pointing at the fried meat, then gestured to his mouth, emitting a sound of longing. Lin Qi smiled. You wish to eat? He lifted a piece of meat, waving it enticingly in the air. The giant's eyes followed the morsel, bobbing his massive head like a chick pecking at grain. If you wish to partake, I must insist on some form of exchange. Lin Qi indicated towards the heavy leather pouch hanging from the giant's waist. Do you possess any currency or valuable goods? The giant hesitated, clearly baffled by the concept of currency. However, he comprehended the notion of trade. Lowering his head, he rummaged through the filthy pouch for some time. Then, with a thunderous thud, he dropped a large, irregular object, about the size of a grinding stone, onto the snow at Lin Qi's feet. The brilliance of the object dazzled, reflecting a stunning golden hue under the spotlight. It was not mere stone, it was a high-purity, unblemished piece of natural gold. Its estimated weight was at least 50 kilograms. In the streaming chat room, 2 million viewers were sent into a frenzy. My eyes. Is that gold? Such a massive chunk. This is doghead gold. If sold by the gram, it would fetch an astronomical price. What if it's calculated by the ton? How much would that be? A piece of meat for a mountain of gold. Is the giant mentally impaired? Host, I will offer double the meat for my turn. The giant leader appeared indifferent to the gold's value. To him, it seemed too soft for weaponry and too light for throwing. With a dismissive nudge, he kicked the precious gold towards Lin Qi's feet and pointed at the fried meat, emitting a booming yet slightly conciliatory sound. Trade? Chapter 71. Discovery of a prehistoric tribe? There are indeed people here. The chat room continued to scroll at an alarming pace, nearly overwhelming the server. The golden doghead gold lay carelessly on the snow, emitting a dazzling glow, while 5 prehistoric giants, each towering over 3 meters and built like granite, stood beside it. This stark visual contrast shattered the worldview of the 2 million viewers in an instant. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. According to evolutionary theory, such humanoid beings should not exist. What must their bone density be to support such height? Wild men? Yetis? Or could they be the legendary gods of Kunlun Mountain? Gods. My foot. Did you not see the drool pooling on the ground? They are clearly 5 famished souls reborn. But to trade dozens of pounds of gold for a pan of fried meat? I would consider such a transaction. Host, you must flee. If negotiations fail, you may very well be their next meal. The atmosphere was taut as a bowstring, with dozens of special forces soldiers poised on their triggers, ready to unleash a hail of bullets at the slightest hint of aggression from the giant. Everyone, stand down. Lower your weapons. Lin Qi's voice broke through the stifling standoff. He took a deep breath, undeterred, and stepped forward with the steaming frying pan. Team leader, Qin Xiao was desperate to intervene. Fear not, Lin Qi replied, not turning his head, simply gesturing for calm. In business, integrity is paramount. They have provided payment. We cannot refuse to deliver. He approached the giant leader, who loomed over him like a towering colossus. In this moment, Lin Qi, at just over 1.8 meters tall, appeared as a child beside the enormous being. The giant leader's bell-like eyes were fixated on the frying pan, a rumbling swallow emanating from his throat, with a long strand of drool precariously hanging in midair. Here, it is all yours. Lin Qi raised the pan as high as he could, wearing a professional smile that radiated sincerity. The giant hesitated, clearly surprised that this little figure would genuinely offer him the food. In his simplistic and brutal worldview, food equates to life. To satisfy hunger, one must often engage in bloodshed and slaughter. Cautiously, he extended his large hand, calloused and scarred, as if cradling a fragile treasure, and gently accepted the skillet, which to him resembled a bowl. Without a moment's hesitation or a hint of tasting, he tilted his head back and poured the contents into his mouth. Dozens of golden, crispy dragonfly meat pieces, along with the scalding oil from the skillet, rushed into his mouth. The sizzling sound of hot oil meeting his oral cavity resonated. For an ordinary person, such an act would surely scald the skin off. Yet, the giant remained unfazed, his eyes widening in sheer exhilaration. With a crunch, he hardly chewed. The Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and the entire pot of meat vanished down his throat. Immediately, an unprecedented wave of bliss erupted across the prehistoric giant's face. He closed his eyes, and a childlike, pure smile illuminated his rugged visage, hot tears streaming down his grimy cheeks, leaving 2 white trails. It was exquisitely delicious, unlike anything he had ever tasted in his life. The crispy exterior, the burst of juicy meat, and the smoothness of fat were a culinary revelation for a primitive creature accustomed to raw flesh and cold blood. This fried feast was nothing short of a dimensional shift. Roaring with delight, he opened his eyes and unleashed a thunderous bellow that sent snowflakes cascading around him. The 4 smaller beings nearby watched with envious eyes, eagerly sniffing around their leader's mouth, saliva pooling on the ground. The chief, seemingly in high spirits, returned the licked-clean skillet to Lin Qi, even scraping off a layer of iron with his tongue. He gestured towards a massive nugget of gold at Lin Qi's feet. The giant emitted a deep, rumbling sound, pointed at Lin Qi, then at himself, making a gesture that indicated a mutual understanding. Lin Qi chuckled. He bent down to lift the gold piece, but as he exerted himself, his expression shifted abruptly. It was heavy, remarkably heavy. The giant had tossed it as if it were a mere brick, yet it possessed a density so immense that it weighed over 100 pounds. Caught off guard, Lin Qi nearly strained his back. The gold clattered to the frozen earth, nearly crushing his toes. A cold sweat broke out as he realized the danger. Had it landed squarely, his foot would have been rendered useless. The giant chief, witnessing Lin Qi's predicament, erupted into laughter. The sound was thunderous, resonating in Lin Qi's ears. He poked Lin Qi's shoulder playfully, as if to say, "You are quite feeble." Despite the mockery, Lin Qi felt no resentment. For at that moment, after a prolonged silence, the system in his mind finally revealed a golden notification. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully made contact with an unknown intelligent species. Species analysis complete. Fu tribe, survivors, degenerate species. Bloodline concentration, 15, though diluted. It still inherits the physique and extraordinary strength of its ancestors who chased the sun. Current favorability, friendly. A bond forged over fried delicacies often proves more solid than gold. Triggered hidden task, the giant's invitation. Fu tribe. Lin Qi's pupils dilated. The Fu, who perished in their pursuit of the sun, transformed into peach groves? Hadn't mythology claimed their extinction? How could there be such a lively lineage thriving in this folded space of Kunlun Mountain? Before he could ponder further, the giant leader abruptly turned, waving his massive arm towards the darkness behind him, then looked back at Lin Qi, making an awkward yet unmistakable beckoning gesture. Come. He emitted a vague, single-syllable word, a remnant of an ancient language. Although the pronunciation was peculiar, Lin Qi instantly comprehended it with the system's assistance. He was inviting us. Standing tall, Lin Qi brushed off the gold dust from his hands and turned to the vigilant Qin Xiao and the fervent Dr. Qinzhou. Where to? Qin Xiao instinctively inquired. Home. Lin Qi indicated towards the direction the giant had disappeared, shrouded in a thick mist of the unknown gorge. They wish to invite us to their home. Moreover, Lin Qi glanced at the high-purity nugget of gold on the ground, a glint of avarice flashing in his eyes. I have a feeling they possess much more of this golden treasure. Chapter 72, Descendants of the Fu. A 3-meter-tall child following the 5 colossal figures through the narrow and confining canyon. The scene before them suddenly opened up. This was no longer the icy, deathly valley of Kunlun. It was clearly a tropical rainforest. A wave of warm, humid air, imbued with the rich aroma of earth, enveloped them, instantly dispelling the chill. Lin Qi wiped the condensation from his face, feeling as if he had plunged into a steaming sauna. The temperature around them was at least 30 degrees. The formerly frozen black earth had vanished, replaced by dense ferns and towering broadleaf forests. Above, the candle dragon eye, radiating energetic particles, was filtered through layers of mist and treetops, transforming into a gentle, warm glow. Geothermal, Dr. Qinzhou exclaimed, shedding his cold weather gear while excitedly monitoring his instruments. The geothermal resources here are incredibly abundant. It's practically a natural greenhouse. No wonder these giants have thrived. As they ventured deeper, a rugged yet strikingly beautiful tribal architecture emerged before them. There were no bricks or wood. Every structure was constructed from massive animal bones. Curved ribs, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, stood upright, forming arches, covered with thick hides and straw. These were remnants of some enormous creature's ribcage, now transformed into the giants' homes. In the center of the tribal square lay heaps of white bones resembling small mountains. Is that a mammoth skull? Qin Xiao pointed at a gigantic skull used as a bench, her gaze somewhat vacant. No, it's larger than a mammoth. Lin Qi squinted at the curvature of the teeth. It resembled an even more ancient species, the embedded tooth elephant. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts, reminiscent of children playing, erupted from behind the bone houses. The ground began to tremble slightly. 7 or 8 naked children, adorned only with a few leaves, scampered out, laughing and chasing each other, wielding toys made from leg bones. Upon seeing these children, the 2 million viewers in the live stream were collectively rendered speechless. Kindergarten principal. Is that what you call a child? Basketball fan. That smallest one must be over 2 meters tall. If they played basketball, even Shaquille O'Neal would have to call him brother. Biology enthusiast. Look at those muscle lines. Those frames. How old are they? They are clearly a group of adolescent titans. The giant children, clearly unfamiliar with such diminutive bits, paused their frolicking and curiously surrounded Lin Qi and the Special Forces team, their innocent, yet enormous eyes fixed on them as if gazing at freshly unearthed figurines. A chubby little giant, with a height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters, boldly extended a finger, aiming to poke Lin Qi on the head. That finger was thicker than Lin Qi's arm. Don't move. Lin Qi remained still, but the Special Forces soldier beside him was startled, instinctively raising his gun. Put down the gun. Lin Qi admonished. This is their home. Don't frighten the child. He observed the enormous finger approaching, not flinching, but rather retrieving a chocolate bar from his pocket, unwrapping the foil, and placing it on the finger. The little giant paused for a moment, then retracted his finger, cautiously inserting the dark morsel into his mouth. In the next instant, his eyes sparkled, shining like two light bulbs. The sweetness. This high-calorie sweetness held a fatal allure for primal beings. Wow! He exclaimed excitedly, dancing with joy, even attempting to lift Lin Qi high into the air. Startled, Lin Qi quickly stepped back, fearing that such an embrace would result in broken ribs. This was a living fossil. Dr. Chun Zhong watched this scene, trembling with excitement. He disregarded the danger and rushed forward, eager to measure the skeletal data of these children. Look at the brow ridge. Observe the jaw muscles. This is a branch of human evolution. This is the legendary giant ape man. No, it is the Kwafu tribe. Truly, it is the Kwafu tribe. The old man, overwhelmed with excitement, rolled his eyes and blissfully fainted. Quick, pinch him. Song Yuqing hurriedly brought the medic to administer aid. Lin Qi shook his head helplessly. Seizing the opportunity while the old man lay unconscious, he began to assess the technological level of this tribe. It was alarmingly low, shockingly primitive. Beneath a shelter made of animal skins, several adult female giants, towering nearly 4 meters tall, were processing their catch. They wielded not metal tools, but rather roughly hewn stone knives and bone axes. Yet their strength was terrifying. One female giant held a creature resembling a bison, its hide as tough as iron. But in her hands, it was as easy to tear as paper. With a stone knife, she sliced open the bison's skin, then tore it apart with both hands. The hide was ripped off entirely, along with flesh and sinew, blood splattering everywhere. Such raw physical power made the nearby special forces soldiers' eyelids twitch. In close combat, even clad in exoskeleton armor, they would likely be no match for a single blow from these giants. This was a typical Stone Age civilization. Lin Qi judged that while individual combat prowess was extraordinary, the social structure remained in a primitive communal stage, lacking knowledge of metallurgy and agriculture, relying solely on hunting and gathering. This was promising news for us. Being underdeveloped meant there was demand. Where there was demand, there was room for trade. Exchanging inexpensive industrial goods for the abundant resources and remarkably robust labor here would yield immense profits. Just as Lin Qi's mind was racing with calculations, a heavy, slow thudding sound echoed from the deepest part of the tribe's largest bone hall. All the giants ceased their actions. Expressions of reverence etched on their faces as they stepped aside, bowing their heads. The giant leader who had previously guided them now also bent respectfully. Standing at the roadside like a schoolboy, an ancient, decaying aura, imbued with a mysterious pressure, slowly permeated the air. Under the gaze of all, a figure emerged. It was an old giant. He was exceedingly aged, his skin sagging like tattered cloth, with a face full of wrinkles that could trap a fly, and his hair and beard completely white, trailing down to the ground. Yet he was immensely tall. Even hunched over, he surpassed 4 meters. Leaning on a cane made from an unknown mythical beast's leg bone, adorned with various skulls and colorful feathers, he was the tribe's elder and priest. His murky, yellowed eyes, upon seeing Lin Qi, suddenly sparkled with intensity. He did not glance at the fully armed soldiers or the steel vehicles. His gaze was firmly locked onto Lin Qi, or more precisely, the faint, special aura emanating from him, which seemed to be connected to the system. Lin Qi felt a shiver down his spine under his piercing gaze and was about to greet him with, "Hello, sir," when the unexpected occurred. The venerable giant, appearing to be of high status yet on the brink of death, unexpectedly tossed aside his cane upon reaching 3 meters from Lin Qi. With a resounding thud, his massive knees crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This towering figure of 4 meters knelt before Lin Qi, who stood only at knee height. Without hesitation, he prostrated himself, burying his enormous head deep into the earth, his entire body shaking violently. Following this, a series of obscure, ancient sounds, seemingly rhythmic, erupted from his throat, resounding throughout the valley. Akalorosova. The Ancient God Returns. Chapter 73. Language Barrier? The system translates directly. Lin Qi stood frozen in place. Before him knelt a multitude of giants, a scene more astonishing than being besieged by distant relatives during a family reunion, especially the leading old shaman, whose head thudded against the ground, murmuring strange syllables reminiscent of phlegm caught in the throat. Akalorosova. The sound was both incantation and curse. What in the world was happening? Lin Qi, perplexed, turned to Dr. Chun Zhong behind him. "Old Chun, you are a paleontology expert. Is this a dialect or a foreign language?" "Just awakened, doctor." Chun adjusted his glasses, his face alight with fascination as he recorded with a voice recorder. "This is ancient phonetics, a living fossil of language," the old man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Listening to the phonetic structure, It seems to preserve common features of both the Proto-Indo-European and Sino-Tibetan language families. Every syllable contains. All right, enough with the phonetics. Lin Qi interrupted the old man's academic fervor. Just tell me, does he want to invite me to dinner, or is he planning to stew me as a sacrifice? That was the crux of the matter. If it was the latter, the soldiers' guns would surely be drawn. At that moment, the system, which had been dormant, suddenly revived as if it had regained its conscience during this awkward interval. Ding! Detected an unknown language environment. Matching corpus successfully. Loading the ancient universal dialect language pack. Automatic translation activated. As a tingling sensation coursed through his brain, Lin Qi felt a slight tremor in his eardrums. When he next heard the old giant's hoarse roar, the once obscure syllables miraculously transformed in his mind into standard Mandarin, albeit with a hint of translation accent. The sacred spark, the sacred spark. The old giant raised his deeply lined face, tears streaming down his cheeks, pointing fervently at the frying pan in Lin Qi's hand. Still dripping with oil, his eyes wild with passion as if he had seen a long-lost father. The prophecy has not deceived us. When the night is torn asunder, when the earth begins to tremble, the one who wields the undying divine fire, capable of making dead insects sweeter than honey, will descend. He shall lead the Kwafu tribe out of this cursed darkness. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi's lips twitched violently. Good heavens! So the so-called sacred spark was merely the portable gas stove I purchased for 9 yuan and 9 cents on Pinduoduo? And the notion of making dead insects sweet referred to frying them with breadcrumbs? Was this prophecy a tad too hasty? Clearing his throat, Lin Qi resolved that since the system had provided him with an opportunity, he must seize it and deliver a flawless performance. He straightened his back, striving to appear less insignificant before a crowd of towering giants, each 3 meters tall. He refrained from speaking, instead invoking the system's language output module within his mind. Rise. As Lin Qi opened his mouth, a voice emerged, ancient and desolate, imbued with a metallic resonance. I am the one you have awaited. The impact of this proclamation was akin to a nuclear explosion. The elder giant trembled, abruptly raising his head, disbelief and ecstasy flooding his murky eyes. It was indeed the tongue of the ancient gods. The pronunciation, the rhythm, matched precisely with the inscriptions upon the tribal stone walls. The messenger, you have finally arrived. The elder giant stammered, overwhelmed with emotion, taking 2 steps forward as if to kiss Lin Qi's boots. We have guarded the candle god for millennia, and at last, we have found one who can comprehend the divine oracle. The candle god? Lin Qi pondered, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. Are you referring to that massive creature outside? Indeed. The elder giant replied reverently. That is our guardian and our source of warmth. System translation, heat source. It became evident that this tribe of Kwafu had survived in this frigid land solely due to the geothermal warmth emitted by the candle dragon. They had dwelled here for generations, both as protectors and dependents. However, in recent years, the candle dragon's slumber deepened, and the geothermal energy began to wane, leaving the tribe on the brink of starvation and freezing to death. An old prophecy within the tribe foretold that one day, a small person endowed with the ability to understand the language of divine beasts and an eternal flame would arrive to rescue them. Lin Qi felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. What a coincidence! He possessed the affinity with mythical creatures, enabling him to communicate with the candle dragon. He also had a lighter and a gas stove, ensuring the flame would indeed not extinguish. His identity as the so-called divine messenger was thus solidified. In the live stream, over 20 million viewers, though unable to comprehend the giant's fervent exclamations, were enraptured by the sight of the giants bowing and weeping, their comments overflowing with joy. Divine messenger's journey confirmed. The host can not only beguile humans, but even wild men. Linguistic genius. That pronunciation sounds reminiscent of the Lingan language, Star Trek. Where did you learn this foreign tongue? Truth seeker. I see it now. That old man is pointing at the pot. Surely he has been conquered by our Chinese cuisine. To win a giant's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Lin Qi ignored the playful banter in the comments. He gestured lightly, encouraging the elder giant to rise. Since I am the messenger, let us not remain kneeling. Assuming an air of profound importance, he added, lead me to your tribe, and let us discuss the matter of that gold from earlier. The elder giant nodded vigorously, displaying absolute obedience. However, just as the atmosphere turned harmonious and Lin Qi prepared to reap a bounty of gold in his divine messenger role, a thunderous footfall shattered the tranquility. A figure, exceptionally tall and even bulkier than the other giants, emerged from the crowd. He stood approximately 3.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging like iron. Wielding a massive bone club, and adorned with a necklace strung from fearsome beast fangs. This was the tribe's premier warrior, known as Duanshan. He pushed through the throng with determination, striding up to Lin Qi, towering over the diminutive figure before him. His gaze held no reverence, only suspicion and a primal challenge. Humph! Duanshan snorted, expelling 2 jets of steam from his nostrils, pointing at Lin Qi and unleashing a thunderous roar. The system automatically translated, "He is defiant. He says you are too small, too weak. He claims you lack the essence of a strong man, and instead, reek of cumin. He believes you are a fraud unworthy of being a messenger, fit only for being a snack." Lin Qi's lips twitched. The translation was rather accurate. Duanshan slammed the heavy bone club onto the ground with a resounding thud, causing the earth to shudder. He pointed a thick finger at a nearby boulder, then at Lin Qi, before performing a crude yet universally understood gesture. He rested his elbow on the boulder, palm open. Was it a challenge to arm wrestle? Roar! Duanshan bellowed at Lin Qi, his expression dripping with disdain. The meaning was unmistakable. Want to be the boss? Fine. If you win, your life is yours. If you lose, you will be tonight's meal. The air thickened with tension, palpable and electric, though neither side had truly ignited conflict. The raw power radiating from Duanshan was more suffocating than a gun barrel pressed to the forehead. The warrior was clearly a man of action. Perceiving Lin Qi's stillness as fear, he bent down with the intent to demonstrate his might, aiming to obliterate the little one's psychological defenses. Huh! He bellowed. Like thunder cracking from a clear sky. With a single hand, he seized a black boulder, roughly the size of a person and weighing over 1,000 pounds. Its surface rugged and coarse. As the muscles on his arm bulged like coiling dragons, he effortlessly lifted the stone off the ground. With a casual flick, he hoisted it above his head, tossing it playfully in the air before catching it with ease. Thud! Finally, he slammed the boulder down between them, causing the ground to quake, dust to rise, and debris to scatter at Lin Qi's feet. Duanshan looked down at Lin Qi, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a set of jagged, yellowed teeth. He extended his pinky finger, making an extremely humiliating gesture toward Lin Qi, then pointed at the boulder and back to Lin Qi's head. The implication was clear. Do you see? Crushing you would be as simple as shattering this stone. The audience in the live stream went wild. I love tomatoes. What the hell? Lifting 1,000 pounds with one hand? This is the legendary strength of a titan. Are they even carbon-based life forms? Fitness coach. With that core strength and arm span, I give up. I'm tossing my protein powder. In the presence of such a being, human limits are nothing but a joke. Bystander, a host, don't be foolish. This is not a fair match. His arms are thicker than your waist. A single slap would turn you into a pancake. Qin Xiao had already positioned her hand over her holstered weapon, her expression steely. Lin Qi stepped back. The negotiations have collapsed. Prepare for battle. Hold on, Director Qin. Lin Qi interjected, raising his hand to stop her, rather than displaying fear. A mischievous grin adorned his face. He brushed off his clothes, lifted his chin, and met the towering giant's gaze. Big fella, you possess quite the strength. Lin Qi's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of each giant thanks to the system's translation. However, we are civilized beings. Resorting to blades and guns would only harm our camaraderie. What if I accidentally made you cry? Your kin would surely seek me out for retribution. Roar. Duanshan paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting in rage. This little sprout dared to suggest he could bring him to tears? Let us change the game. Lin Qi pointed to the boulder that had just been slammed to the ground, a naturally flat-topped stone perfect for a table. Let us engage in a more civilized duel, an arm wrestling match. Approaching the stone, Lin Qi rested his right elbow on it, provocatively beckoning with his fingers. The rules are simple. Whoever's hand touches the stone loses. Should I lose, this pot of meat and my very self are yours to do with as you please. But if you lose, Lin Qi's eyes narrowed, gesturing toward the group of special forces behind him, and then to the elder shaman, from this day forth. If I say go east, you shall not venture west. If I command you to chase dogs, you shall not pursue chickens. Even if it requires you to extract the fangs of that candle dragon, you must charge forth. Do you dare? Duanshan comprehended the command. He gazed at Lin Qi's slender arm, which was no thicker than his own finger, feeling an unprecedented insult. An ant challenging the might of an elephant? Roar. Duanshan bellowed. Striding forward, he knelt heavily on one knee, and even while kneeling, his gaze towered above Lin Qi. His muscular arm, resembling a tree trunk, slammed onto the stone table, causing a fine crack to spiderweb across its surface. His massive palm spread wide, akin to a hunter's net, awaiting its prey. Come. He emitted a low growl. Lin Qi took a deep breath, hesitating to place his hand upon it. He swiftly called upon the system in his mind. System, stop playing dead. Open the shop now. Ding. Detected that the host is dangerously flirting with death. Recommended purchases: strength pill, 5,000 shock points. Adrenaline surge, 20,000 shock points. None of that is useful. This brute's muscle density exceeds that of a human by more than 5 times. Lin Qi observed the arm thicker than his own thigh, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Give me something powerful. The most potent kind. I have plenty of shock points. Received. Product: Giant Spirit Strength Experience Card, Youth Edition. Description: borrow a fragment of the ancient giant spirit's power to enhance oneself. Although it is the Youth Edition with only a 10-minute duration, it is sufficient to grant you the strength to move mountains and lift pillars. Price: 500,000 shock points. Would you like to redeem? Redeem. Activate immediately. Lin Qi gritted his teeth and commanded. 500,000. That was his hard-earned savings. Yet, in this moment of life and death, and to harness this group of free elite laborers, this investment was imperative. Boom. At the instant of successful redemption, an indescribable surge of warmth, akin to molten lava, flooded Lin Qi's limbs. He felt his bones crackling, muscle fibers seemingly infused with boundless energy, each cell rejoicing, even igniting an impulse to pierce the heavens. Although his formerly slender physique remained unchanged outwardly, the internal density and explosive power had undergone a qualitative leap. Steady. Lin Qi's lips curled upward as he extended his right hand, seizing Duanshan's colossal palm. The visual impact was striking. A delicate, elongated hand belonging to a modern individual was completely enveloped by a rough, dark, calloused giant's hand, reminiscent of an infant's hand resting in an adult's palm. Begin. Qin Xiao served as the referee, issuing the command. Huh. Duanshan instantly exerted force. The muscles on his arm writhed like live serpents, veins bulging. Terrifying strength pouring forth from his arm. He initially believed that this strike would twist the little one's arm into a pretzel, or even fling him away entirely. However, a second passed. 2 seconds passed. The little hand he completely enveloped remained utterly unmoved. It was as if it were welded to an iron plate. No matter how he roared or exerted himself, even turning his face the color of liver, Lin Qi's arm remained steadfast, not even quivering. Duanshan's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. He inhaled deeply once more, summoning every ounce of strength. The frozen ground beneath him yielding to 2 deep impressions as the stone table groaned under the strain. Yet, the little one across from him maintained an infuriatingly relaxed expression. Lin Qi even had the leisure to retrieve half a bottle of mineral water from his pocket with his left hand, leisurely twisting open the cap and taking a sip. Is that all? Lin Qi set down the water bottle, gazing at the giant warrior, red-faced and dripping with sweat. His tone dripping with disdain, as if addressing a kindergarten child. Put in more effort. Have you not eaten? Was that meat just now free? This was utterly demoralizing. The live stream erupted in chaos. Physics is non-existent. What the hell? Is this scientific? This defies science. What about the lever principle? What about biomechanics? Strongman, as a weightlifter, I can confidently say that the giant's form was perfect, yet he couldn't even budge the host. Is the host's arm hydraulic? I love eating tomatoes, huh? Look at the giant's expression. He's questioning his life. He must be wondering if that little one is cheating. Truth seeker. Be confident. The host is indeed cheating. Duanshan was indeed questioning his existence. He felt as though he grasped not a hand, but an immovable mountain, an insurmountable Kunlun. His strength was rapidly depleting. His arm beginning to ache and tremble. The unprecedented sense of defeat nearly drove him mad. Roar. He unwillingly roared again, attempting one last struggle. Are you done playing? Lin Qi's gaze suddenly turned icy. The immense power of the giant spirit, which had been suppressed within him, no longer held back at this moment. If you are done playing, then it is my turn. Get down. With a thunderous shout, Lin Qi's right arm exerted tremendous force. This was no longer human strength, but divine power. Bang! A resounding crash accompanied by the sound of splintering stone echoed. There were no uncertainties, no stalemate. Duanshan's robust arm was instantly pressed down by Lin Qi, akin to a fragile, decayed log. The speed was too swift, the power too immense. When his hand struck the stone table, the solid granite could not withstand such a terrifying impact. Crash! The stone table exploded into countless fragments. Duanshan's hand was deeply embedded in the rubble, and he was propelled forward, face first into the dirt, mouthfuls of soil filling his mouth. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Whether it was the surrounding special forces or the giants who had been anticipating the spectacle, they resembled ducks with their throats gripped, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Only the howling cold wind echoed through the valley. Lin Qi released his grip, rose, and brushed off the dust from his hands. He regarded the tribal champion, sprawled on the ground with a dazed expression, evidently still reeling from the overwhelming defeat, and spoke coolly, "Thank you for your kindness. According to our agreement." Lin Qi surveyed the surrounding giants, their expressions frozen in shock, finally resting his gaze on the trembling old shaman. A devilish smile curling at the corner of his lips. "From this moment forth, you belong to me." Chapter 75. Enlisting the Giant Clan. The mightiest brick-moving brigade. The dust settled. Duanshan pulled his head from the earth, his large face smeared with dirt and blood, yet devoid of any trace of fury. Instead, he gazed at Lin Qi as if beholding a walking deity. In the primal logic of the Kwafu tribe, power equates to truth. Whoever possesses the might is the leader. Roar. Duanshan suddenly knelt on one knee, his massive fist thudding against his chest, producing a resounding echo. Leader. Although his pronunciation was somewhat awkward, the sincerity of his submission was palpable even through the screen. With the first warrior's allegiance, the surrounding giants who had been observing fell to their knees in a wave. The scene was more spectacular than a mafia initiation. Lin Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, enduring the ache in his arms. The effect of the giant spirit strength experience card had just expired, and its side effects made even holding chopsticks a challenge. Yet, his expression remained serene, even carrying an air of inscrutable depth. "Rise." Lin Qi gestured, his gaze sweeping across the mountain like giants before him. As he gazed upon the bulging muscles, the robust bones, and the seemingly inexhaustible vigor of the men before him, Lin Qi's expression transformed. It was no longer the gaze of a fan admiring his idols. It was that of a foreman assessing free labor. He stroked his chin, his mind racing with calculations. What is the most pressing need in the construction of the Kunlun base? It isn't money, it isn't technology, it is heavy transportation capabilities. The terrain here is too complex for large machinery to access, and many delicate instruments must be airlifted by helicopter, an inefficiency that is utterly exasperating. Yet, this group before him, standing at 3.5 meters tall, capable of bearing 2 tons and possessing unparalleled off-road abilities, comes equipped with biological navigation. Are they not the very embodiment of humanoid cranes? And they require no fuel, no maintenance, and are available around the clock. He approached one of the newcomers, whose thighs were thicker than his waist, and playfully asked, "Did you enjoy that fried meat earlier?" Upon hearing the word meat, the giant's eyes lit up, and drool streamed down his chin. "So delicious." He nodded eagerly. "More, please." Lin Qi chuckled, reminiscent of a wolf wagging its tail. He extracted a packet of instant noodles and a sausage from his backpack. With a swift motion, he crushed the noodle cake, sprinkled the seasoning, and broke the sausage into pieces before tossing it in. Now open wide. He stuffed the crunchy noodles into the giant's mouth, though lacking hot water for soaking. The blend of MSG, salt, and artificial flavoring was akin to a culinary explosion for someone whose palate had yet to evolve beyond the Stone Age. The giant froze mid-chew, his face morphing into one of shock and bliss. What is this heavenly flavor? Salty, savory, aromatic. It's even better than the fried insects. Would you like to eat this every day? Lin Qi gently coaxed. Yes, I crave it. The giant licked his fingers clean, gazing longingly at Lin Qi's backpack. If you want to eat, it's simple. Lin Qi turned, pointing toward the construction site in the distance, where smoke was rising. Do you see that? That is my territory. I need hands to move heavy boxes and repair roads. As long as you are willing to lend your strength, there will be plenty of noodles and sausages. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "You will be well fed. You will have enough." Upon hearing this, the tribe erupted in excitement. Well fed, really well fed. The giants went wild. In this desolate, harsh land, they fought for survival against ferocious beasts, often experiencing hunger. Now, someone claimed that simply moving stones could fill their bellies. And with such exquisite food, I'm strong. Choose me. I can carry 2 cows. I'm fast. A throng of towering giants clamored to volunteer, the scene more frenzied than a ticket rush during the spring festival. Even several giantesses tossed their nursing infants onto their backs, armed with stone axes, ready to work. Hold on. Everyone will have a turn. Lin Qi beamed, hardly able to contain his joy. This was not merely recruitment. It felt akin to acquiring a battalion of elite engineers. Form a line, one at a time. Officer Qin, issue them work badges, and notify the logistics department to increase the procurement of instant noodles and sausages by 10-fold. No, make it 100-fold. Qin Zhao stood by, watching the giants, easily swayed by a few packets of instant noodles, her lips twitching in disbelief. What is this? Instant noodle diplomacy? Or sausage colonization? Yet, Witnessing those giants effortlessly hoisting several tons of steel beams, she couldn't deny the worth of this transaction. As Lin Qi busied himself with employee registrations, the elderly shaman approached. Trembling, he observed the long-lost smiles on his people's faces, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Thank you, messenger, for your generosity." The shaman bowed deeply to Lin Qi. "You have not only brought fire, but also hope. We have no way to repay you." "Oh, no need for such formality." Lin Qi waved his hand. "It's mutually beneficial." "No, we must adhere to our customs," the shaman insisted gravely. "Since we have accepted your divine gifts, we must offer something in return." With that, he took Lin Qi's hand and led him behind the tribe. "You seem to admire those yellow stones earlier? We have a garbage pit behind the tribe, designated for these useless materials, which cannot be eaten or fashioned into weapons. If you do not mind, they navigated around several bone houses until they arrived at a vast natural pit." The shaman pointed down, his tone filled with regret. "These worthless stones are merely an inconvenience, often causing trips. If you find them of value, feel free to take them for paving." Lin Qi followed his gesture and, at a glance, felt as though struck by lightning, instantly freezing in place. The camera in the live stream captured the moment perfectly. In the next instant, 20 million viewers fell silent. Within the enormous pit, roughly the size of a basketball court, lay a chaotic heap of debris. Under the sunlight, these materials shimmered with a blinding brilliance. They were gold. All gold. There were doghead-sized nuggets, naturally occurring gold bars as thick as arms, and various gems, red, blue, green, fist-sized, mingling together like refuse, forming a small mountain. A rough estimate suggested it weighed several tons. "Is this garbage?" Lin Qi trembled, pointing at the golden mound, his throat constricted. The elderly shaman, mistaking his reaction, rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Yes, it's too soft. It's a hassle even to crack walnuts. If you wish for it to be moved, I can have someone throw it further away." "No, do not throw it." Lin Qi lunged forward, clutching a ruby larger than his head, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He turned to the camera and let out a soul-stirring shout. "Qin Zaiao, hurry! Bring every truck we have. We are about to strike it rich." The shaman looked at Lin Qi's ecstatic demeanor, bewildered, and asked, "Messenger, can these stones really be used for paving roads?" What lay before them was a natural gold nugget of extraordinary purity, refined through eons of geological activity under immense heat and pressure, commonly referred to as doghead gold. This particular specimen was astonishingly large, so much so that it could only be described as dinosaur gold. Lin Qi heft the weight of the nugget, his arm muscles trembling slightly. It must have weighed at least 50 pounds. What does 50 pounds of gold signify, given the current gold prices? This seemingly mundane stone could easily fetch a spacious apartment in the second ring of the capital. Moreover, such stones were piled high like small mountains in this pit. In addition to the glittering heaps of gold, a variety of colorful glass marbles were interspersed among the debris. Lin Qi casually extracted a red one, the size of a fist. Its entire body glowed a brilliant red, crystal clear, and when held to the sunlight, it appeared as if a flame burned within, devoid of any cracks or impurities. This was top-tier pigeon blood red. Lin Qi felt as though his breath might halt. Such a gem, if taken to an auction, could incite fierce bidding wars among the affluent of the Middle East. Meanwhile, the old shaman beside him, noticing Lin Qi's dazed expression while holding the seemingly worthless debris, mistook it for disdain. Embarrassed, the elderly man rubbed his hands together, his weathered face wrinkling like a chrysanthemum. "Sir, I truly apologize. We are but a poor, remote village, lacking in valuable items. These yellow stones are too soft for tools. They bend upon impact. They are too heavy for arrowheads and cannot shoot far. Only those colorful stones are slightly harder, but they are brittle and shatter at the slightest touch, suitable only for children's marbles." The old shaman sighed, expressing his discontent. "They occupy space here and reflect sunlight annoyingly in summer. If you find them unworthy, I can have them discarded in the ravine behind." Is this truly human reasoning? Too soft? Too heavy? Blinding? Is this the justification for treating tons of gold and exquisite gemstones as mere refuse? In the live stream, the previously delayed barrage of comments erupted after hearing the shaman's nonsensical remarks. 20 million viewers collectively lost their composure, overwhelming the screen with dense messages. "Gold miner, don't stop me. I'm going to Kunlun Mountain to scavenge. No one can hold me back. I want a home. Grandpa, please, don't throw them away. Give me that trash. I don't mind the softness. I adore this kind of soft treasure. Jewelry appraiser, I'm going insane. That ruby is imperial red. There's not another of its size in the world. The value of this pit's contents could purchase a small nation." Passerby, streamer, Do you need pendants? Something edible? If not, I can work for a giant as a dog. Lin Qi observed the barrage of comments, then glanced at the earnest old shaman, who was even prepared to call for garbage cleanup. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to laugh uproariously at the absurdity. He needed to maintain composure. He was a divine envoy, a figure of wisdom, and could not appear naive. Clearing his throat, Lin Qi casually tossed the invaluable nugget of gold to the ground, producing a dull thud. He brushed the dust from his hands, adopting a pitying expression, as if regarding a mischievous child. Old man, you are correct, Lin Qi intoned solemnly. These items are indeed quite bothersome. They not only take up space, but this metal, this stone, if accumulated excessively, could disrupt the surrounding magnetic field, negatively affecting the children's development. Upon hearing that it was harmful to the children, the old shaman grew anxious. What should we do? Sir, do you have a solution? Since I am here to assist you, I cannot allow you to handle such laborious tasks, Lin Qi sighed, adopting a noble demeanor. Although it is troublesome to dispose of these wastes, requiring transport to a distant location for destruction, for the future of your tribe, I shall reluctantly help you with the cleanup. With that, he turned towards the astonished Qin Xiao and Zhang Gong in the distance, waving them over. Commander Qin, Engineer Zhang, stop dawdling. Hurry and bring our heavy truck. There's a pile of construction debris that needs urgent disposal. Qin Xiao, standing beside an armored vehicle with binoculars in hand, trembled, not from cold, but from excitement. Although she could not clearly hear Lin Qi's words, the gleaming gold in that pit was unmistakable to anyone with vision. That was gold, and not just a little, but tons of it, openly displayed and requiring no mining or refining. As a senior official of the 749 Bureau, she understood better than anyone what this meant. This was not merely a windfall. It was a national strategic reserve, hard currency, a financial nuclear bomb. Communicator. Qin Xiao abruptly set down the binoculars, her voice heightened with exhilaration. Connect me to the highest command. I must report directly to the general staff. Encryption level, top secret. Inform them that we have discovered not only prehistoric civilization in Kunlun Mountain. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on Lin Qi's commanding figure overseeing the giants transporting gold. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. We have uncovered a super vault capable of influencing international gold prices and potentially reshaping the global financial landscape. Request immediate deployment of transport aircraft. We must transport every single stone back. Not a single one should remain. Chapter 77. The plummet of gold prices. Is this being used for paving? New York, Wall Street. This day was destined to be inscribed in the annals of financial history as Black Friday. At 9:30 a.m., with the ringing of the opening bell, a breaking news report from across the ocean detonated above the Dow Jones Index like a nuclear bomb with a yield of 10 megatons. The Dragon Kingdom officially announces a super giant open-pit gold mine has been discovered in the heart of the Kunlun Mountains. Initial estimated reserves, over 5,000 tons. Moreover, they consist of extremely high-purity natural gold nuggets, requiring no refinement, openly stacked, with zero extraction difficulty. Before traders could fully comprehend the news, several high-definition photos from the scene flooded the internet. In the images, giants towering 3 meters tall tossed gold nuggets the size of millstones onto trucks, as if discarding trash. The shimmering heaps of gold under the sunlight were blinding. God! A seasoned gold trader watched the screen in disbelief, his coffee cup crashing to the floor. 5,000 tons. Open pit. This isn't a gold mine. It's as if we breached the Earth's vault. Panic spread like wildfire. The value of gold lies in its scarcity. But if this commodity suddenly became as abundant as pebbles on the roadside, especially in the hands of this Eastern superpower, what difference would it have from scrap metal? Sell. Quickly sell. Liquidate all positions. Short gold futures. Now. The trading floor descended into chaos, filled with screams, roars, and desperate cries. On the electronic screen, the line chart representing gold prices showed no struggle, plummeting straight down in a heart-stopping vertical drop. In just half an hour, international gold prices were halved, leaving countless speculators clinging to dreams of wealth utterly ruined, losing everything, down to their last pair of pants. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, in a classified financial command center in the capital, a middle-aged man with glasses and a refined demeanor sipped tea, calmly observing the steep decline displayed on the large screen. It's fallen, breached the bottom line, reported a trader beside him, excitement evident in his voice. Sir, those people on Wall Street have gone mad, recklessly dumping physical gold reserves. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, gently blowing away the tea foam. What's the rush? Let them sell. He set down his teacup. His tone as indifferent as one bargaining at a market. Notify the 4 major state-owned banks, and also that group responsible for managing foreign exchange reserves. Rev up the engines and absorb whatever they throw out. We will take as much as they release. Moreover, inform consultant Lin that the live broadcast must not cease. Make it livelier and more extravagant. This is what we call expectation management. Kunlun Mountain, the Quafa tribe. Lin Qi was unaware that the few snapshots he casually took had stirred a tempest in the global financial sphere. He was currently preoccupied, busy constructing a doghouse. The live stream resumed, and this time the title was nothing short of a blatant display of wealth, filled with an impulse that urged the world's proletariat to unite against him. So annoying, too much gold with no place to store it. Must use it for infrastructure. In the frame, Lin Qi rolled up his sleeves, wielding a trowel, squatting beneath a windbreak of rocks. Beside him lay a pile of glimmering bricks. The standard gold bars freshly cut by engineers from irregular nuggets, each weighing a hefty 20 pounds and radiating warmth from the recent cutting. Duan Shan, pass me a brick. Lin Qi called without turning his head. Coming. The giant Duan Shan hurried over, cradling several gold bars as if they were mere clumps of mud, casually handing them over to Lin Qi. This one won't he do? It's a bit crooked. Lin Qi sifted through, tossing aside a bar of slightly lower purity with a clatter into a pile of rubble, requesting one with a purity of 999, noting its softness, ideal for construction. Over 2 million viewers watched this scene unfold, their hearts bleeding. I love tomatoes, host. Have some decency. That's gold. Gold. You can pick and choose. But throwing it into the rubble? Homeowner, I'm crying, truly. I eat instant noodles daily to pay my mortgage, and the host uses gold bars to build a doghouse? Why is the disparity in this world so vast? Wall Street refugee, FUC. It's this bastard. He posted a photo that drove me to bankruptcy. And he is still flaunting it. Lin Qi smeared a special mortar made from a high-adhesion agent mixed with gold dust, slapping a gold bar onto the wall. Don't misunderstand, he said to the camera, feigning innocence and helplessness. It's not my intention to show off. The Quafa brothers insisted on giving me that pit of rubbish. No, a pit of gold or... Our base storage is already cramped, filled with so much equipment and supplies. Where can we put these heavy stones? He patted the newly constructed gold wall, producing a dull metallic sound. Shipping it back would be too costly. The fuel expenses are not worth it. So, I thought, let us make the most of our resources and use what we have on site. Besides, Xiaobai has been complaining about the cramped tent, so I thought I'd build a single room for her. As he spoke, he waved at the little white fox lounging atop the pile of gold, basking in the sun. Xiaobai, come see if you like this layout. The little white fox lazily opened her eyes, glancing at the glittering abode. She yawned, displaying a look of disdain. Common. How mundane. I am a 9-tailed celestial fox, not some nouveau riche. Besides, this thing is too soft. It doesn't feel comfortable for sharpening my claws. Lin Qi's lips twitched slightly. Let us make do. This is the ultimate dream for many humans. He placed the final gold brick atop the structure, then took a ruby to embed above the entrance as decoration. Thus, a golden abode, worth a fortune and capable of purchasing half a listed company, was born amidst a chorus of jeers and envy. All right, no more nitpicking. Lin Qi picked up the little white fox and nestled her into the cushioned golden den. This is a golden house for a cherished one, do you understand? Bah, rogue. The little white fox retorted, yet her body betrayed her as she rolled comfortably inside, finding the warmth agreeable. This scene utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the global elite. In Dubai, within a royal palace, the prince who had once declared his intention to buy a car, while watching the live stream, silently removed his ostentatious gold watch and tossed it into the trash. I want some peace, he instructed his steward. Disassemble my gold toilet and replace it with porcelain. Compared to that Dragon Kingdom individual, I feel like a beggar. At that moment, with the inclusion of the Quafu giants and the arrival of this windfall, the construction speed of the Kunlun outpost surged as if set to 10-fold acceleration. What was initially a half-month expansion project, aided by dozens of tireless humanoid cranes, took merely 2 days to take shape. Strong fortresses rose from the ground, and broad roads extended deep into the mountains, underlaid not with gravel, but with the waste from the cut gold ore. As the barrage of comments stated, they are truly paving the road with gold. As night fell, Lin Qi sat atop the newly completed command tower, gazing at the brightly lit base below and the giants enjoying a late-night meal with the soldiers. A wave of indescribable accomplishment surged within him. This is just the beginning. He twisted open a bottle of water, took a sip, and reflected, wealth, manpower, and firepower. This chapter is thoroughly secured. Just then, a crisp notification sound echoed from the system. which had remained dormant deep within his consciousness. This sound was unlike any previous alerts. It was more ethereal, more grand, as if the echo of a broken chain. Ding. Detected that the host's shock value has surpassed the critical point. Current number of mythological subordinates, 2. Nine-tailed fox, Qi. Current number of vassal races, 1. Quafa tribe. Current strategic resource reserve, off the charts. Achieved hidden achievement, regional overlord. System version 20 update completed. Progress bar loaded, 100. Lin Qi's hand trembled, nearly dropping the water bottle. Has it finally reached full capacity? From his entry into Kunlun Mountain until now, having endured numerous life and death trials, the progress bar, which had been stuck at 99, had finally reached completion in this moment. New features unlocked. Core module activated. Universal datafication. Core module activated. Mythical refinement array. Core module activated. Prototype of interdimensional trade. Lin Qi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the entire world before him had transformed dramatically. No longer was it merely an image, but a multitude of flowing data streams, intricate structural models, and strings of source code that could be modified and reassembled. He glanced at the water bottle in his hand. Item, plastic water bottle. Structure, polyethylene terephthalate, PT. Status, intact. Modifiable options, molecular rearrangement, high-strength bulletproof fiber, essence liquid conversion container. He then looked towards the ominous eye of the candle dragon, still radiating terrifying heat. Beneath that dark mountain, the once obscure flow of energy now appeared to him as an extraordinarily clear and intricate web of veins. He could see every thread of spiritual energy as trajectory, every node as strength and weakness laid bare before him. Is this version 20? Lin Qi reached out, grasping at the void. The sensation was akin to transforming from an observer into the programmer of this world.